Bright moonlight shimmered on Xiaobei Lake, casting a silver glow. Li Pingyan felt someone push her into the water. The pressure suffocated her as lake water slapped her face. Someone seemed to be calling her, but she only remembered killing the last zombie king. How did she suddenly end up in the water? With a splash, Li Pingyan emerged from the lake, sending water droplets flying. Abundant oxygen, orderly trees, no dangerous monsters, no mutated zombies. Where was she? After surfacing, Li Pingyan felt her muscles ache and her limbs weak. She swam to the shore with difficulty, crawling out soaked through and utterly disheveled. Boom! A surge of foreign memories flooded her mind. She was stunned. Had she transmigrated? Ding dong, the wealthy nation system is binding. Ding dong, system binding successful. Congratulations, host, on binding the wealthy nation system. Please strive to complete the wealth building tasks. Failure will result in elimination. Happy work. Ding dong, received novice gift pack, a Universal Jade token. Task 1, own a shop. Reward food recipe pack. Not only had she transmigrated, but she also bound a wealth building system. Was it really a free lunch from heaven? A jade token suddenly appeared in her hand. It was a fine warm jade, smooth and flawless, warm to the touch. Under the moonlight, she saw a delicate phoenix engraved on it with the character sacrifice in the center. Is this the Universal Jade token? How universal could it be? Before Li Pingyan could sort out her chaotic thoughts, a woman ran over from not far away. Li Pingyan, you little slut. Finally caught you. So you tricked me into leaving so you could meet a lover here. It was Fong Qingwan. The name popped into Li Pingyan's mind, but in her memory, she was her best friend. Unexpectedly a toxic friend. I just saw you dallying with a man. Don't deny it. Li Pingyan frowned, staring coldly at the arrogant woman. In the apocalypse, no woman had dared to be so arrogant before her. After all, she was Li Pingyan, who had torn apart the zombie king with her bare hands in the apocalypse. Fong Qingwan was startled by Li Pingyan's icy gaze, as if looking at a dead person. She had planned to drag her to Juanhe to cancel the engagement, but now. Fong Qingwan timidly stepped back, half a step swallowed, and said, Li Pingyan, I warn you, don't deny it. Fong Qingwan had clearly seen a man here just now. How did he disappear? A wanton woman like you. Juanhe won't marry you. What did you say? Say it again. Li Pingyan rotated her wrist. She was no longer the timid Li Pingyan who had died. She was the Li Pingyan who could stand alone in the apocalypse. A wanton woman like you. Slap. Before she finished, Li Pingyan slapped her, and Fong Qingwan's face swelled. But Li Pingyan was dissatisfied with her own strength. This body was too weak, no power at all. She would need to train harder. Fong Qingwan's ears were ringing from the slap. Big teardrops rolled down her cheeks. She never imagined that Li Pingyan, who was timid as a rabbit, would dare to hit her. Li Pingyan, how dare you hit me? Fong Qingwan was burning with jealousy. This little slut had grown bold. You stole my Juanhe, ruined my marriage. Li Pingyan, you'll die a horrible death. I'm hitting you exactly. What tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Li Pingyan wanted to see the combat power of this world. Seeing Li Pingyan so arrogant, Fong Qingwan gritted her teeth in hatred. She raised her hand to strike back, but her slap missed. Li Pingyan easily dodged. Fong Qingwan's slap landed on nothing. The person had disappeared. Before she realized what happened, a voice sounded from behind her ear. So that's all you've got? Li Pingyan appeared behind Fong Qingwan. Next to them was the silent Xiaobei Lake. With a simple kick, Li Pingyan easily sent Fong Qingwan into the lake. Fong Qingwan fell into the water. She couldn't understand how Li Pingyan had gotten behind her. Remember, be polite in front of me from now on. I have a bad temper. Wouldn't want to accidentally kill you. Li Pingyan didn't bother with Fong Qingwan flailing in the water. She turned and strode away, leaving Fong Qingwan calling for help. Help, help. Li Pingyan, I will never forgive you. Fong Qingwan screamed heart-wrenchingly. There were many who opposed her, but all were subdued by her force. Following her memory, Li Pingyan found the way home. She was soaking wet clothes clinging to her body, looking utterly disheveled, urgently wanting to change into dry clothes. Walking home, Li Pingyan briefly sorted out her thoughts. She had transmigrated into a timid girl whose parents had died, leaving only a young brother who was now studying at a private school. The siblings lived in the home of their uncle Li Chaoyong, where they were beaten and scolded for the slightest mistake. Over time, Li Pingyan had developed a timid, cowardly personality. Fortunately, before her parents died, they arranged a marriage for her Shun Juanha, the eldest son of the Shun family in the county. Shun Juanha was intelligent since childhood, became a scholar at a young age, and was a renowned talent. In addition, his uncle was a high official in the capital, so in this small county, he was even more sought after. But in Li Pingyan's eyes, this marriage was worse than none. Shun Juanha was a snob who had never looked at her with respect. The wedding was in a few days, which was why Fong Qingwan, who loved Shun Juanha, was so anxious. Arriving at her uncle's house, she looked at the stone lions flanking the gate. Unexpectedly, a mere county clerk's home was so imposing. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. Who is it at this late hour? The door opened, and Steward Liu appeared before her. I thought it was someone. So it's you, Jinx. Steward Liu was a distant relative of Aunt Liu Guizhi, and he had never looked at Li Pingyan with respect. Steward Liu looked Li Pingyan up and down with disdain. Seeing her soaked and disheveled, he sneered. Oh, Miss Pingyan, where have you been so late? Look at you, so dirty, disgusting. Our family is clean. Get out of here, clean yourself up before coming back. Don't dirty our doorstep. Bang! The door shut mercilessly. Li Pingyan knew the original host was timid, but she hadn't expected even the gatekeeper's steward would look down on her. Just as the door was about to close, Li Pingyan stuck her hand in the gap. Who said I'm dirty? Her low voice startled Steward Liu. When did Li Pingyan become so assertive? Who else but you, Jinx? Get out, get out. It's so late, Miss Cousin, better stay outside for the night. Clearly trying to make things difficult. The door was shut again. Li Pingyan looked at the closed door, then decisively raised her leg and kicked. Boom! The door was shattered by her kick. You say who is dirty? Li Pingyan grabbed the collar of that snobbish Steward Liu, lifted him, and asked word by word. Steward Liu, his eyes wide with terror, trembled uncontrollably as Li Pingyan held him by the scruff. He stared at the door, which had been kicked into a gaping hole. Yet he simply could not believe that the young lady, once subjected to endless scolding and abuse, had suddenly become so formidable. Let me go, Li Pingyan. Do you realize who I am? I serve the mistress herself. If you wretched girl dare lay a hand on me, I'll report to the mistress tomorrow and have you thrown out. Steward Liu struggled several times, but could not break free. How could the perpetually frail Li Pingyan possess such strength? Not yet understanding this world, Li Pingyan had no desire to be cast out onto the streets. She tightened her grip on the steward's collar. What did you say? Steward Liu sneered contemptuously. He had thought her bold, but she was still the same coward as before. He immediately straightened his back. You little bastard, let me go, and the mistress might still show mercy. Splash! Li Pingyan tossed the old man into the fish pond with one hand, not giving him a chance to struggle. She pressed his head down, submerging him completely. It had been a long time since anyone had called her a bastard. This man deserved to die. Your mouth is filthy, so let me wash it clean. Only then did Steward Liu panic, trying to cry for help, but swallowing water instead, flailing his arms helplessly. Help! Glub! Glub! Li Pingyan held his head underwater. Humph, only a lesson would make him obedient. Steward Liu thrashed at the water's surface, utterly unable to call for help. Counting the seconds at the 10th mark, Li Pingyan grabbed his hair and hauled him ashore. I'll ask you again, who is filthy? Who is a bastard? Steward Liu glared at her venomously. Li Pingyan, don't get too cocky, Glub. It seems you haven't learned enough. Seeing he showed no sign of remorse, Li Pingyan shoved him under the water again. At this critical moment, he still dared to be stubborn. This time she held him under for nearly 15 seconds, close to his limit. She pulled him up. Do you submit? Steward Liu gasped for air, hesitating for 3 seconds. Before he could recover, Li Pingyan dunked him again. Still hesitating. You haven't suffered enough. This time Steward Liu was truly terrified. He had barely taken a breath of fresh air before being submerged again, this time for 20 seconds. During those 20 seconds, Steward Liu genuinely thought he would die. He had no choice but to yield to her tyranny. She lifted his head out of the water, and before she could ask, he blurted out, I submit. I submit. I truly submit, young mistress. Spare me. Steward Liu had often made life difficult for Li Pingyan in the past. He never imagined that after stepping out for just a moment, she would return so formidable. If he didn't yield, he feared this young lady would actually drown him. If you dare block my way again, watch your miserable life. Yes, yes, young mistress, I dare not do it again. Li Pingyan flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. This time she would avenge the original Li Pingyan's death. Many servants had witnessed the scene through the crack in the door, astonished that the once arrogant steward Lu had been reduced to such a state. Li Pingyan swept her gaze across the onlookers, who all slammed their doors shut in fear. When had the young lady become so formidable? Seeing no one dare to obstruct her, she followed her memory to the most remote little courtyard. This was the dwelling place for her and her younger brother, their only sanctuary. However, the conditions were harsh and the surroundings were desolate. Since her brother was at the private school, only Li Pingyan remained in the courtyard. Back in her room, she picked out a slightly better white dress from among the faded clothes and finally changed out of her wet garments. Lying in bed, Li Pingyan felt aches all over her body, probably from the original owner's lack of exercise. She too felt weak today. Starting tomorrow, she would go out and train. Ding dong, the system is automatically repairing the host's body. In her sleep, Li Pingyan felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, and she slept soundly until dawn. Before Li Pingyan could wake, the door was kicked open. "Madam, it's the young lady. Last night, she must have been gallivanting with some wild man, not only disgracing our family, but also smashing the front gate and beating me like this." Lu Guizhi stared at the bruises on Steward Lu's face. Li Pingyan was rebelling, daring to lay hands on her people. "Li Pingyan, have you grown a leopard's heart?" Li Pingyan jolted awake, feeling full of energy and strength, as if she could never tire. She looked at the elegantly dressed Lu Guizhi. So this was her greedy aunt. "Tell me, where did you sneak off to last night? And you even broke the gate. You've got some nerve." Li Pingyan acted as if she hadn't heard, leisurely putting on her clothes and even sitting before the mirror to examine herself. She hadn't had a chance to look last night. The original Li Pingyan was strikingly beautiful, a classic great beauty. Li Pingyan nodded in satisfaction. Lu Guizhi was furious. "You've grown bold after a night out." Madame Su slapped her face. From behind Lu Guizhi stepped a stout, strong-looking old woman, clearly built for force. With Li Pingyan's frail frame, a few blows from her could be fatal. Madame Su walked up to Li Pingyan. "Young miss, forgive me." Slap, 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 slap. Several consecutive slaps echoed, and even Lu Guizhi was stunned. "Li Pingyan, how dare you defy my order?" To everyone's shock, the very Madame Su who had gone to slap was instead knocked to the ground, her face instantly red and swollen. Li Pingyan rubbed her wrist, looking at her hand in surprise. She felt her strength had increased today. "What if I do defy you? Who else wants a beating?" She stood proudly before the dressing mirror. If her aunt could speak to her properly, it would be fine, but instead she had come ready to strike. Li Pingyan was not one to be bullied. Lu Guizhi's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Li Pingyan. Guards! Guards! Seize the young lady. I'll see if she can turn the world upside down." Steward Lu signaled to the servants outside, who were holding clubs. They entered the room directly, giving Li Pingyan no chance to escape. "Let's see how she acts so arrogantly today." Li Pingyan calmly surveyed the servants encircling her, completely unimpressed. After all, she had once been surrounded by zombies whose intelligence was no less than these fools. Even though Li Pingyan's current strength, stamina, and agility were not what they used to be, her improved combat techniques were still etched in her mind. Coupled with her fighting experience, dealing with these small fry was more than enough. "Attack!" A dozen servants surged forward. Just as Steward Lu was smugly watching the scene before him, left him stunned. Li Pingyan weaved among the servants, and before anyone could see her move, they all collapsed to the ground. Not only had Steward Lu failed to react, but even Lu Guizhi, who had orchestrated this, stared in disbelief. "Brother Juanhe, it's right here. As Pingyan's best friend, I wouldn't lie to you. Li Pingyan has found someone else," Fang Qingwan declared with conviction. Footsteps approached from outside, growing nearer. Before even entering the door, Shin Juanhe roared furiously, "Li Pingyan, you've cuckolded me. Get out here." Li Pingyan felt a sharp pang in her heart, a dull ache. This was the original Li Pingyan's feeling. She was heartbroken. Li Pingyan soothed her heart. "Don't worry, he's just a scumbag. I'll definitely avenge you." Lu Guizhi, hearing from inside that it was Li Pingyan's fiancé Shin Juanhe, immediately put on a fawning smile. "Oh my, what wind has blown our esteemed young master Shin here." Lu Guizhi, still reeling from the shock of Li Pingyan's transformation, twisted her body as she went out to greet the visitors. Her wrinkled face burst into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. As Lu Guizhi stepped out, she saw Shin Juanhe scowling, leading a group of thugs into the yard. "Oh dear, what's the matter? Aunt, there's no need to cover for that little wretch. Since she's capable of such deeds, she clearly holds me in no regard. Li Pingyan, hand over your paramour, or don't blame me for being harsh. Shen Juan's face was cold. He had been looking for a fault to find with Li Pingyan, and now this woman had walked right into his trap. Hearing the commotion, Li Pingyan kicked aside the groaning servant on the ground and walked out gracefully. Shen Juanha was stunned at the sight of Li Pingyan. A sudden suffocating feeling struck him. He had been betrothed to her for 5 years, but had never realized her beauty could be so breathtaking. For a moment, Shen Juanha's gaze was filled with infatuation. Though her face was familiar, her aura had completely changed, an unrivaled presence that made his heart skip a beat and his throat tighten. What did you say, Mr. Shen? I didn't quite catch it. Li Pingyan stepped forward with an overwhelming presence. Even Fang Qingwan, who had witnessed her prowess before, stepped back in fear and hid behind Shen Juanha. I. Shen Juanha suddenly found himself unable to speak, unable to meet Li Pingyan's eyes. He unconsciously swallowed, then regained his composure. Li Pingyan hadn't returned to the mansion last night. Fang Qingwan claimed she had seen Li Pingyan meeting a man in the dead of night, so Shen Juanha had brought his men to confront her. Li Pingyan, how dare you cuckold me? Hand over your lover, or I won't be polite. TCH. Li Pingyan rolled her eyes and looked down at Fang Qingwan. Fang Qingwan, it seems yesterday's lesson hasn't taught you to remember. Li Pingyan crossed her arms and scrutinized Fang Qingwan. Fang Qingwan cowered behind Shen Juanha, whimpering, Brother Juanha, look at her. Tears welled in her eyes, a pitiful sight that greatly satisfied Shen Juanha's vanity. Don't be afraid, Sister Fang. Today I'll teach her a lesson. Lu Guizhi, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. What paramour? Mr. Shen, what on earth is going on? Lu Guizhi was still in the dark. She looked curiously at the thug Shen Juanha had brought, and at Fang Qingwan hiding behind him. Qingwan, tell me, what is this all about? Fang Qingwan was a distant relative of Lu Guizhi, who had watched her grow up. She knew Fang Qingwan had long admired Shen Juanha and was unhappy that Li Pingyan was about to marry him. But she never dared to lie to her. Aunt. Fang Qingwan, still trembling from falling into the lake last night, first glanced at the confident Li Pingyan, then whispered in Lu Guizhi's ear. Yesterday I invited Pingyan for a walk, but she secretly met a wild man in the middle of the night. When I tried to reason with her, she pushed me into Little North Lake in a rage. Boo-hoo, I'm so aggrieved. Lu Guizhi glared at Fang Qingwan. This wretched girl. Did she think Lu Guizhi didn't know her intentions? To go complaining to Shen Juanha, leaving no room for negotiation. Her husband was counting on the Shen family for support. If the marriage fell through, Lu Guizhi dared not think further. Mr. Shen, I think this must be a mistake. You know Pingyan has always been timid, afraid to even speak to men. How could she have met a man at night? Lu Guizhi forced a smile and pulled Li Pingyan, who had been watching the drama, over. Pingyan, look at what you've done. Apologize to Mr. Shen at once. Apologize? For what fault, Aunt? Lu Guizhi was taken aback. Indeed, an apology would be an admission of last night's events. Wouldn't that ruin the marriage? Just as Lu Guizhi was at a loss, Shen Juanha said, Aunt, don't worry. If Li Pingyan admits her mistake, the Shen family will still deliver everything promised to Uncle. All she has to do is hand over her paramour, and the headdress you love will be at your mansion today. Lu Guizhi's heart leaped with joy. She had coveted that expensive headdress for a long time, and now Mr. Shen was offering it so readily. Li Pingyan, what is the meaning of this? No wonder you came back so late last night. You were out doing such shameless things. Li Pingyan watched Lu Guizhi, whose face changed faster than a book. So they were all smiling tigers. Lu Guizhi beamed at Shen Juanha. Mr. Shen, I knew this little wretch was no good. If you hadn't told me, I'd still be in the dark. A woman like her who doesn't observe proper morals deserves to be drowned in a pig cage. Fang Qingwan stepped out from behind Shen Juanha, looking triumphantly at Li Pingyan. She thought she was so formidable. Let's see who has the last laugh. She had hidden something under Li Pingyan's pillow early that morning. She wanted to see how long Li Pingyan could keep up her bravado. If the evidence was solid, meeting a man in secret was a grave crime worthy of drowning in a pig cage. Fang Qingwan felt victory was near. Men's search. A group of men rushed into the room, tossing things about and turning the small room into chaos. Found it. A man pulled out a poem of longing from under the pillow. Li Pingyan had seen enough of the show. So they were framing her, trying to force her to death. Shun Juan's face darkened as he looked at the poem. Arrest her. Drown her in a pig cage. The men Shun Juanha brought were not cowards like Lu Guizhi's servants. They were at least trained fighters. Without proof you want to arrest me. Several burly thugs lunged at her, but they didn't even touch her clothes and fell to the ground. Li Pingyan, don't try to escape. That poem is evidence. Men, hurry up. This woman knows sorcery. We must drown her in a pig cage. Fang Qingyuan was anxious. She recalled Li Pingyan's strange fighting style that night. This time she absolutely couldn't let her escape. In ancient times, chastity was more precious than a woman's life, especially for a woman without parents or support. Li Pingyan looked at the cold faces around her and knew no one would back her up today. With swift footwork, she easily flipped several more burly thugs. Everyone was astonished by her skill. No one saw her strike, but every subtle movement left them at a disadvantage. What kind of martial art was this? They had never seen it before. When had the cowardly Pingyan learned to fight? All of you attack. If you can't catch her, I'll have you all drown in a pig cage. The thugs attacked with even more desperation, throwing themselves at her. Li Pingyan was beginning to feel the strain. Though her spirit was better today, her body couldn't keep up with her mind when facing so many thugs. She was exhausted. Kicking the last man away, she took out the Universal Jade token from the system's novice gift pack. Don't move. Who dares to move? The Jade token was carved with a lifelike phoenix, and above it was a large character, sacrifice. Shun Juan's eyes bulged at the sight of the Jade token. Staring at the exquisite piece, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. How could it be? Li Pingyan didn't expect the all-purpose Jade token to be so versatile, simple to use yet remarkably effective. Even the ignorant Lu Guizhi recognized this Jade token. It seemed its power was immense. It worked so well on its first use that even the previously arrogant and overbearing Fang Qingyuan was trembling in fear. Li Pingyan stood with one hand behind her back, holding a small, exquisite Jade token. With each step she advanced, Shun Juanha and his companions stumbled back a large step. The shock on their faces and the trembling of their bodies were unmistakably genuine. Li Pingyan effortlessly drove them to the doorway, and after observing the terrified thugs, she said expressionlessly, "From now on you are forbidden to set foot past this door. If I find out," Li Pingyan shook the jade in her hand, "you'll be in for a world of trouble." Yes, yes, yes. The crowd could only stare at the jade token in Li Pingyan's hand, inwardly rejoicing that they hadn't harmed this little ancestor. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of life and death. With a loud bang, Li Pingyan slammed the door shut. The people outside breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Li Pingyan. Just moments ago, she had also broken out in a cold sweat. Although the system had claimed it was an all-purpose jade token, Li Pingyan couldn't be sure just how versatile it was. However, the effect of today's trial left her very satisfied. Such a precious item must be hidden well and used only at critical moments. Li Pingyan quickly placed the all-purpose jade token close to her body, hanging it around her neck. Lest someone with ill intentions steal it, the loss would outweigh the gain. Meanwhile, Shun Juanha and his companions locked outside the door still hadn't recovered from the shock. Just now, what did I see? Among all, Shun Juanha was the most terrified. He slumped to the ground, slowly calming his trembling legs. As a newly appointed Shotsai scholar, he was most familiar with this jade token. This was the identity token of the Imperial Academy's libationer. How could it be in Li Pingyan's hands? Fang Qingyuan answered contemptuously that just now appeared to be the libationer's identity token. Could Li Pingyan's illicit lover be the Lord Libationer? Slap. Fang Qingyuan was directly slapped by someone. Brother Juanha, what are you doing? I was only speculating. Why did you hit me? Shun Juanha's eyes blazed with fury, as if he himself had been offended. I won't allow you to insult Mr. Xia. If I catch you again, I'll make sure you regret it. Fang Qingyuan covered her face, tears streaming down. Watching Shun Juanha's angry retreating figure, she sobbed loudly. Lu Guizhi also composed herself, realizing that this time they couldn't teach Li Pingyan a lesson. What are you crying for? This is all your fault. If Mr. Xia blames us, you'll be in for it. Oomph. Lu Guizhi turned and left with her people. At Li Pingyan's doorstep, only Fang Qingyuan remained sitting on the ground and weeping bitterly. Li Pingyan, I hate you. Just wait until I get a hold of you. I'll tear you apart. Humph. The courtyard finally fell silent. Through today's incident, Li Pingyan realized that in this ancient world, she could rely on no one but herself. Gazing at her freshly injured arm, Li Pingyan suddenly recalled the mud pills she had researched before. That was during the resource-scarce apocalypse when injuries lacked sufficient medicine, and she had created the mud pills herself. Using simple ingredients, she made life-saving pills. Their healing effects were no worse than high-end medicines in her destitute days. Li Pingyan had even made a fortune with these mud pills. After strolling around the small courtyard, surprisingly, she found several useful medicinal herbs. She threw the herbs into a pot, crushed, boiled, and rolled them into pills. When a steaming pill appeared in her palm, she suddenly heard a ding-dong sound. Ding-dong, congratulations, host, for unlocking alchemy. Note: due to the host's accidental self-enlightenment to maintain world balance, a book titled Inferior Alchemy is granted. Ding Dong reward luck 30. Ding Dong bonus reward 1 pill storage pouch. Li Pingyan stared in astonishment at the pitch-black pill in her palm. A pill. What she had often concocted before was actually a pill. In her other hand appeared a palm-sized storage pouch. This storage pouch could only store herbs and pills. It had 100 slots, each capable of infinite stacking. Whether herbs or pills once placed inside their potency could be preserved. This was indeed a good item. Li Pingyan's eyes gleamed as she carefully stored the pill pouch. The extra luck reward from the system was what pleased her most. This luck value could increase, as long as she refined new pills, her luck would grow. Finally, she looked at the tattered book. The legendary Inferior Alchemy book, upon opening, recorded the very pill Li Pingyan had just refined. The pill she had just made was called the Trauma Healing Pill, highly effective for external injuries, but it was only the lowest grade. Apart from her pill, the book also recorded other pill formulas. There were some conventional ones: Chi Gathering Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, Mind Nourishing Pill, Flesh Regeneration Pill, Water Essence Pill, Life Restoration Pill. And some unconventional ones: 9 Revolutions Beauty Pill, Yin Yang Purity Pill, Vajra Body Protection Pill, 7 Treasures Soul Revival Pill, 3 Flowers Jade Dew Pill. The pills were comprehensive, but the required herbs were hard to obtain. However, the Chi Gathering Pill was worth investigating. Li Pingyan sat on the ground and first used her homemade pill to treat her injured arm. The pill took effect quickly. The bruised areas soon healed. Li Pingyan nodded with satisfaction, dressed, and prepared to go out. She still had a system task to complete: owning a shop. Although her parents died early, they had left her a fair amount of property. However, these had long been taken over by her vampire-like uncle and aunt. In Li Pingyan's memory, there seemed to be a shop she could make use of. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, she finally found a box in the corner filled to the brim with indentured servitude contracts. Although the shop and the dock had been seized by her uncle and aunt, and all family property belonged to them, at least Li Pingyan still held the contracts of all the servants. This gave her some confidence. Taking out a few contracts, Li Pingyan set out. The ancient streets were more bustling than she had imagined. Although it was just a small county town, it was the only route to the capital and the closest county to the capital. So many merchant caravans passed through the main street. Following her memory, Li Pingyan arrived at the entrance of her family's shop. Qinxiang Tower. The name sounds quite cozy. Upon entering, she found the inn nearly empty of guests. The only table of customers were shaking their heads as they ate. The rice is undercooked. How can we eat this? The dishes are too bland. Let's go, we'll never come back. That table was clearly from out of town. Only outsiders unfamiliar with the situation would stumble in to eat. After entering, Li Pingyan searched for a long time, but couldn't find any waiter. It turned out the waiter was sleeping on the table, and the manager was counting on an abacus nearby, not even noticing Li Pingyan's entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Li Pingyan knocked on the table. The manager merely glanced up, then lowered his head to continue counting the abacus, saying weakly, "All the dishes are listed on the wall. Order whatever you like, guest." Li Pingyan's face turned cold. No wonder business was bad. The food was unpalatable, and the service was indifferent. "Are you blind? Look closely and see who I am." Only then did the manager look properly at Li Pingyan. What a surprise! It was the former young mistress. "Oh, if it isn't the Jinx. What business do you have here? Get out, go beg somewhere else." A mere manager dared to speak to her like that. "Who are you talking to?" Shopkeeper Chun was startled by Li Pingyan's sharp gaze, but then he thought, isn't Li Pingyan just a useless fool? Without the support of her parents, this shop still belonged to Li Xiaoyong and Lu Guizhi. As Lu Guizhi's right-hand man, Shopkeeper Chun looked down on Li Pingyan. I'm talking about you. To put it nicely, you're our young master. To put it bluntly, you're even worse than a beggar. The commotion woke the sleeping shop assistants who recognized Li Pingyan. However, Shopkeeper Chun had always been lawless, so the young master was no match for him. Young master, come here. A young assistant pulled Li Pingyan aside. Don't stoop to his level. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll have the kitchen prepare it. The young assistant Zhou Wei pulled Li Pingyan into a corner. Having been shown kindness by the young master's parents in his childhood, he still remembered it. Knowing the young master lived under others' roof and suffered, he pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket. I have these, young master. Please take them for now. Li Pingyan looked at the copper coins in his palm, then at the emaciated young assistant. He placed the few copper coins back into Zhou Wei's hand. I don't need this. Take it back. The shopkeeper, seeing Zhou Wei's secretive actions, flew into a rage. He roared curses. Zhou Wei, looks like you're itching for a beating again. Are you giving alms to a beggar? A few measly copper coins aren't even enough to fill our young master's teeth. Shopkeeper Chen knocked the coins from Zhou Wei's hand, and the few copper coins clattered into the corners. Go beg elsewhere. Who comes to their own home to beg? His words of contempt and insult directly trampled Li Pingyan's dignity. Shopkeeper Chen, isn't it? Shopkeeper Chen looked at Li Pingyan with disdain. What? Do you have any orders? Spit it out, or get lost. Don't dirty this place. Li Pingyan didn't care about Shopkeeper Chen's impatience. She smiled and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. I wouldn't call it an order. I just want you to identify something. What is this? Shopkeeper Chen glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh heavens, how did his indenture contract end up in Li Pingyan's hands? How did you get my indenture contract? You sold yourself to my family, so it's naturally here. Even if you act as Lu Guizhi's lackey, you should know who your true master is. Li Pingyan held up the indenture contract, knowing he wouldn't dare to do anything. Lu Guizhi threw you a bone, and you wag your tail at her. But remember, shopkeeper, the leash is in my hand. Even if Lu Guizhi gives you a bone, you can't escape my grasp. Chen Ping's heart fluttered. Then he quickly came to his senses. Even if his indenture contract was really in Li Pingyan's hands, so what? Wasn't Li Pingyan still as scared as a mouse before a cat when facing Lu Guizhi? In the end, the real power would still be in Lu Guizhi's hands. Even if the indenture contract was with Li Pingyan now, it was only temporary, since Li Pingyan was about to marry Shen Juanhe. Chen Ping thought it over and remained arrogant. Young master, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. Even if you have the contract, so what? Can you really sell me? Don't forget, I have your aunt Lu Guizhi backing me. If you dare to do anything to me, the matriarch of the family won't let you off. Just as expected. A disobedient dog remains disobedient. So Shopkeeper Chen insists on going against me. Chen Ping saw the coldness in Li Pingyan's eyes and inexplicably shuddered, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. When had the young lady become so imposing? It's not that I'm going against you, young master. Your holding my contract is useless. In the end, the matriarch will have the final say. Li Pingyan knew this old fox would never obey. She had hoped for a peaceful resolution, but circumstances didn't allow it. Her eyes darkened, and a cryptic smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Without warning, Li Pingyan grabbed Shopkeeper Chen by the collar, and with astonishing strength hauled the nearly 200-gene man from behind the counter. A disobedient dog, even with its master's leash on, still wags its tail to strangers. What a mongrel! Oh! Shopkeeper Chen was terrified out of his wits. He couldn't accept Li Pingyan's transformation. How had she gone from timid and submissive to this fierce and clawing demeanor? Why, young master, spare me. Li Pingyan produced a knife from somewhere and traced it along Shopkeeper Chen's greasy face. The man was so frightened he wet himself. The cold steel of the knife sent a chill straight from his tailbone to his crown. Bring me all the account books from the past few years. If even one is missing, you'll answer to me. Yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper Chen didn't know why Li Pingyan had changed so drastically, but his indenture contract was real, and so was the knife in her hand. This situation was getting troublesome. He needed to inform the matriarch as soon as possible. Rummaging through boxes, Li Pingyan stood behind the shopkeeper as he retrieved ledger after ledger from the corners. These account books were tattered and worn, not a single one intact. Li Pingyan was furious. This shopkeeper was useless. Why, young master, all the books are here. Could you move the knife aside? Get lost. Yes, yes, yes. The shopkeeper scrambled away in panic while Li Pingyan flipped through the recent ledgers. Young master, how could you let shopkeeper Chen go like that? He's definitely gone to report this. Li Pingyan skimmed through the accounts and spotted more than a dozen discrepancies in a single glance. I let him go precisely to report this. If she wanted to take back this shop, Lu Guizhi would eventually find out. Rather than letting Lu Guizhi prepare thoroughly, it was better to strike first and catch her off guard. Zhou Wei, right. Tell all the shop assistants to stop working and close the doors. I'm calling a meeting. Zhou Wei looked at the young master, who seemed to radiate light even while seated. His eyes sparkled. The young master seemed different today. Li Pingyan quickly scanned the ledgers from the past year, and by then the shop assistants had mostly gathered. This restaurant was not small, with about 30 employees in total. Among them, 17 were indentured servants, while the rest were temporary workers responsible for washing vegetables and dishes. I've called you all here today to inform you of one thing. From now on, I will be in full charge of this shop. A murmur rippled through the crowd. What's going on? Isn't that our useless young master? How can a fool manage a shop? That's right. Li Pingyan heard every whisper clearly, but paid them no heed. All those whose indenture contracts are with me must stay. As for the temporary workers, stay or leave. It's up to you. Unsurprisingly, Li Pingyan's reputation as a fool was too well known in this town. All the temporary workers chose to leave. Before they went, Li Pingyan gave them double their wages. Li Pingyan held up the indenture contracts. To the rest of you, I hope you understand who your true master is. Bang! The door was kicked open. I'm curious to know who the real owner of this shop is. Lu Guizhi was in a state of confusion and anxiety over Li Pingyan's strange behavior, never expecting to be turned the tables on by her that very morning. She was fuming in the room when Manager Chun from Tianxiang Tower happened to show up. Why are you not in the shop tending to the store at this hour? What do you want with me? Lu Guizhi's tiger-like eyes widened in anger. She had been looking for an outlet for her frustration when just then this Manager Chen arrived. Madam, save me. Save me, madam. The young mistress has stormed into the shop and insists I hand over the account books. She is coming for control. A shock rippled through Lu Guizhi's heart. She had yet to confront Li Pingyan about the morning's incident, and now by afternoon this wretched girl had already stirred up fresh trouble. How could Tianxiang Tower simply fall into her grasp if she desired it? Where is she now? She's in the shop. I can see she's truly intent on clawing power away from you. That little whore has grown bold as a bear with a leopard's courage. I want to see what tricks she has left. Let's go. Let's pay her a visit. Manager Chen secretly rejoiced. Having suffered so today, he was determined to demand a reward from the principal wife and raise his wages. Lu Guizhi, flanked by 2 household servants and following Manager Chen, marched majestically to Tianxiang Tower. The townsfolk all knew Lu Guizhi, and seeing her arrive and forced their curiosity piqued, they trailed behind her to the entrance of Tianxiang Tower. The moment she stepped inside, Lu Guizhi spotted Li Pingyan had dismissed over half her staff. She was livid. Li Pingyan, how dare you? Who gave you the authority to come to Tianxiang Tower? Li Pingyan turned calmly, surprised that Lu Guizhi had brought an audience this time. It's Auntie, what brings you here? You little slut, you dare ask why I came? Look at the mess you've made. With just a few words you've dismissed my staff? Have your brains been eaten by pigs? How dare you listen to a lowborn girl like her? Lu Guizhi's face flushed red with rage. The relentless blows were becoming too much to bear. Bystanders pointed and murmured, "Oh, so this is the insignificant nobody. Where did she find the courage to challenge her own aunt? Indeed, look at her puny frame. I bet she won't last a single round." Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Lu Guizhi was notorious for her ferocity. Though her husband held only a modest post as clerk in the county office, everyone knew his brother ran a thriving business. What a pity he died too soon, leaving these children to live under another's roof. All family businesses now managed by Lu Guizhi and Li Xiaoyang on their behalf. Lu Guizhi surveyed the handful of remaining staff. What are you waiting for? Come here at once. An obvious call to pick sides. The clerks glanced between Li Pingyan and Lu Guizhi, hesitant, but ultimately sided with Lu Guizhi. Li Pingyan showed no change in expression. Even if only Zhou Wei remained, she wore a smile. Hey, you fools. Zhou Wei roared in exasperation. The indenture contracts are all in the young mistress's hands. Don't lose your heads now. Zhou Wei's words awakened many. Those who had started walking toward Lu Guizhi drifted back to stand behind Li Pingyan, and years later they would all be grateful for that choice. Li Pingyan was genuinely surprised to see 4 or 5 people return to her side. She had expected not a single one to stay. Li Pingyan stopped struggling. In a month you'll be wed to Shen Juana. What use is this shop to you? Lu Guizhi was smug though furious that 4 or 5 still stood behind Li Pingyan. But the tide was turning. One cannot fight the current. Over 10 clerks had chosen Lu Guizhi plus her 2 household servants and the complaining manager Chen. 15 or 16 in all, more than enough to handle these few. Someone, drive your young mistress out. Don't let her stand there. She's defiling our place. Confident and certain of the outcome, a dozen or so immediately surrounded them, shoving and cursing at the clerks. You little bastards, I've hated your guts from the start. Get lost. Without warning, someone kicked Zhou Wei out the door. He tumbled onto his back, sprawled in the dirt. Ha ha ha. The onlookers, eager for drama, laughed mercilessly at his misfortune. The others outraged that brother Zhou, who had always been kind and gentle to them. Such treatment could barely contain themselves. Who are you insulting? Thud, thud, thud. The group erupted into a brawl. Li Pingyan's face darkened. She was a tiger, not a sick cat. Stop it. The crowd fell silent for a moment, looked up, and saw that nobody had shouted. They resumed punching with renewed fury. The area was chaos. They held Li Pingyan in no regard. A real pack of unruly mad dogs. Li Pingyan stepped forward. Wherever she moved, cries of pain erupted. Bodies flew in every direction. With simple, direct fighting techniques, she brought down a dozen men simultaneously. Her moves were clean and precise, striking vital points. They were merely brute strong men. Li Pingyan subdued them effortlessly. One strike after another fell. The air froze momentarily. Not a breath was drawn, and no one dared mock the nobody anymore. The visual impact was staggering. For a moment, they could not reconcile the young woman before them with the contemptuous nobody they had always despised. Only Li Pingyan and Lu Guizhi remained standing. Auntie's temper never changes. She never lets anyone finish speaking. Li Pingyan wiped her hands with a handkerchief and tossed it aside in distaste. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, Auntie claims this shop is yours. Would you dare accompany me to the county magistrate's office to verify? Even if Uncle is a county magistrate's clerk, he lacks the authority to alter household register records. Since their parents' passing, all shops, estates, fields, and docks should rightfully belong to Li Pingyan and her younger brother. Li Pingyan's question left Lu Guizhi speechless. This shop was left to my brother and me by our parents. When did it become Annie's? Lu Guizhi shuddered under Li Pingyan's piercing gaze, her mind in disarray. How had she forgotten about the small jade token Li Pingyan held? This morning Li Pingyan had produced a jade token bearing the authority of a Jijio, an esteemed official title, combined with her supernatural combat prowess. The shop unquestionably belonged to the 3 siblings. If this escalated publicly, Lu Guizhi would have no grounds to stand on. Furthermore, Li Pingyan cast the ledger before Lu Guizhi. Please explain why the income and taxes recorded here are so grossly mismatched. Last month actual receipts totaled 18,350 taels, yet only 5,800 reached the account. Where did the remaining 12,550 taels go? This, and last quarter, was even more outrageous. You embezzled nearly 2/3 of the funds. If the Ministry of Revenue were to learn of this, your husband's modest post as clerk would surely be lost. Lu Guizhi's eyes widened, her heart racing with panic. Her husband valued reputation above all. If Li Xiaoyang discovered her tax evasion, he would never forgive her. Li Pingyan, how about this? Why don't you manage the shop for now and hand it over to Annie whenever you grow weary of it? It seems Auntie hasn't understood my point. Li Pingyan cut her off directly. The reason I haven't asked about your other properties is because I still cherish our familial bond. But what do you mean manage on my behalf? What do you mean hand over? Auntie hasn't explained the tax evasion, yet already you covet my inheritance. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken threats. Lu Guizhi's face cycled through shock, anger, and helplessness. She had been completely outmaneuvered. Lu Guizhi was startled. The accounts in the ledger were so covertly made. How did Li Pingyan know she was evading taxes? Since Auntie is so reluctant to part with this Tianxiang pavilion, let's first pay a visit to the county government and explain the tax matters to the county magistrate. Li Pingyan grabbed Lu Guizhi's arm and started pulling her outside. Lu Guizhi became frightened. Her plump body trembled, and she hastily waved her hands. No, Pingyan, if you are interested in this shop, Auntie will not interfere. Forget about going to the county government. I'll leave right now, I'll take my people and leave. Lu Guizhi quickly broke free from Li Pingyan's grip and fled as if escaping. If it really came to a lawsuit, her husband would surely skin her alive. The situation had taken an earth-shattering turn. Watching Lu Guizhi flee in disarray, completely disregarding her dignity, the crowd erupted in uproar. The onlookers had originally thought that this useless fool would only end up crying when facing Lu Guizhi, but today an unexpected upset occurred. This is interesting, huh? It seems the Li family is about to undergo a change. Let's go mind our own business. The onlookers dispersed, leaving behind only the mess on the ground and the shop assistants who were overcome with regret. Young master, we were also deceived by others. Please give us another chance. Li Pingyan looked disdainfully at the clerks still lying on the ground moaning, but instead personally helped Zhou Wei up. You've been wrong today. Zhou Wei hadn't expected the young master to become so formidable. He scratched his head sheepishly. This is what I should do. The young master need not worry. Li Pingyan nodded. Composed and unassuming, he was indeed a talent. Then from now on you will be in charge. Zhou Wei was flattered. I can't, this really won't do. I don't know anything. Li Pingyan shot a glance. Let him teach you. Zhou Wei looked at shopkeeper Chun, who was cowering to the side. Could someone as selfish as shopkeeper Chun really teach? Shopkeeper Chun was also regretful now, but he still had confidence that worst he would be punished, and in a couple of days he would continue being the shopkeeper. Li Pingyan casually found a clean spot to sit down. He handed all the indenture contracts in his hand to Zhou Wei. Pick out the contracts of those few people. Li Pingyan pointed at the traders, at least a dozen people. In no time Zhou Wei had picked out all of them. As the saying goes, if you doubt someone, don't employ them. If you employ someone, don't doubt them. Since you few chose to follow Lu Guizhi, I won't keep you. Go find a slaver and sell them all off. Everyone was startled. Sell all 10 plus of them. Young master, spare us. Spare us. We will accept any punishment, but please don't sell us away. Those few had thought the young master would at most punish them, but they never expected he would directly sell them off. They knew that once sold to a slaver, there was no telling where they would be taken. They might be sent to mine coal or do hard labor. Either way, it would never be as easy and comfortable as working at the Tianxiang pavilion. The most regretful of all was shopkeeper Chun. If only he had shown Li Pingyan a better attitude earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Young master, I am still useful. I still have my uses. I know all the affairs of our shop and the basic situation of our competitors. Please have mercy and spare me. Li Pingyan had always had zero tolerance for such traitors. Especially now that she was a new official burning 3 fires. To establish her foothold, she must kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Zhou Wei also felt a bit reluctant. Young master, perhaps give them one more chance. Give them another chance. Another chance for what? A chance to betray me again. Seeing that Li Pingyan was determined, Zhou Wei stopped persuading. With tears in his eyes, he found a slaver and watched helplessly as his former colleagues were taken away. Shopkeeper Chun was kept. He still had other uses. Now the once bustling Tianxiang pavilion had become deserted. There were no more than 10 people in the entire room. Except for Zhou Wei, the others were all in a state of panic. After all, they had also betrayed the young master just now. If not for brother Zhou Wei's dissuasion, they would not have had the chance to repent and return. The colleagues who had been sold off were a cautionary tale for them. Now they stood before Li Pingyan, treading on thin ice, cautious and careful. Li Pingyan was satisfied with the effect. Although they were terrified, these few would not dare to betray her again. Selling a few people in exchange for a few loyal servants was a worthwhile deal. Since you have chosen to follow me, the rules of this Tianxiang pavilion need to be changed. Li Pingyan looked at them. From now on, I am the owner of this Tianxiang pavilion. After saying this, Li Pingyan unexpectedly heard ding-dong. Congratulations to the host for completing task 1 on a shop. Task reward: food recipe gift pack. Li Pingyan was stunned. The system's sudden voice startled her. She opened the task reward, and inside the food recipe gift pack was a malatang recipe. Li Pingyan was still worrying about how to renovate the Tianxiang Pavilion when the system pointed her direction. Opening the Malatang gift pack, it contained all the ingredient recipes and even equipment and stoves, but all these things required money to purchase. Li Pingyan was now penniless with no money to buy the ingredients. With a surge of excitement, she asked shopkeeper Chen how much money is in the counter now. To demonstrate his value, shopkeeper Chen quickly picked up the abacus. Because every month end we have to give money to madam, and now it's the beginning of the month, so there isn't much silver in the counter. Only 200 taels. 200 taels. Enough. One Malatang gift pack costs 50 taels, so 200 taels can buy 4 packs. She clicked to buy immediately and purchased 4 packs in one go. Since she didn't know the portion size of each pack, Li Pingyan spent all the money. Ding dong, please wait, the package is being delivered. Li Pingyan was curious. How would items purchased from the system be delivered? Unexpectedly, within just a minute, there was a knock on the door. Your package has arrived. Please receive it. Li Pingyan opened the door and saw 4 black-robed figures, each carrying a large package on their shoulders, standing at the shop entrance. Li Pingyan found them strange enough, but the people around seemed already accustomed to it. She quickly told Zhou Wei and the others to bring the packages inside. The packages were emanating cold air. It seemed to be cold chain transportation. She set the strange packages aside for now. Li Pingyan coughed awkwardly and continued what she had been saying. Since you have chosen to follow me, let me explain my rules. From now on, wages will be divided into base salary and commission. Besides a base salary of 10 taels, you will also receive commission. More work, more pay. As long as you work hard, you can earn more. It's even possible to exceed the base salary. Wow, that would be a full 20 taels. The clerks below whispered among themselves. Only now did they realize that staying was worth it. They knew that before they had only been paid 2 taels. This was a full 10-fold increase. Secondly, Pingyan continued, I will give you 4 days of leave each month in addition to marriage leave, bereavement leave, and annual leave. Even if you don't take the leave, I will pay you triple the wages. They had never heard of getting leave from work. Whenever they had matters, they had to ask for time off, and not only did they not get paid, but they were also deducted money. This change both improved their happiness and increased their income. All the clerks were somewhat incredulous. Third, gifts will be given during New Year festivals and birthdays. As long as you work hard and become the best clerk, you will also be eligible for a share of the restaurant's profits. A slap and then a sweet date. It was indeed a good way to win people over. Now the employees not only felt that staying was worth it, but even considered staying as the luckiest thing. Li Pingyan walked over to the packages and had someone open them. Inside were neatly arranged Malatang ingredients. Inside, everything was complete. Besides shrimp balls, fish balls, and beef balls, there were also pork, beef, lamb, bacon, loin, vermicelli, greens, and so on. A wide variety, all available. Li Pingyan felt that buying 4 portions had been excessive, or perhaps he should have purchased them one at a time. With so many ingredients, why not launch an opening grand sale? Although the vast restaurant had only 5 or 6 employees remaining, that was sufficient for making Malatang, which required such simple cooking skills. Li Pingyan first had his men carry these ingredients into the backyard and store them in the cold storage. Since they were hosting an opening grand sale, he needed to create publicity. And for Li Pingyan, who had neither power nor influence, advertising was itself an art. The tables and benches were already in place, requiring only a new signboard and a light tidying up. He delegated the cleaning duties to Zhou Wei, with manager Chen serving as his assistant. Li Pingyan led 2 people into the kitchen and taught them how to prepare Malatang from memory. The process wasn't difficult, and both learned it quickly. The sesame sauce dip was already prepared. After a busy day without eating, Li Pingyan asked the 2 head chefs to make each person a bowl of Malatang. Wow, what is this? What's it made of? As the Malatang was served, its aroma made everyone's mouths water. Though they had never seen such a dish before, they understood this would become their new way of serving food. They had eaten meatballs before, but never these special beef balls that burst with flavor. Although they had consumed pork and mutton before, dipping them in this sauce truly elevated the taste. Several people devoured their bowls in no time. Only the head chef could identify a few of the ingredients. The oddly shaped meatballs and unusual glass noodles amazed everyone, broadening their culinary horizons. Dipping them into the soulful sesame sauce was simply irresistible. Li Pingyan only took a few bites, but gave great credit to the system's creations. 50 taels of silver bought a complete set of malatang ingredients, enough for 100 people. Not only were the portions generous, but the taste was excellent too. In this ancient era, fast food probably didn't exist yet, and half self-service options like this were even rarer. While malatang could be easily copied, it was nearly impossible to surpass. Without the specific ingredients and sauce recipe, no one could recreate that delicious flavor or steal Li Pingyan's business. Everyone has finished already. How does it taste? The employees, still somewhat reserved in his presence, couldn't stop nodding in approval. Delicious. The preparation is simple and the flavor is outstanding. We'll surely make a fortune with this business. Seeing their approval, Li Pingyan finally felt at ease. Her greatest fear had been that ancient people wouldn't appreciate it. It seemed tastes hadn't changed much between eras. Then how much do you think a bowl should cost? Li Pingyan asked tentatively. At least 10-something taels of silver, I'd say. 10-something taels. I think we could sell it for 20 taels. After all, we've never seen meatballs like these before. This might even be something the emperor eats. 20 taels. I think that's pushing it. In our small county, who would spare 20 taels for a single meal? Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. This person had hit the nail on the head. Then what price do you think is appropriate? I think 5 taels would be about right. After everyone shared their opinions, Li Pingyan decided to ask Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei, what do you think? Zhou Wei scratched his head. I feel like any fixed price seems a bit off. As the young master mentioned, customers will select their own dishes. Would someone choosing a basin equal someone choosing a single bowl? Li Pingyan nodded. What do you suggest? I think we should differentiate. Otherwise, why not weigh it? Click. You've hit the nail on the head. Exactly, we'll weigh it. Li Pingyan couldn't afford to lose money, but he also needed to consider the economic situation of the county residents. We can source some vegetables ourselves and make noodles to replace the glass noodles, reducing costs. We can sell each portion for 1 tael of silver on average. Oh, wouldn't that be too low? Charging by section is the right approach. Those unfamiliar meatballs and meats can be priced higher, while other vegetables cheaper. This way, ordinary folks can afford it, and wealthy families won't find it inadequate. With a general direction established, Li Pingyan left with peace of mind. It was getting late, and on his way home, he passed by a herbal medicine shop. He went inside and browsed around, purchasing 5 sets of herbs needed for the inferior quality spirit-gathering pills. She wanted to see just how impressive that inferior alchemy manual really was. Today had been quite productive. Returning home with the herb bundles, the people in the courtyard looked at Li Pingyan as if he were the plague god himself. Word had spread about today's events at the shop, and everyone avoided him. Today this cousin Miss seemed like a completely different person. She had managed to anger the madams so badly and didn't even dare to fight back. Noticing the strange looks from others, Li Pingyan ignored them and appreciated the peace. Back in her small courtyard, she set up a small iron pot and dumped all the herbs inside, preparing to roll them into pills. Since this was her first time refining spirit-gathering pills, she couldn't control the heat properly and didn't understand the principles. The first batch burned. Li Pingyan wasn't discouraged, though she realized that controlling the fire was crucial for pill refinement. For the second batch, Li Pingyan carefully opened the small iron pot. The medicinal fragrance filled the air, and she thought it was ready, immediately removing the pot. But she hadn't expected the water inside to still be unevaporated, making it impossible to form the small pills. The second batch was ruined. She had bought 5 portions of herbs and had already wasted 2. When she got to the third portion, Li Pingyan focused with utmost concentration. This time she had to succeed. She monitored both the heat and whether the water had evaporated. With experience from the previous attempts, though not perfect this time, it worked. As the medicinal vapor rose, Li Pingyan bathed in it, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort as the mist penetrated her skin. From one pot, she obtained 5 spirit-gathering pills. When freshly made, they emitted a faint green glow that lasted a few seconds before fading. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successful refinement. Lower-grade, high-quality spirit-gathering pills earned you a +5 luck bonus. Keep it up, host. Li Pingyan joyfully discovered her luck had increased to 35. Li Pingyan was delighted and planned to use the remaining 2 herb portions to make more spirit-gathering pills tonight. She would press on with momentum. As if she had found her rhythm, the next 2 batches went smoothly, each better than the last. 3 pots yielded a total of 23 spirit-gathering pills. According to the inferior alchemy manual, spirit-gathering pills serve to concentrate spiritual energy, expand meridians, and enhance internal strength. Unsure about the internal strength claims, Li Pingyan tried one herself. The taste was bitter, but as it settled in her stomach, a warm current flowed through her limbs and meridians, creating a tingling sensation like a massage. Li Pingyan was lost in this pleasant state when suddenly someone crashed through the window. Startled, she looked up to see a figure covered in blood, barely breathing, collapsing into her room. "Me? Miss I finally found you." The person collapsed unconscious after speaking those words. Li Pingyan hurried forward, approaching cautiously, and only after confirming the man was truly unconscious did she help him up. It was then that she noticed a small rattle tucked against his chest. The rattle was shabby and tiny. Li Pingyan scoured her memory until finally it came to her. This had been one of her childhood toys. As for this man, Li Pingyan gazed at the unconscious figure before her. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with darkened skin, thick lips, stubbled with beard, a straight nose, and prominent brows over deep-set eyes. Huiyun. Could this be Elder Hua? No sooner had Li Pingyan identified him than the sound of heavy, clamorous footsteps echoed from outside. She quickly hid Huiyun in a corner. Li Pingyan hastily threw off her outer garment, pretending to have just risen from bed, and walked out to open the courtyard gate with an air of perfect normalcy. "Why are you knocking so loudly at this hour? Can't you see people are trying to sleep?" Word had already spread throughout the mansion that day. Li Pingyan was no longer the useless fool she had been, as she was now someone not to be trifled with. Even the matriarch of the household gave her a measure of respect, so these servants naturally dared not act rashly in her presence. "Cousin, have you seen any strange men enter the premises?" The moment Li Pingyan's expression hardened and her gaze turned sharp, the group of servants across from her immediately sensed the pressure radiating from her. "Do you suppose a strange man would appear in my chambers?" Her voice carried a dangerous edge that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. "No, miss, we are hunting for a fugitive. Hunting for a criminal, and you come to me. Do you take me for a hiding place for criminals?" Li Pingyan cast a cold glance over the group. Only the leader among them was a familiar servant of the estate. The other burly men were strangers, their origins utterly unknown to her. "Besides, what right do you have? Are you imperial soldiers or city guards? Searching private residences without warrant is illegal, and you come barging into my courtyard with such audacity. Don't you fear I'll report you?" "Calm yourself, cousin, please calm yourself. We did not mean." "If that's so, then why aren't you gone yet?" Yes, we're leaving right away." As she watched the group bickering their way out, Li Pingyan overheard the strangers exchanging discontented mutters. "It's just a woman. What's there to fear?" "Oh, brother, you have no idea. This woman has been possessed by something fierce lately. Rumor has it she even produced a Universal Jade token today." "Then let's be off quickly." "Don't provoke her." "Huh. Then let's hurry and go." Only when the sound of their footsteps had faded into the distance did Li Pingyan finally breathe a sigh of relief. Still fearing they might return, she lingered at the doorway for a while longer. Who would have thought such a small jade token bearing her identity could wield so much authority? Yet she wondered, who exactly was this Jijio? Back in the room, Li Pingyan dragged Elder Hua out. His body was covered from head to toe in wounds bearing the marks of some terrible ordeal. Elder Hua, wake up." She called out repeatedly, but received no response. She hastily retrieved the pills she had just refined that day. With Elder Hua suffering such grievous injuries, she wondered whether the chi-gathering pill would prove effective. Pinching a pill between her fingers, Li Pingyan gently placed it into his mouth. Soon after consuming the pill, Elder Hua's previously frail state showed marked improvement. His heartbeat grew stronger and more regular. As long as it worked, that was all that mattered. Instantly filled with confidence, Li Pingyan took out her storage pouch for pills and emptied its entire contents. Li Pingyan fed the pills to Elder Hua one after another. Given the severity of his injuries and her fear that he might not survive, she administered every last pill she had. The moment she placed the final pill into his mouth, he finally stirred. A faint groan escaped his lips as his body trembled violently, burning with fever. Could something go wrong? Li Pingyan looked at Huiyun's pained expression. She had taken one herself and experienced no adverse effects. Could she have given him too much? Would it kill him? Just as Li Pingyan fretted with anxiety, Huiyun suddenly opened his eyes. He felt as though his body were about to explode. Li Pingyan sat beside Hui Yun when suddenly a wave of intense heat surged toward her, knocking her to the ground. She stared in shock at Hui Yun, who appeared to be undergoing some kind of explosive transformation. What was happening? Hui Yun, wake up. Li Pingyan hurried to her feet. Looking at Hui Yun still lying on the bed, his pained expression gone, but his eyes still closed, she called out to him. Though not a physician, Li Pingyan possessed some knowledge of medical arts. She felt his strong, steady pulse and observed the wounds on his body gradually closing. It seemed his injuries were nearly healed. Yet she would still need to refine some yuan recovery pills. Listening to the persistent sounds of search parties outside, Li Pingyan frowned deeply. Although her recent behavior had indeed intimidated the servants, it had not yet reached the point of true terror. Those people could burst in at any moment. By the next day, Li Pingyan stepped out of her residence as though nothing were amiss. Today was the grand opening celebration of her shop, and she had to be present. Li Pingyan stretched lazily. A profit of 10,000 taels of silver. This was no small challenge. After accounting for capital labor costs and the numerous expenses associated with a new opening, she would need to earn 30,000 taels just to net 10,000. But the task reward was rather intriguing. An invisibility cloak. Could it work as in those tales of Harry Potter, granting the wearer the power to vanish from sight? Her eyes lit up at the prospect. She would have that invisibility cloak. Firecrackers and red silk ribbons had long been prepared. Tianxiang restaurant had quietly been renamed Pingyan Malatang, and the opening itself was remarkably modest. Only a few tables set up at the entrance and a newly hung signboard. By the time Li Pingyan arrived at the shop, the staff had already made all preparations. Move those vegetable selection stands to the entrance. Send someone to call out to the crowd. Today's grand opening special, anyone need only pay 1 tael of silver and may take as much as they wish to eat. Zhou Wei had been full of confidence, but upon hearing Li Pingyan's terms, doubt crept in. Young mistress, this way we're certain to incur losses. No one has ever sold food like this before. Even for a grand opening promotion, we shouldn't lose this much. Li Pingyan nodded. I understand your concerns. Just do as I say. With no choice but to comply, Zhou Wei proceeded accordingly, already bracing himself for total financial ruin. New shop opening. Enter and pay only 1 tael of silver. Eat your fill, choose whatever you like. Thanks to its prime location on the busy main street, the shop attracted numerous passers-by. Upon hearing that 1 tael of silver granted unlimited dining, everyone grew eager to partake. How isn't this the old Tianxiang restaurant? When did it become Pingyan Malatang? Just changed a couple days ago. Today's the grand opening. What good could 1 tael of silver possibly buy? Let's go in and see for ourselves. This county town served as a major thoroughfare to the capital, and traveling merchants passing through were often ravenous. The news that a shop offered all-you-can-eat dining for a single tael of silver spread rapidly, drawing crowds from every direction. In no time, the modest establishment was packed to capacity. Zhou Wei stared in astonishment at the sea of customers bustling about with all he was worth. In all the time he had worked at this shop, he had never witnessed such thriving business. Here comes your Malatang. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Fast food meant fast cooking, fast eating, and swift table turnover. Not a moment was wasted. From morning until night, there was not a moment's respite. What everyone had dismissed as an inferior establishment turned out to be a champion in disguise. A modest little Malatang shop had served over 800 guests in a single day, a feat that astonished not only the onlookers, but even the staff themselves, who could scarcely believe their eyes. As Li Pingyan's grand opening celebration continued in full swing, Lu Guizhi couldn't shake the growing unease after returning home. You said that little slut couldn't have gotten everything for nothing, right? She hadn't spent a single coin, yet she had conned away the Tianxiang Tower I had worked so hard to build, and in the end, I was the one left in the wrong. The more Lu Guizhi thought about it, the angrier she became. In the past, she had always been the one playing Li Pingyan like a fiddle. When had Li Pingyan suddenly become so clever? Mother, why demean yourself by confronting that wretched woman? She'll be married off within a month anyway, and once she wed, she'd have nothing to do with us anymore. You should be focusing your energies on securing your future son-in-law. Li Chuchu tugged her mother to sit before the vanity mirror. Tell me, mother, do I look beautiful today, eh? This exquisite jewelry set adorning Li Chuchu had been meticulously selected from the capital. Such rare treasures were beyond the reach of ordinary families, yet she had acquired them at a steep price. Lu Guizhi stood behind her daughter admiring how beautiful she looked. Only someone blessed by their ancestors could wed such a lovely daughter as mine. Mother, what do you think? Would this attire suit me for meeting Lord Zheng? Which Lord Zheng? Watching her daughter's shy demeanor, Lu Guizhi hesitated. Could it be Lord Zheng Chun from the capital? Indeed, only Lord Zheng would be worthy of such a daughter as myself. Lu Guizhi nodded with satisfaction, pleased that her daughter had such promise, unlike her own son, who spent his days indulging in drinking and debauchery. Go ahead, go ahead. In this attire you're sure to outshine all the others. Suddenly urgent knocking echoed from outside, disrupting Lu Guizhi's composure. What's the matter? What's the matter? Why the rush? Did you forget to reincarnate? Upon opening the door she discovered it was Manager Lu. What's so urgent? Madam Qingyan has arrived. Lu Qingyan is Manager Lu's own son, temporarily overseeing the dock on Lu Guizhi's behalf. He never came to the mansion under normal circumstances, so why was he here today? Had something happened at the dock? Watching Qingyan drenched in sweat, Lu Guizhi felt a dark foreboding stirring within her. Madam, it's terrible. Huiyun has escaped. A shock rippled through Lu Guizhi. She had feared precisely this. How could you have allowed him to break free? You know well the tremendous effort we invested in capturing him. Didn't I warn you? This man possesses formidable martial arts skills. And wasn't it my explicit order to keep drugging him with that mind-numbing brew until we extracted information on where the items were hidden? We kept administering the drug without fail, yet who could have anticipated he'd escape on his own? Where is he? Where did he run to? Panic flashed across Lu Guizhi's eyes. That Huiyun cannot be permitted to flee. So many of their secrets were known to him. Should he escape, the consequences would be grave and enduring. Where is he? Have you found him? Lu Qingyan stammered. We haven't located him yet, but we've got a lead. Then hurry and find him. As Lu Qingyan witnessed Lu Guizhi's fury, he continued. We tracked the trail of blood right into the mansion, and then it simply vanished. Lu Guizhi frowned, turning her gaze toward Lu Qingyan. Are you telling me that Huiyun actually made his way into the mansion? Yes, madam. Didn't you send people to thoroughly search the premises? We already conducted a full search only. Only what? The only place we haven't searched is the young Mrs. Quarters. Li Pingyan. That damned woman again. Every time Lu Guizhi mentioned Li Pingyan, her teeth gnashed in fury. That wretched creature was truly everywhere. Where is Li Pingyan now? Lu Guizhi demanded of Manager Lu, who stood to the side. Manager Lu felt a flicker of relief. According to reports, madam, she left early this morning and has not yet returned. Huiyun had been Li Pingyan's most trusted retainer all along, and the reason he'd endured such torture was surely out of devotion to his frail mistress. By the time we caught up with Huiyun, he'd already been poisoned by us. Without an antidote, the toxin will take effect soon. Combined with his severe injuries, I believe he won't survive long. Let's go to her courtyard and see where she's hiding him. Lu Guizhi led her retinue and forced straight to the door of Li Pingyan's quarters. Staring at the closed door, she still felt lingering fear, especially when recalling that jade tablet of accreditation Li Pingyan had produced last time. At the doorway, Lu Guizhi spotted a note affixed to the door bearing the words, "Enter at your own risk." Trivial tricks. Lu Guizhi tore the note from the door, crumpled it, and cast it aside. Does she think herself invincible just because she holds that jade tablet of accreditation? Break this door down. Lu Guizhi stepped back with her followers, and soon they began battering the door open. Bang! 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 On the bed, Huiyun lay burning with fever. He suddenly opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar room, the sounds of commotion drifting from outside, and alarm surged through him. This was the young Mrs. Chamber. He couldn't remain here. If Lu Guizhi discovered him, her suffering would only intensify. Trying to shift on the bed, he was stunned to find himself bound in layers of bandages, and a note was plastered above his head. Be good and stay still. If you move, you'll put your life in danger. Despite his immobilized state, hearing the relentless pounding on the door below, panic seized him, and he struggled against his bindings. The trembling bed dislodged the first note, revealing another beneath it. Disobeying me shows you don't trust me. Trust me, I would never let harm come to you. Staring blankly at the note, warmth spread through Huiyun's chest. The young miss had always been timid, shrinking further into herself after being placed under Lu Guizhi's care, which once made Huiyun question whether she could ever assume leadership. But reading those bold, resolute characters above him, an inexplicable confidence in Li Pingyan took root within him. With a final crash, the door was wrenched open. Lu Guizhi exhaled in relief, but the breath caught in her throat as a volley of needle-fine silver daggers came hurtling toward them. Aya! Though Lu Guizhi stood farther back, several needles still pierced her skin, red welts erupting instantly across her face. My face! My face! While Lu Guizhi suffered only a few wounds, the men at the forefront had been riddled through like porcupines. They writhed on the ground, scratching desperately as their bodies swelled rapidly before their eyes, crimson blooming across their skin like rising dough. Ouch, ouch, it's unbearably itchy. From somewhere nearby, a wooden arrow flew past its tip, bearing another message. One more step and you die. Lu Guizhi crumpled the note in fury. That filthy little whore dares to use hidden weapons against me. Such petty tricks won't frighten me. Search the room. I want to see what other secrets that slut is hiding. Lu Guizhi plucked the silver needles from her swollen face, her eyes blazing with rage. The welts throbbed and itched unbearably, yet she refused to retreat without getting her way. She would see through whatever tricks Li Pingyan thought she could pull. Huiyun lay in bed as instructed by Li Pingyan, but he remained vigilant about the situation outside. When he heard them break down the door, his body tensed. If they dared to burst in, he was prepared to die with them. Those outside, however, fared far worse. Lu Guizhi, fearing that Li Pingyan had set other traps, ordered men to clear the path ahead, while she stood amid a human shield, constantly shielding her face with her clothes, terrified that more silver needles might fly toward her. When everyone finally entered the courtyard with bated breath, they found it utterly empty, not a single soul in sight. Just as they exhaled in relief, a sudden click echoed, sending chills down their spines. Creak, bam. The door abruptly slammed shut for no apparent reason. Some of the timid ones shrieked in terror. You little brat, what are you yelling about? It's just the wind closing the door. Nothing to get worked up over. Li Pingyan's residence was exceedingly remote. This courtyard had seen deaths before, and no one was willing to live there. To torment Li Pingyan, Lu Guizhi deliberately assigned her timid relative to this cramped, isolated yard. Lu Guizhi stared at the worthless bunch. What are you all standing around for? Get searching. In front of the small yard stood a screen wall. Lu Guizhi eyed the white wall with unease, sensing something odd about it, but unable to pinpoint what. The tiny yard contained only 3 rooms. If Huiyun was truly hiding here, he had no chance of escape. Don't let Huiyun get away. He knows too many of our secrets. We must capture him at all costs. Yes, madam. Lu Qingyan led his men cautiously through the small yard. Just as someone approached the closed bedroom door, he began screaming. Fire! Fire! There's fire! A sudden blaze erupted on the man nearest the door, forcing him to roll desperately on the ground. The fire crackled against his flesh, and he howled in agony. When rolling failed to extinguish the flames, he scrambled to the water vat and plunged himself in. Lu Guizhi witnessed the entire scene. The man's clothes had spontaneously combusted before her eyes. She recoiled in fear. But the man's misfortune did not end there. As he jumped into the water vat, the water itself began to boil, and then flames burst forth from the surface. What is this? How can water burn? This is cursed. This yard is absolutely cursed. Hearing this, the timid guards glanced fearfully around the small courtyard. Not only the yard seemed haunted, but the young mistress had also been acting strangely lately. Could there be something unclean in this yard? What are you all gawking at? Save him. Only Lu Qingyan kept his wits. He never believed in ghosts or gods, and he rallied a few bold men to rescue their comrade, who was nearly reduced to ashes in the water vat. When they smashed the vat and dragged the man out, he was charred black, clinging to life by a thread. The spilled water spread like molten lava. Lu Guizhi and her men retreated in terror. Just as the man was about to breathe his last, a blood-red handprint appeared on the screen wall. Qingyan, when we came in, that handprint wasn't there. Alerted, everyone turned to look at the screen wall. The handprint was drenched in blood, still dripping. It had clearly appeared only moments ago. Yet everyone had been in the yard the whole time, and no one had seen anyone press a bloody handprint on that wall. Panic began to spread among the crowd, and even Lu Guizhi felt a chill. What are you afraid of? It's just a handprint. Maybe someone is playing a joke on us. Lu Guizhi's face darkened. She pointed you. Go knock on that door. I want to see if there's a ghost or a god inside. The man she pointed at shuffled forward trembling. None of them knew what lay inside that room, but ever since they arrived, strange occurrences had plagued them. Just as the thin, small man approached the door before his hand even touched it, someone behind him shouted, "Look, he's catching fire too." The man's clothes suddenly burst into flames as if someone had set them ablaze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they saw it clearly. A perfectly normal man with no sign of abnormality would spontaneously combust the moment he stepped closer to the door. "It's a ghost," someone cried, and the crowd retreated several meters. But Lu Qingyan blocked the entrance. What's there to fear? Maybe residual embers set his clothes on fire. Pull yourselves together. There are no ghosts in broad daylight. You there, put out the fire on him. Lu Qingyan pointed to several men who rushed forward with cloths to smother the flames. But inexplicably the fire grew fiercer. Take off your clothes. The fire won't go out. Despite their frantic efforts, the man was burned to a critical state, barely better than the one who had been incinerated. Look at the wall. Another bloody handprint appeared on the screen wall. A red imprint slowly materialized with a single drop of blood trickling down. This truly terrified everyone present. Now even Lu Qingyan's reassurances could not persuade anyone to take another step forward. Recalling the two notes from before, they realized with grim certainty that this was no human handiwork. Something unclean truly lurked in this yard. Brother Qingyan, let's retreat. Lu Qingyan narrowed his eyes, his fierce gaze fixed on the closed door. I'll go. He refused to believe that these strange events would keep happening. Lu Guizhi watched from behind, convinced that Li Pingyan was playing tricks. At first, as he drew closer, nothing happened. The closer Lu Qingyan got, the more tense everyone became. Finally, when he reached the spot where the previous man had stood, nothing occurred. He turned around triumphantly. See? Nothing at all. You're all just scaring yourselves. Lu Guizhi breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyan, your clothes are on fire too. Lu Qingyan looked down at the hem of his robe where a small flame had appeared and was rapidly climbing upward. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingyan slashed off the burning garment. Damn it. This is really cursed. Huiyan, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. With the fuel source removed, the flames quickly died out. But Lu Qingyan showed no sign of retreat. His face twisted with fury, he drew his blade and advanced. Lu Guizhi watched Lu Qingyan with satisfaction. He was a man she had personally groomed, bold and resourceful. He was just 4 or 5 steps from the door when he pulled out his sword, eyeing the door warily. Click! A tiny sound sent cold sweat streaming down Lu Qingyan's face. He dared not move a muscle, his body rigid. Only his eyes shifted downward, and he saw that he had stepped on a ring-like object. He carefully lifted his foot. Boom! Lu Qingyan was directly blasted away, and everyone was forced to retreat outside the courtyard. The others fared no better. The yard was filled with thick smoke, making them feel as if they were in a hellish experience. Ah, help! Don't kill me. You bitch, I'll take you down with me. Among them, the most clear-headed was probably Lu Guizhi, who stood at the periphery. Lu Guizhi felt dizzy after inhaling the gas, and many hallucinations appeared before her eyes. But the most striking was the large character, Retreat, that appeared out of nowhere on the shadow wall. This character struck directly into their hearts, seeping deep into their souls. They had already harbored thoughts of retreat, for no matter whether it was a demon or a ghost in the courtyard, it was beyond their capability to handle. Now, not only did everyone experience hallucinations, but their minds became confused, mistaking allies for enemies and slashing down with their blades. In an instant, screams continued incessantly. Lu Guizhi dragged her aching body and hurried out to call for help. If she didn't get someone to control the situation, she feared these people would die at the hands of their own. By the time the mess was cleaned up, it was already afternoon. Lu Guizhi lay alone on the bed, unable to bear recalling the horrific scene of the morning. The doctor prescribed several medicines, but the pustules on her face never subsided. The thick smoke inhaled today caused her head to ache as if splitting. Steward Lu, dragging his wounded body, came weeping to report to Lu Guizhi. Madam, this time our casualties are severe. How many people died? We brought 17 people in total, and now 13 are dead. The rest are all severely injured, and even Qingyan did not escape. Steward Lu wiped his tears as he spoke. His good son, because of capturing Huiyun, had his right hand blown off, and his face disfigured. How would he live in the future? And when Lu Guizhi heard this, she said, "How did so many people die?" Most of these people were killed by their companions. Just now, that haunted house. Oh, the young lady's room was like a battlefield. The survivors all said they saw someone about to harm them, so they had no choice but to strike. Lu Guizhi closed her eyes wearily. They had gone in force to arrest Huiyun, but before even seeing his shadow, they suffered heavy losses. The key point was that most of the casualties were inflicted by their own people, leaving her no opportunity to find a scapegoat. Bury the dead and give their families 10 taels of silver to settle the matter. Never let it reach the authorities. Yes. Lu Guizhi glanced at Steward Lu. As for Qingyan, let him rest first and recover from his injuries. I will not treat him unfairly in the future. Yes, madam. Because of today's bizarre events and the hallucinations caused by the smoke, not only did Lu Guizhi have a psychological shadow, but everyone in the mansion also dared not approach that remote little courtyard anymore. What frightened Lu Guizhi the most was the blood-red character "retreat" on the wall. That single word scared them out of their wits. Huiyun, lying on the bed, had been listening intently to the commotion outside. But he only heard incessant screams and a huge rumbling outside. The noise lasted for a long time. He was tied to the bed with gauze by Li Pingyan and dared not move, because he felt the heat in his body constantly fading, and as it faded, his internal energy actually increased. The increase in internal energy was what surprised him most. Huiyun's martial arts were superb, making him a model for the younger generation. But he had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time, and no matter how he trained, his internal energy never increased. He didn't know what miraculous medicine the young lady had used. Not only did it detoxify him and heal his injuries, but it also increased his internal energy. Now, at this critical period of increasing internal energy, Huiyun would not move a single inch unless necessary. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the internal energy circulating through his body, expanding his meridians again and again. Huiyun was in both pain and ecstasy. When Li Pingyan returned, she saw Huiyun trying to untie the bandages, having stopped feeling the expansion of internal energy. "You're awake." Huiyun heard the sound and looked up to see Li Pingyan returning with food. Young lady." As the bandages were not completely undone, Huiyun could only sit on the bed and greet her. "You must be hungry. Eat something first." She placed the food on the table, did not ask Huiyun what had happened, and went to clean up the mess in the courtyard. Seeing the damage in the courtyard, Li Pingyan snorted coldly. It seemed her aunt-in-law indeed had some skills. She had managed to get through here without being scared away. Truly bold. But they didn't know that if they had taken one more step forward, they would have successfully entered the room. Phew, that was close. She gathered all the messy things and returned to the room. Huiyun had already gotten up. Li Pingyan then took a serious look at him. Huiyun was tall and sturdy with dark skin, a handsome and imposing appearance, and a tough guy image. But what was most striking were his bright, sparkling eyes. These eyes injected life into his otherwise rigid image. "Well, I confess my guilt to you, young lady." Li Pingyan watched as Huiyun knelt on both knees, bowing straight to her. She found it strange. "What guilt do you have?" I failed to guard the property and the dock that the master left for you, young lady." "Property? Dock?" In Li Pingyan's memory, her father was indeed wealthy, mainly because he had a shrewd business mind. But she didn't know that her father had left her a dock. "A few days ago, my father and I were framed. We lost both of the large docks. Even the last dock was taken by Lu Guizhi." Again Lu Guizhi. "Yes. I managed to escape from prison with great difficulty. I originally wanted to see you for the last time, young lady, but instead you saved me." Huiyun said this, bowed his head, and kowtowed. "Huiyun thanks you, young lady, for saving my life. Li Pingyan personally helped Huiyun up. Since you call me young lady, it is only right that I save you." She remembered that Huiyun and his father Huaqitian had always followed her father and were his right-hand men. After her father died, Li Pingyan once met Huaqitian. At that time, Huaqitian wanted to take her away, but under Lu Guizhi's tyranny, she dared not resist and ultimately did not leave with him. "You've worked hard." Huiyun shook his head. "Not hard at all. If it weren't for you, young lady, I would have died long ago. Forget about protecting you, even my father. What Qitian? What happened to him? My father was also captured by Lu Guizhi, but I don't know where he is imprisoned. Why did Lu Guizhi imprison you and your father? Hui Yun's lips moved slightly, and finally, he said awkwardly. It's all because of the property. The dock was operated by the master for many years, and Lu Guizhi wanted it. But it was the only property left for you and your brother. My father naturally refused, so Lu Guizhi used a trick to capture us. Li Pingyan listened and said, You need not worry. Lu Guizhi can't harm your father for now. After all, her current urgent need is to seek my treatment. Hui Yun had already noticed that his young lady was no ordinary person. She could not only poison Lu Guizhi, but also cure him. May I ask what miraculous medicine the young lady used for me? Hui Yun's eyes gleamed. He had turned misfortune into fortune. His internal energy had been stuck at a bottleneck for 2 or 3 years, but after using the young lady's medicine, his internal energy increased by more than 20 years. Hui Yun was now 21 years old, but had the internal energy of a man in his 40s, making him a standout among the younger generation. Are you referring to this? Li Pingyan held the only remaining qi-gathering pill in her hand. Unexpectedly, it had an extraordinary effect on Hui Yun. Hui Yun smelled the familiar scent and quickly nodded. Yes, that's it. This is just a pill. It saved you by accident. Did you make this pill yourself, young lady? Li Pingyan nodded. A glint flashed in Hui Yun's eyes. He had originally wondered if he should come to find the young lady. After all, she had been timid and weak since childhood, unable to bear heavy burdens. Now, with his father captured and himself severely injured, he had planned to see her one last time and leave, but instead she saved him. He had originally doubted whether coming to the young lady was the right choice. After all, she had been timid and weak since childhood, unable to bear heavy burdens. Now, with his father captured and himself severely injured, he had planned to see her one last time and leave, but instead she saved him. Casually making a pill that could increase internal energy, which everyone would clamor for, and seeing the drastic change in the young lady's demeanor and temperament, Hui Yun felt an indescribable complexity. When Li Pingyan returned, she bought many herbs. The qi-gathering pill she gave to Hui Yun was only a low-grade one according to the book, Inferior Alchemy. She needed to practice more, and perhaps she could refine high-grade pills. Besides the herbs for the qi-gathering pill, she also bought herbs for the returning yuan pill. She set up a pot in the room ready to refine the returning yuan pill. Hui Yun squatted beside Li Pingyan. Now he had the chance to observe the courtyard. Today he lay on his bed listening to the continuous screams and moans from outside. Yet now the courtyard was filled with puddles of blood. Hui Yun turned to look at the calm Li Pingyan, refusing to believe she knew nothing of all this. It seemed the young miss had truly changed from before. Why are you standing? Sit closer. Following Li Pingyan's instruction, Hui Yun took a seat slightly behind her. Alchemy was typically kept secret, so it appeared the young miss trusted him deeply. Though Li Pingyan's alchemy technique was quite skilled, this was her first attempt at creating the Yuanhui pill, and she wasn't certain she could succeed on the first try. It was far more difficult than crafting the Jiyuan pill. The alchemy furnace exploded with a blast. Li Pingyan stepped back with practiced ease, watching the entire batch detonate as the herbs inside reduced to ash. Hui Yun had long been prepared for this. Pills that boost internal energy are hardly so easily refined. 3 pots exploded in succession, blackening Li Pingyan's face with soot. Hui Yun said anxiously, Young miss, perhaps you should rest before continuing. Li Pingyan shook her head. No need to rest. Although all 3 pots of pills exploded, the medicinal energy seeped through her skin into her body, greatly improving Li Pingyan's vitality. She once again tossed the herbs into the alchemy furnace in order, carefully controlling the timing and heat. Li Pingyan fully focused, daring not let her mind wander. When the medicinal energy rose and she caught its fragrance, her intuition told her this was the moment. She quickly removed the fire and opened the furnace, the energy instantly enveloping both Li Pingyan and Hui Yun. Hui Yun felt every pore in his body expand as medicinal power continuously flooded his run and do meridians. Hui Yun immediately sat cross-legged, knowing such opportunities are rare and precious, and as the medicinal power surged, his internal energy continuously circulated through his body. The system chimed, congratulating him on successfully refining a low-grade Yuanhui pill and awarding 5 luck points, urging him to keep up the good work. It was done. Li Pingyan was overjoyed, her luck value now reaching 40%. Yet she couldn't help but sigh that this batch had produced only a single pill. Hui Yun remained seated in meditation, clearly benefiting greatly from the experience. Taking advantage of the moment before he woke, Li Pingyan began refining 2 more batches. Both batches succeeded, though the yield of Yuanhui pills remained low and entirely of the lowest grade. With all the herbs exhausted, Li Pingyan had no choice but to switch to the herbs for Jiyuan pills. It wasn't until the next day, as dawn broke, that she finally depleted every last herb. Yet there was reason to celebrate. She had managed to refine a mid-grade Jiyuan pill. With practice comes mastery, and combined with her luck, producing a mid-grade pill was hardly surprising. The constant stream of medicinal energy kept Hui Yun in deep meditation until daylight. Only upon waking did he realize how extraordinary their young miss truly was. Simply sitting nearby and absorbing the medicinal energy from the alchemy process had been enough to open his run and do meridians. Once those meridians are open, any martial art becomes second nature, and among even the most talented individuals, only 1 in 10,000 can achieve this. Such rarity has earned them the title of Heaven's Chosen, yet opening the meridians through later cultivation is nothing short of an impossible dream. Hui Yun was already 21. Opening the meridians at such an advanced age was nothing short of a miracle among miracles. Thank you, young miss, for this gift. Overcome with emotion, he dropped to his knees, his resolve to follow his young miss growing ever stronger. Rise. Helping me for a day today is thanks enough. Li Pingyan couldn't fathom what benefit Hui Yun had gained, but she could guess he benefited greatly from this encounter. Yes. As they made their way to the Pingyan Malatang shop, he learned from her what had happened during this time. That Lu Guizhi is utterly despicable. Barely had the master and madam passed when they began scheming to seize your property. It's only because your temperament has grown less yielding that we were able to reclaim one shop. Arriving at the Pingyan Malatang shop, Hui Yun found it already open and running smoothly. To have wrested a shop from the grasping hands of the acid-tongued Lu Guizhi proved Li Pingyan possessed genuine capability. Though still and soft, opening a steady stream of merchants passed through. Most were travelers in a hurry, content with a filling meal rather than fine dining. The shop's grand opening special offered unlimited eating for just 1 tael of silver, and delighted merchants ate their fill without restraint. Your food is poisoned. I got diarrhea after eating it. Someone's going to die. While Li Pingyan was tallying supplies, she noticed trouble brewing outside. Let me go handle this. Hui Yun started to move, but Li Pingyan grabbed him. Wait, let's see who sent this person first. Li Pingyan and Hui Yun stayed hidden inside as the commotion outside grew louder. Ouch, ouch, my stomach hurts. You must have poisoned it, otherwise how could my stomach hurt so badly? Diners at Pingyan Malatang set down their chopsticks to watch curiously as Zhou Wei went out to handle the situation. Sir, you should understand. We don't prepare food here, we simply heat what you order. How could we possibly poison you? I don't care you poison me, I'm going to report this. While the disturbance outside escalated, Hui Yun noticed something suspicious about the situation. Young miss, these people are all hired hands. They're planning to cause trouble. Li Pingyan followed Hui Yun's gesture towards several figures shifting restlessly in the corners. If the instigator gave the word, they'd likely destroy her shop in an instant. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble. Bind them first, then discuss. Yes. The troublemaker clutched his stomach in apparent agony and collapsed. This was an attempted scam. Li Pingyan watched with keen interest, noticing several accomplices mixed in with the crowd. Oh no, he's dying. Pingyan Malatang killed someone. Killed someone. The crowd's hesitation turned to alarm. Zhou Wei worked to defuse the tension, sending someone to fetch a physician while having the man examined to determine if he was actually poisoned. Look there, Malatang clearly has a problem. The man's foaming at the mouth. See how he's convulsing? Who dare eat there now? No matter how good the food, you need to be alive to enjoy it. The man on the ground twitched briefly, then went completely still. Someone died from eating here, report to the authorities. Gag. Before they could react, Hui Yun silently dragged them all to the back courtyard. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan stepped outside. Without the instigators, the atmosphere eased considerably, and the crowd regained their composure. Quick, fetch a doctor. The man looks like he's really dying. Yes, don't want a murder case on our hands, that would be terrible. The customers spotted Li Pingyan and urged her, young miss, don't worry about the cost. Find a doctor for that man immediately. Li Pingyan shook her head gently. A doctor can't cure someone who's faking death. What? You say this man is faking his death? Everyone looked at Li Pingyan in disbelief, and Li Pingyan nodded. I don't need to call a doctor. I can cure him myself. Oh, you'd better not show off if you can't do it. He doesn't look like he's faking. Yes, let's wait for the doctor instead. There were many skeptics around. But Li Pingyan produced several silver needles from nowhere like a magician. If Lu Guizhi had been there, she would have despised those silver needles deeply. She had already consulted over a dozen doctors, yet not a single one could cure the abscess on her face. Li Pingyan squatted down and casually inserted several needles into the man's body without using any medicine. The man let out an "ah" and jumped up. "Ah, it hurts to death. It kills me." The pain was unbearable. When the man jumped up, he realized he was surrounded by a crowd of people. He then remembered what his employer had told him, to take a pill and pretend to be dead. But now he was coming back to life. Li Pingyan collected the silver needles. Since you've been exposed, why are you still pretending? Everyone saw that, right? This man was clearly faking his death to ruin our family's reputation. Please stand with us. Although there were hurried businessmen around, there were also quite a few regular customers. They found the spicy hot pot increasingly addictive, especially the soul dipping sauce, a flavor they had never tasted no matter how far they traveled across the land. Arrest him and take him to the authorities. We'll testify for you. Yes, arrest him. Without those troublemakers, most people were kind-hearted. Thank you all for testifying on my behalf. I, Li Pingyan, have no way to repay you except to give each of you a VIP card. Li Pingyan had asked Zhou Wei to make the VIP cards the day before. Although ancient times didn't have magnetic VIP cards, there was plenty of bamboo. Cards carved from these bamboos bore special Arabic numeral codes. To ancient people unfamiliar with Arabic numerals, this was merely a strange serial number. With this card, you can enjoy 5 free meals at our shop. For every 10 visits, you'll receive 1 additional free meal. Only valid for the cardholder. Nobody wanted to do something that benefited others, but got them nothing in return. Hearing that testifying would earn them a card, more and more people came forward. Zhou Wei led people to send these scammers to the county yamen. Meanwhile, Hui Yun in the backyard had long forced out who the mastermind was. Li Pingyan came to the backyard and looked at those stooges who had been beaten to a pulp. He silently mourned for 3 seconds, never expecting Hui Yun to be so ruthless. Miss, I found out. The other party is a young woman. She's currently waiting at a nearby restaurant for news from them. If you don't want to suffer, lead the way. These people were truly terrified of Hui Yun. Hui Yun's strikes were too brutal. Even if they teamed up, they couldn't match one of Hui Yun's fingers. Hero, spare our lives. Hero, spare us. We were only paid to do someone's bidding. If you want to find that woman, I will definitely guide you. Just like that, Li Pingyan effortlessly followed those few people to locate the mastermind's position. Li Pingyan arrived at the restaurant and spotted Fong Qingwan sitting inside through a window. Haha, Miss Fong, please try this fish. It's fresh and tender, a new dish created by this establishment. Zhou Yiming smiled sycophantically and placed a helping of fish into Fong Qingwan's bowl with his chopsticks. Fong Qingwan looked at the fish with disgust. She hated eating fish the most. If she didn't need something from Zhou Yiming, she would never waste time sitting here. I won't eat it. Young Master Zhou, you have it. Then Miss Fong, please try this tofu. It's tender and flavorful, quite unique. I don't eat tofu. Zhou Yiming checked the time. It's still early. Why doesn't Miss Fong go for a walk with me? Fong Qingwan rolled her eyes so hard. Was he blind? The sun was blazing outside. I won't go out. Fong Qingwan was furious. As long as she ruined Li Pingyan's shop, she would lose her backing. Then she'd see how she could compete with her. Zhou Yiming across from her was a notorious ruffian in the county town. Relying on his martial arts skills, he ruled the place like a king. If he weren't somewhat useful to her, Fong Qingwan would never have eaten with him here. Noticing Fong Qingwan's anxious expression, Zhou Yiming reassured her. Miss Fong, there's no need to worry. As long as we escalate this to the prefecture yamen, that Li Pingyan is finished. You should know my uncle is the chief clerk. When the time comes, whatever judgment Miss Fong desires will be carried out. Everything will be at your disposal. Hearing Zhou Yiming's words, Fong Qingwan finally felt relieved. That damned woman was an obstacle everywhere. Fang Qingwan wished she could kill her. I'd like to hear what judgment you have in mind. Fang Qingwan was startled. She turned around in a panic, never expecting Li Pingyan to be standing right behind her. Who the hell are you? You dare eavesdrop on me? Zhou Yiming was also portly and burly, standing over 1.80 m when he rose. His fierce appearance combined with his martial arts skills meant nobody in the county town dared to provoke him. Seeing Zhou Yiming by her side, Fang Qingwan felt reassured. She's the Li Pingyan I told you about. Zhou Yiming finally understood. Oh, so it's you little slut. Dare to bully Qingwan. I didn't expect you to have some ability actually finding your way here. Zhou Yiming looked at the little henchman who had guided them. You bastards have guts bringing people right to me. I'll make sure to kill you later. Zhou Yiming cracked his knuckles, and those henchmen were so frightened they almost fell to their knees. Brother Zhou, spare our lives. We were coerced too. This hero is simply too powerful, we're no match for him. Only then did Zhou Yiming notice someone unfamiliar following behind Li Pingyan. I was wondering who was backing this little slut, turns out it's you little bastard. Zhou Yiming mocked Huiyun. Look at your tiny frame, you can't even compete with one of my fingers. With such abilities, scram back to your mother's arms for milk. Ha ha. Zhou Yiming was about to pat Huiyun's head insultingly, but Huiyun dodged it. Hearing this man call her little slut and little bastard, relentlessly, Huiyun was at the peak of anger. But without Li Pingyan's command, Huiyun wouldn't make a move. But the fire was building inside him. Insulting himself was fine, but no one could insult the miss. Watch your language. Zhou Yiming spat on the ground. Oh, you've got a bit of a temper. I'll teach you to have a temper, I'll teach you. Zhou Yiming casually picked up a tree branch and swung it at Huiyun. But all of it was dodged by Huiyun. Fang Qingwan looked at Li Pingyan smugly. She had great faith in Zhou Yiming's martial prowess. After all, Zhou Yiming had been the county town's martial champion. Within 10 kilometers, no one could defeat Zhou Yiming. Moreover, even if this escalated to the county yamen, she wasn't afraid. They had their own people at the yamen. Fang Qingwan gave Zhou Yiming a nod. Since this little slut had come looking for trouble, she would make her suffer. She wouldn't leave alive. Li Pingyan, I advise you to surrender. Wouldn't it be better to just accept your position as the eldest cousin's daughter? You insist on competing with me. Even if you marry Brother Juanha, you won't be happy. Today I'll make you lose all your honor and reputation. Li Pingyan glanced at Fang Qingwan with disdain and nodded to Huiyun. It was time for this arrogant Zhou Yiming to learn that there's always someone better out there. Fang Qingwan, what do you rely on to ruin my reputation? Just these idiots. They're more than enough to deal with you. Just as Fang Qingwan was being so arrogant, Li Pingyan showed that eerie expression from that night again. Fang Qingwan had a shadow of fear in her heart, and immediately after she heard a scream behind her. Ah, a hero, spare my life. I'll never dare again. Ah, a hero, spare my life. I'll never dare again. Fang Qingwan turned around in panic, only to see that her pillar of support, Zhou Yiming, had been kicked into the air by that man. Then he fell heavily to the ground. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Cough, cough, cough. Uffed. The renowned martial arts champion, without even a half-move exchange, was beaten into a faceplant at the first encounter, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yiming was seen lying pitifully on the ground. Just moments ago, he had been wielding a twig to strike at Huiyun, who seemed unimpressive, but in the next second, he was kicked flying into the sky. After crashing to the ground, Zhou Yiming coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his entire robe red. Now he finally understood Huiyun's formidable power. Whom did you just call a little bastard? Zhou Yiming prostrated on the ground, backing away timidly. And no. Whom did you just call a little wench? I didn't. You didn't. Are you saying I misheard? Huiyun now exuded an overwhelming aura. One could tell at a glance he was a seasoned general. The fierce aura emanating from him was palpable even to the onlooking bystanders, let alone Zhou Yiming, whom Huiyun was directly facing. Hero. I misspoke. I was calling myself a little bastard and a little wench. It's like a family feud where the Dragon King's temple was flooded by the river. I failed to recognize my own kin. Hero, please forgive me for my ignorance. Huiyun's face darkened. If this matter had only involved him, he might have let it go. But they had repeatedly targeted Miss Li. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would never learn. I can spare you, but you have to leave one leg behind. A piercing scream echoed for miles. Fang Qingwan stared wide-eyed at the once arrogant Zhou Yiming. That scream struck straight into her heart. Zhou Yiming, now covered in blood, had his leg twisted into a grotesque shape, and he was in so much pain that he wet his pants. He had lost all dignity, utterly disgraceful to behold. Fang Qingwan stared intently and was dumbfounded. The Zhou Yiming she had thought powerful and influential was utterly insignificant in the face of absolute martial prowess. Then what about her, the instigator? At this thought, Fang Qingwan dropped to her knees and kowtowed, repeatedly begging for mercy. Ping! Ping'an, spare me. Spare me, Ping'an. She no longer cared about saving face. Seeing Hui Yun's ferocious demeanor, her life was what mattered. Li Ping'an watched Fang Qingwan trembling in fear and her utterly insincere repentance. She casually kicked aside the delicate Fang Qingwan. Spare you? When you framed me for poisoning and murder, did you ever think of sparing my life? Li Ping'an crouched down and pinched Fang Qingwan's face. A girl with such a fair and clean appearance, yet with a heart so filthy and vile. Fang Qingwan, I have spared you more than once or twice. With your shamelessness, do you think I will spare you today? Fang Qingwan then recalled Li Ping'an's previous ruthlessness and gritted her teeth. Ping'an, we are best friends and sisters. This time I was muddled. Please forgive me. At worst, I'll let you have brother Juanha. It seems you still haven't understood. Then I'll trouble you to take a trip. Fang Qingwan didn't understand at first, but when she saw Zhou Wei arriving with the government officers, she finally realized how ruthless Li Ping'an could be. Li Ping'an, you damned wretch. Even if you have no regard for old friendship, you should at least consider that I am your aunt's distant cousin. How dare you treat me like this? I will definitely tell Aunt Lu. She'll have you sold off. Sold to a brothel, sold to a coal yard. The government officers seemed to already know what had happened. Without further inquiry, they directly dragged Fang Qingwan and Zhou Yiming away. The street was crowded with onlookers, all pointing at Zhou Yiming. Isn't that the martial arts champion? How did he end up in such a miserable state? Indeed, he used to throw his weight around, but it turns out he's just a paper tiger. And that Miss Fang, a seemingly quiet young lady, how could she mix with such a despicable person? Who knows? I only know that this Miss Li Ping'an is not to be trifled with. Zhou Yiming kept groaning. He saw the officers as his saviors because the man before him was simply too formidable. He couldn't muster even a trace of defiance. Their martial prowess was on completely different levels. Not to mention retaliation, Zhou Yiming didn't even dare to think of resistance. Despite his fame, he was utterly outmatched. Save me, please save me. The officers never expected that fortunes would change so quickly, and today, it was the bully Zhou Yiming's turn. All right, Master Zhou, come with us. Several men lifted Zhou Yiming, and as they passed by Hui Yun, he couldn't help but shudder. Remember, if I ever hear of you bullying anyone again, it won't be just a leg, but your head. A chill ran down Zhou Yiming's spine straight to his brain. He didn't dare to resist in Hui Yun's presence, and could only nod with tears streaming down his face. Never, never again will I bully anyone. More and more onlookers gathered, and many recognized Li Ping'an. After all, the grand opening celebration of Ping'an's Spicy Hot Pot was in full swing, and Li Ping'an's reputation was growing. Hey, isn't that the owner of Ping'an's Spicy Hot Pot? Who knew the owner was so formidable? Isn't that right? That Zhou Yiming has been committing all sorts of evils, and because his uncle is the county magistrate's secretary, no one dared to touch him. But today someone finally taught him a lesson. If you ask me, that Miss Li is truly remarkable. Look at her business these past 2 days, and look at what she did today. She's a true heroine. Everyone cast admiring glances at Li Ping'an. Meanwhile, Hui Yun walked over to Li Ping'an. Miss. Hui Yun took out a clean handkerchief from his bosom, knelt beside Li Ping'an's hem, and gently wiped away the bloodstains that had accidentally splashed onto her. Miss, please stay away from such scum in the future, lest you be sullied. Everyone watched as Hui Yun personally escorted Li Ping'an away, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Who is that man? We've never seen him before. He defeated Zhou Yiming with one hand. He can't be a nobody. Indeed. With both witnesses and evidence this time, even though Zhou Yiming's uncle was the county secretary, the outcome couldn't be changed. But in the end, they were still given lenient sentences. Fang Qingwan was sentenced to 3 days in detention, and Zhou Yiming was sentenced to 5 days. On the way back, Hui Yun followed closely behind Li Ping'an. Make way, make way.
The street was instantly filled with soldiers who blocked the pedestrians on both sides, while a modest carriage slowly approached from the distance. Li Pingyan was shoved and stumbled, nearly falling, but was steadied by Hui Yun. What's happening up ahead? Why are there so many soldiers? Hui Yun, being tall, looked up and saw that the carriage in the distance, though modest, was made entirely of agarwood. A small piece of agarwood was worth a fortune, and even agarwood shavings were precious treasures. To use agarwood to build a carriage was beyond luxury. It must be the Imperial Academy Chancellor returning. The Imperial Academy Chancellor. Li Pingyan felt the name was familiar, yet she could not for the life of her recall where she had heard it. The Imperial Academy Chancellor was equivalent to the president of a university, and a national university at that. Even so, was it necessary to mobilize such a grand procession? They even had soldiers clearing the way. Seeing Li Pingyan's bewildered expression, Hui Yun began to explain. This chancellor is no ordinary man. He is the son of the Marquis of Anding Xie Kongping, and his mother is Princess Yonghajun Yurong. The emperor is his maternal uncle, and the crown prince is his cousin. Beyond these illustrious titles, the chancellor himself is exceptionally talented, a paragon of literati, the epitome of scholars across the land. His influence is so vast that even His Majesty treads carefully around him. Li Pingyan listened to Hui Yun's account in disbelief. Were they describing a man or a deity? No wonder the common folk lined the streets to welcome him. So he truly possessed genuine skill. Beyond all this, there is one more crucial reason. Li Pingyan turned to Hui Yun. That's not enough. There's even more. Yes. The Imperial Academy Chancellor Xie Xingji is the betrothed of the destined successor of the Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion. The name sounded grand and lofty. It must be formidable. What is that place? The Tianji Pavilion is less a place and more a celestial mountain. It lies at the intersection of three kingdoms, a realm beyond anyone's jurisdiction. Its inhabitants are shrouded in mystery, though no one knows its exact location. It is said that even the combined forces of the three kingdoms could not conquer it. Do not attempt to approach the Tianji Pavilion. All who enter never return. Li Pingyan furrowed her brows listening to Hui Yun's narration. She felt this was a cultivation world, yet here was such an enigmatic place as the Tianji Pavilion. So this Xie Xingji is their prospective son-in-law. Hui Yun smiled faintly. You could see it that way. So that's why his status is so unique. Exactly. With the confirmation, Li Pingyan grew even more curious about the man seated in the carriage of aloes wood. What extraordinary beauty and talent could make him the chosen son-in-law of the Tianji Pavilion? With so many soldiers, His Majesty must have come to greet him personally. Li Pingyan nodded. The surrounding commoners were also buzzing with gossip about Chancellor Xie in the carriage. She squeezed through the crowd. As the carriage passed, a gentle breeze lifted the gauze curtain, revealing a face of stunning beauty within. Li Pingyan stared in astonishment at that flawless visage, not a single angle marred. Her eyes widened in shock. The handsome man inside had crimson eyes. The vision vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the carriage had already faded into the distance. Having feasted her eyes, she prepared to head home. Starting tomorrow, Pingyan Malatang would officially open for business. Earning 10,000 taels of silver to complete the system task was still a long and arduous road. With Hui Yun accompanying her, Li Pingyan bought many more herbs before returning home. She had no intention of researching new pills for now. Even refining the returning yuan pill had already left her overwhelmed. She openly brought Hui Yun into the house. Through the day's interactions, Hui Yun could see the change in the young lady. She was no longer the timid, cowardly girl of before. Her current sharpness, her spirited and confident demeanor was a delightful surprise. Take this. Li Pingyan handed Hui Yun a pill. Without a second glance, he swallowed it directly. You just ate it like that. Is that the wrong way? Oh no, not at all. Since Hui Yun trusted her, Li Pingyan felt relieved. That pill was a returning yuan pill. Not only did it greatly enhance one's vital energy, but it also offered immense benefits to the body. Compared to the qi-gathering pill she had refined earlier, the returning yuan pill was 10 times more potent. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, Hui Yun immediately sat cross-legged. He knew this pill was the one the young lady had refined last night. The mere medicinal qi had already opened his conception and Governor Vessel's a testament to the pill's extraordinary power. Li Pingyan watched Hui Yun enter a meditative state and left him alone. She set up a small furnace intending to refine a few more batches of returning yuan pills to gain greater proficiency. Amidst the curling wisps of medicinal qi, all the pills she refined today were successful, yet none reached the mid-grade. Li Pingyan sat on the ground, her back sore and aching as she looked at the pile of pills. A wave of discouragement washed over her. All were low-grade. She clearly needed to practice more diligently. Thump, thump, thump. A soft knock came from outside. Li Pingyan would not have heard it if her ears and eyes had not become so sharp. See, cousin. The person knocking outside was drenched in cold sweat. He had lost a bet and was sent to summon Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan stood up and saw that Hui Yun was still in deep meditation. She closed the door knowing that even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare set foot in her courtyard now. What is it? What do you want? Li Pingyan went out and saw a young man standing nervously at the door, his cautious demeanor as if he had seen a ghost. It's the madam who requests your presence. Madam, what does she want with me for no reason? I'm not going. With a bang, Li Pingyan slammed the door shut. The servant, thoroughly rebuffed, dared not linger at the courtyard gate and slunk away in disgrace. Though no one knew the full details of what had happened in this courtyard, many people had indeed died in the mansion, and it was said their deaths were horrific. As a result, no one dared to approach this haunted house. Meanwhile, Lu Guizhi was writhing on her bed. The lumps from the silver needles had swollen enormously, and she had scratched several open, leaving pus and fluid all over the bed and bedding. When Li Chaoyang returned home, this was the scene that greeted him. What in the world is going on? Li Chaoyang bellowed at the servants. It turned out that not only Lu Guizhi, but also Steward Lu was covered in pus-filled boils of all sizes. Were you stung by wasps? What has happened in this house? Li Chaoyang served as a registrar in the county yamen. Though his position was lowly and his words carried little weight, he still aspired to rise higher. He had just hosted the county magistrate for dinner, and upon returning home to this mess, he was furious. It was from going to the cousin's courtyard and being pricked. Cousin, Li Pingyan. Yes. Steward Lu answered deferentially, his eyes lowered. That coward. You let a coward bully you like this. Please, master, seek justice for us. Li Chaoyang was well aware of how Li Pingyan had been treated in their household, and he had turned a blind eye to his wife Lu Guizhi's actions. After all the wealth and luxury he now enjoyed had all been seized from his younger brother. As for this niece, marrying her off would solve everything. Didn't you send someone to fetch Li Pingyan? I did, of course I did. But the cousin? She refused to come. Li Chaoyang looked at his wife Lu Guizhi's face and body covered in boils, then at Steward Lu. His face darkened with rage. Just one wretched girl, and you can't handle her. What use are you to me? Led by Li Chaoyang, a large group marched to Li Pingyan's door. Bang, bang, bang. Li Pingyan had just returned to sit down when she heard the knocking. Li Pingyan, come out here. You've grown bold, daring to bully your aunt. Get out here right now. Hui Yun was still in meditation. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow and finally went out. Creak. The door opened. The servants all retreated 3 meters away, leaving only Li Chaoyang standing at the entrance. Uncle, what business do you have with me at this late hour? What poison did your aunt get? And you still have the nerve to ask. What medicine did you give her? Hand over the antidote honestly, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Pingyan watched her uncle's ferocious expression. No wonder the original owner was bullied in this courtyard. Even her closest uncle didn't treat her well, let alone the others. Uncle, why are you shifting the blame? When did I ever poison aunt? Who can prove I gave her poison? Li Pingyan looked at the servants who were keeping their distance. Can you prove it? The servants backed away in fear. No, no, no. Or can you? She turned to the other side, where people also waved their hands in refusal. No, no. Although they didn't know what had happened in the courtyard earlier from the tragic state of the dead and the terrified expressions of the survivors, they could tell something major had occurred there today. They also knew in their hearts that they absolutely must not offend Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan spread her hands and shrugged. Uncle, you see, it wasn't me. You? Just now Butler Lu and the others had indeed pointed the finger at Li Pingyan, but these people. Even if it wasn't you, get out of here. Your aunt is sick. How can you stay here enjoying yourself? Go attend to your aunt. Li Pingyan stared at Li Chaoyang. Seeing Li Pingyan's eerie expression, Li Chaoyang suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Uncle, are you sure aunt wants me to attend to her? Li Chaoyang's heart skipped a beat. When had his cowardly niece ever possessed such an imposing aura? As Li Pingyan walked out of the room, Li Chaoyang kept stepping back, not understanding why he was afraid of this worthless niece. She certainly wants you to attend to her. Li Chaoyang, ignoring the strange looks from the other servants, said, "Then wait a moment, uncle, I'll go right away." Seeing that Li Pingyan was being obedient, Li Chaoyang left. He needed to hurry and find a doctor. The sight of Lu Guizhi's scratched face had alarmed him. Night had fallen. The servants, terrified, dared not linger at the courtyard gate after Li Chaoyang left and scattered in all directions. When Li Pingyan stepped out of the room, they avoided her as if she were a plague. Holding acupuncture needles, Li Pingyan arrived at Lu Guizhi's room. Before entering, she heard heart-wrenching screams. "Ah, so itchy, so itchy. Who will save me? Boo-hoo, who will save me?" Lu Guizhi's daughter Li Chuchu stood by with her arms crossed. Mother was fine during the day, how did she get so many welts at night? Su Mama wiped her tears and said, "It's all because of that little bitch Li Pingyan. If it weren't for her, the mistress wouldn't be suffering so much." Su Mama tattled to Li Chuchu. "I knew that wretched woman was up to no good. Which eye of yours saw me make aunt break out in welts?" Li Pingyan walked in from outside wearing a thin single-layer garment and holding a small tray with over 100 acupuncture needles arranged on it. These needles were ordinary acupuncture needles lined up from thick to thin. "Who let you in?" Li Chuchu fumed at the sight of Li Pingyan. Since childhood, Li Chuchu had been comparing her beauty with Li Pingyan's. When Li Pingyan's parents were still alive, she was not only beautiful, but also had a gentle temperament. Everyone who met her praised her. In the end, Li Chuchu was like a clown, merely a foil to Li Pingyan. Now that Li Pingyan's parents were dead, and she was living under their roof, Li Chuchu could openly degrade her. She made her wear servants' clothes, fed her coarse food, withheld her cosmetics, and slapped her face at the slightest mistake. This had turned Li Pingyan into a coward, always hunched over with her head down, never daring to speak loudly. Even if she was naturally pretty, what did it matter? She was still under Li Chuchu's thumb. "What are you here for? Who told you to come in?" Li Pingyan stood tall, scrutinizing the young girl. Such a young age, but such a temper. Underbite, mismatched eyes, flat nose, and a face shaped like a shoehorn. No wonder she lacked confidence, always tormenting Li Pingyan. Ugly as she was, she still aimed to marry above her station. Did she need to look in a mirror? "You must be Li Chuchu." Seeing Li Pingyan's arrogance, Li Chuchu's eyes blazed with fury. Looking at Li Pingyan, radiant even without makeup, elegant despite her coarse clothes, and with a figure that had recently gained some grace, Li Chuchu knew she had lost the moment they met. She truly wanted to scratch that beautiful face and have someone break that woman's spine. No one could outshine her in her presence. She would slap her face. She raised her hand, ready to strike. "Cousin, have I done something wrong to warrant such violence?" Li Pingyan caught Li Chuchu's wrist. This woman was really brainless, attacking without a word. "Li Pingyan, you damn slut. Who told you to come? Who let you wear this dress? You should grovel before me. Kneel and lower your head if you want to avoid punishment." Li Pingyan let out a contemptuous laugh. "Cousin, you have a lot of nerve, but little sense. You have no real skill, yet you want to squawk like a duck. I suggest you save your energy, or I won't be nice." Li Chuchu was already furious that Li Pingyan had grabbed her hand. She never expected this woman to not only grow bold, but also talk back to her. "You little bitch, let go of me. If you don't, I'll sell you to a brothel. Aren't you trying to seduce men? I'll sell you to a brothel and make you a whore used by 1,000 men." Li Pingyan's expression remained unchanged. She simply found the woman too noisy and vulgar. "Watch your mouth." She tightened her grip on Li Chuchu's hand, causing her to wince in pain. "You little slut, let go. You're hurting me." Li Pingyan controlled Li Chuchu with just one hand, watching her struggle helplessly. No matter how hard Li Chuchu tried to pry her fingers away, Li Pingyan remained unmoved. "Let me go." Li Chuchu's voice was hoarse from screaming, her face flushed with pain, tears streaming down. "You little bitch, let me go. Let go." Li Pingyan's hand was like a vice, unyielding no matter how Li Chuchu struggled. Su Mama, are you blind? Make her let go. It hurts so much." Li Chuchu burst into tears, losing all composure. Su Mama was not one to be trifled with. "Let go of the young miss." She grabbed a whip and swung it straight at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan looked at this absurd pair. "Fine, since you asked, I'll let go then." Slap. Aunt. Li Chuchu covered her face where a bloody welt from the whip had appeared. Aunt. Li Chuchu covered her face, which now bore a bloody mark from the whip. Bang! Li Chuchu came crashing to the ground. Moments earlier Li Pingyan had been holding on to her, but as Li Chuchu struggled fiercely, Li Pingyan suddenly released her grip, and Li Chuchu was thrown clear. Ow! Ow! Another round of wailing and howling rang out. Li Chuchu lay sprawled on the ground, unsure which part of her body to cover first. Her face throbbed with pain, and so did every inch of her body. Mrs. Su, how dare you strike my face? I'm disfigured. Wah! Li Pingyan watched Li Chuchu reap what she had sown, and as the ear-piercing wails assaulted her, she pressed a hand to her ear in discomfort. So pretentious. Within the room, Lu Guizhi rolled about in agony, letting out blood-curdling screams. Outside, Li Chuchu clutched her face and wept bitterly. It was nothing short of a symphony, the very tableau that greeted Li Xiaoyang upon his arrival. Cease your weeping. Anyone would think you're mourning at a funeral. Silence, all of you. Spotting her father, Li Chuchu ran toward him in tears. Father, you must uphold justice for me. Look at my face, all ruined by that Li Pingyan. How am I meant to live like this? Li Chuchu remained unmarried, too prideful to accept any suitor of lesser standing, yet never desirable enough to catch the eye of those above, forever grasping at higher branches. But her looks were scarcely flattering. What wealthy young master would cast a favorable glance her way? What in the world is the meaning of this? Li Xiaoyang then noticed the gory red mark across Li Chuchu's face. It had been inflicted by a leather whip, and her delicate facial skin had already begun to ooze blood. That Li Pingyan came in and immediately tried to strike me. Just look at what she's done. Li Pingyan listened to Li Chuchu's skillful attempt to shift blame, finding her every bit as adept at it as Lu Guizhi. Li Pingyan, you have surpassed all bounds. Kneel this instant. There was no way Li Pingyan would kneel. She stood her ground, looking down upon the Li father and daughter. You? Just as Li Xiaoyang moved to strike this rebellious daughter, the elderly gentleman beside him stayed his hand. Honorable Magistrate Li, pray stay your hand. It transpired that this was the imperial physician Li Xiaoyang had personally invited, an octogenarian who had retired to his hometown many years past, and was celebrated as a renowned healer throughout the region. Mr. He. Even the county magistrate accorded this venerable doctor a measure of deference, let alone Li Xiaoyang, who held merely the rank of registrar within the county yamen. Come, young maiden, show me what you hold in your hand. Li Pingyan approached the old man and set the silver needles from her palm before him. They are merely ordinary silver needles. The old gentleman, being no stranger to such matters, remarked, Oh, these silver needles of yours are quite fine. Pray, what do you use them for? Acupuncture. Oh, a young lady such as yourself actually understands the art of acupuncture. I possess but a modest familiarity with it. He Tianhua regarded Li Pingyan. Though young, the girl carried herself with extraordinary bearing. He had witnessed the preceding events and knew those strikes could not have emanated from her slight frame. The whip had been wielded by that woman. Moreover, the force and angle of those blows were entirely inconsistent with what a girl of her stature could produce. Every household harbors its own troubles, yet this young girl clearly possessed remarkable talent. Might I purchase these silver needles from you? Li Pingyan glanced at the silver needles, which appeared utterly ordinary. If you desire them, old sir, they are yours for the taking. He Tianhua accepted the needles with both hands, examining them with care, lifting them to his nose to scent them repeatedly. These needles had been anointed with some medicinal preparation, and from the fragrance alone, he could tell it was a premier wound-healing salve. Despite decades of service in the imperial court, he could not identify the exact herb used. If there is nothing else, uncle, I shall take my leave. Li Pingyan had no design on Lu Guizhi's life. She merely wished to deliver a warning. Not everyone is within her power to bully. And indeed, these silver needles had been coated with an antidote, one that any competent practitioner could recognize. There was nothing more for her to do here. She truly should be on her way. Hey, you. Li Xiaoyang watched Li Pingyan turn and walk away, seething at her lack of propriety. Were it not for Mr. He's presence today, he would have made her pay dearly. Mr. He, after you. Cradling the silver needles, He Tianhua entered the chamber, and the moment he crossed the threshold, he was staggered by the scene that unfolded before him. The woman upon the bed was covered from head to toe in blood, and gore, her face and body scratched into weeping ridges, while bumps swelled in dense layers across her flesh, resembling a toad at a glance. How could a needle be so venomous? He Tianhua had someone restrain Lu Guizhi as he stepped forward to inspect her wounds. Beside Lu Guizhi, several other survivors bore dense clusters of welts and bumps across their bodies. All of them had been struck by the same poison, a venom of such ferocity that in all his decades of medical practice, He Tianhua had never encountered its like. As He Tianhua took their pulses, he shook his head. "Mister, surely you cannot be without a remedy." Li Xiaoyang was ignorant of the full sequence of events. He only knew that Lu Guizhi and the servants had ventured into Li Pingyan's room and returned in this dire state. "It is all the work of that slut Li Pingyan. I shall make her regret it." Upon hearing Li Xiaoyang mention Li Pingyan, a sudden flash of inspiration struck He Tianhua. Those silver needles. Yes, the medicinal coating upon those needles was precisely the counteragent for these poisons. Though he could not name the poison or the antidote, he certainly possessed the professional skill to identify an antidote when presented with one. "Bring me those silver needles at once." Li Xiaoyang watched in astonishment as the elderly physician took the silver needles Li Pingyan had provided and punctured the boils upon Lu Guizhi's body. After squeezing forth the pus, the afflicted area miraculously ceased to itch. Having treated Lu Guizhi elder, he proceeded to lance the boils of all the remaining afflicted. The antidote proved extraordinarily effective, and after a day of torment the sufferers finally sank into peaceful slumber. Elder, he carefully stowed away the remaining silver needles. He intended to study them upon his return and discern what miraculous formulation they contained. "Your miraculous healing has wrought a cure, Elder Dr. He. We are forever in your debt." "Mister," he shook his head, "your household is full of talent. Even without me, the madam would have recovered." Li Xiaoyang offered a strained smile. Dr. He was subtly implying that his appointment of personnel had been misguided. He himself had seen that the antidote resided in those very silver needles Li Pingyan had supplied. At this realization, Li Xiaoyang ground his teeth in hatred. This was all orchestrated by Li Pingyan. Otherwise, how could she possibly have possessed the antidote? "I must also entreat Mr. He to treat my daughter's face." Securing the attendance of an imperial physician was no easy feat. Today, Dr. He had only consented to come upon learning of a novel case. Were it not for that, not even 100 taels of silver would have drawn him here. After prescribing a remedy for Li Chuchu elder, he packed his medical chest and departed. "You ungrateful wretch. After your parents died, you ate and drank at our expense, yet you still turned against us. Come out, you little bitch." Huiyun, who was in meditation, showed no reaction at all. Li Pingyan feared that they would barge in and disturb his meditation, so she went out directly. She didn't understand ancient martial arts, but all the shows on TV depicted the risk of chi deviation. If Huiyun were to suffer from chi deviation, the consequences would be disastrous. After putting on her clothes again, she went out and opened the door. Good heavens, it seemed the entire courtyard had gathered. Li Pingyan looked at the supersized crowd of no less than 100 people, which included not only sturdy men, but also frail women. At the front stood 3 people, Li Chuyang, Lu Guizhi, and Li Chuchu. Not a single one was missing. "Uncle and Aunt, what brings you here so late at night?" "Bah, what do you think? You know very well. Don't play dumb with me. You've injured me like this, and I'll make you pay with your life." Lu Guizhi collapsed into a chair, her body still oozing pus, though the itching had stopped. However, looking at Lu Guizhi's current appearance, she had not only lost a lot of weight, but also bore claw marks and scars from various sized pustules on her face and body. As for Li Chuchu, she wore a look of deep grievance. The scar on her face would probably never fade, and she blamed it all on Li Pingyan, convinced that Li Pingyan was taking revenge on her. "I'll slash her face. She made me unable to show my face, so I'll make her lose her life." Li Chuchu's eyes were still brimming with tears, and hatred had clouded her vision. "So it's all about revenge." Li Pingyan understood their intentions. She stood casually at the door with her arms crossed, showing no concern even in the face of a crowd of over 100 people. "Hey, you over there. I advise you defenseless women to leave quickly. If you get hurt by mistake, it won't be my responsibility." Li Chaoyang grew angrier with every passing moment. "You've reduced your aunt and cousin to this state, yet you're still so arrogant. Li Pingyan, you ungrateful wretch, I regret
not having strangled you back then. Li Pingyan looked at her greedy uncle. Yes, if you had strangled me and my brother early on, you could have openly seized my father's property. You're talking nonsense. Li Chaoyang cared most about his reputation. He hadn't killed Li Pingyan back then because he wanted to earn the title of a kind-hearted man. Now that he had seized most of his brother's property, it was time to dispose of Li Pingyan. Look, everyone see how he's been exposed and enraged. The people have sharp eyes. You, a mere registrar, live in a grand four-courtyard mansion. Do you think the county magistrate hasn't suspected anything? The county magistrate himself only lives in a three-courtyard residence. Uncle, do you know why you haven't been promoted all these years? It's because you've aroused envy. As the saying goes, wealth should not be displayed. Li Chaoyang openly flaunting his property like this was bound to invite resentment. Li Chaoyang was stunned. He had often invited officials to banquets, but they only paid lip service and never took him seriously. Li Pingyan, I'll kill you. Now Li Pingyan looked at the three furious people opposite. She had offended them all. Charge. Capture Li Pingyan. Whoever catches her will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. At the mention of money and 100 taels at that, everyone rushed at Li Pingyan as if their lives depended on it. These servants only received a monthly allowance of 1 tael of silver, so 100 taels was a fortune. Watching the servants charge at her, Li Pingyan remained completely calm, dodging left and right, applying the art of Tai Chi to its fullest. Using softness to overcome hardness, she took down over a dozen people with the momentum. She didn't want to hurt anyone, so she only knocked over the defenseless servants to incapacitate them, but she had to fight back against the armed men. Ouch! Thud! It hurts. Cries of pain echoed continuously, yet no one could even catch a corner of Li Pingyan's clothes. Lu Guizhi had already witnessed Li Pingyan's uncanny movements. She whispered to the steward Lu beside her, "Quick, go out and call for help." Li Pingyan moved like a fish weaving through the chaotic servants. In the past, when she killed zombies, the enemies were much stronger and fearless of death. For these insignificant minions, Li Pingyan could handle them all by herself. In less than half an hour, more than half of them were down. Fools. Worthless. Li Chaoyang could only curse the servants from the sidelines. When had the cowardly Li Pingyan become so formidable? Catch her. All of you, catch her. Li Chaoyang could only stand aside anxiously. He didn't understand how a person standing right there could be so elusive. After taking down the last person, Li Pingyan dusted off her clothes. It had been a long time since she had been in a brawl, and this one fight left her feeling as if her bones were falling apart. It was still because the original body was weak, lacking stamina, strength, and agility, and also slow in reaction. Although her body had improved over the past 2 days, Li Pingyan was still dissatisfied with her performance. If not for her improved combat skills and Tai Chi, she would have been worn down by their rotating attacks. Even now, her victory was a narrow one. Anyone else? The others were already terrified. They kept backing away, and even when Li Chaoyang ordered them to attack, they dared not. Li Chaoyang was trembling with rage. Li Pingyan, don't get too cocky. Just wait. Thump, thump, thump. Li Pingyan heard the sound of uniform footsteps. Judging by the noise, there were many people. Her expression changed as she looked at the dark intersection. Li Chaoyang had actually called in reinforcements. Seeing Li Pingyan's change in expression, Li Chaoyang said, "Let's see how long you can keep this up." Approaching from the distance was a group of people in uniform with weapons at their waists. She could sense that there were many experts among them. The group immediately surrounded Li Pingyan. "Haha, weren't you just so formidable? Weren't you just showing off in front of me? Now, I'd like to see you dare to resist me now. Today, even if you had wings, you wouldn't be able to escape." Li Chaoyang coldly looked at Li Pingyan. He had controlled her for 5 years. There was no reason for him to lose control at the final moment. "Kneel down and obediently admit your mistakes, and perhaps I'll spare your life." Lu Guizhi also wore a smug expression. These people were secretly trained at great expense. How could a little brat like Li Pingyan possibly stand against them? "Father, since when have things been so easy? Can kneeling and apologizing cover up her mistakes?" Li Chuchu held a small bronze mirror, and the more she looked, the more heartbroken she became. Her already unattractive face was now scarred by a whip, making it even more hideous. She would never forgive Li Pingyan. "Charge. Catch her. I want her sliced to pieces, torn apart by horses, and sold to the brothels, the filthiest places."
Even that couldn't quell Li Chuchu's hatred. Li Pingyan was no match for these people. In her prime, she wouldn't have cared, but this body was too weak. It lacked the strength and speed to deal with trained soldiers. She secretly scouted for an escape route and didn't want to get entangled with them. But Hui Yun was still sitting in the room, which prevented Li Pingyan from slipping away. Charge! Capture her alive! Li Pingyan watched as the group of black-clad figures surged forward. What exactly were these masked men's identities? Why did they obey Li Xiaoyang so completely? After all, Li Xiaoyang was merely a civil servant, a humble clerk. When had he secretly trained so many assassins? A sudden whoosh cut through the air as a flying dart shot from the shadows. Li Pingyan reacted, instinctively dodging aside. The remaining black-clad figures swiftly closed in, drawing their weapons and launching brutal attacks against Li Pingyan without hesitation. These were not ordinary servants. They moved with lethal precision. 3 figures leapt forward, each wielding a short blade, closing in for hand-to-hand combat against Li Pingyan. Though these 3 moved with agility, Li Pingyan showed no fear. Despite her exhaustion, she handled them with ease. Her refined combat techniques proved difficult to counter. A blade grazed her cheek, but she leaned back and kicked, sending one man's weapon flying. The other 2 lunged at her with their blades. These people truly intended to kill her. Li Pingyan realized she had to take them seriously. Against such skilled opponents, Li Pingyan could only rely on strategy over strength. Though these 3 were experts, not even they could touch her. Li Pingyan moved like a sinuous snake, weaving between them with impossible speed. One by one, she took them down with effortless precision. Before the masked figures stood a commander who watched Li Pingyan's clean, efficient movements and mysterious fighting style with growing interest. Interesting. You several take her. 5 more assassins emerged, moving with practiced coordination to immediately surround Li Pingyan. This would prove more difficult. 5 opponents working in perfect harmony, supporting each other with both close and ranged attacks. Li Pingyan's body lacked natural coordination, and her speed and strength fell short of optimal levels, leaving her vulnerable to repeated heavy blows. One assailant launched himself forward, driving a fist into her back. She staggered, barely avoiding a knife thrust. She swallowed blood, kicked away the weapon, then executed a shoulder throw to take down another opponent, breaking an arm and ending their life with a swift strike to the throat. 2 eliminated in quick succession. 3 remained. Li Pingyan narrowed her eyes. These 3 were towering figures, and in a contest of pure strength, she stood no chance. She would need to use softness to overcome hardness. As all 3 charged simultaneously, her plan worked perfectly. Li Pingyan employed the first form of Tai Chi, redirecting their force against them. One attacker struck hard, but Li Pingyan redirected his force into his comrade, then used that second man's momentum to drive the blow into a third's face. The technique was ferocious and precise. The 3 men became confused and disoriented. After several exchanges, they felt as though their fists were striking cotton, inflicting no damage on Li Pingyan while accidentally injuring each other. The masked leaders studied her movements intently, growing more alarmed with each observation. Though her techniques lacked flair, her positioning was unsettling. Every effective strike she made was reflected back onto her opponents. The leader had never encountered such a fighting style before. Against Li Pingyan, his men stood no chance. You several continue attacking. I want to see what cards she has left. Yes. 5 more fighters joined the fray, and Li Pingyan found herself genuinely struggling to defend against them. In raw power exchanges, Li Pingyan was clearly at a disadvantage, but her opponents couldn't match her speed. She constantly shifted and evaded, though her stamina was rapidly depleting. Li Xiaoyang chuckled to himself. No matter how formidable she was, she would ultimately fall under his control. 5 men advanced with massive cleavers, each swing designed to kill. Li Pingyan could only focus on dodging. Capture the leader first. She refused to be controlled any longer. At her most desperate moment, Li Pingyan exerted all her strength, launching herself into the air to seize the group's commander. Grabbing his large cleaver, her expression darkened. She pressed the blade against his throat. Nobody move, or I kill him. Li Pingyan held the hostage at knife point, finally catching her breath. The relentless waves of attackers had drained Li Pingyan completely. But what came next shocked her. Shoot. The masked leader showed no concern whatsoever for his commander's life. The hostage was instantly sacrificed. Arrows flew through the air, piercing the man and killing him instantly. Then another assailant drew a long spear. I suggest you surrender, Miss Li. It would be unfortunate if you were injured. Li Pinggan held the corpse as a human shield. She had never imagined these people could be so ruthless. Not even a comrade's life meant anything to them. Go ahead and kill me then. Li Pinggan surveyed the circle of enemies surrounding her, knowing escape was unlikely. I will not surrender. Li Chuchu watched with malice. She dares to resist, even at death's door. Don't kill her. I want her to suffer worse than death. Yin Dongfang glanced at Li Xiaoyang, who nodded. Follow the Mrs. orders. Keep her alive. I still need her. Yes. The masked leader, Yin Dongfang, signaled his men. The encirclement around Li Pinggan tightened, and she clutched her hostage, carefully scanning her surroundings. She might not survive this. A whistle cut through the air, a bamboo arrow aimed directly at her face. If she couldn't dodge it, Li Pinggan would die. She shifted left, only to find a spear already aimed at her from that direction. Whether she moved left or right, death awaited her today. Li Pinggan dropped her hostage. If Li Xiaoyang showed no mercy, she would return the favor. She launched upward, and the spear grazed her clothing as it passed. She narrowly escaped the initial strike, but then a barrage of arrows rained down. Just as she faced certain death, a violent whirlwind erupted. A thunderous explosion shattered the air. The spear mid-flight detonated, and every arrow in the sky disintegrated into dust. What's happening? Yin Dongfang felt a terrifying shockwave hit him. The mere force of the wind staggered him. Yet in the pitch-black night, no one was visible. Such overwhelming inner energy. Yin Dongfang had only witnessed it in his late grandmaster, who lived to 120 years and devoted his entire life to martial arts, achieving such transcendent power only on his deathbed. Who was inside this courtyard? Which senior master had been hiding here? Yin Dongfang was stunned, silently praying they must not offend this elder, or everyone would perish this night. Young Yin Dongfang greets the senior master. We had no intention of disturbing. You must forgive us. We will leave immediately after securing our captive. Please quell your anger. This went beyond mere subservience and flattery. Yin Dongfang bowed, so deeply his head nearly touched his own knees. Yin Dongfang stood there bowing and scraping for a long time, without seeing any movement from the small courtyard. He quietly raised his head. Indeed, there was no sound at all from within. Li Pingyan, aided by this air vortex, landed smoothly and safely, without a single scratch. Li Xiaoyang watched Yin Dongfang's strange behavior. What happened? What's wrong? Li Xiaoyang was merely a scholar utterly ignorant of martial arts. He only knew that a strange gust of wind had blown past, and Yin Dongfang had been terrified into this state. There's a master inside. Can we defeat him? Yin Dongfang cast a contemptuous glance at Li Xiaoyang. Had it not been for the leverage Li Xiaoyang held over him, he would never have worked for him so long. Even with all our strength, we could hardly move him an inch. Such was the difference between experts. As one of the top 10 in the martial world, when faced with such a supreme master, one could only bow and concede. After waiting a while longer, there was still no breath from the courtyard. Just as everyone thought Yin Dongfang might have been mistaken, Yin Dongfang ordered Li Pingyan to be seized. Although Li Pingyan was not wounded, she was utterly exhausted. Though she still stood, it had drained all her strength. You men go capture that woman. As several men approached her, Li Pingyan could only lean against the wall, having no strength left even to flee. Just as those men were nearing Li Pingyan with ropes, a sudden anomaly occurred. Bang! Another violent explosion. In the blink of an eye, the three men vanished. Only bloodstains remained on the ground. The three had been utterly blasted into powder. Such immense internal power. Before anyone could react, three living people had disappeared right before their eyes. All that remained were nauseating pools of blood. Dead. They're dead. Only now did some realize. This was a total crushing of power. Instantly, panic spread among everyone. The servants in the courtyard scattered in all directions, while the inexperienced maids fainted from fright. Even the secretly trained black-clad men began to retreat. Master. We meant no offense. Now no one obeyed orders anymore. They could see that the master inside was clearly protecting that woman. In her previous life, Li Pingyan had crawled through zombie nests. Though the bloody mess on the ground was a bit disgusting, it hadn't reached her limit. But Li Chuchu and Lu Guizhi had already fainted from fear. This was their first time witnessing 3 healthy people explode into bloody mist in an instant. Li Chaoyang, who knew no martial arts, fared no better. He collapsed on the ground so terrified by the explosion that he wet himself. Splattered with blood, Li Chaoyang felt sick to his stomach. Everyone was in a sorry state except Yin Dongfang, who gazed at the small courtyard with burning eyes. The hero inside must be a peerless master. Judging by the expert's reaction, they wouldn't be able to take the woman away today. Senior, would you come out and meet us? Unexpectedly, the person inside responded. Since it's your request, Yin Dongfang, I shall grant it. Whoosh. A figure flew out of the small courtyard. It was not an old man as everyone had imagined, but a young man. If Lu Guizhi had been awake, she would have gasped, for this was none other than Hui Yun, whom she had been searching for a long time. As soon as he appeared, everyone felt the scorching aura of his profound internal energy. This energy was so immense that it was impossible to ignore. The most shocked was probably Yin Dongfang, because Hui Yun had once been his defeated opponent. In the past, Yin Dongfang had never regarded Hui Yun as a threat. Following Lu Guizhi's orders, Yin Dongfang had easily captured Hui Yun. After all, Yin Dongfang was a top-tier expert among the younger generation, ranking in the top 10. Hui Yun was merely an ordinary master. Thus, capturing Hui Yun had been a piece of cake for Yin Dongfang. Yet today there was a reversal. How can it be you? Yin Dongfang's first thought was that there must be a higher power inside the courtyard. After all, Hui Yun was his former underling. He could never admit that Hui Yun's internal power had risen to such terrifying heights. Yes, Yin Dongfang, we meet again. Impossible, this is impossible. Yin Dongfang stared wide-eyed, utterly refusing to believe that Hui Yun, whom he had beaten like a street rat just a few days ago, had now become a master of terrifying internal power. Hui Yun saw Li Pingyan leaning against the wall and noticed her exhaustion. He flew over and supported her. Miss, are you all right? Li Pingyan shook her head. She never expected Hui Yun to have become so powerful. Seeing Li Pingyan's disheveled hair, the wounds on her arms, and her pale face, Hui Yun regretted not having awakened sooner. Who dares to harm my miss? His powerful internal energy burst forth like a ticking bomb. Yin Dongfang, who had been hesitating, widened his eyes as he felt waves of heat emanating from Hui Yun. A super-strong master like this was merely the servant of Li Pingyan, the notorious coward of the Li family. Boom. The rows of black-clad men in front were all sent flying. At least a dozen men, all clutching their chests, lay on the ground spitting blood. Too strong. Just the leakage of his internal energy had caused such damage. In a one-on-one fight, no one could match Hui Yun. Yin Dongfang took a step back. After Hui Yun carefully helped Li Pingyan sit on the ground, he stood up. He stared straight at Yin Dongfang. His only target today was this former opponent, the one who had captured him and made him suffer so much. Yin Dongfang. With every step Hui Yun took, the black-clad men felt immense pressure. They retreated in terror, not daring to stay any longer. If they remained, they would surely die. Everyone fled in panic. The originally bustling courtyard entrance now had only 3 people left. Li Pingyan, holding her aching chest, watched Hui Yun and Yin Dongfang confront each other. She had thought Yin Dongfang would be more impressive. But the moment Hui Yun made his move, Yin Dongfang turned and fled. Are you kidding me? With Hui Yun's current combat power, even 10 Yin Dongfangs would be no match. The only chance for survival was to run. Where do you think you're going? The two of them vanished in an instant. High-level duels always shake the heavens and earth. Li Pingyan supported herself against the wall and stood up, looking at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. She wished it would pour rain soon. She really couldn't stand the smell of blood. Returning to the small hut, Li Pingyan first consumed a qi-gathering pill to recuperate her already overexerted body. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why did Hui Yun become so formidable after taking a few pills while she experienced no effect at all? After swallowing the pill, she felt her strength gradually returning, which brought her some relief. Thunder rumbled outside the sky. Amidst the lightning and thunder, she hoped Hui Yun would remain unaffected out there. She changed out of her torn coarse linen clothes and put on a white coarse linen garment. Li Pingyan simply treated her wounds and resumed her alchemy. Only after absorbing the medicinal qi from the last furnace did Li Pingyan feel her spirits lift significantly. A knock sounded at the door. Thump, thump, thump. Li Pingyan went to open the door, and unsurprisingly, it was Huiyun. Without a word, she let him in. The room was still thick with the aroma of medicine, and the weary Huiyun took a deep breath of the scent, feeling somewhat restored. Miss. Li Pingyan looked at Huiyun's exhausted expression as if she already knew what he was about to say. I gave Yin Dongfang a good thrashing, but he fled deep into the mountain forest, and I couldn't find him. Li Pingyan detected a note of disappointment in Huiyun's voice. There will be another chance. Huiyun smiled and shook his head. The pill you gave me yesterday, miss, was extremely potent. I couldn't fully absorb it, so I converted all the medicinal power into external inner force, which was enough to intimidate Yin Dongfang. So you weren't as powerful as I imagined. That move yesterday was a one-time thing. Huiyun nodded. You could say that. But even so, my strength has made a qualitative leap. At least I can now match Yin Dongfang. Huiyun's eyes blazed with determination. I have you to thank for that pill, miss. Huiyun immediately knelt before Li Pingyan and kowtowed deeply. I'm afraid I cannot stay by your side for now, miss. Li Pingyan listened quietly, waiting for Huiyun to continue. My father was imprisoned by Lu Guizhi for guarding the dock. I've been searching for his whereabouts, but never found a clue. Yesterday I got some information from Yin Dongfang, so I must go rescue my father first. Li Pingyan felt a surge of emotion. She hadn't expected the father and son to be so loyal, defending her father's property with such unwavering devotion. Go ahead. Take these pills, they might come in handy. Li Pingyan handed over all the pills from her storage pouch to Huiyun. Huiyun gazed at the vast collection of pills. If they were exposed to the outside world, they would surely stir up a storm. One more thing, miss. Never reveal these pills you've refined to anyone. I fear someone with ill intentions might harm you. Li Pingyan nodded. She watched Huiyun turn and resolutely plunge into the rain and let out a sigh. Huiyun, may you return safely. The Li residence had become deathly still, and no one dared to go near the back courtyard, because that was where Li Pingyan lived, and no one dared to speak of what had happened in the courtyard that night. It was as if an unspoken pact had been made. No one would provoke Li Pingyan again. Lu Guizhi and Li Chuchu, upon waking, also dared not seek trouble with Li Pingyan. Their faces were as if disfigured. One bore a long whip scar across her cheek. The other, due to pustules, had not only a prominent scar on her face, but also numerous scratch marks. Yet both chose to remain silent. The outside world knew nothing of the earth-shattering upheaval that had occurred in the Li residence over the past 2 days. The heavy rain continued for several days, and Li Pingyan kept delaying the opening of her business. When the weather finally cleared, Li Pingyan organized people to hang red silk and bring out firecrackers for a low-key opening. There were many promotional offers, and the Malatang appealed to the common folk. Since it was an establishment targeting the lower and middle classes, families with a little spare cash could occasionally afford a meal. Merchants passing through the county would also choose Pingyan Malatang as their first stop, not only because of its unique flavor, but also for its speed and convenience. Fang Qingwan spent only one night in jail and was released the next day. She and Zhou Yiming were gnashing their teeth in fury. Zhou Yiming's leg had been snapped by Huiyun, and he was now confined to bed. Whoa, brother Zhou, my reputation is ruined. How can I go on living? Zhou Yiming had long admired Fang Qingwan, but he knew she preferred cultured men, while he was a rough brute. Just when he was fretting over how to get close to her, Fang Qingwan came to him herself. Don't worry, Sister Qingwan. Once that expert leaves, we'll find someone to deal with her. Fang Qingwan was anxious at heart. She was infatuated with Shun Juanhe, a renowned prodigy who had passed the imperial examination at a young age. His future was immeasurable. Moreover, the Shin family was wealthy and influential, connected to high officials in the capital. Even the county magistrate treated them with caution. Thus, Fang Qingwan was even more unwilling to let go of Shin Juanhe. But Shin Juanhe was to marry Li Pingyan in less than a month. How could Fang Qingwan accept that? As for this Zhou Yiming, Fang Qingwan rolled her eyes. He was nothing but a blockhead, good for nothing except his physical strength. Brother Zhou, you must do me justice. My reputation is utterly destroyed. Everyone knows I've been in prison. How can I live with this? Zhou Yiming's whole body tingled at Fang Qingwan's voice. He longed to hold her in his arms and shower her with affection. But he was bedridden and couldn't go out. That little wretch Li Pingyan. I don't know where she found such an expert. But I have a plan that will make her never recover. Oh, what plan? Zhou Yiming's eyes lit up. He had never suffered such a loss before, and he was determined to get even. We'll ruin Li Pingyan's chastity, make her seduce a married man, then report her to the authorities. The soldiers will throw her in prison. Then she'll never crawl back. Fang Qingwan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Once Li Pingyan's chastity was destroyed, the Shin family would never allow her to marry Shin Juanhe. Without Li Pingyan as an obstacle, marrying brother Juanhe was not impossible. That's indeed a good idea. After all, in ancient times a woman's chastity was paramount. The last slander against Li Pingyan had failed, but this time Fang Qingwan was determined to catch her in the act with a man. But Sister Qingwan, that Li Pingyan seems quite sharp. How can we find an opportunity? Fang Qingwan's mind raced, and she came up with a plan. As long as Brother Zhou follows my instructions, everything will be easy. Seeing Zhou Yiming still hesitant, Fang Qingwan went straight to his bedside and gently leaned into his arms. Please, Brother Zhou. Zhou Yiming's body turned to jelly at her voice. His mind went blank, and he pulled the person he had longed for into his embrace. He had finally gotten what he wanted. The next day, Fang Qingwan made a special trip to the Li mansion to gather information. Chu-Chu, what happened to your face? She feigned concern, but inwardly she was stifling her laughter. Li Chu-Chu's greatest obsession was her disfigured appearance. She spent at least 5 taels of silver daily on facial products. Little did she know that natural beauty is hard to conceal, and her ugliness was even more stubborn. Faced with Fang Qingwan's inquiry, Li Chu-Chu kept a cold expression, unwilling to speak. The events of that night were too shocking. She dared not speak of them, nor did she have the face to. The whip marks on her face had healed somewhat over the past 2 days. At least the red welts had faded, but a distinct scar remained. She had finally managed to arrange a meeting with young Master Zheng, but now she had to stand him up. The mere thought of it filled her with anguish. I have a fine ointment for scar removal. Would you like some, Chu-Chu? No, just go away. I don't want to see anyone right now. Fang Qingwan looked at the irritable Li Chu-Chu, puzzled. Something was off about the Li mansion today. Fine, just one question, is there a man at Li Pingyan's place? Has he left? Li Chu-Chu's hand holding the mirror paused. Suddenly she recalled that rainy night, and a chill ran down her spine, her scalp tingling. What's wrong, Chu-Chu? Are you sick? No, just go. I don't want to see anyone. Hey. Fang Qingwan was pushed out of the room, thoroughly frustrated. After making inquiries through various channels, she finally confirmed that the man beside Li Pingyan had not been seen for many days. Only then did she proceed with her plan with peace of mind. That day Li Pingyan arrived at Pingyan Malatang. She watched as Zhou Wei grew more adept at management, while the disloyal former shopkeeper Chen Nao performed the most menial tasks. Everything seemed to be on track. There's a fortune teller at the entrance, and they say he's very accurate. Really? I should go have my fortune told. Li Pingyan had no interest in such people. With Zhou Wei watching the shop, she felt more at ease. Since the shop opened, its daily revenue had remained at over 1,000 taels of silver. At this rate, she would complete the system mission of earning 10,000 taels in less than 10 days. In the county town, businesses with such low input and high returns were rare, especially in the food industry. Therefore, Li Pingyan's small shop had already drawn the envy of many. Yet she was completely unconcerned. A Malatang shop could be imitated but not easily surpassed. No matter how jealous others became, they could never replicate the seasonings of sesame paste, Sichuan pepper, and cumin. For now she planned to return home to practice refining pills. But before that she needed to stop by the herbal medicine shop. Recently she had been visiting frequently and had become acquainted with the shopkeeper. I hear that His Excellency the Imperial Scribe will be in theft as a prince upon returning to the capital. The capital will soon be lively. As Li Pingyan entered, she saw the shopkeeper chatting with someone. Seeing Li Pingyan, he quickly greeted her. Miss Li is here. What herbs would you like to buy today? Just browsing. She had already managed to refine qi gathering pills to the middle grade, but the rejuvenation pills still hovered at the lower grade with occasional failures. After purchasing these 2 types of herbs, Li Pingyan also bought several portions of spirit-nourishing pill ingredients. If rejuvenation pills were this difficult, it was likely that spirit-nourishing pills would be beyond her reach. The shopkeeper cheerfully fetched the herbs while chatting. Miss Li, I heard that a fortune teller has appeared in the county recently, and he's quite accurate. He gave me a reading this morning saying I would have a benefactor in the afternoon. And indeed, I landed a big deal. Would you like to have your fortune told too?
Li Pingyan took the medicine and smiled modestly. No need. The shopkeeper watched her leave, shaking his head. She was a good girl, but a little too independent. However, though Li Pingyan wanted nothing to do with the fortune teller began to pester her. I see this young lady has a rosy complexion and bright eyes. Have you recently encountered some good fortune? Li Pingyan walked straight ahead, ignoring the fortune teller's attempts to strike up a conversation. Wait, young lady. You've recently come into wealth, haven't you? Let me divine. You must have opened a shop, a food stall, and it's earning a fortune every day. The faster Li Pingyan walked, the more closely the fortune teller followed. But young lady, you are about to face a bloody calamity. Why not let me read your fortune? No need. Li Pingyan kept her eyes straight ahead, refusing to engage with this charlatan. Anyone in the county town could easily learn that she had opened a Malatang shop. With a little observation, they could roughly estimate her daily revenue. These were no secrets. This fortune teller had probably never encountered someone as detached as Li Pingyan. Normally, when people heard of a bloody calamity, they would beg him for a solution. Hey miss, don't leave yet. The fortune teller chased after her while glancing at a corner not far away. In that corner, Fong Qingwan watched with gritted teeth. After all her scheming, she hadn't anticipated that Li Pingyan would not take the bait. Qingwan, this fortune teller is useless. Zhou Yiming sat on a nearby chair, his leg bound with wooden splints. The bones had just been set by the doctor. He hoped they wouldn't break again. Wait a little longer. Fong Qingwan clenched her hands. She had thought the fortune teller was formidable, but he couldn't even control a mere Li Pingyan. Young lady, wait. The fortune teller directly blocked her path. You have a romantic prospect recently, but this romantic luck cannot ward off your bloody calamity. If you don't heed my advice, you will face great disaster. Li Pingyan rolled her eyes at the fortune teller. Romantic prospect. Bloody calamity. Then tell me, what is this bloody calamity? Li Pingyan smiled. Since she had transmigrated, she had faced bloody calamities almost daily. She caught sight of Fong Qingwan hiding in the corner, and it seemed the girl still hadn't learned her lesson. Water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal, metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water. The fortune teller started counting on his fingers. Water. You are about to face a water disaster. Miss, I won't charge you much. Just 50 taels of silver, and I will break this water disaster for you. How about it? 50 taels. Li Pingyan wouldn't even give him 5 copper coins. Seeing that she didn't hesitate and turned to leave, he quickly grabbed her sleeve. 30 taels, how about 30? If you're unwilling, 10 taels, no lower. But Li Pingyan remained unmoved. Aunt. Let me Subanshan do a good deed today. I'll break the disaster for you for free, how about that? Li Pingyan never imagined she would be harassed by a fortune teller. She shook her sleeve vigorously. But the fortune teller clung to her like a plaster. She stopped and turned to face him sternly. Even if I have a water disaster, I don't need you to break it. The fortune teller was indeed intimidated by her murderous glare. Before he could say anything, Li Pingyan turned and collided with someone. Thump! She crashed into the chest of a man in a white cloak. Her forehead hit his chin. A breeze lifted the edge of his cloak. Li Pingyan clutched her throbbing forehead and looked up only to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. Li Pingyan's gaze collided with those crimson eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. This person was the head of the Guozijian. She had not heard of anyone here possessing red eyes except for that fleeting glimpse of the Guozijian's head. Forgive me. Li Pingyan quickly stepped back and bowed her head in apology. The white cloak had been lifted for less than a second by her movement, and except for Li Pingyan, no one knew who was hidden beneath it. Xiesingji carefully examined the young girl before him. Though there was nothing particularly remarkable about her, he felt inexplicably that this woman was extraordinary. Though separated by the white cloak, Li Pingyan could feel the person inside scrutinizing her gaze. She had never felt so restrained in her life, standing frozen in place, without moving. The fortune teller had finally seized his opportunity. Miss, your 5 elements belong to fire, which is extinguished by water. Therefore only I can dispel the disaster of bloodshed that awaits you. What do you say? No need to give me a tael of silver. I'll dispel it for you free of charge. Li Pingyan, however, kept her eyes fixed on the white cloak. An inexplicable panic gripped her, instinctively unwilling for Mr. Xie to witness her distress. She apologized once more and hurried away with the fortune teller. The white-cloaked figure remained standing where it was unmoving. Master,
A person emerged from behind Xie, also wearing a white cloak. Master never allowed anyone to approach so closely. What was happening today? Xie touched his split lip, gazing at the fleeing figure, and said, "My identity jade token is in that woman's hands." "What did you say?" "The identity jade token we've been searching for half a year is in that woman's hands." Xie nodded slightly. "Should we retrieve it?" Xie shook his head. "I will retrieve it myself." Xie's identity jade token represented not merely his position as head of the Guozijian. It was a symbol of his status within the Tianji Pavilion and also his token of affection. This jade token was as precious to him as his own life. Since it was lost, he had repeatedly sent people searching, but to no avail. He never expected the token would appear in the hands of a stranger. With no choice, Li Pingyan led the fortune teller to a secluded corner. She did not know why, but whenever she saw those blood-red eyes, an inexplicable tension seized her heart. Even after walking so far, she had not yet composed herself. Touching her pounding heart, Li Pingyan furrowed her brow. The head of the Guozijian Xie. "Miss Li, have you come to your senses? Actually, suffering a minor financial loss to avert disaster is the most natural thing. There is no need to feel embarrassed." Li Pingyan looked at the persistent fortune teller, wondering what scheme Fang Qingwan was plotting now. "Since you insist on performing the ritual for me, then follow me." It seemed she would have no chance to craft the pill today. The fortune teller wore a look of triumph. Seeing Li Pingyan's youthful face and graceful figure, he felt he had struck a tremendous bounty today. He was brought into the courtyard. Looking at the desolate surroundings, the fortune teller was puzzled. The outer residence seemed to have quite a few people, yet no one was near this courtyard. After entering the courtyard, the fortune teller first lit a stick of narcotic incense and placed it where Li Pingyan would inevitably pass. Once she inhaled the incense smoke, she would sleep soundly through the night. By the next day, when the deed was done, she would have no recourse. No heaven to call upon, no earth to appeal to. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan stood with her arms crossed, watching the fortune teller busy himself in the courtyard. "Heaven's spirit, earth's spirit, which bodhisattva manifest your power." The fortune teller chanted endlessly, his eyes closed as he circled the courtyard repeatedly. Fang Qingwan, watching the fortune teller succeed, hastened without stopping to Shun Juan's residence, while the leg-broken Zhou Yiming went to the county office to summon the county magistrate. Brother Juanha. Fang Qingwan laughed joyfully and rushed into the Shun residence in one breath. Shun Juanha was gathering friends, who as a scholar and a young man with great promise, he had no shortage of acquaintances. Seeing Fang Qingwan arrive, happily calling him Brother Juanha, as soon as she entered, and witnessing the envious expressions of his other friends, Shun Juanha found it deeply gratifying. "Oh, it is Sister Qingwan. What brings you here in such a hurry?" Fang Qingwan had not expected Shun Juanha to be entertaining guests. She called out loudly, "Brother Juanha, that vile creature Li Pingyan has been unfaithful to you behind your back." Shun Juanha, who had been basking in the glory of the moment, turned completely dark upon hearing Fang Qingwan's words. Everyone knew that he and Li Pingyan were already betrothed. Although Li Pingyan had lost both parents and possessed neither talent nor virtue, Shun Juanha still did not reject her. Within his circle, he had long been regarded as an idol, a person of noble character. Today, with Fang Qingwan's outcry, the persona he had painstakingly built over years was utterly destroyed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests?" Shun Juanha grabbed Fang Qingwan and dragged her aside, reprimanding her in a sharp tone. He knew Fang Qingwan was infatuated with him. He never took the initiative, never refused, and never took responsibility, stringing her along without ever making a promise, which made her utterly devoted to him. Only then did Fang Qingwan notice that Shun Juanha was entertaining friends. She lowered her head in regret. She had been so overjoyed that she failed to notice earlier. "What did you just say?" "Oh, I said there was a man in Li Pingyan's room. I heard it from Chu Chu. That man visits every night and stays the entire night." Moreover, Li Pingyan drove away all the servants around her small courtyard. "If you don't believe me, we can go check right now." Enraged by these words, Shun Juanha nearly exploded. "You're not making this up again, are you, Fang Qingwan? If you're wrong this time, don't blame me for being harsh." Fang Qingwan immediately swore, "Brother Juanha, when have I ever deceived you? Last time I was also bewitched by Li Pingyan.
I can only hope so. Shun Juanhe changed his clothes, dismissed his friends, and followed Fong Qingwan to the Li residence. The Li mansion was brightly lit at night. Upon hearing that Shen Juanhe and Fong Qingwan had arrived, the servants felt a chill run down their spines. The last person they wanted to involve themselves with was Li Pingyan. Nephew, what brings you to our residence at this hour? Shen Juanhe cast a calm glance at Fong Qingwan. Oh, Uncle Li, we have come to see Pingyan. It has been several days since we last met, and I have missed her terribly. Has she returned to the residence? Now the servants all avoided Li Pingyan, treating her like a cat that rats flee from. She should have returned. Even Li Xiaoyang was greatly frightened, dreading that the hero from the previous night would come seeking trouble from them. Then I will go to the rear courtyard. Fong Qingwan shot a glance at Li Chuchu, signaling her to follow and watch the spectacle. However, Li Chuchu acted as though she had not seen it and entirely ignored Fong Qingwan. Fong Qingwan rolled her eyes. Not even enthusiastic enough to watch the drama. Truly an unwanted old maid. Estimating the timing, the fortune teller had been with Li Pingyan for quite some time. The matter was likely already accomplished. Victory was within reach. However, upon reaching the independent wooden house in the rear courtyard, the surrounding silence made Fong Qingwan somewhat unsettled. Where is the man you spoke of? Shen Juanhe, fearing he had been duped again, demanded answers from Fong Qingwan first. Fong Qingwan gazed at the eerily spooky, independent courtyard. He should be inside. Then you go in first. Hearing Shen Juanhe's words, Fong Qingwan gathered her courage and pushed the door open. However, as soon as the door opened, a thick smoke billowed out. What was this smoke? Fong Qingwan suddenly recalled that fortune teller claiming to possess an exquisite drugging powder that could render anyone unconscious for 10 hours at the mere scent of it. She quickly covered her nose and mouth. Surveying the smoke-filled courtyard, Fong Qingwan rushed inside. Shen Juanhe waited quietly at the courtyard entrance, though inwardly he was already eager to terminate his engagement with Li Pingyan. It was merely his concern for reputation that prevented him from refusing. Furthermore, Li Pingyan held considerable property under her name. Should he marry her, those assets would very likely become his. After waiting outside for a long time, Fong Qingwan failed to emerge. To his surprise, Li Xiaoyang arrived nearby, accompanied by the county magistrate. Shen Juanhe's heart skipped a beat. Why had the magistrate come? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't his reputation suffer even further? Instinctively, Shen Juanhe did not want the magistrate to learn of what lay within. Greetings, Your Honor. The magistrate merely acknowledged with a nod. He had originally planned to dine with friends that evening, but his secretary unexpectedly reported that someone had come forward with a rape accusation. Only then did he reluctantly make his way to the Li residence. But stepping inside, he was utterly astonished. The Li mansion proved remarkably luxurious, with breathtaking scenery at every turn. He could hardly believe that within his jurisdiction a mere subordinate clerk could possess such wealth. Someone reported a rape here. Where are they? Off. Shen Juanhe had no idea who had made the report, yet he reluctantly stepped aside. The person is inside. Had the magistrate not arrived in person, neither Li Xiaoyang nor Lu Guizhi would have followed him to Li Pingyan's small courtyard. Open the door. This eerie courtyard appeared even more sinister today, shrouded in thick smoke that obscured everything within. What is the meaning of this? The magistrate asked Li Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyang did not dare step inside. Neither he nor even the servants would approach that small courtyard. We are unaware. This small courtyard belongs to my niece, who has resided here all along. We never interfere. The magistrate nodded knowingly and dispatched his subordinates into the courtyard. The more people who entered, the thinner the smoke grew. Slowly the courtyard became increasingly clear. After entering with his men, the magistrate discovered a neat and tidy yard containing only 3 rooms, all with doors tightly shut and absolutely no sound emanating from within. My. Shen Juanhe looked left and right. There was nobody in the courtyard. Where had Fong Qingwan gone? What is it? Do you have any questions? The magistrate asked Shen Juanhe, who stood to the side. Shen Juanhe shook his head, feigning ignorance. No, nothing. Order someone to break down the door. Soon a man brought a wooden pole, preparing to force open the sealed door. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Crash. Before long the door was smashed open, yet the scene within left everyone's jaws dropped. Indeed, someone was being violated inside, but the principal was not Li Pinggan. As everyone burst in what met their eyes was a completely naked fortune-teller, and Fang Qingwan, her mouth gagged. Fang Qingwan had a foul-smelling sock stuffed into her mouth, rendering her utterly unable to make a sound. She was tied to the central pillar by the fortune-teller, her body marred with purple bite marks laid completely bare. Her clothes had long been torn to shreds, her pants fully removed, leaving only a small belly band loosely hanging around her waist. With every movement, it continued to slide downward. Apart from that, she was entirely exposed. Fang Qingwan's soft flesh bounced as the fortune-teller seized her in his grasp. The fortune-teller prowled like a famished wolf, draping one of Fang Qingwan's legs over his shoulder, while her other leg remained bound to the pillar. Even as others burst in, he continued his relentless, thrusting motions. Yet the victim, Fang Qingwan, wore an expression of pure indulgence, her moans so intoxicating they stirred blood and shattered composure. Such an erotic spectacle left the dozen hardened men present unable to suppress their nosebleeds. Even Shen Juanhe felt a rush of heat to his face. But what on earth was happening? Separate them at once. The magistrate gritted his teeth in fury. Was this rape or mutual consent? He watched that woman's eager, compliant expression, hardly resembling a victim of rape. After pulling the fortune-teller away, the man went completely wild, still lunging toward Fang Qingwan. Fang Qingwan, too, appeared deeply distressed. For a proper young lady of a distinguished household to commit such shameful acts under the watchful eyes of so many witnesses, Lord Fang would surely be driven mad with rage upon learning of this. They wrapped some clothes around Fang Qingwan casually. She appeared deeply abnormal, clearly drugged. This doesn't add up. Today Shen Juanhe and Qingwan came to our home together. Juanhe, weren't you with Qingwan the entire time? What exactly happened to Qingwan? Shen Juanhe waved his hands repeatedly. By now concealment was impossible. It was Fang Qingwan who came to me today in high spirits. She said Li Pinggan was cheating on her and begged me to come investigate with her. That is how I ended up inside. Then how did the two of you separate? Upon reaching the door, I saw no one around and let her go in first to assess the situation. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? You. Damn it. With Shen Juanhe's explanation, the world would only brand him cowardly and feeble-minded. If the magistrate misunderstood the situation, he would never be able to clear his name. Just as the magistrate led his men out of the small courtyard, they spotted Li Pinggan returning with 2 chickens in hand. Li Pinggan. Lu Guizhi's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Pinggan. This incident originated from her courtyard. She is certainly implicated. Li Pinggan feigned curiosity. Auntie, what's wrong? I merely went out to buy a chicken. What did I do to anger you, Auntie? Everyone looked at Li Pinggan's innocent expression, then at the chicken she held in her hand. The fortune-teller prophesied that I face a blood disaster recently, and instructed me to purchase a chicken at the market, slaughter it, and use its blood for ritual purposes. I departed at the 3rd watch of the afternoon. The chicken seller can testify on my behalf. I have only just returned. Has something happened at home? The magistrate listened, equally bewildered. This matter required careful examination. All of you return to the yamen. I must thoroughly interrogate this case. Li Pinggan had no choice but to follow them to the yamen. However, nobody noticed 3 figures in white cloaks standing above this remote courtyard. Qingzhou, what is your assessment of this? Xie Xingji stood upon the wall witnessing these dramatic scenes unfold and could not help but applaud the masterstroke. A brilliant diversion. Based on that Miss Li's behavior, she should have known from the start that the fortune-teller was a trap. Yet Qingzhou does not understand. Why did the fortune-teller set the snare himself only to fall into it? That Li Pinggan is far more formidable than you imagine. She actually established a formation array within this small courtyard, turning the entire situation around in mere breaths. She is truly a remarkable figure. Then does the master still require your identity, Jade Token? Qingzhou had never heard the master praise anyone so highly. The identity Jade Token is of utmost importance. I must first investigate how the token came into her hands. After all, this identity Jade Token could command 3 armies and even mobilize the heavenly secret pavilion. Even the Emperor's Jade Seal could not compare in value to Xie Xingji's identity Jade Token. Li Pinggan sauntered leisurely to the county yamen holding a chicken in hand.
Upon arriving at the yamen, Fang Qingwan had regained her senses, and once she did, she went utterly mad. She stared at her own naked body, the fiery pain between her legs, and the bruises and welts covering her skin. She could not believe that she herself had fallen victim. Li Pingyan, you little bitch. You set this up, didn't you? It's all your fault. Fang Qingwan scrambled to her feet, lunging to strangle Li Pingyan. She had schemed against Li Pingyan only to have the plot backfire and ensnare herself instead. How could Fang Qingwan ever accept this? Now everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Fang family had been violated. How could she ever show her face in public? You little bitch, I'll kill you. Fang Qingwan lunged directly at Li Pingyan, clawing wildly at her neck. As she moved, the clothes covering her slipped off, once again revealing her naked waist to the crowd. Every man stared fixedly at her bare body, swallowing hard eyes gluttonous on her form. Ahem. Shen Juanhe could no longer bear it. You crazy woman. How long will you keep acting insane? He had once thought Fang Qingwan lively and endearing compared to the dull, useless Li Pingyan, like an earthly sprite. Yet now, with both before him, he realized Li Pingyan was breathtakingly beautiful. Brother Juanhe, it's her, that damned woman. She did this to me. Shen Juanhe shoved Fang Qingwan away roughly. This is all your own doing. In the end, you've not only dragged me into it. With such an outcome, can you still blame Li Pingyan? Fang Qingwan wept. Wasn't it true? How else could she have suffered such humiliation? Get out. Seeing the disgust on Shen Juanhe's face, Fang Qingwan's heart plummeted. I did it all for you. Shen Juanhe, I did it all for you. Don't say it's for me. Ahem. The county magistrate coughed, finally unable to ignore it any longer. He ordered someone to quickly help Fang Qingwan dress. Only then did Fang Qingwan realize she had been standing naked in full view of everyone. Wah! She burst into wails again. I don't want to live. I'll dash my head against this pillar. What meaning is there in living? Li Pingyan still held the chicken in hand, its blood already drained. The pitiable often have their detestable aspects. As pitiable as Fang Qingwan was, she had brought this upon herself. Miss Fang, according to my investigation, this matter has nothing to do with Miss Li. Miss Li has witnesses and evidence. She went to the market to buy a chicken. The round trip took at least half an hour. During that time, only the fortune teller was in the courtyard. The magistrate understood that Fang Qingwan could not accept it immediately. This whole affair was solely the work of that fortune teller. He originally intended to use that scheme on Miss Li, but by a twist of fate, Miss Fang entered the room. Fang Qingwan sat on the ground, weeping continuously. She simply could not face it. She had been so eager to marry Master Shen. And seeing the disgust on Shen Juanhe's face, not only to be his wife, but even as a concubine, he would deem her too tainted. Whoa, I don't want to live, I don't want to live. Madame Fang and Master Fang had not even come this time. They were too ashamed. This case is closed. If Miss Fang is not satisfied, go find that fortune teller. Thud. Before anyone could notice, Fang Qingwan dashed her head against the pillar in the yamen. Quick, fetch a doctor. Li Pingyan walked out of the yamen gate with 2 chickens in hand. Today she had simply watched a good show. Shen Juanhe caught up. Li Pingyan, was this your doing? Li Pingyan looked at the indignant Shen Juanhe. Humph, if you feel wronged, you can marry Fang Qingwan. I wouldn't mind her being your lawful wife. Looking at Li Pingyan's stunning face, Shen Juanhe could not bring himself to be angry. But today's events were too strange. From Fang Qingwan rushing to find him, to Li Pingyan returning with 2 chickens, everything felt off. Is there anything else, Master Shen? Under Li Pingyan's gaze, Shen Juanhe grew flustered, his eyes darting. Since that night, Li Pingyan seemed like a different person. Seeing her beautiful face, Shen Juanhe felt a stirring in his heart. He had been truly blind before thinking Fang Qingwan more lively and lovely. Pingyan, when are you free? We haven't caught up in a long time. I'd like to treat you to a meal. No time. Li Pingyan turned and left with the chicken. Meanwhile, Fang Qingwan was sent home, where she tried to kill herself. She had not only been defiled, but also exposed naked before everyone. How could she bear it? Someone like her, even if she threw herself at a man, no one would want her. Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan. Fang Qingwan seemed to have gone mad. She smashed all the furniture in the house, locked herself in her room, refused food and drink, and kept muttering Li Pingyan's name. You ruined me, Li Pingyan. I will take revenge, even if it costs me everything. I will destroy you. Seeing Fang Qingwan's miserable state, Li Qiaoyang hurried home relieved that this affair had not implicated them. Otherwise they would never be able to clear their names. Carrying a lantern home, Li Qiaoyang grew increasingly uneasy about Li Pingyan's strangeness. Rustling. Just as he turned a corner into an alley, he sensed something behind him. He turned cautiously, but saw no one. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued forward. Rustling. Again Li Qiaoyang looked back. Who's hiding there? Come out. Haunted by fear of Li Pingyan, Li Qiaoyang trembled. Stop hiding, I see you. Thump. Someone tapped his shoulder. Li Qiaoyang spun around startled. What scared you so much? Recognizing the person, Li Qiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it's Master Yin. He had thought Yin Dongfang was killed by Hui Yun, but here he was alive. You are. Yin Dongfang was severely wounded, his injuries wrapped in gauze, and his face was pale, clearly gravely hurt. That Hui Yun did this. Seeing Yin Dongfang back, Li Qiaoyang gained some courage. My master wants to see you. Come with me. To outsiders, Yin Dongfang was a skilled fighter hired by Li Qiaoyang, but only in private did they know that Yin Dongfang held the reins of Li Qiaoyang's life. Li Qiaoyang followed Yin Dongfang to a quaint little courtyard. Inside, music and dance filled the air, with young, beautiful maidens dancing in the center. The sole audience was an old eunuch seated in front drinking wine and watching the dance. Not bad, not bad. Though inferior to the palace, it's still passable to the eyes. Yin Dongfang approached the old eunuch respectfully. Master, I have brought the man. Li Qiaoyang was now trembling like a sieve, hunched over with his head lowered beside Yin Dongfang. So you are Li Qiaoyang, the registrar of the county yamen? Yes, your excellency, I am Li Qiaoyang. Good. How are the matters I entrusted to you progressing? The dock is under our control and can operate smoothly. Everything is going well except one of the originally designated shops is missing. How did it go missing? The eunuch spoke in a shrill, pinched voice. It was taken by my niece. Useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? Yin Dongfang whispered quietly into the old eunuch's ear. That niece of his is Hui Yun's master. The one who injured you. Yes. Take back the shop. With me backing you, who dares to snatch it away? With the backing of eunuch Gao, Li Qiaoyang finally mustered his courage. Having been bullied by Li Pingyan 2 days ago to the point of not daring to leave his home, he had at last found a patron to rely on. Yin Dongfang escorted Li Qiaoyang to the door, giving him instructions. This matter must be foolproof. The dock is already under our control. If anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable. Yes, yes. Li Qiaoyang nodded in reply. May I trouble Master Yin to put in a word for me with eunuch Gao regarding the promotion? As long as this task is accomplished flawlessly, there will be plenty of opportunities for advancement and wealth. After all, eunuch Gao is a favored figure by His Majesty's side. Yes, yes. With your assurance, Master Yin, I am at ease. Li Qiaoyang's face crinkled with smiles. I will retrieve the shops from Li Pingyan's hands as soon as I return. I will not let eunuch Gao down. Yin Dongfang watched Li Qiaoyang leave before turning back to the courtyard. The courtyard was still filled with music and revelry. Master, why entrust such an important task to Li Qiaoyang? Eunuch Gao held a beauty in his arms, his roving hands freely wandering over her body as he spoke lasciviously. All my trusted confidants are being watched by the third prince's men. Moreover, the major docks are all occupied by others. Only this small dock still has some use. If not him, then whom should I employ? But even this single Danyang dock is fraught with trouble. That Hui Yun, guided by some unknown hand, has greatly increased his power. Even I am no match for him. Eunuch Gao, observing his disciple's injuries, consoled him. No matter how formidable Hui Yun is, he fights alone. Remember, you still have 1,000 iron cavalry under your command. He has too many weak points. Controlling his father is equivalent to seizing his lifeline. I understand, Master. Eunuch Gao nodded with satisfaction. Dongfang, do not disappoint me. Yin Dongfang bowed to Eunuch Gao and took his leave. Since Li Pingyan's Malatang shop officially opened, business had been thriving day by day. Because the shop had opened with such low profile, few knew of its existence. But gradually it gained a reputation. The unique seasoning and the affordable price attracted more and more customers to Pingyan Malatang. There are no seats left, sir. If you don't mind, please queue up from here. The arriving customers noticed a large tree nearby with many seats beneath it, and some snacks were placed in front of the seats to pass the time. Then we'll wait a bit. All right. Every customer eating at Ping'an Malatang couldn't help but marvel at the thoughtful service. Because of the summer heat, they had set up a canopy under the tree offering free mung bean soup and sour plum drink, as well as sunflower seeds and peanuts. This Ping'an Malatang has become incredibly popular in recent days. Who would have thought such a small shop would have so many people waiting in line? Indeed. I brought my child here once before, and after going home the child clamored to come again. I found the taste good, and it's not expensive, so I brought the kids for another round. I never expected the business to have already become this bustling. The shop was packed to the brim, and the waitstaff could barely keep up. Not only did commoners come upon hearing the news, but even nobles and officials came to give it a try. When Li Ping'an arrived at the shop today, this was the scene he witnessed. Over a dozen people were already waiting under the canopy outside, while the inside was crowded to capacity. Business is good. Li Ping'an nodded, thinking that the system's task would likely be completed ahead of schedule. Young master, you're here. Zhou Wei, the manager in charge, had also come out to clear the dishes. Spotting Li Ping'an standing outside from afar, he quickly wiped his hands and walked over. Why has business been so good these past few days? Zhou Wei scratched his head sheepishly. Probably because our shop's reputation has spread and more people are learning about it. We have both returning customers and new ones, which is why it's so crowded. Put up a notice tomorrow and hire some temporary workers. As long as the wages were decent, there would surely be plenty of willing applicants. Yes, sure. Lu Guizhi had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, sitting in her carriage and watching Li Ping'an enter the shop. Her eyes were red with jealousy. That little wretch, I've never seen her so arrogant before. This shop originally belonged to me, and the money earned should have been mine. Mother Su knelt at Lu Guizhi's feet. Exactly. Such a prime location snatched away by that little vixen. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for you, madam. But it was too late for regrets. Lu Guizhi still remembered Li Ping'an's astonishing skills and the eerie scenes. Even if she had 10 times the courage now, she wouldn't dare to plot against Li Ping'an again. Mother Su, go and called Chen Ping out from inside. Yes. Chen Ping, the former manager of this shop, had witnessed the decline of Tianxiang restaurant with his own eyes, and also the rise of Ping'an Malatang. Squatting in the courtyard washing dishes, Chen Ping was drenched in sweat. Chirp, chirp. He looked up and saw Mother Su outside the crack in the door. Chen Ping shook the water off his hands, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then stealthily approached the back door. Mother Su, what are you doing here? Madam summons you. Come with me quickly. Chen Ping was hesitant. He had witnessed Li Ping'an's thunderous methods, and now the sight of Mother Su made his heart tremble. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. If Madam gets angry, I won't be able to protect you. With no choice, Chen Ping quietly followed Mother Su to a corner. In the corner stood a carriage that looked ordinary. When Chen Ping entered, he saw Lu Guizhi seated upright inside. Your humble servant pays respects to Madam. Lu Guizhi scrutinized Chen Ping, who had long lost the pride of a manager. How have you been faring these past 2 days, Manager Chen? Chen Ping scratched his head nervously. Just washing dishes and vegetables, always busy. Would you like to return to your former glory? Do you want to be back in the manager's seat? Chen Ping's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Guizhi. Madam, you mean? As long as you help me reclaim this shop, I will let you continue as manager. Moreover, I will raise your wages. Manager Chen's heart began to stir, and he chuckled. What strategy does Madam have? Li Ping'an is not to be trifled with. Simple. You are in charge of washing dishes and vegetables for Li Ping'an every day, aren't you? Just add this to the food, and I guarantee her shop will be in trouble. Lu Guizhi handed Chen Ping a packet. He held it in his hand, feeling a bit apprehensive. This might not be appropriate. Clutching the white powder, he couldn't help but recall how formidable Li Ping'an was. What's not appropriate? If anything happens, Madam will cover for you. Besides, this isn't a deadly poison, just a laxative. Use it boldly. Mother Su, seeing Chen Ping's cowardly demeanor, gave him a pep talk. Li Ping'an had just posted a recruitment notice for her shop, and every day many people came for interviews. Although the shop was in urgent need of staff, Li Ping'an was not one to accept just anyone. The most important quality she valued in hiring was character. Throughout the entire morning, Li Ping'an interviewed dozens of people, and in the end, she kept only 5 who were honest, steady, and taciturn. Zhou Wei, take them for training. These days are probation. If they are not suitable, dismiss them directly. Yes, young master. After a busy day until evening, Li Pingyan dragged her tired body home. She knew someone was inside before she even entered. She remembered that she had locked the door when she left, but seeing the lock casually hanging to the side, Li Pingyan stepped inside. The originally tidy courtyard had clearly been disturbed. She initially thought it was some reckless person daring to trespass into her yard, but upon entering the house, she saw a half-naked young man standing inside. This young man was hiding and acting furtively. What are you doing? Li Pingyan appeared silently behind the 14 or 15-year-old boy. The boy was startled. Oh, you scared me to death. When did you, this coward, come back? Why didn't you say anything? Li Pingyan looked at this handsome young man with bright features. This was her younger brother Li Qingfeng. She looked him up and down. The two siblings didn't resemble each other at all. Why did you come back today? Nonsense, it's my day off, of course I have to come back. Li Qingfeng hastily put on his clothes, afraid of being seen by Li Pingyan. What are you hiding? I've already seen everything. Li Pingyan tossed the herbs she was carrying onto the table. Are you hungry? Let me cook for you. Seeing her brother so thin that his bones were visible, Li Pingyan felt a pang of pity. It was all because she, as his elder sister, was incompetent, making his life in this household even harder. Who wants you, this coward, to cook? It's not good at all, Humph. Li Qingfeng sat aside in a sulk. Li Pingyan looked at this somewhat rebellious youth and shook her head. Big sister's cooking is extraordinary. Just wait. Li Pingyan entered the kitchen. Because of her continuous alchemy these past few days, she had gained some experience. While cooking the porridge, she added many herbs into it. In no time the meal was ready. Li Qingfeng's stomach had been growling with hunger for a while. He sniffed the air toward the kitchen. The two siblings were living at their uncle's house, struggling to get by. Qingfeng would stay at the academy and not come home, but out of concern for his sister, he had to come back today to check on her. The food is ready. Hurry up and wash your hands, come eat. In a short time, Li Pingyan had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. These dishes were actually brought from the shop, already processed. With Li Pingyan's casual cooking, they became a visually pleasing feast. When did you, this coward, learn to cook? Li Qingfeng teased as he sat down. A moment ago, he said he wouldn't eat her food, but the next moment, he was wolfing it down. By the time Li Pingyan sat down, more than half the food was gone. As she leaned closer, she caught a whiff of blood. Are you injured? What's wrong with your body? Li Qingfeng, who had been eating heartily, froze. He did have wounds, but they were from a week ago and had already scabbed. How did this coward know? None of your business. If I don't care for you, who will it? Li Pingyan stood up and reached out to take off Li Qingfeng's clothes. Li Qingfeng was already a big boy, and his sister was an unmarried young woman. How could he let her see? Oh, don't touch me. Mind your own business. Li Qingfeng dropped his chopsticks and got up to leave. Li Pingyan looked suspiciously at the awkward Li Qingfeng. This was her brother after all. Did you get into a fight at the academy? How could that be? Do you think everyone is as cowardly as you? I'm quite formidable at school. Li Pingyan looked at this stubborn and rebellious youth. Was this child perhaps going through puberty? Then you still have to let me see. What is there to see? Will looking make it better? Go back to your embroidery and try to marry Shinjuanha. Li Qingfeng turned and left. He always felt that today his sister was somewhat unusual. Though her appearance was the same as before, he felt that today she was not only more beautiful, but also more irrefutable. Li Pingyan watched her brother's carefree departing figure, feeling a bit uneasy. After Li Qingfeng left, he went straight to a deserted alley. Someone was already waiting for him deep in the alley. Oh, this little bastard without a father is quite punctual. Li Qingfeng was already used to such insulting language. Cut the crap. Give me back my things. He saw a fat man in the darkness tossing back and forth a pouch that his sister had embroidered for him. Inside the pouch were his academic credits for this semester. Li Qingfeng had entered the Guozijian entirely on his own merit. He was also regarded by his teachers as an excellent student and a pillar of talent, particularly favored by them. The group opposite him, however, were talentless mediocrities. The final evaluation at the Guozijian was based on credits, yet credits were not easy to obtain. Whenever a student earned credits, the academy would issue a jade stone with a serial number which could not be forged. That damned fat man deeply sniffed the pouch in his hand. Yo, what a fragrant virgin aura. This pouch was embroidered by your sister, wasn't it? I heard your sister is stunningly beautiful with a face that could make fish sink and geese fall. Why didn't you bring her out today for us to have some fun?" After he spoke, the others laughed along. They were a bunch of hot-blooded young men who had coveted Li Qingfeng's sister for a long time. Having once caught a distant glimpse of her beauty was utterly enchanting. Just thinking about it made the fat man ecstatic. Li Qingfeng grew angrier as he listened. "Feng Xiaoxiu, say that again." Seeing Li Qingfeng's anger, the fat man smiled with satisfaction. "Don't be angry, genius Li. Look at the credits you've earned this semester. Enough for all of us brothers to share. Poor us, we don't even have one. And look, this little pouch has over a dozen. I heard you're competing with Yi Yuanqing, aren't you?" Feng Xiaoxiu looked at his companions before speaking boldly. "You and Yi Yuanqing have always been evenly matched. I heard that this time whoever gets first place will receive a huge scholarship. For a beggar like you who can't even produce a single copper coin, the temptation must be great, right?" Li Qingfeng watched Feng Xiaoxiu tossing the pouch back and forth. He suppressed himself, trying to control his impulse. That pouch was embroidered by his sister personally. "That's right, the tuition for the second half of the year is due soon. Without these credits, are you going to steal or beg?" Li Qingfeng. "Ha ha ha." Li Qingfeng clenched his fists and charged forward. However, the frail Li Qingfeng was no match for these strong men. After a few blows, he was knocked to the ground. "With such a weak build, you still want to fight us? Seems like you haven't learned your lesson from last time." A heavy object struck Li Qingfeng's head, causing blood to well up instantly. It was the exquisitely crafted pouch. Feng Xiaoxiu stomped on Li Qingfeng's head. "Aren't you so arrogant? So mighty? Didn't you earn the approval of all the masters? Yet here you are trampled beneath my feet." Those around them erupted into raucous laughter. Li Qingfeng stretched out his hand, reaching for the pouch mere inches away. The pouch had been carefully embroidered by his elder sister herself, a treasure he had guarded with utmost care, now reduced to tatters by these thugs. Rage blushed Li Qingfeng's eyes crimson. He struggled with all his might, heedless of the blood pooling from his scalp. All he wanted was to knock these insults to his sister's honor to the ground. Li Qingfeng tried to wriggle free from beneath Feng Xiaoxiu's foot, but the crushing weight kept him pinned. "Let me go! Let me go!" With a thunderous roar, Li Qingfeng pressed his palms against the ground and surged upward with every ounce of his strength. Taken off guard, Feng Xiaoxiu staggered, nearly toppling over. "This little bastard dares to resist. Looks like we didn't beat him hard enough, brothers. Move in. Today I swear I'll break his legs." Clutching the pouch from the ground, Li Qingfeng bolted outward, but only managed a few steps before Feng Xiaoxiu's men surrounded him. "You little bastard. I see you've grown some backbone, brothers. Finish him." Li Qingfeng dodged left and right. Though he had trained in martial arts since childhood, his emaciated frame lacked any real strength, and now he was caught between enemy forces. A brutal kick to his back drove the air from his lungs, and Li Qingfeng spat a mouthful of blood. A smug grin spread across Feng Xiaoxiu's face. "With that pitiful build, you think you can fight us?" Brothers ripped those credits from his hands. "Once we get them back, we'll split them evenly." "Yes, yes." The scholars trailing Feng Xiaoxiu erupted into jubilant shouts. Without these credits, they faced expulsion. With them, they could at least graduate smoothly from the Imperial Academy. Watching the frenzied assault, Li Qingfeng darted and weaved steadfastly, shielding the pouch pressed against his chest. "Feng Xiaoxiu, mark my words. Brawling and causing trouble outside the academy. The masters will never forgive you." Feng Xiaoxiu's gaze grew even more vicious. "Since you intend to run to the masters, then today, I'll make sure you never leave here alive." Feng Xiaoxiu couldn't help but lick his lips. "Cur dogs never learn. Unless you summon your sister and let us sample her charms, you're a dead man today." The jeers around them swelled in volume. "I'll be your eldest brother-in-law. Then I'll be your second." Unbridled mockery in their grotesque visages. Disregarding his own survival, Li Qingfeng lunged forward and seized Feng Xiaoxiu's head, smashing it repeatedly. This suicidal ferocity left Feng Xiaoxiu's face unrecognizable. Li Qingfeng's hands were drenched in blood. "You bastard. Pull him off." Feng Xiaoxiu's eyes were bloodshot, his body and face a mosaic of wounds. His tolerance had hit its limit. He willed Li Qingfeng dead. The crowd dragged the frenzied Li Qingfeng away. Feng Xiaoxiu was already mangled, his face a bruised and bloody mess. Beneath his bloated frame his eyes glared with murderous malice. Feng Xiaoxiu produced a sharp dagger from his robes. Li Qingfeng, ungrateful wretch. Today I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to dogs. Then I'll pay your home a visit and sample your sister's charms. The mob restrained Li Qingfeng's arms, stripping him of any chance to flee. Watching the fiendish Feng Xiaoxiu approach with the dagger raised, Li Qingfeng had no time to dodge. Today fortune had clearly abandoned him. Die. Just as Li Qingfeng resigned himself to death, a resonant clash of metal rang out. The dagger in Feng Xiaoxiu's hand had vanished entirely, leaving him frozen in shock. The projectile was a mere pebble now deeply embedded in the alley wall. To displace a dagger with a single pebble, this had to be a master. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as they warily scanned their surroundings. Yet this desolate alley was pitch black by night, devoid of even a ghost silhouette. Feng Xiaoxiu had no idea what had just transpired. Hero, have mercy. The others snapped to attention, cautiously peering about, yet not a single soul came into view. Released from their grip, Li Qingfeng collapsed to the ground in a boneless heap. Devoid of all strength, he would have been utterly helpless had danger struck again. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Feng Xiaoxiu crouched, snatched the exquisite pouch from Li Qingfeng's chest, stuffed the credits inside his own robes, and flung the tattered pouch into Li Qingfeng's face. He retreated step by step. Click-clack. Rhythmic footfalls echoed from the depths of the dark alley. Everyone tensely fixed their gaze toward the shadows. In such utter stillness, a hidden master lurked nearby. The others swallowed hard, terror gripping them. Click-clack. The steps were steady and powerful. As the figure emerged from the gloom, the young student's expressions twisted into greedy grins. A silhouette approached from the distance, its contours flawlessly shaped, its gait stirring blood with an intoxicating grace. Even from afar, the mere sight ignited lust within them. When Li Pingyan's face came into view, several couldn't suppress nosebleeds. Too breathtaking, too exquisite. Her deep eyes radiated unwavering resolve, flanked by a straight nose and delicate lips, completing a petite visage that stole the breath from onlookers. Though Feng Xiaoxiu and his crew were fools, their families wielded power and wealth. Yet even in the capital they had never beheld a woman of such allure. As Li Pingyan revealed her full form, avarice painted every face. Despite his mangled visage, Feng Xiaoxiu forced a flattering smile upon seeing her approach, alone her aura undeniably commanding. Speak of the devil, and she appears. So it's Lady Li. To bed such a beauty, Feng Xiaoxiu would gladly accept death itself. Li Qingfeng wearily lifted his head, stunned to find it truly was his sister whom he had just parted from. You fool, why are you here? Run. Li Pingyan tilted her head, regarding her bruised brother, his scalp and body crisscrossed with wounds. She casually flexed her fingers, nonchalant. Staring down the ringleaders, she asked syllable by syllable. Who did you just say would be chopped to pieces and fed to dogs? Feng Xiaoxiu, still oblivious to the impending doom. Whose charms did you offer to sample it? Unaware of his peril, Feng Xiaoxiu nervously adjusted his robes. Gazing at Li Pingyan, who seemed a celestial maiden descended under the moonlight, he offered an ingratiating smile. Lady Li, I believe you misunderstood. Is that so? Li Pingyan strode toward Feng Xiaoxiu, then addressed the prone Li Qingfeng. Rise. Come to me. Li Qingfeng had never imagined his usually timid sister could exude such domineering confidence. He forced himself to his feet, stumbling until he reached Li Pingyan's side. Not a single person dared to move. When Li Qingfeng was less than a meter from his sister, he whispered urgently, I'll hold them off. You run. Although Li Pingyan felt deeply for her younger brother, watching him struggle so ineptly filled her with a sense of frustrated disappointment. She observed Li Qingfeng, who was already bracing himself for a desperate fight. Li Pingyan grasped Li Qingfeng's hand. Stand behind me and watch closely. This is what real fighting looks like. Before Li Qingfeng could even react, Li Pingyan had already vanished from sight. He saw only Li Pingyan disappear before his eyes like a gust of wind. The next moment she materialized in front of those half-grown youths. Without a word, she delivered a left hook and a right kick, a simple yet refined combat technique that left the youths no chance to react. In an instant they were all knocked to the ground. Effortlessly. See that? Fighting is about absolute domination. Li Qingfeng swallowed hard. His sister was truly formidable. Turning around, Li Pingyan once again faced those insolent youths. I'll ask one more time, whose life do you want? Feng Xiaoxiu trembled in fear. He had never encountered someone so formidable, and this person was a woman, a notorious coward at that. No, hero. Heroine. I was just joking. How could I dare to take his life? Li Pingyan narrowed her eyes dangerously. If she hadn't arrived in time, Li Qingfeng would likely have become a pile of bones. Come here. Hit him back punch for punch exactly as he hit you. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng staggered over. He looked at his domineering sister, and his heart clenched. In an instant his blood boiled. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. With Li Pingyan overseeing from the side, those youths could only endure the beating. Li Pingyan simply watched as Li Qingfeng struck back punch after punch. The youths who had been so arrogant moments ago stood there, not daring to resist. Even though Li Qingfeng was exhausted, he persisted in swinging his arms. For he wanted to make it known to all who had bullied him that he, Li Qingfeng, was not to be trifled with. He, Li Qingfeng, would repay every grievance. Mercy, mercy. Qingfeng, for the sake of our being classmates, please spare us. Did you ever show me mercy in the past? With a fierce punch to Feng Xiaoxiu's face, the latter finally could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Li Pingyan saw that Li Qingfeng had no strength left. He had used his last ounce of energy to knock Feng Xiaoxiu down. Satisfied? Li Pingyan asked Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng nodded. Today he had finally vented his pent-up anger. Let's go. Li Pingyan led the limping Li Qingfeng back home. She simply bandaged his wounds. Looking at the numerous old scars on Li Qingfeng's body, Li Pingyan's heart ached. It seemed that even a genius like Li Qingfeng had not had an easy time these past years. Take this pill. Li Pingyan pulled out a pill from her hand. As soon as the pill was revealed, a wave of medicinal fragrance filled the room. Squinting by the candlelight, Li Qingfeng saw that the pill was only the size of a grape, dark and glossy, yet it seemed to be carved with intricate patterns. This qi-gathering pill was the only high-grade pill Li Pingyan had ever refined. According to its properties, it invigorates the spirit and gathers qi, condenses the vital essence, expands the meridians, and nourishes the body. If her brother took this pill, his internal and external injuries should mostly heal. Oh no! Li Qingfeng felt his belongings. My credits and my pouch are gone. Credits? Pouch? Li Pingyan looked at Li Qingfeng's anxious expression. Are they important? Li Qingfeng was somewhat dejected. Forget it, I'll find a way later. It's just a pity that the pouch you embroidered, sister, has fallen into the hands of those scoundrels. First take this pill and recover your health. I'll figure out a way to get your credits back. Li Qingfeng looked at his confident and powerful sister. When had the once cowardly girl become so formidable? Docilely swallowing the pill, Li Qingfeng felt as if a fire had ignited in his dantian. His entire body grew hot and feverish, followed by the agonizing pain of his meridians expanding. Li Pingyan watched Li Qingfeng in agony. She hadn't expected taking the qi-gathering pill to be so painful. Last time Huiyun hadn't seemed to suffer that much. The qi-gathering pill would thoroughly transform Li Qingfeng's body. Li Pingyan gently closed the door, set up a simple formation in the yard, and then left. She returned to that deep, narrow alley. Recalling how anxious her brother had been, those credits must be quite important. The alley was empty of those youths, but the blood on the ground told Li Pingyan where they had gone. Following the trail of blood, she walked forward. She walked a long way, reaching the border between the county town and the capital before she spotted the figures of those youths. They were supporting each other, staggering forward. Stop! A voice like silver bells rang out from behind Feng Xiaoxiu, but to him it sounded like a nightmare. The three companions slowly turned around, never expecting Li Pingyan to have come alone in pursuit. Hand over what you took from my brother, or don't blame me for being rude. No, we didn't take those credits at all. A lackey quickly denied it. Feng Xiaoxiu chimed in. Yes, everyone saw it. Li Qingfeng took the credits himself. Li Pingyan didn't believe a word. Not telling the truth. Then don't blame me. She lunged forward. Feng Xiaoxiu shoved his two companions hard, pushing them toward Li Pingyan, and then turned and ran. Li Pingyan dismissed the little fatso's actions with contempt. She briefly searched the two companions who were trembling with fear. It seemed the credits were on Feng Xiaoxiu. One ran desperately. The other chased fiercely. Knowing he couldn't match Li Pingyan, Feng Xiaoxiu plunged headlong into the forbidden forest behind the Guozijian Academy. Li Pingyan, oblivious to the place, followed him in. After running for a short while, she sensed something amiss. This bamboo grove was unusual. Looking at the layered bamboo thickets, she was certain she had already passed this spot. But she had been walking straight north without turning. How could she end up in the same place again? There was something wrong with this bamboo grove. Li Pingyan now no longer bothered to chase Feng Xiaoxiu. This was a formation far more complex than the simple one she had set up in her house. What is this place? How can there be something so profound? Li Pingyan was now certain that Feng Xiaoxiu had deliberately lured her here. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap. Li Pingyan circled the forest 3 times, but no matter how she turned, she couldn't find a way out. Whichever direction she walked, she always ended up at this same spot. She made a simple compass from a leaf, but even following the compass's direction straight ahead, she still couldn't break the maze formation. The one who set this formation is incredibly skilled. Li Pingyan had never encountered anyone so powerful. With no other option, she could only wander in place. But she was already exhausted from walking, yet she still hadn't escaped the maze. This won't work. Even if I walk for 5 days, I won't get out. Li Pingyan closed her eyes and began to meditate, carefully listening to all the sounds within the formation. The formation contained not only the chirping of insects but also the calls of birds. It was a complete ecosystem. They couldn't be trapped in the formation forever, otherwise how could the ecological cycle be maintained? Amidst the sounds of insects and birds, Li Pingyan suddenly heard the gentle murmur of flowing water. Where there is water, there is an exit. Keeping her eyes closed, Li Pingyan followed the sound of the stream. Because Li Pingyan kept her eyes closed, she didn't want to be disturbed by anything and simply walked toward the river. To break this strange formation, one had to go against the usual way. The sounds by her ears grew louder. Only then did Li Pingyan feel relieved. She groped forward continuously. After about half an hour, the sound of the stream became increasingly loud. Li Pingyan opened her eyes. It turned out that this place was not only a stream, but also a hot spring. The stream cascaded down from above. Having reached this point, Li Pingyan didn't know where to go next. The surroundings were all dense forests. Afraid that entering the forest would lead her back into the formation, she simply jumped into the stream. Fortunately, the stream flowed gently, just reaching Li Pingyan's shoulders. Going with the current, she let the stream float her on the surface. Get out of this damned place quickly. If I find Feng Xiaoxiu, I'll teach him a lesson. Master, please rest for a while. It's already past midnight. The Emperor is so calculating. Why exhaust yourself for him? Xie Xingji closed the dossier in his hands. Don't you understand yet? The Emperor is warning me. Sitting by the hot spring, dressed in white like snow with features as beautiful as a painting, more like an immortal, was the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy, Xie Xingji. But to nationalize refined salt and iron, or is not your duty as the Chancellor of the Imperial Academy. Moreover, such a massive project is left for you alone to complete. The Emperor is really bullying you. Xie Xingji shook his head and shooed Qingzhou out. I want to bathe. Go fetch me a set of clean clothes. Yes, master. Taking off his white robe, revealing his toned muscles, he slowly walked into the hot spring. It had been several days since he returned from the Tianji Pavilion, and only soaking in this hot spring could bring him a moment of comfort. Salt and iron were both crucial national resources. Centralizing them was simple, but transporting them was difficult. Xie Xingji tiredly pinched his brow. Imperial merchants and local officials colluded, forming a network long ago. These people were certainly unusable, but other merchant caravans were of mixed quality. So far he had not found a single merchant daring to transport salt and iron. These were important goods, and the roads were infested with bandits, making the journey perilous. Suddenly, something clamped around his ankle. Xie Xingji was startled. There was someone in the hot spring. He was nearly pulled underwater by that person. Xie Xingji's body sank. His eyes sharpened, and he struck a palm into the water. But now, stark naked in the hot spring, he no longer cared whether he was seen. However, his ankle was gripped even tighter. He struggled fiercely. Damn it! To be so passive. He kicked hard. He kicked the person away. He successfully broke free. Splash. A person emerged from the water, and it was a stunningly beautiful woman. Huff, I'm suffocating. Li Pingyan gasped for air as soon as she surfaced. She was suffocating, and she had just been kicked by someone. Now her chest ached. Don't move. Who sent you? Li Pingyan had just narrowly escaped death from the water when a cold blade pressed against her neck. Her back stiffened, and she dared not move. A knife was held across her throat. Since her rebirth, Li Pingyan felt the threat of death for the first time. She raised her hands above her head. "Hero, I meant no offense." But the other party clearly did not believe her. "Turn around." Li Pingyan slowly turned around. What met her eyes were only a pair of crimson pupils. Red so brilliant, so dazzling, so breathtaking, yet also so terrifying. Li Pingyan recognized Xiesingji. Xiesingji also recognized Li Pingyan. How could it be him? How could it be her? But they tacitly kept silent. Both had doubts in their minds. Xiesingji tightened the dagger in his hand. "Speak, who sent you?" His place was heavily restricted with over 100 guards, not to mention the formations he had personally designed. An ordinary person could never wander in by mistake. Since turning around and seeing Xiesingji, Li Pingyan dared not move. Though part of it was due to the dagger at her neck, a greater reason was that Xiesingji was completely naked, bathing in the hot spring. No one I know one sent me." Although she had seen the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse, this was her first time facing a naked man. Her face flushed and her heart raced. Facing Xiesingji's handsome countenance, Li Pingyan dared not look directly at him. What was wrong with her today? How could she be stirred by someone she had only met twice? The dagger left a tiny scratch on Li Pingyan's neck, revealing the identity jade token hanging around her neck. The Universal Jade token gifted by the system hung around Li Pingyan's neck. Out of caution, she never dared to take it off and let others see it. Xiesingji's gaze tightened at the sight of the identity jade token. So his identity token was indeed on this woman. She had approached him with a purpose. "Master, what happened?" Qingzhou, who had gone to fetch clothes for Xiesingji, heard the commotion in the hot spring and rushed in. When he led the men in, he saw such a scandalous scene. The master was stark naked, holding a dagger at a breathtakingly beautiful girl, yet his eyes were greedily fixed on her chest. Hey, get out now. I'll handle this." Qingzhou quickly blocked the soldiers who had burst in. Because of the rockery blocking the view, the soldiers had not yet entered before Qingzhou shooed them away. "And master, I have placed the clothes here. Please be careful not to catch cold." Qingzhou closed his eyes, turned his head away, raised his hands, and placed the clothes on a nearby low rock, avoiding the scandalous sight. Your servant will take leave now." Xiesingji, noticing Qingzhou's strange behavior, suddenly realized that he was completely naked, standing in front of a woman, and his gaze was fixed on her chest. "Come back. Give me the clothes." Xiesingji quickly released Li Pingyan. He had been seen naked. A gust of wind arose. Li Pingyan only saw a blur, and in an instant Xiesingji had retreated 10 meters away, already wearing a white robe. Perhaps because of the steam from the hot spring, or perhaps because of her embarrassment, Li Pingyan's face was flushed. She explained incoherently, "I didn't see anything." Qingzhou had thought it was the master's romantic play, but now he realized it was a misunderstanding. This woman was an assassin. But this hot spring was extremely secluded, surrounded by mist and formations, and heavily guarded. Where did this woman come from? Xiesingji was somewhat exasperated. His blood-red eyes deepened, turning dark red. Arrest her. Interrogate her. Li Pingyan was not about to let Qingzhou capture her. "Master, let me explain." Qingzhou failed to even touch Li Pingyan's clothes several times. This woman indeed had the strength to break in. "Given the urgency, master, please let me explain." But Xiesingji, having been seen naked, was in no mood to listen. He was annoyed, yet his gaze was involuntarily drawn to Li Pingyan. Seeing that Qingzhou was no match for Li Pingyan, he personally flew forward. Li Pingyan, though agile, had no internal energy and could not leap across rooftops. "Master, I assure you I saw nothing." The more Li Pingyan said, the more furious Xiesingji became. He grabbed Li Pingyan's arm and twisted it behind her back. Like a fish on a chopping block, Li Pingyan had no means of resistance. She realized one thing: she was no match for Xiesingji. Xiesingji subdued Li Pingyan and reached for the identity token hanging from her chest. He had the token in hand. Hiss! His palm burned. The token had fallen off. Xiesingji stared in shock at the token that had dropped back onto Li Pingyan's body, looking at the young woman before him. Unexpectedly, Xiesingji released Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, whose hand had been released, quickly tucked the small jade token back into her clothes. Xiesingji stared at her intently. Why was the jade token heating up? What was happening? Who was this woman? "Mr. Xie, please let me explain." Li Pingyan, unwilling to antagonize Xiesingji, tried to remain calm and composed. After all, her abilities were limited at the moment, and Xie Xingji was a figure even the emperor treated with caution. I accidentally stumbled into a maze earlier. To break the formation, I had no choice but to dive into the water. I meant no offense. Truly, I deserve death for my transgression. But Mr. Xie, Li Pingyan addressed him seriously. Down there in the water, I truly saw nothing. Please don't dwell on it. Xie Xingji had already forgotten the incident, but when Li Pingyan brought it up, his temples indeed throbbed again. He took a deep breath and regarded Li Pingyan warily. There is indeed a formation in the outer grove. How did you manage to break it, young lady? Seeing that Xie Xingji was no longer impulsive, Li Pingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, breaking it wasn't difficult. Humans are visual creatures, but they are often troubled by their sight. Little do they realize that other senses are equally important. I see. Xie Xingji had thought his formation was flawless, yet this young lady had cracked it with ease, landing him in such an embarrassing predicament. May I ask why you entered the grove, young lady? Li Pingyan looked at him warily. This man appeared unpredictable, yet his background was so formidable that she could not afford to offend him. I just wandered in by mistake. In that case, Qingzhou escorted her out. Qingzhou had been ready to silence her, but to his surprise his master ordered her release. Master, she trespassed into a forbidden area. She cannot be left alive. Li Pingyan took a half-step back defensively. If it were only Qingzhou, she might try her luck and fight her way out of fate aloud. But if Xie Xingji decided to keep her, she would never escape today. The decision rested with Xie Xingji, and Li Pingyan had already braced herself for a fierce battle. Escort her out. Xie Xingji took out a token from his bosom. The token was exquisitely carved, though made of wood. It emitted a warm luster, clearly no ordinary object. Young lady, this is my token. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to come to the Guozijian and find me. Xie Xingji reached out, took Li Pingyan's hand, and placed the jade token in her palm. Or if you run into difficulties outside, you may show this token. I believe many will grant you convenience out of regard for me. Li Pingyan stared at the token in astonishment. Not only had Mr. Xie spared her life, but he had even given her his identity token. I thank you for your generous gift, Mr. Xie. You may go. Qingzhou led Li Pingyan through a winding path out of the place. Li Pingyan saw that the outer area was fraught with traps, not only formations, but also various mechanisms. It turned out Li Pingyan had overestimated herself, but without Qingzhou's guidance, escaping would have cost her considerable effort. When Qingzhou returned, he was visibly displeased. Master, what if that woman was an assassin? How could you bestow your token upon her? Qingzhou was jealous. Mr. Xie's identity tokens numbered 5 in total, 4 of which were held by his 4 senior generals, while Qingzhou himself did not possess even one. Qingzhou, which do you think is more important? My identity jade token or this small token? Of course the identity jade token is more important. Xie Xingji gave Qingzhou a meaningful look. Qingzhou suddenly understood. Master, do you mean the identity jade token is really on that woman? Xie Xingji nodded. Why didn't you take it back just now, eh? Xie Xingji shook his head, equally puzzled. His identity jade token was a vital artifact of the Tianji Pavilion, yet he had never heard of it heating up on its own. Regardless, we must handle this woman with care. Do not act rashly. Xie Xingji looked at his burned fingers, lost in thought. Qingzhou, seeing his master's serious expression, nodded. I understand, sir. After Qingzhou led her out, Li Pingyan realized she had blundered into the Guozijian. The Guozijian was where her younger brother attended school, and also where Feng Xiaoxiu had gone to great lengths to hide. He must have thought she couldn't enter. Though it was night, Li Pingyan quickly located Feng Xiaoxiu. Feng Xiaoxiu, having shaken off Li Pingyan, heaved a sigh of relief. Back in his room, Feng Xiaoxiu dared to take out the academic credits he had snatched from Li Qingfeng. These credits are all mine now. He carefully hid the precious credits. But then a gust of wind blew and, flinging open the doors and windows. Who is it? Feng Xiaoxiu turned around nervously, but saw no one. This wind is too strong. Just as Feng Xiaoxiu relaxed, the credits in his hand suddenly vanished. You sure know how to hide, even daring to scheme against me. Li Pingyan appeared abruptly before him. A ghost. Feng Xiaoxiu fled in terror, but at this late hour during the break the courtyard was empty. With a dark expression, Li Pingyan grabbed a whip from the room and coiled it around the fatty, dragging him in. It was time to teach him a lesson. She had never suffered such a loss, and today, she had nearly died. It wasn't until the next day that Feng Xiaoxiu was found in the river. By the time they discovered him, he was already at death's door. Someone had tied Feng Xiaoxiu's hands and feet, suspending him in the river, ensuring he wouldn't drown, yet making sure he suffered through the night. Li Pingyan returned home as dawn was breaking. Her younger brother had already woken up sitting on the bed with a grim face waiting for her. Seeing his sister safe, Li Qingfeng finally relaxed. "Where have you been? Can't you tell someone before you leave? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Li Pingyan looked at Li Qingfeng, who was shouting at her. "I'm not a child anymore. Why should I tell you? What if you ran into danger? What would I do then?" In truth, Li Pingyan had long seen that this younger brother, though sharp-tongued, cared deeply for his sister. When Feng Xiaoxiu and his friends insulted her, Li Qingfeng had rushed out to fight, which showed that despite his distant demeanor, the two siblings were of one heart. "All right, keep this safe. Don't be ungrateful." Li Qingfeng was stunned to receive a pouch, and inside were his academic credits. "Count them to see if any are missing." Li Qingfeng held the credits, deeply moved. In the past, his sister had only ever chased after Shun Juanhe, swallowing humiliation no matter how she was insulted or beaten. He had always looked down on her, thinking she had lost her backbone. But today, when she returned home, he found she had transformed into the person he had always hoped she would be. "Sister, don't you dare cry. I hate it when men cry." Li Pingyan quickly left to prepare breakfast in the small kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Carefully storing the credits, he walked over and leaned against his sister's back. "What are you cooking today, sister? I'm telling you, if it's no good, I won't eat." "You little glutton." Li Xiaoyang had been uneasy ever since he received the order from eunuch Gao. He was truly frightened by Li Pingyan. If he opened his mouth to demand the Pingyan Malatang shop and provoke Li Pingyan's revenge, it would be a costly mistake. "Didn't you say eunuch Gao would surely protect us?" Lu Guizhi watched her hesitant husband, anxious in her heart. Since eunuch Gao had promised to help them obtain the Pingyan Malatang shop, they should be worry-free. After all, who was eunuch Gao? He was the emperor's most favored confidant. When the emperor gave an order, even if Li Pingyan was powerful, he would have to obey the royal decree. "Oh, what do you know? You're just a woman." "Oh, what do I know? Didn't eunuch Gao say Yin Dongfang would assist you? Doesn't he want the Pingyan Malatang shop?" Since he said so, Li Pingyan's matter is left to Yin Dongfang. "We're only responsible for taking back the shop." "That's easier said than done. How exactly do you plan to seize it?" "Just give her some money. The shop will be ours sooner or later. If all else fails, we can buy her a shop in the suburbs and swap. Should be fine." "Easy for you to say." Li Xiaoyang couldn't figure out why eunuch Gao was so fixated on Li Pingyan's shop. "If you won't go, then I will." Watching Li Xiaoyang hesitate, Lu Guizhi took some money from the box and headed to the Pingyan Malatang shop. This was Li Qingfeng's first time visiting the shop. "So you're saying this shop belongs to you now?" For an aunt as miserly as hers, how could she possibly loosen her grip? "Her?" Li Pingyan shook his head. "This shop was wrested from others by me, your elder sister. Your tuition worries are over from now on. Study hard at the academy. Your sister can support you." Li Qingfeng admitted he was moved once again. "Thank you, sister. You've worked so hard for me." "You silly child. Why speak of thanks between us?" Li Pingyan patted Li Qingfeng's head and turned to examine the account books. Watching the steady stream of customers and his sister's focused demeanor, Li Qingfeng saw how much she had changed. Once bullied at home, she now stood on her own 2 feet. Well, look who's back. It's my dear little nephew." Lu Guizhi strode in and spotted Li Qingfeng standing in the middle of the shop. Pretending to be cordial, she hurried over and examined Li Qingfeng up and down. "Boys do grow so fast. Look how tall you've become in just a few days." Li Qingfeng brushed off her sleeve with disdain. "What are you doing here? Oh, don't speak like that. I'm your own aunt. Shouldn't an aunt come to visit her nephew and niece? A weasel paying respects to a chicken. No good intentions there. By the way, where's your sister? I need to speak with her about something." Lu Guizhi swept toward the backyard without delay. Li Qingfeng couldn't stop her. "Oh, my Pingyan, what are you up to?" Li Pingyan set down his ledger and could tell from Lu Guizhi's beaming face that she was plotting something sinister. "What brings you here? Didn't I warn you not to trouble me again?" "Oh, Pingyan, your aunt is just looking out for you." "Su Mama, hurry and bring over all the pastries Miss Biao enjoys." Li Pingyan eyed the table piled high with treats. When things seem too generous, there must be a hidden motive. Lu Guizhi was up to something again. Won't you try some pingin? I remember when your parents were still alive, these were your favorites. Have one. No need. Get to the point, Aunt. Lu Guizhi hadn't expected Li Pingyan to be immune to such flattery. Today's pastry purchases were wasted. Oh, nothing major. Chu-Chu asked me to bring you some jewelry. See if you like it. Su Mama then produced another box of ornaments. Li Pingyan glanced casually at the pieces, clearly outdated styles, the rejects from Li Chu-Chu's selection. I appreciate the thought, Aunt, but I have nothing more to discuss. Please leave. Lu Guizhi hadn't anticipated Li Pingyan would be so resistant. Yet she would not give up so easily. Oh, Qingfeng's here. If I'd known you were coming, I would have had new clothes made for you. Look at you all tattered while your sister earns so much and hasn't bothered to buy you anything decent. None of your business. Witnessing such cold indifference from the siblings, Lu Guizhi seethed inwardly. Ungrateful wretches. Despite their clear displeasure, she took a seat anyway. He Pingyan, I see you've been quite busy lately. Finally she got to the point. Li Pingyan didn't even bother responding. Look at you. You'll be marrying Xin Juanhe in less than a month. Once what would you still care for this shop? My advice. Hand it over now and save yourself the trouble. This shop had been built piece by piece by Li Pingyan. There was no way she'd surrender it so easily. Lu Guizhi, however, had her calculations perfectly laid out. And if you have nothing else, please leave now, before I have to ask you to go. Lu Guizhi already harbored psychological reservations about Li Pingyan. Seeing his face darken, she dared not linger. Since Li Pingyan refused to hand it over, she would change tactics. Actually, Aunt has an unreasonable request. Let me manage the shop for you. You won't need to lift a finger, and I'll share the profits with you. How does that sound? A single glance from Li Pingyan silenced Lu Guizhi instantly. All she talked about was seizing the shop. This Lu Guizhi's appetite was considerable indeed. If you truly refuse, I happen to have several shops I could offer you. Li Pingyan grew angrier with each word. What did she mean by my shops? Those shops had rightfully belonged to the siblings all along. And it seems the previous lesson hasn't taught you anything. Here you are demanding my shop again. Li Pingyan rose to his feet, regarding Lu Guizhi with cold arrogance. Qingfeng, show her the door. Yes, sister. Li Qingfeng had long wanted to do just that. Unexpected that his sister would be so commanding. Li Qingfeng grabbed the broom from the corner and began swatting at Lu Guizhi and Su Mama. Ouch! Ouch! You little bitch, how dare you hit me? Don't you remember who I am? I'm your aunt. Lu Guizhi covered her face as the broom pushed her toward the door. All her jewelry fell to the ground, and the dust from the broom coated both Lu Guizhi and Su Mama. Ouch! Ouch! How could I raise two ungrateful wolves like you? Banished outside, Lu Guizhi collapsed onto the ground. Bystanders pointed and whispered. As Lu Guizhi prepared to throw a tantrum, a single look from Li Pingyan sent shivers down her spine. How she had forgotten. This young master was formidable indeed. If you don't leave now, I'm calling the authorities. Terrified, Lu Guizhi snatched her shoes from the corner and fled in haste. Quite a pathetic sight. Sister, you're truly impressive. Who would have thought the typically domineering aunt would be scared off by just a few words? Li Pingyan had once again shattered Li Qingfeng's understanding of her capabilities. Lu Guizhi, a woman who never stirs without profit in sight, would never suddenly come looking for trouble. Today, though the shop remained busy, it lacked the fervor of days past. Li Pingyan was curious, yet she did not press the matter. Clutching the account ledger, she knew that although business was thriving, accumulating 10,000 taels of silver would require time. She glanced over the figures in a sweeping motion. From opening day to now, they had earned 7,834 taels of silver. Still 2,166 taels short of the system's 10,000 tael milestone. Li Pingyan sighed deeply. The task was weighty and the road ahead was long. Li Qingfeng finally witnessed his sister's brilliance firsthand. This malletang was not only rich in flavor, but also ingeniously crafted, simple to prepare, affordable in price. Blending these elements together, their modest shop had been reborn with vibrant vitality. Young Miss. Zhou Wei approached with visible concern. What is it? Have the new recruits finished their training? I've entrusted the training to someone else. There's something I'm uncertain whether to report. Observing Zhou Wei's hesitant manner, Li Pingyan asked curiously. What has happened? You look utterly distressed. I heard that a malletang shop has opened on Chang'an Street. Zhou Wei was acutely anxious. After all this, Malatang appeared straightforward. Anyone could learn it quickly. Hadn't they opened their shop merely to have business stolen from them? Li Pingyan observed that today's customers were indeed far fewer than usual. Do not worry, she said with unshaken confidence. While a Malatang shop is easy to replicate, our ingredients and dipping sauce are its very soul. They may copy the method, but how could they ever reproduce the sauce? Hearing Li Pingyan's words, Zhou Wei felt as though clouds had parted. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although they will undoubtedly siphon our customers in the short term, from a long-term perspective, they hold no advantage. Li Pingyan patted Zhou Wei on the shoulder. You need not worry. Zhou Wei was indeed a talented individual, and Li Pingyan wished to cultivate him. Yet sometimes his meticulous calculation of gains and losses led him into dead ends. Keep a close watch on those new hires. Report any anomalies to me immediately. Yes, young miss, I understand. Li Qingfeng scanned the shop from corner to corner, his unease growing with each passing glance. He could not fathom how his sister had wrought such transformation, but this humble Malatang shop was undeniably running with impeccable order. Let us go. Li Pingyan walked beside Li Qingfeng and patted his shoulder. What for? Look at your clothes. They have grown far too short. Let us visit the tailor and fetch you something new. But I can still wear these. Li Qingfeng felt a flush of embarrassment. You have seen it yourself. Sister has been earning well lately. Do not be so stubborn. Seeing his sister speak so warmly, Li Qingfeng finally relented. The tailor shop lay but a short distance away. Directly across from it stood the newly opened Malatang restaurant. Songxiu Malatang. Passing by, Li Pingyan cast a glance inside. The shop was adorned in resplendent golden magnificence, a stark contrast to her modest little establishment. Clearly this shop targeted the high-end consumer market. Li Pingyan sneered dismissively. Regardless of taste, such fast food would never appeal to refined patrons. Sister, look at this shop. Li Qingfeng had evidently noticed the Malatang restaurant as well. Does this not appear to be a Zheng Yuanji establishment? Zheng Yuanji? Li Pingyan inquired while selecting garments for Li Qingfeng. What is Zheng Yuanji? Li Qingfeng's face clouded with worry. Zheng Yuanji is an imperial merchant. Having stood firm within the court for decades, it is rumored that their background is profoundly formidable, not an adversary to be trifled with. Li Pingyan nodded, watching the crowd surge toward the Malatang shop like a tide. No wonder. Were it merely an ordinary establishment, her Pingyan Malatang would not face such a severe blow. Try on this garment. Li Qingfeng failed to comprehend his sister. Sister, are you not concerned? After all the effort to acquire this shop, we must not let them crush us. What good does worry do? As you said, Zheng Yuanji boasts formidable backing. Can two siblings possibly contend with such power? Li Qingfeng gazed at the cyan robe in his sister's hands and realized she was right. Then shall we simply allow them to trample over us? Li Pingyan patted Li Qingfeng's head. You shall focus solely on your studies at the academy. Sister's shop shall not fall. Li Pingyan's eyes hardened. Songxiu was it? What an auspicious name. Boss, wrap up these garments. The shopkeeper beamed with delight. Yes, madam. Lugu stumbled home, her entire body grimy. She cursed as she walked. That little vixen has grown bold indeed, daring to chase me away with a broom. All those years I raised her in vain. An ungrateful wretch, a jinx, a miserable girl. Mother Su supported Lu Guizhi as they trudged forward. It is pitiful that madam even considered exchanging another shop for her. In my opinion, she deserves nothing. Behold her arrogant demeanor. Does she hold you in any regard? The more Lu Guizhi pondered, the angrier she grew. Yet she dared not act recklessly. Mother, give me some money. I am penniless, utterly penniless. A man in his early 20s approached from nearby. The sight of her son instantly infuriated Lu Guizhi. Li Qingfeng was 7 years her junior, yet he now studied at the Guozijian and ranked among the outstanding scholars. Her own son Li Gaohong had failed to enter the Guozijian and lingered at the bottom even at an ordinary academy. Being inferior to others in every way was one matter. Yet Li Gaohong had also fallen into the vice of gambling. Each day he departed with money returning only when every last coin was lost. How are you destitute again? Did I not give you 100 taels just 2 days ago? Beholding his mother's fearsome countenance, Li Gaohong offered a specious reply. 100 taels is but a pittance. It vanishes with a single meal.
How can I host literary gatherings with my like-minded scholarly companions? Even making friends, they look down upon me. Lu Guizhi had returned home brimming with fury from her earlier humiliation. Witnessing her son's utter lack of ambition, she could only take her frustration out upon him. Host literary gatherings. Look at Li Qingfeng. Look at him. He is renowned as a prodigy. If you possessed even half his virtue, I would rest easier. Lu Guizhi seethed with frustration at his wasted potential. You gamble away every day and recently lost your very clothes at the tables. I tell you, this household will be ruined by your hands. Lu Guizhi snatched up a broom and began striking her son. Li Gaohong's shouts and wails echoed through the courtyard, plunging the entire household into disarray. When Li Chaoyang returned home, this was the very scene that greeted him. Cease this at once. What indecency! Look at you both, disgracing yourselves, bringing shame upon learning itself. Lu Guizhi was already disheveled and grimy, while Li Gaohong was hardly in better condition, caked in dirt from head to toe. Did I not instruct you to seek out Li Pingyan? Did you find her? Yin Dongfang had returned from his recuperation and immediately sought out Li Chaoyang to inquire about progress. Yet Li Chaoyang had made no advances whatsoever. I did. Is that not why I was driven away by Li Pingyan once more? Li Chaoyang paced back and forth in raging fury. Useless fools, all of you, utterly useless. Seated in the living room, the entire family wore deeply troubled expressions. Li Pingyan is absolutely impossible to deal with. Not only are we no match for her, even Yin Dongfang stands no chance against her. Therefore, if we wish to obtain Pingyan hot pot, we must rely on strategy rather than force. Lu Guizhi wiped away her tears as she spoke. Our only course of action now is to marry off Li Pingyan as quickly as possible. Once she marries, there's nothing she can do about taking that shop with her. But upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang's frown deepened even more. I'm merely worried whether Shen Juanhe would still be willing to marry that worthless woman. Last time he came to see me, he was thoroughly reluctant. Li Gaohong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is simple. Let me go feel out father and mother first. Shen Juanhe, being a Shouzai and the sole son of wealthy Shen, often frequents refined social gatherings. I'll use these connections to gauge his stance, and he'll surely grant some consideration to his future brother-in-law. Lu Guizhi conceded that it was indeed a practical approach. We must get Shen Juanhe to marry off this disaster as soon as possible. Then, mother, you give me 100 taels of silver. Li Gaohong held out his palm, asking Lu Guizhi for money. You? Lu Guizhi was simply too exasperated to respond. Su Mama stood beside Lu Guizhi, whispering softly to her. Madam, what about Manager Chun? Su Mama whispered her reminder. Lu Guizhi's eyes brightened upon hearing this. That's right. If Manager Chen's side proceeds smoothly, Li Pingyan's reputation will be utterly destroyed. Then we can take back the shop with ease. By the next day, Lu Guizhi had gone early to Pingyan Hot Pot. Meanwhile, Li Gaohong set out to find Shen Juanhe. Oh my, look at this, look at this. Yesterday it was bustling with life, and today it's become so deserted. Lu Guizhi arrived at Pingyan Hot Pot wearing an expression of schadenfreude as she gazed at the handful of patrons inside. Because Songxia Hot Pot had opened with promotional discounts, most people had flocked there to join the festivities. Li Pingyan looked up and saw her aunt coming again. She remained calm and unbothered, continuing her work as usual. I hope Annie has important business today, or don't blame me for asking you to leave. Lu Guizhi steeled herself. This lowlife woman was at it again. Actually, I have no pressing business. Just came for a stroll. Remarkable how yesterday was thriving and today stands so deserted. What does Annie want? I want this shop of yours. Lu Guizhi spoke, boldly unafraid to confront Li Pingyan directly. Li Pingyan regarded Lu Guizhi with dangerous eyes. Auntie still fails to grasp this. The shop is mine. Whoever dares seize it from me, I'll fight to the death. Li Pingyan suddenly closed the distance, causing Lu Guizhi to stumble back half a step in fright. Pingyan, while this shop may be yours, can it truly remain with you after you marry? Shen Juanhe would never want a dusty little shop smelling of commerce. I suggest you make your arrangements now. If you sell to me, I'll offer a fair price, but if you wait. No more bribery, now switching to threats. Auntie need not worry, I'd rather sell to anyone than to you. Lu Guizhi's chest tightened. She knew this woman wouldn't submit quietly. If you won't yield to me, then wait. There will come a day you regret this.
This time Lu Guizhi departed before Li Pingyan could drive her out. Before leaving, Lu Guizhi shot Chen Ping a loaded glance. Chen Ping noticed Lu Guizhi and nodded silently. The real drama was about to unfold. Should any misfortune befall this establishment, there'd be no grounds left for her arrogance. Young master, what did she mean by that? Pay her no mind. Simply ensure our shop runs smoothly without fault. Meanwhile, Shen Juanhe was enjoying the breeze, moonlight, and lotus flowers with his friends. I've heard a Pingyan hot pot restaurant recently opened. Indeed, I visited twice and found myself quite captivated by its flavors. Shen Juanhe felt a sudden flutter in his heart upon hearing this, and Li Pingyan's striking face involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Just the thought of her stirred something within him. Since that day, Li Pingyan had grown increasingly beautiful and alluring, capturing his thoughts completely. Even his dreams were consumed by visions of her. Oh, I heard that Li Pingyan is your betrothed brother Shen. Shen Juanhe's expression shifted to one of pride upon hearing this. Is that true? You're blessed indeed, Master Shen. Your wife not only generates income, but possesses remarkable beauty. That day I glimpsed her briefly. To be honest, I've never encountered such breathtaking grace in all my years. You flatter me. Shen Juanhe replied modestly. I never heard Brother Shen mention having such a wife before. The others wore expressions of curiosity. Their combined envy and admiration pleased Shen Juanhe greatly. It was merely an arrangement made in childhood, nothing worth noting. Shen Juanhe's words successfully stirred jealousy among everyone present. I truly envy you, Brother Shen. If I had such a betrothed, I'd be boasting endlessly. Exactly. Shen Juanhe basked in triumph. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Li Pingyan, once dismissed with contempt and deemed unworthy of a second glance, would one day become his source of pride and glory. You flatter me, dear friends. Pingyan possesses merely a knack for commerce. I strongly opposed her venture, yet she proved persistent. Unexpectedly, she's achieved considerable success. A masterclass in humble bragging. If brother-in-law truly wishes to keep her from trading once, what you should simply confine that wicked woman. Lock Li Pingyan away in the house. Shen Juanhe hadn't anticipated Li Gaohong's arrival. One of such proud scholarly stature as him would never condescend to associate with someone like Li Gaohong. Brother Shen, might I ask who this is? Shen Juanhe offered an awkward smile. This is Pingyan's cousin. Introducing Li Gaohong brought Shen Juanhe shame, for the man was notoriously useless throughout the region. He spent his days indulging only in food, drink, and vice, a lifestyle despised above all others by cultivated scholars. Li Gaohong's presence shattered Shen Juanhe's fragile sense of superiority. Lordly, what brings you here? To hear Shen Juanhe address Li Gaohong as elder brother was unthinkable. I've come concerning your marriage to my sister. With your wedding date approaching, I wish to discuss what arrangements you have in mind. Shen Juanhe's thoughts drifted to Li Pingyan's graceful figure, stunning features, and distinctive allure, awakening desires he could no longer suppress. Our Shen household will certainly host grand celebrations. After all, I am the groom, and I shall invite all brothers to witness this occasion. The others watched Shen Juanhe with bitter envy. Shen Juanhe's fortune far exceeded their own. They had encountered that Li Pingyan. Describing her as breathtakingly beautiful was not an exaggeration. Though they'd never met the capital's celebrated beauty in their estimation, Li Pingyan represented the pinnacle of feminine grace. We shall certainly attend. We promise to be there. Li Gaohong listened with great satisfaction. This fool believed himself to be gaining something substantial. Little did he know that Li Pingyan was nothing short of a ticking bomb. She would surely plunge the Shen household into utter chaos. Once Li Gaohong's task was accomplished, he went to find Lu Guizhi. It was said that today there would be a spectacle at Pingyan Malatang. Chen Ping, the proprietor, sat by the side washing dishes. Chen Ping, wash the dishes cleaner. Look, there's still grease on them. Zhou Wei, as part of his routine, inspected every corner of the shop only to find Chen Ping slacking off again. Chen Ping seethed with resentment. In the past, this Zhou Wei had always bowed and scraped before him, but now he didn't even show the most basic respect, daring to call him by his name. Got it. Chen Ping, I told you to boil a pot of water. Why are you so slow? The head chef in the kitchen had already started urging him. Chen Ping was on the verge of exploding. He considered himself noble. When had he ever been ordered around by these nobodies? Not only had he lost his dignity, but all the glory of his past had vanished as well. Staring at his hands, which had turned white from constant soaking in water, and his body that had shed dozens of pounds in just a few days, Qin Ping could no longer endure it. All right, what's the rush? If you need water, can't you boil it yourselves? Don't you see I'm busy? If they kept nagging, he would finish them all off. Business was slow at the shop today, but there were still a few customers. Qin Ping took out the white powder Lu Guizhi had given him. I'll make you regret your arrogance. He poured all the white powder into the kettle, shook the pot of water, and brought it into the kitchen. What do you need the water for? To add to the pot. Qin Ping took the initiative to ask. The chef was a bit puzzled. This lazybones usually only dawdled when washing dishes, and assigning him other tasks was impossible. Why was he being so proactive today? Yes, pour all this water into the pot for the broth. Qin Ping gave a sinister smile and dumped the entire contents of the kettle into the pot. To make sure no white powder settled at the bottom, he even swirled a bit of water around to rinse it out. Order 23 ready for pickup. Another batch of malatang was done. Someone soon came to collect it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly except for Qin Ping, who had slipped away, and Lu Guizhi, who was crouching in a corner waiting for the incident to unfold. Ouch, my stomach. A young, thin man who had just eaten the malatang immediately clutched his abdomen. Moments later, he began spitting blood. Then he collapsed to the ground. What's wrong? What happened? The others, curious, hurried to help the fallen man. Unexpectedly, they too coughed up blood, splattering it onto the man. With a crash, instead of lifting the fallen man, they also collapsed to the ground motionless. Zhou Wei soon learned of the situation. It's over, something's happened. Someone must have set us up. But the priority was to rescue these people. Quick, go fetch a doctor. The customers in the shop were all panicking, and those who could still move tried to flee. But before they could take a few steps, they too coughed up blood and collapsed. They felt a burning in their stomachs and a sharp pain, with blood streaming not only from their mouths, but also from their eyes, noses, and ears. Seeing his scheme succeed, Qin Ping took advantage of the chaos to sneak out and join Lu Guizhi. Is it done? Rest assured, madam. You know how I work. Good. Let's just wait for the show. Lu Guizhi stood triumphantly in the corner. It came without any effort. Let Li Pingyan be stubborn. Since she refused, Li Pingyan wouldn't get off easy either. Li Pingyan, you reap what you sow. Without me lifting a finger, Li Pingyan won't have many days left. Lu Guizhi stared intently at the shop entrance, waiting to reap the benefits. Li Pingyan rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing most of the people in the shop lying motionless and spitting blood, she didn't stop to think. She took out several returning origin pills from her medicinal storage pouch and forced them into the victims' mouths. Returning origin pills could not only suppress the spread of poison, but also replenish the patient's vitality, potentially saving their lives in critical moments. Even so, Li Pingyan had only managed to refine 5 mid-grade returning origin pills after days of alchemy. Now she had given all of them to these people. Quick, Zhou Wei, follow my lead. Li Pingyan pressed her palms together and vigorously performed chest compressions on the victims. She also used the Heimlich maneuver to make them vomit what they had eaten. Inducing vomiting was the crucial step. There were 5 patients, and their symptoms had developed rapidly, indicating a strong poison. Someone was trying to kill them. Li Pingyan thought of Lu Guizhi, who had just come by, and her bold words. She must be behind this. 1, 2, 3. Li Pingyan pressed on their chests relentlessly until they coughed up black blood. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Thanks to Li Pingyan's timely first aid, the 5 patients soon stabilized. After taking the returning origin pills, their vitality was rapidly restored. Although the poison had still inflicted some damage, Li Pingyan had already directed them to expel the residual toxins from their bodies. Coupled with the pill's effect in clearing the remaining toxins, their heartbeats gradually returned to normal. Li Pingyan's face darkened. This had to be the work of an insider. Poisoning the customers' bowls. They must have a death wish. The customers who hadn't yet fled were astonished that the victim's condition had been brought under control so quickly. And all of this was thanks to the young and beautiful shop owner. This girl is truly remarkable. She managed to expel such a potent poison in mere moments. She's a miracle doctor. Yes, indeed. Look at them. Their faces, which had turned black, are now flushed, and they seem even healthier than before. Even so, everyone stood far away from the shop entrance, afraid to go unless they be poisoned. Make way, make way. The renowned doctor is here. Someone had called for a doctor. On the road, an old man claiming to be a physician had been brought over without a second thought. Where are the patients? Let me see them at once. An old man rushed in from outside, eager to save lives despite his advanced age. The poison victims got up from the ground, rubbing their dizzy heads. Though they didn't feel as good as usual, they somehow felt healthier than before. One of them had suffered from severe asthma, barely able to breathe normally. The doctor had said he wouldn't live past this winter, and he had lost all hope. But after waking up from the poisoning, he found his breathing was remarkably smooth. He hadn't been able to breathe so freely in years. Another man had been plagued by psoriasis, with layers of skin peeling off his body like falling snow. When he groggily got up, still feeling pain in his chest from the compressions, he inadvertently noticed that his psoriasis had vanished completely. It was a miracle. None of them knew that all of this was thanks to the returning origin pill. Here, the patient is here. Soon someone brought the victims, who had already gotten up on their own before the old doctor. Those with sharper eyes recognized the elderly man. It's Imperial Physician He Tianhua. Doctor, he is here. Li Pingyan then noticed that the elderly physician feeling the pulse was none other than He Tianhua, whom she had met once before. Unexpectedly, He Tianhua was an Imperial physician. He Tianhua furrowed his brow in deep thought while taking the pulse. This is wrong, clearly wrong. He Tianhua shook his head and sighed. The pulse was strong and vigorous, yet the patient had indeed been poisoned with arsenic. He had never heard of anyone surviving arsenic poisoning intact. After all, arsenic is a deadly poison. Once ingested, it meant certain death beyond even the power of celestial beings. This pulse is off. He Tianhua kept shaking his head and sighing, muttering that something was wrong. Meanwhile, the patient was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding with anxiety. Doctor, if I have a hidden illness, just tell me straight. I can take it. He Tianhua finally snapped out of his thoughts. Oh, pardon me. You are in good health. There is no hidden illness. He Tianhua examined several more patients, and their pulses were all similar. This was truly strange. Who was the one who treated you just now? It was the owner of this Malatang shop. The speaker said with immense gratitude. Thank goodness for Boss Li. Without her, we would have lost our lives. Another person, however, was unimpressed. You still want to thank her? She nearly poisoned us to death, and you dare to thank her? I say we should demand an explanation from her. But I feel much better than before. Yes, my asthma seems completely cured. They had indeed found good fortune in misfortune. The man was about to speak further when He Tianhua stopped him. Could I meet this Boss Li? He Tianhua was visibly excited. How could a medical master emerge from this small county? He had thought that as an imperial physician, his own medical skills had reached the pinnacle and no one could astonish him. But in recent days, one event after another had stirred his usually calm heart. Based on the pulses of these 5 people, that Boss Li was no ordinary person. Her skill might even surpass his. Regardless, he had to meet this Boss Li properly. Most of the onlookers were gathered around, eager to see what would happen. How could a normal person vomit blood for no reason? After watching for a while, they were amazed that the victims were actually revived. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan had gone to apprehend the culprit. 5 people had been poisoned with arsenic. Only the kitchen staff could have administered the poison in such a short time. The kitchen was off limits to outsiders. Apart from the head chef, the only one who could have done it was Chen Ping. Li Pingyan had been planning to give Chen Ping another chance, seeing his improved performance day by day. But it seemed that chance was no longer available. When Li Pingyan, along with the kitchen staff, brought Chen Ping and Lu Guizhi back, the shop entrance was already crowded. Let me go, you little wretch. Do you know who I am? I am the wife of the chief clerk. I am your own aunt. Where are you taking me? Li Pingyan held one person in each hand. Behind her, 2 chefs followed closely. The crowd parted to either side. Li Pingyan dragged the 2 directly to the imperial physician, He Tianhua. Old sir, we meet again. I heard you were looking for me. He Tianhua's eyes lit up when he saw Li Pingyan. Wasn't this the young girl who had solved the poisoning the other day? What was she doing here? Of course, only she could have the ability to counteract arsenic poisoning. I beg the imperial physician to seek justice for me. Li Pingyan clasped her hands. She had her own difficulties. After all, she was running a business, and a near-death incident in the shop would undoubtedly damage its reputation. She did not intend to take this matter to the yamen, as she might be held jointly responsible there. Young lady, please rise. Tell me your troubles, and I will help you. He Tianhua felt a deep admiration for talent. If this young girl had also saved these 5 people, he would have to reassess her abilities. Even he could not guarantee that he could save someone after they had ingested arsenic. Such a feat had never been heard of before, yet it had happened right before his eyes. The employee Chen Ping conspired with his former employer Lu Guizhi to frame me. They intended to poison these 5 people. Fortunately, I apprehended them, or the consequences would have been disastrous. I begged the imperial physician to seek justice for me. Turning the tables. Striking first. In one sentence, Li Ping silenced Chen Ping and Lu Guizhi. So it's Lady Li. Although He Tianhua had retired, he still wielded considerable influence. As an imperial physician, everyone had to show him respect. He looked at the scarred-faced woman. Wasn't that the young girl's ruthless aunt? Li Ping grabbed Chen Ping's hand. This man still has traces of arsenic on his hand. Please examine it, sir. He Tianhua leaned in and sniffed. Indeed, it is deadly arsenic. How dare you, Chen Ping? Mercy, mercy. I didn't mean to. If not intentional, then what? Most of the onlookers were aware of the grudges among these 3. After all the events had unfolded only a few days ago. It was her, she ordered me to do it. How else would I have gotten the arsenic? Chen Ping pointed at Lu Guizhi. He had not expected Li Ping to react so quickly. No sooner had he found Lu Guizhi than Li Ping dragged them back. He Tianhua regretted having treated Lu Guizhi that day. How harmful to both herself and others. It wasn't me. I had no idea what happened. What does their poisoning have to do with me? Li Ping sneered. And you claim you had nothing to do with it. But since you arrived, no one has mentioned that they had already eaten. How did you know about the poisoning? Caught in a slip of the tongue. Lu Guizhi quickly covered her mouth. Now every word she said was a mistake. Sweat beaded on her anxious face, and she could only insist she was innocent. But anyone with eyes could see that if Lu Guizhi were truly innocent, why would she be with Chen Ping? He Tianhua snorted, his eyes dark. Fortunately, he had connections with the county magistrate. Ping and my girl, leave this matter to me. I will see that justice is done for you. Though the old man was in his 70s or 80s, he was still vigorous. Especially toward the juniors he cherished, He Tianhua showed blatant favoritism. Thank you, Elder He. Li Ping's demeanor changed. She was genuinely grateful to this elderly gentleman. She had wanted to avoid the yamen for fear of inviting trouble that would ruin the shop's reputation. Yet she was unwilling to let Chen Ping and Lu Guizhi off so easily. By having the esteemed elder He hand them over, she could protect the reputation of Ping and Malatang and punish the evildoers. Li Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving Elder, he approached Li Ping. Young lady, I can help you get justice, but could you tell an old man the method for counteracting arsenic? How long had it been since Elder he had blushed? Yet today he swallowed his pride and asked a junior for the antidote method. Li Ping smiled, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons as if stars were hidden within. Of course. Come again tomorrow, Elder He, and I will present the method and the antidote with both hands. He Tianhua left fully satisfied. Li Ping also felt relieved, but this was only the beginning. She would have to be more careful in choosing her shop assistants. If such a thing happened again, she might not be so fortunate. Fang Qingwan rose from her bed, her belly band hanging askew. She leaned forward, her garment wide open, revealing everything below without obstruction. The translucent gauze was crumpled with wrinkles, and between the gauze and the belly band one could see the snowy white curves. Zhou Yiming's blood surged with excitement, his breathing rapid. He could not resist reaching out his hand, approaching the edge of the gauze, following the belly band, and probing inward. He finally touched her. The woman he had longed for, Fang Qingwan, was finally within his grasp. Her skin was delicate and soft, warm and smooth, far more pleasant than he had imagined. Zhou Yiming let out a satisfied, contented sigh. His rough, large hand wanted to continue exploring deeper through the crevices, but it was enveloped by Fang Qingwan's soft hand. Brother Zhou, it's time to take your medicine. In the struggle, the belly band shifted direction, exposing even more of that snowy white flesh. Zhou Yiming stared at the thrilling milky white with a tiny protrusion at the top of the belly band. The bitter medicine he had originally been unable to drink somehow slipped down his throat without his notice. While drinking the medicine, Zhou Yiming did not move his eyes away, and even a nosebleed began to flow. He had long heard about what a little vixen Fang Qingwan was. He never expected that the woman he had yearned for could behave so wantonly and disgracefully. On one hand, Zhou Yiming gave up his fantasies about Fang Qingwan. On the other, he felt a deep sense of resentment. He had given so much for this woman, his leg was even broken by that Huiyun. How could he not even get a taste? When he heard today that Fang Qingwan had come to see him herself, Zhou Yiming initially did not want to meet her. But once they met, Zhou Yiming's eyes never left Fang Qingwan. Originally, she had followed the path of purity and nobility, but now she had adopted the style of a seductive, mature woman. She wore a black gauze dress, her makeup heavier and more seductive, her waist fully visible, and the thin gauze at her chest was pressed extremely low, revealing even half of the snowy white. As soon as she entered, Fang Qingwan began to weep to Zhou Yiming. Even though he knew she was a pair of worn-out shoes that others had already used, he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Because she unfastened the gauze, pressing her warm, soft body against him, rubbing vigorously, making his breathing even more difficult. "Brother Yiming, you broke your leg for me, and you've been bettered in these days without any relief. How about Qingwan helps you today?" As she spoke, Fang Qingwan took the bowl after Zhou Yiming finished his medicine and then began to untie his belt. The black gauze and her snowy white skin gave Zhou Yiming an immense shock, nearly causing him to lose his senses. Fang Qingwan smiled coldly to herself. What an impatient man. Only half a packet of the drug, and he was already so eager. In Zhou Yiming's days, they were already bared to each other. Half a day of cloud and rain. Fang Qingwan lay weakly in Zhou Yiming's arms. Her eyes held an indescribable melancholy and sorrow. Zhou Yiming had never felt such comfort in his life. Even after half a day of indulgence, he felt it was not enough. But with his broken leg, he had been the one enjoying it from below all day, looking at the exhausted Fang Qingwan. Zhou Yiming, full of pity, kneaded the person in his arms vigorously. "Darling, if you have any troubles, just tell your big brother. I will satisfy you in every way." After saying this, he could not help but kiss her again until Fang Qingwan's chest was covered with bruises and marks, and only then did he stop. Even though Fang Qingwan felt contempt, she could not help but play the pitiful role. "Brother Zhou, now I'm afraid you're the only one who still cares about me." Fang Qingwan leaned against Zhou Yiming's chest. "Poor me, I was schemed against by that Li Pingyan. Because I am weak and alone, I suffered such humiliation. My heart is bitter." After saying this, Fang Qingwan began to sob softly. Zhou Yiming had always had feelings for Fang Qingwan, but because she had been defiled in front of everyone, she had long lost her reputation. Yet now, seeing Fang Qingwan cry so sorrowfully, Zhou Yiming's heart softened. "Good darling, don't cry." After fondling enough of her upper body, his rough hand probed downward again. "It's that Li Pingyan again. If it weren't for Huiyun protecting her, I would have had her brought here for you to vent your anger." Zhou Yiming's fingers kept digging, his meaning already very clear. Fang Qingwan lay on top of Zhou Yiming, softly moaning and whimpering. "As long as you, little sister, can visit your sick brother often, what harm is there in brother taking care of that Huiyun for you?" Fang Qingwan had not yet lost her senses. After hearing Zhou Yiming's words, she understood his meaning. He indeed had another way to deal with Li Pingyan. "Brother? What other way?" Fang Qingwan closed her eyes, tears at the corners, obediently leaning close to Zhou Yiming's ears, softly sobbing. Zhou Yiming was exactly the type to fall for this, and his hand became even more forceful. "I know the secret of Li Pingyan's uncle." "Then, brother." Sob. "Can you tell?" "Little sister." "Of course. As long as little sister can, big brother will tell you everything he knows." Finally, the creaking of the bedstead gradually calmed. Fang Qingwan had been tormented all day and had no strength left. But she still asked Zhou Yiming with great concern, "Brother, you promised to tell me. Li Pingyan's uncle Li Chaoyang is said to have connections with Yin Dongfang. And my people told me a couple of days ago that Yin Dongfang captured a group of people and Huiyun has been searching but can't find them anywhere. What does that have to do with Li Pingyan? You little fool used those people to set a trap for Huiyun, lure him in. Only a big shot like Yin Dongfang can subdue that Huiyun." Fang Qingwan's lips curled into a dangerous smile upon hearing this. She had said it. Though Zhou Yiming was a coward, his connections and channels were quite impressive. As long as Huiyun was neutralized, Li Pingyan alone would not amount to much. Her efforts of serving Zhou Yiming all day were not in vain. She gathered her clothes, and Fong Qingwan swaggered out of the Zhou residence. She had been a topic of conversation these days anyway. Entering the Zhou residence early in the morning and coming out only in the evening, she emerged with a peach blossom face, red spots all over her body, stirring up endless speculation. Soon the gossip mongers spread the news. By the time Zhou Yiming heard about it, it was already too late. He had originally wanted to distance himself from Fong Qingwan, but now both baskets were equally stinky. Fong Qingwan, fresh from Zhou Yiming's place, went straight to Lu Guizhi's house. "Let me in. Our lady has ordered that you are not allowed in." "On what grounds?" Their steward Lu leered at Fong Qingwan. "Don't you know why? With your stinking reputation, do you want to drag our young lady's name down to the same level?" Upon hearing this, Fong Qingwan's face changed color. "Say that again." After all, Fong Qingwan was a distant cousin of Lu Guizhi and even related to this steward Lu by marriage. She never expected this man to insult her. "You know what you did. Shame on you." "Huh." Steward Lu was about to close the door when he saw the master's carriage approaching unsteadily from not far away. Steward Lu immediately scurried over obsequiously. "Master, you're back? You're quite early today. The madam hasn't returned yet." Li Chaoyang stepped down from the carriage. "Where has the madam gone? Why hasn't she come home so late?" Although Lu Guizhi was usually domineering, she had never been out this late before. Watching the sky gradually darken, Li Chaoyang grew even more puzzled. "I heard she went to town to take care of some business. She'll probably be back soon." "Uncle." Seeing Li Chaoyang return travel-worn, Fong Qingwan bowed. Li Chaoyang was fully aware of what had happened that day, and he felt a measure of sympathy for this distant relative. "What are you doing standing at the door? Come inside." "Aunt." Fong Qingwan flashed a triumphant smile at Steward Lu and followed Li Chaoyang into the house. This was not her first visit, as she swaggered right behind him into the bedroom. "What are you following me in for?" Li Chaoyang's expression turned cold. Although she was a distant relative of Lu Guizhi, the impropriety of being alone with a woman in a room unsettled the prudish Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang had once witnessed Fong Qingwan tied to a pillar writhing in submission. The sight had stunned him, and even now he dared not meet her eyes. "Uncle, rest assured. I made sure no one noticed me coming in." Fong Qingwan stepped forward with a seductive smile. "Aunt has kept such a tight rein on you these years that you haven't even taken a concubine. With her obese figure and aging body, can she still satisfy you?" Li Chaoyang's heart tightened. She spoke the truth. In his entire life, he had only ever been with Lu Guizhi, never even touching another woman's hand. But other officials all had multiple wives and concubines. Hearing this from Fong Qingwan, however, stirred something uneasy in him. Outrageous. "Fong Qingwan, keep your distance. I tolerate you only out of respect for your father. You are Guizhi's distant cousin, and yet you utter such shameless words. Scoundrel." His hands trembled as he spoke. Despite the reprimand, Fong Qingwan paid it no heed. Men were all the same after all. They spoke loftily, but their bodies were honest. She reached out and slowly took his hand. "You said it yourself. I'm only Lu Guizhi's relative with no blood tie to you. Why don't we take it further?" Li Chaoyang felt her hand and is torn between resistance and indulgence. Her words stirred a wavering within him. Wavering was good. A vicious glint flickered in Fong Qingwan's eyes. If she could kill Li Pingyan, what did it matter to serve an old man? Her words grew bolder. "A man of your caliber should have long taken several wives. It's only because Lu Guizhi controls you so tightly. But it's never too late." Fong Qingwan took his hand and gently kneaded it. She guided his fingers along the thin collar of her robe. "What's there to be shy about? You've already seen it all that day, haven't you?" Unlike Zhou Yiming's rough palms, Li Chaoyang's hands, though calloused, were softer. Li Chaoyang felt the warmth in his palm, like an electric current surging through him. It repelled him, and yet he savored it. Fong Qingwan knew that all men were the same wretched breed. Li Chaoyang stood frozen, neither accepting nor rejecting. They were quick, partly because Li Chaoyang feared being discovered, and partly because he was already in his 40s or 50s, his vitality no longer that of a young man. Fong Qingwan dressed as she spoke. "From now on, if Uncle desires, come to Qingwan for relief anytime. Don't call me Uncle." Afterward, Li Chaoyang was racked with guilt. The title Uncle was merely a form of address by kinship, not to be taken seriously. But the way she said it made him uneasy. "Then what would you like me to call you?" "Songnue." Songwe was Li Chaoyang's style name used only by close friends. No, no. What's wrong with it? It's just between us. They dallied for a long while. Li Chaoyang had never been with a woman like this in his life. Now the more he indulged, the more addicted he became. He wished he could hold Fang Qingwan in his arms and start all over again. Fang Qingwan's clinging tenderness made Li Chaoyang feel more comfortable than he had in decades. Songyue Qingwan has something to ask you. Speak freely, Qingwan. He held her close, caressing her. A roving hand slipped back under her freshly donned clothes. I heard you know Yin Dongfang. Fang Qingwan nestled in his arms, teasing him, and took his Adam's apple into her mouth, which excited him even more. I, do know him. Li Chaoyang's whole body tensed. Would you like to seize Hui Yun to vent your anger? Li Chaoyang's mind went blank. He was so aroused that he could not control himself, answering whatever she asked. Yes. Qingwan has a brilliant idea, but would Songwe be willing to cooperate? Fang Qingwan flashed a sinister smile. Once you held a man's most vital part, you could control his actions. She whispered a few words into Li Chaoyang's ear. He was taken aback, but before he could react, a sound came from outside. Master, something terrible has happened. The mistress has been arrested. Steward Lu rushed to the bedroom, knocking and shouting. Li Chaoyang, caught in the heat of the moment, hurriedly pulled away. Their clothes were only slightly disheveled. After tidying himself, Li Chaoyang hurried out. Stay hidden here. Don't come out. When it's clear, go to Chuchu's room. Do you hear me? Li Chaoyang looked at Fang Qingwan, who was beaming like a flower. Do you hear me? Yes. Watching him leave in a hurry, Fang Qingwan tidied her clothes and prepared to visit her disfigured sister Li Chuchu. Fang Qingwan swayed her slender waist as she made her way to Li Chuchu's courtyard. So what if she had been seen naked? She had come to a realization. Even being fully exposed was better than being disfigured like Li Chuchu. What are you doing here? You're a killjoy. Li Chuchu sat before her mirror, examining the scar on her face. The whip wound from before was truly severe. She had spent a fortune on scar removal cream, but to no effect. I heard you've landed a fine husband. No wonder you find me a bore. When will you bring him out for everyone to see? In truth, Li Chuchu and Fang Qingwan had always been close. Li Chuchu confided everything in Fang Qingwan, so Fang Qingwan knew all about her affairs. What a pity, that scar on your face. I'm afraid that gentleman will be put off by it. Li Chuchu glared at her angrily. What do you mean? Just because your relationship with Shun Juanhe fell through your cursing me? Fang Qingwan felt bewildered. Why are you taking it out on me? It was Li Pingyan who scarred your face, and she also ruined my reputation. We share a common enemy. You shouldn't be angry with me. Even though Li Chuchu knew it was true, her parents dared not touch Li Pingyan. How could she possibly fight her? Coward! Fang Qingwan sneered at her hesitation. You dare call me a coward? Look at how debauched you've become. Don't ever set foot in my house again. You'll dirty my courtyard. Li Chuchu drove her out. Fang Qingwan had already accomplished her task for the day. What could a little girl like Li Chuchu do? Dirty. How soon she would have her father begging on his knees for her to come. She swaggered out of the Li mansion, while Li Chaoyang faced trouble. Now, Chaoyang, do you still blame me for not promoting you all these years? Look at this fine wife of yours. The magistrate spoke with feigned earnestness and gravity. Old master, he personally brought her here. You know that in our county, only he has connections to the palace. Even as a retired imperial physician, his words carry great weight. Li Chaoyang wiped his sweat and nodded repeatedly. And you let your wife poison someone. Fortunately, the victim didn't die. If she had, both you and I would be in prison. The magistrate shuddered at the thought and felt even more inclined to reprimand Li Chaoyang. Yes, please, your honor, do what you can. Since no one died, we'll accept the punishment. Just release Guizhi, and we can negotiate everything. Seeing Li Chaoyang so subservient, the magistrate finally felt at ease. I'm easy to deal with. We're old friends after all. The trouble is old master. Li Chaoyang understood and blamed Lu Guizhi for acting on her own. If she had done it discreetly, it might have been fine. But she was caught red-handed, and his face was completely ruined by her. So what will the sentence be? According to the law, intentional injury without fatal result. 3 years in prison. What? 3 years? Li Chaoyang's face was filled with anxiety. Your honor, is there any other way? Just as Li Chaoyang was pulling strings everywhere, a major incident occurred in this small county town. The Songxiao Malatang shop, which had opened with great fanfare, found itself almost empty on the third day. Those who did go were only doing so out of obligation. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan's shop had been quiet for a few days, but then it exploded with even greater popularity than before. Even though Li Pingyan had hired 5 extra people, the shop was still understaffed. The booming business did not excite Li Pingyan. What thrilled her was that the system task was finally about to be completed. The ding sound made Li Pingyan's eyes light up. She had finally completed the task of earning 10,000 taels of silver in profit. You should know that earning 10,000 taels of profit was not the same as earning 10,000 taels of silver. Li Pingyan had earned a total of 32,421 taels of silver, and only then did she achieve a profit of 10,000 taels. Of course, this was also due to the exceptionally large expenses during the early stage of opening. Li Pingyan looked at the task reward with curiosity. A face-shaping doll. The system was quite novel, actually having such a reward. But thinking of the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan's expectations rose. If all task rewards were at the level of the invisibility cloak, then this face-shaping doll probably wouldn't be what she imagined. In any case, the system had given a task, and this task was much simpler than earning 10,000 taels of silver. Since the foundation was already laid, making money was just a matter of time. Apart from the workers' wages and various expenses, she had 8,000 taels of silver on hand. With 8,000 taels, renting a house in this small county town would be more than enough. But Li Pingyan didn't want to rent as she wanted to buy. So 8,000 taels was definitely not enough. At the current profit rate of this one shop, it would take nearly half a year to save enough to buy a shop. The battle line was too long. No, she had to find another way. Looking at the long queue outside, Li Pingyan sighed. This was the reason high-end merchants were reluctant to engage in small businesses. Small businesses recouped costs quickly, but only earned small money. To make big money quickly, one needed to find another way. Zheng Chen, accompanied by his men, looked grimly at the surging crowd outside Pingyan Malatang. What did you say back then? That there was only this one shop in the whole county, and if we directly copied it and opened a Malatang shop, we would definitely be better than him. Young master, we have tasted the Malatang. The ingredients are actually very simple. Except for those meatballs that are a bit tricky to make, the dishes are affordable for ordinary people. But, the man hesitated. But what? Speak. Zheng Chen couldn't accept it. For his first trial, leaving home to do business had ended in miserable failure. The Songxiao Malatang shop had only been popular for 3 days. Those 3 days were only because of the free tasting promotion and the reputation of Zhenyuan Ji that attracted so many customers. But we don't know what broth base and dipping sauce they use. Even a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Even if they had all the ingredients ready, they simply couldn't replicate the broth base and dipping sauce, nor did they know the recipe. So it was more like boiled vegetables than Malatang. Relying on the reputation of Zhenyuan Ji, they attracted most of the villagers. Plus, with the free tasting at Songxiao Malatang, many people came to try it. Soon everyone knew that the food at Songxiao Malatang was terrible, not even a fraction as good as Pingyan Malatang. Therefore, after the 3-day promotion period, the Songxiao Malatang shop was almost empty. As a trial project, Zheng Chen absolutely could not admit his failure. He rushed out in a hurry, originally thinking that if his business was bad, Pingyan Malatang's business couldn't be much better. But when he arrived at the door of Pingyan Malatang, Zheng Chen was so angry he saw stars. Don't give me all that nonsense. I'm asking you, can you turn the loss into profit? I hired you at a high price not to be a loser in this trial. Think of a way. The Zheng family Zhenyuan Ji was a famous imperial merchant. It was mainly famous for pastries and meals, and all disciples of Zhenyuan Ji had to undergo a trial after the age of 20. Yes. The man rubbed his hands. Actually, I still have a trump card. 2 days ago, Pingyan Malatang was hiring, so I sent someone to apply. I believe we'll soon get the dipping sauce and broth base. Zheng Chen didn't expect he had a trick up his sleeve. I hope this time there won't be any mishaps. There's still 1 month until the trial ends. During this time, manage it well. Yes, young master, rest assured. The man wiped his sweat and watched Zheng Chen leave. Looking at the crowds of customers at Pingyan Malatang, he wondered what kind of earthly delicacy could be so captivating. Unable to curb his curiosity, the man actually joined the long queue behind the crowd. When he saw a simple bowl of food placed before him, he couldn't help but drool. He had traveled far and wide in his life, ooh, what kind of delicacy hadn't he seen? Malatang like this with no plating, no perfect color, aroma, and taste was merely a low-grade dish in his eyes. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, but he couldn't deny it was indeed delicious. The flavor was unique, the preparation simple, and it was much cheaper than the dishes in ordinary restaurants. If he were an ordinary person, he would also choose to eat at Ping and Malatang. No comparison, no harm. This man was only good at giving advice, but when he thought of his own shop's Malatang compared to the others, he almost cried. The difference was not just a little. No, he had to have someone steal the recipe. With such a convenient and fast food, no wonder it sold so well. The man left. He had eaten a bowl of Malatang. He left with admiration. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan was entertaining He Tianhua in the Malatang shop. The taste is good, but eating too much will surely cause internal heat. He Tianhua wiped his mouth and looked at the young girl with a gratified expression. So young, not only with superb medical skills, but also good at business. It was hard to imagine this girl was only 16 or 17. Girl, can you tell me now? How did you save them yesterday? The poison of arsenic was well known as the deadliest of poisons. Eating it meant certain death. That day I just reacted quickly. If I had been half a beat slower, even the greatest immortals couldn't have saved them. At this point, Li Pingyan already knew that Lu Guizhi had been punished. Even if Li Chaoyang had the ability to rescue Lu Guizhi from the magistrate, it would come at a great cost. Li Pingyan glanced at the kind-faced old man. She took out a small jade bottle from her bosom, which contained the mid-grade Huiyuan pill. The method to save people is in this jade bottle. He Tianhua excitedly took the small jade bottle, opened it impatiently, and sniffed. He sniffed again. Although the herbal scent from the bottle was remarkably familiar to him, he could not distinguish how many types of herbs were inside. This? Please enlighten me, young friend. Even Su Tianhua, the renowned imperial physician, did not hesitate to ask for guidance, which shows how extraordinary this returning origin pill was. I have encountered medicinal pills in the palace, and though I am not skilled in this art, I have some knowledge. This pill of yours I have never heard of nor seen. He Tianhua held the returning origin pill. As long as he approached the pill, he could sense a faint, ethereal fragrance that cleared his mind and slightly sharpened his gradually fading consciousness. Indeed, it was a life-saving, miraculous medicine. Just by smelling it, one could feel its immense medicinal power. Elder, he flatters me, it's just a small trick, making Elder he laugh. At this moment, He Tianhua looked at Li Pingyan with new eyes. How could this be a small trick? It was clearly a rare talent. May I ask how much you know about pharmacology? Li Pingyan shook her head with shame. In her past life, she was just a pill roller, knowing only that the pills had some medicinal effect. As for pharmacology, she could only claim a superficial understanding, even less than those medical students. I know very little. He Tianhua naturally did not believe it. How could someone who could refine such an extraordinary pill know very little? Young friend, running this shop is profitable, but with your talent, why not study medicine? Li Pingyan shook her head helplessly. If not for the system, she would be content to live in obscurity in this prosperous era, free and unfettered. But because of the system tasks, Li Pingyan had no choice but to stay here. Everyone has their own aspirations, Elder. He need not persuade me. This time, Elder, he has helped me greatly. I don't know how to repay you, so I will give you this returning origin pill. He Tianhua was stunned upon hearing this. No, this is a life-saving item. I, as an old man, was merely punishing a villain. How could I deserve this? If this returning origin pill were to circulate outside, it would surely cause a bloody storm. Even arsenic poison could be neutralized. This alone would make many people compete for it. Although refining pills was not easy, Li Pingyan did not intend to take back what she had given. Elder, please don't be modest. Without you, I would have been in great trouble. Please accept it, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Elder, he saw that Li Pingyan sincerely wanted to give, so he did not refuse further. Since you insist, then take this. At that moment, a small token appeared in Elder He's hand. Li Pingyan looked at the unremarkable token and glanced at Elder He with curiosity. This is a token of Huichunhal. As you know, Huichunhal's medicines are exclusively supplied to the palace, so we imperial physicians each have such a token. With this token, you can freely obtain medicine from Huichunhal. Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan immediately realized how practical this seemingly ordinary token was. How could I accept such a valuable item? With this token, she could obtain rarer medicinal herbs without spending money. Take it it's not a rare thing. It turned out that tokens were also graded. The token I hold is only a third-class token. Although top-tier herbs cannot be obtained, most common herbs on the market can be found there. Elder he also developed a fondness for talent. Children as gifted as Li Pingyan were rare, especially this young lady who had unique insights into pill refining. She would surely achieve great things in the future. This girl was no ordinary person. Li Pingyan did not expect Mr. He to hold her in such high regard. She accepted humbly, thanked him profusely, and saw off Elder he, including the token given by Mr. Li Pingyan now had 3 tokens. She carefully stored them and looked joyfully at her shop, which was even livelier than before. Because the Pingyan Malatang shop had limited tables and chairs, indoors business had spilled onto the roadside. She set up a few tables outside, making dining there even more lively. Even with over a dozen employees, they were busy every day without a moment's rest. No comparison, no harm. Since the opening of the Songsha Malatang shop, people finally realized how delicious Pingyan Malatang really was. What was even more commendable was that a meal at Pingyan Malatang only cost 1/3 of that at Songsha Malatang. All those passing through the county were travelers. Because the county was a necessary stop on the way to the capital, traveling merchants frequently passed through and showered Li Pingyan's Malatang with praise. Thus a simple small shop achieved a daily income of a fortune. This made other merchants in the county envious. But with the precedent of Songsha Malatang, even if they wanted to step in and get a share, they had no way to start. Even shops with strong backgrounds like Zhenyuanji had failed, so what could small humble households do? Hurry up, get moving. Today is the delivery day, be careful. Zhou Wei had grown rapidly. He had become a manager who could carry loads, handle accounts, and manage people. The young boss had specifically emphasized that this delivery must be closely watched. Sure enough, after a while a group of people in black clothes arrived carrying boxes. This time the packages were exceptionally large. The exposed seasonings and dipping sauces had increased by a dozen types, and even the pots, pans, and bowls had increased significantly. Zhou Wei stared dumbfounded at the more advanced stoves. He was already numb. The young boss was too amazing, and he had begun to regard the young boss as a deity. This shop upgrade completely made Pingyan Malatang famous. Not only did people in the county talk about it with relish, but the news even spread to the capital. Because the capital was not far from the county, many people traveled specially from the capital to the county, even if they had to queue for a whole day just to taste the legendary Pingyan Malatang. How many days has it been? Not only do we have no customers, but that Pingyan Malatang is so arrogant. Zheng Qin's face darkened. His trial was destined to be flawed, but if he did not complete the trial, his position as the heir of Zhenyuanji would be handed over to someone else. Young master, please wait a little longer. Our man has gained their trust. As long as he finds out the recipe and ingredients, we can make a big move. Wait, all you say is wait. My time is running out. Tell him to act immediately. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Zheng Chen's eyes narrowed. A mere Malatang shop. He refused to believe he couldn't bring it down. Pingyan Malatang was like an ant trying to shake a tree, ignorant of how great Zhenyuanji's influence was in the country. Find someone else to investigate where Pingyan Malatang sources its supplies. I'll buy them out at 10 times the price. The subordinate saw Zheng Chen's determination, nodded in agreement, and quickly sent someone to investigate. On one side, Zheng Chen was overwhelmed by the trial. On the other side, Lu Guizhi sat at home, crying bitterly. She had spent 3 whole days in prison, accompanied by rats and cockroaches, eating leftover scraps. She had aged 5 years and lost weight, appearing emaciated. Lu Guizhi had never experienced such things in her life. Husband, I didn't want this either. Who did I do it for? I did it for you, for this family. Li Chaoyang's face darkened. You did it for me. Huh. Don't cause me any more trouble. You dared to put arsenic in someone's food. If you hadn't been caught, it would be one thing, but you were exposed on the spot. Where do I put my face? Do you know how people treated me when I went to the county office these days? Li Chaoyang's face grew darker as he spoke. People pointed at me, saying I was the husband of a murderer. You've disgraced me completely. This time Li Chaoyang had to beg Gao Gonggong to secure Lu Guizhi's release from prison. But Gao Gonggong's demands remained entirely unclear to Li Chaoyang. For this reason, Gao Gonggong harbored sharp grievances against Li Chaoyang. You accomplish nothing but cause trouble. From now on, reflect at home. You are not to set foot anywhere. Lu Guizhi had only intended to help yet found herself entangled in scandal. She had already suffered great psychological torment in prison, and upon returning home was met with her husband's cold neglect. Overwhelmed, she broke down into loud, uncontrollable sobs. Li Chuchu worried daily about the scars on her face. Meanwhile, Li Gaohong disappeared as soon as he had some money in hand. Lu Guizhi sat at home weeping, and no one dared offer comfort. Her temper had grown increasingly irritable, and she looked far older than when she first emerged from prison. "Oh, Auntie, please take care of yourself." As soon as Fang Qingwan stepped through the door, a bell-like smile lit her face. Having heard that her aunt was released from prison, she had come specifically to see the spectacle. Lu Guizhi had watched Fang Qingwan grow up, and though not as close as Li Chuchu, Fang Qingwan was still someone she could share private thoughts with. "Alas, why is my fate so bitter? Qingwan, my life is wretched." Fang Qingwan comforted her verbally, while casting her gaze toward Li Chaoyang, who was returning from outside. Li Chaoyang had swallowed a bellyful of frustration outside, and upon returning home, he found Lu Guizhi wailing like a funeral mourner. He had been about to lose his temper, until he saw Fang Qingwan embracing Lu Guizhi and whispering comfort, while repeatedly shooting seductive glances at Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang prided himself on his incorruptibility as an official. Ever since holding Fang Qingwan in his arms, he had been filled with regret. He had originally resolved never to see her again. But then he looked at the glamorous, enchanting Fang Qingwan, and at Lu Guizhi, who appeared nearly 10 years older and mourned at home day after day. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Yet the contrast was unbearable. One was youthful and vibrant, with a curvaceous figure and silken, alluring glances that set the blood surging. The other bore a face carved with hollows and wrinkles. Her once plump and fair figure now wasted, her skin hanging loosely on her body, stripping away any trace of figure such that merely looking at her would spoil one's appetite. The two in stark contrast. Li Chaoyang's restlessness returned, who, having tasted the sweetness of meat, would return to gnaw a rotten root. "Auntie, please stop crying. Look, Uncle is home." Hearing this, Lu Guizhi indeed restrained her weeping, though her gray-streaked hair hung tangled over her shoulders, making her look like a madwoman. "I believe this whole affair is Li Pingyan's doing," she thought. "Now that I think of it, does Li Pingyan really have? Isn't it just a little martial skill? As long as Hui Yun is dealt with, Lord Yin alone can handle him." The logic was sound. But Hui Yun's martial prowess is truly formidable. Ordinary people cannot stand against him. How do we eliminate him? Lu Guizhi too had regained her rationality. Even Lord Yin himself had been powerless against Hui Yun. What hope did common people like them have? Everyone has a weakness. A few days ago I heard Uncle mention. Fang Qingwan immediately shot Li Chaoyang another seductive glance. "Hui Yun's father is in our hands. He is desperate to save him. We only need to lure him here, set our net, and with Lord Yin present, there is no doubt we can kill him." Lu Guizhi now hated Li Pingyan beyond measure. She had long been impatient to tear his flesh from his bones. She wanted to find a secluded corner and make him die, so that her vendetta might be satisfied. Hearing Fang Qingwan's words, Lu Guizhi considered whether the plan was feasible. But how exactly do we draw Hui Yun out? Auntie is being foolish. Of course a fisherman needs bait. It is not that the fish will not bite. It is that the bait must be tempting enough. With that, not only did Lu Guizhi feel stirred, but even Li Chaoyang's ears perked, saw gold in his eyes. Indeed, it was a fine plan. With Lord Yan's abilities bolstered by the iron cavalry under his command, and with thorough preparations this time, there was no reason they could not kill Hui Yun. Once Hui Yun was dead, finding a way to draw Li Pingyan out would be child's play. Twisting him however they pleased was entirely in their hands. Since Auntie is in a better mood now, I shall go find Chu Chu. Lu Guizhi was still pondering how to implement the plan when Fang Qingwan turned and left. As she passed beside Li Chaoyang, her soft fingers gently brushed his backside. Bold and shameless. After openly teasing Li Chaoyang right in front of Lu Guizhi, she turned and departed. Lu Guizhi was too absorbed in thought to notice. The nervous Li Chaoyang exhaled in relief. But looking at Lu Guizhi, who resembled a madwoman, revulsion rose in his heart. "I'm stepping out for a bit." Without looking back, he left. There were two paths from the bedroom to Li Chuchu's quarters, the main road through the front gate and another that wound through the garden. Eager and impatient Li Chaoyang took the garden path. As he passed through, he saw a bare leg and half a buttock peeking out from behind the rockery. It turned out Fang Qingwan had been waiting all along. She spun around and threw herself at Li Chaoyang with hunger. The two clung to each other like glue, hiding within the garden's rockeries. The continuous flow of passers-by only added to their thrill. Li Chaoyang had always lived by the rules. When had he ever experienced such danger? He greedily stroked her smooth, firm skin, comparing it to Lu Guizhi's aged, wrinkled flesh. He grew more and more addicted. Finally, holding the fragile, boneless Fang Qingwan in his arms, he asked, "My dear, when will you come next?" Fang Qingwan silently cursed the old man whose fire was fading. "When do you want me to come?" Li Chaoyang said nothing. He did not want Fang Qingwan to leave. As Lu Guizhi's distant cousin and Li Chuchu's close confidant, Fang Qingwan often stayed at the estate. They had even prepared a room for her. "Why not stay until tomorrow?" Fang Qingwan burst into exaggerated laughter. "That will not do. Such behavior violates propriety. After everything they had done together, what propriety remained? You have stayed before. I will send someone to inform your parents." Li Chaoyang pressed a kiss to Fang Qingwan's cherry-red lips, pulled up his trousers, and was about to send someone to notify her family. "No need. My parents no longer care whether I live or die." She spoke coldly. She had once been the family's little princess. But ever since her reputation was shattered, her family had treated her as if she were dead, wishing to drive her from their door. She had not returned home for several days. Her time with Zhou Yiming and her parents had never once looked for her. "Then stay." Li Chaoyang's heart ached for her. He pulled her into his embrace. "I will have your courtyard tidied anew." Compared to a brute warrior like Zhou Yiming, Fang Qingwan deeply favored refined scoundrels like Shen Juanhe and Li Chaoyang. Since Li Chaoyang had invited her to stay, she would not leave. How eagerly she anticipated the moment. What if Li Chuchu saw her with her own father? Would she call her aunt? The two indulged in their affairs for a long while in the garden, hiding among the rockeries, reclining in the pavilion, and even in the chilling pond. They concealed themselves in shadows. They grew exceptionally excited whenever someone approached, as though unlocking a new dimension of pleasure. Fang Qingwan, wearing only a sheer black gauze, lay on the bed, idly picking at her nails. As long as they captured Li Pingyan, she would make him repay every ounce of suffering he had imposed upon her, piece by piece. This was only the first step. Fang Qingwan was not in a rush. Fang Qingwan had patience. Li Pingyan and Hui Yun had been in constant contact. Hui Yun was worried that Li Pingyan might encounter trouble. Although he was searching for his father, he dared not venture too far, fearing that Yin Dongfang would cause trouble for Li Pingyan again. Since Chun Ping's incident, Li Pingyan had become even more cautious with her employees. One must always be on guard against others. Since no one had died from arsenic poisoning, Chen Ping would serve 5 months in prison. Li Pingyan simply sold Chen Ping. Since she held the indenture contract, selling a person was nothing more than that. She directly sold him to the owner of the most grueling coal mine. Everyone knew that the coal mine owner employed many undocumented workers, and the location was remote, with the hardest and most exhausting labor in the world. Many couldn't endure and died of exhaustion in the coal mine. And Chen Ping was destined to go directly to the coal mine after serving his sentence. Hui Yun once again arrived at the Danyang dock and sat down to eat at a restaurant by the dock. He had been wandering nearby these past few days. According to Yin Dongfang's instructions, his father should still be in the vicinity. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the Beima River. There were many porters on the dock. Since the dock originally belonged to Li Pingyan's father and had been managed by Hui Yun and his men in recent years, quite a few people greeted him. "Mr. Hua, Mr. Hua." Hui Yun nodded to each of them in acknowledgement. "Mr. Hua." A sturdy man sat down beside Hui Yun. "Haven't you found the old master yet?" Hui Yun looked at the dock supervisor Wang Lu and handed him a cup of wine. "No news at all," Hui Yun said dejectedly. Wang Lu did not stand on ceremony, taking the cup and draining it in one go. "What kind of world is this? I never thought the previous boss would have such a brother. We've been cursed for generations." Wang Lu held a long whip in his hand, his skin tanned dark. He had been working at the Danyang dock for 15 years previously under Li Pingyan's father. Never expected that one day the Danyang dock would be taken over by Li Chaoyang. "What are you angry about now?" "It's that bastard Li Chaoyang." We porters only have our strength. Day after day we haul goods from the dock, just to earn a few hard-earned coins to support our families. Look at what Li Chaoyang has done. If he doesn't know how to run a business, he shouldn't take on this venture. Today more than a dozen laborers have left my dock. Wang Lu poured another cup of wine. Speaking of this, he heaved a deep sigh. With no business at the dock, the laborers had no money. This situation had persisted for 3 months since Li Chaoyang took over. I say, mister, when will you come back and lead us brothers again? Huayan shook his head. You know my situation. My father is still missing, alive or dead. Forget it, let's wait until I find him before making any plans. Wang Lu eagerly hoped for Huayan's return. Although the previous boss had died, working under Huayan was still better than having nothing to eat now. Although our Danyang dock is not large, it's well connected. Previously, almost all goods entering and leaving the capital would be unloaded at our dock. Now, thanks to Li Chaoyang's management, there's not a single soul here. Brotherhood, don't worry too much. I don't think they can do anything serious to the old man. Take your time, you'll find him eventually. The sky gradually darkened. Each had their own sorrows. Wang Lu was now considering whether to stay at the Danyang dock. He could endure any hardship, but at home, he had a wife and children. How could they bear this suffering? After seeing off Wang Lu, the sun quickly set. The tavern was about to close. Huayan dusted off his clothes and stood up. Due to the desolation of the Danyang dock, the street was already deserted with no lights to be seen. Walking aimlessly on the street, Huayan suddenly saw a person stumbling out of a small alley not far away. As if being chased, the person, after falling, dared not pause and scrambled forward. Huayan knitted his brows. The security at the Danyang dock had always been good. What was happening? Tian Hongfei, stop right there. Soon several people ran out from behind that person. Holding wooden sticks, they kicked and beat him until he was barely breathing, then prepared to drag him back. But unexpectedly, when they turned around, they saw Huayan radiating murderous intent. At that moment, Huayan's eyes were blazing with fury. Tian Hongfei, his childhood friend and his father's capable subordinate, had been captured together with his father this time. He never expected to encounter him here. Put him down. The men, seeing the murderous Huayan, dropped Tian Hongfei and tried to flee, but their speed could not compare to Huayan's sword aura. A flash of white light swept past, and the men all fell to the ground with screams. Huayan quickly helped Tian Hongfei, who was lying on the ground, up. He had worn out his shoes searching to no avail, yet unexpectedly Tian Hongfei was so severely injured. Hongfei, wake up. Tian Hongfei opened his eyes with difficulty. His stomach churned violently, and as soon as he tried to speak, he vomited a mouthful of black blood. Cough, cough, cough. Hongfei, how are you? Are you all right? Looking at the black blood, it was clear that he had been poisoned severely. Quick, save the old master. The man barely raised his hand, pointed in a direction, and then his hand fell limply to the ground. Seeing his friend on the verge of death, a teardrop fell from Huayan's eyes with a splash. He quickly fumbled inside his clothes and pulled out a small porcelain bottle from the innermost layer. This bottle was given to him by Li Pingyan before his departure. Huayan had never been willing to consume it. It was meant to save lives in critical moments, and he dared not use it lightly. He poured out the only pill inside the bottle and directly stuffed it into Tian Hongfei's mouth. Hongfei, hold on. I'll take you to see the young lady right now. She will surely find a way to save you. Tian Hongfei's breath was weak and intermittent, and it seemed he would soon die. Huayan, disregarding everything else, picked up Tian Hongfei and rushed toward Li Pingyan's place as fast as he could. Tian Hongfei murmured intermittently, "Don't save me, go save the old master." How could Huayan watch his friend die like this? He dashed out at top speed. Faster, even faster, they would arrive soon. Once he saw the young lady, she would surely have a solution. This was Huayan's only conviction. Li Pingyan was inside the house refining pills, contemplating whether to have a custom alchemy furnace made, as ordinary stoves could no longer meet her needs. Just as a batch of pills was finished, the door was kicked open from outside. Li Pingyan had just reached for the dagger she carried with her when she saw Huayan, panic-stricken, walking in from outside, holding a half-dead person in his arms. "Young lady." With a thud, Huayan knelt straight on the ground. "I beg you, young lady, save him." Li Pingyan looked at the face, already turned purple-black from poison, and the body covered in black bloodstains. This man was barely alive, sustained by only a half-breath. "Please, young lady, save him."
Huiyun kowtowed. Bring him in. Li Pingyan had little confidence she could save a man on the verge of dying from poison. After all, she only knew how to refine pills, not diagnose and treat illnesses. Huiyun placed the man on the bed as Li Pingyan retrieved a row of silver needles from the corner. To save his life, she first needed to stabilize the poison. If it continued to spread, even the greatest immortal would be powerless. Following the method in the book, Li Pingyan inserted several needles into the man's body, then felt his pulse. Did you give him the Yuanhui pill, eh? Li Pingyan could tell at a glance. Without the Yuanhui pill, this man would have died long ago. Yes, miss. Huiyun was uneasy inside. The Yuanhui pill was extremely precious, and miss had only given him one pill. Yet he had used it on someone else. He looked anxiously at Li Pingyan, afraid she would be angry. Carefully observing her expression, he saw no change, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After studying for so long, Li Pingyan only had a few kinds of pills in her possession. Bruise-repairing pills, qi-gathering pills, Yuanhui pills. The man had already taken her medium-grade Yuanhui pill, so his life was temporarily secured. She then took out the only top-grade qi-gathering pill from her storage bag for pills. After stuffing the pill into the man's mouth, Li Pingyan returned to sit beside the stove and stopped paying attention to the man's condition. Miss, how is Hongfei? Will he survive? When will he wake up? Will there be any after-effects? Li Pingyan raised her eyes impatiently and glanced at Huiyun, who immediately fell silent. Sitting beside the pill furnace, Li Pingyan took out the herbs she had long prepared for making the detoxification pill. In fact, she had already found the herbs for many pills, but her technique was still unskilled and her success rate was not high, so she had never refined them. Looking at the earth fire and the simple stove above it, Li Pingyan took a deep breath and threw the detoxification pill herbs into the stove. She had 10 portions of detoxification pill herbs in total, and once they were used up, it would be difficult to find them again in the short term. She hoped she could succeed once today. Tian Hongfei was still coughing up blood, and Huiyun was busy attending to him. Not daring to disturb Miss, he could only anxiously wipe the blood from Tian Hongfei's face with a towel while holding his hand under the man's nose. Feeling that the man was breathing, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This state continued until the next morning. The entire room was filled with a burnt smell, and Li Pingyan was utterly exhausted. When the last portion of herbs was used up, she finally managed to successfully refine a batch after great hardship. Bang! The pills were taken out of the furnace, and a medicinal fragrance filled the entire room, revitalizing everyone present. The thin medicinal energy was directly absorbed by the three people there. Even though Li Pingyan was exhausted after the medicinal energy entered her body, she shuddered and felt a long-lost surge of vitality. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for developing the low-grade detoxification pill. Host luck 5, poison resistance, physique 20. Please continue to work hard, host. What pleased Li Pingyan the most was the poison resistance physique. She didn't expect this system to actually have some capability. It could even increase the poison resistance physique by 20%. Huiyun was still basking in the medicinal fragrance when he was suddenly called. He opened his eyes abruptly and even felt his vision had improved considerably. Yes, miss, you called me. Have him take this pill. Li Pingyan had refined 3 pills from the furnace. Although they were only low-grade, at least they were appropriate for the ailment. Yes. Huiyun was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought Miss did not want to deal with Tian Hongfei's matter anymore, but he did not expect Miss had been busy all night refining pills for his good friend. Huiyun looked at Mrs. Slenderback, and filled with gratitude, his face showed loyalty. He vowed that he would only have one master in this lifetime, Miss. After Li Pingyan left, she went directly to the shop. And after Huiyun helped Tian Hongfei take the pill, the purplish-black color on Tian Hongfei's face faded at a visible speed. The medicinal effect was working. This pill was truly effective. He knew there was no one Miss couldn't save. Li Pingyan returned to the shop, and outside the shop there was already a long queue of people, all talking noisily. What's going on? Why hasn't the door opened yet? It used to open early. Yes, if you're not opening today, say so earlier. Made me wait bitterly here for an hour. The negative emotions of the people queuing outside were quickly stirred up. Their words became increasingly harsh. Li Pingyan stood at a distance, strangely observing. The door should have opened half an hour ago. What was wrong today? To avoid unnecessary commotion, Li Pingyan entered the shop
through the back door. Outside was a mess, and inside the room people were even more in a panic. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? As soon as Li Pingyan entered, everyone seemed to have found their pillar of support. Young master, you're finally here. Zhou Wei was so anxious he was about to cry. Tell me what happened. Why hasn't the door opened until now? People inside the shop pushed and shoved, and finally Zhou Wei stepped forward. Young master, it's all my fault. I should have stayed behind yesterday, otherwise the precious seasonings wouldn't have gone missing. Li Pingyan raised her eyebrows. The seasonings went missing? Yes. Zhou Wei wiped his tears while feeling ashamed to face Li Pingyan. I don't know what kind of thief it was. Nothing else was stolen except the seasonings and dipping sauce. Seasonings and dipping sauces were the soul of the food. How could they just disappear? Li Pingyan looked around. The kitchen was neat and tidy with no signs of being rummaged through. Don't worry, I'll have someone order another batch of seasonings right away. Seasonings were not cheap. Li Pingyan had been having people save up the previous batch thinking she could save some money when opening chain stores. Unexpectedly, before the chain stores even took shape, the seasonings were lost first. Stop standing around foolishly. Prepare to open for business. Li Pingyan further instructed Zhou Wei. There were no signs of rummaging inside the room at all, which means the other party knows our kitchen like the back of their hand. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei broke out into a cold sweat. How is that possible? Outsiders could never enter the kitchen. Our seasonings were all properly stored. How could an outsider know our kitchens so well? Who said it must be an outsider? Perhaps we have a traitor in our shop. These words awakened those who were still confused. Zhou Wei's eyes widened, and images of various people flashed through his mind. The old staff who've been with the shop for years wouldn't do something as despicable as betraying us. It must be one of those 5 newly hired people. I'll just. What will you do? Li Pingyan grabbed Zhou Wei and stopped him. Don't alert the snakes by disturbing the grass first. I want to see who has the boldness to cross me. Zhou Wei quieted down after hearing her words. Then how should we explain to the customers outside? Li Pingyan pondered for a moment. Just tell them the shop's flavors have been upgraded and to wait a bit longer. All customers today will receive a 20% discount. Will this work? How could flavors be upgraded at will? Didn't they spend half a lifetime researching them? Besides, with such a short time, not to mention whether the taste would change, keeping customers waiting this long would make it difficult to appease them if there were no substantial improvement in taste. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Yes, young master. The shop was already crowded, and today it was even more packed. The seasonings were still delivered by people in black clothing, just later than usual. When Li Pingyan was unloading the goods, she walked over to one of the people in black. She wondered if these delivery personnel could communicate with her. Hello, did something happen on the way? You seem later than usual today. Those people in black usually kept their heads down, making it impossible to see their faces. At this moment, one person raised his head, revealing blue laser eyes. Even with Li Pingyan's strong mentality, she was startled. So these people in black were all robots. Looking at the metallic sheen on their noses and that eerie glow, Li Pingyan was shocked. Someone blocked our path, someone was tailing us, and someone wanted to rob us. We killed them on the spot. Blocking a delivery courier's path could cost one's life. No matter how skilled they were, how could they contend with these high-performance robots? Watching the receding figures of the black-clad men, Li Pingyan shook his head. No matter who the mastermind was, cutting off her supply at the source was no longer an option. Zheng Chun hadn't expected that even after stealing all the seasonings from Pingyan Malatang, they would still manage to operate today. How did you handle the task I entrusted you? Zheng Chen's face was dark as he glared at his trusted subordinate. His confidant Su Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young master, I dispatched a large group of men vowing to intercept those delivery people at all costs. I had intended to persuade them to supply us by any means necessary, but who would have thought that the 4 black-clad men would offer no room for negotiation and directly kill all 25 of our elite experts? Su Lei's face showed both pain and lingering fear. That was the most elite squad of the Zheng family, and also the young master's most formidable force. Zheng Chun hadn't anticipated that he had brought only 30 men for this trial solely to protect his safety. He never imagined that this time they would nearly be wiped out completely. Looking at the 5 survivors, Zheng Chun was furious beyond measure. Young master, I suspect those black-clad men are no ordinary individuals. They are not to be trifled with. And the fact that they deliver goods to that Li Pingyan. Could it mean? Mean what? Zheng Qin's face darkened. I have no room for regret. I have poured all my resources into Songxia Spicy Shop. If you tell me that I have failed the trial, I will find a way to send you to meet the king of hell. Su Lei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Failing the trial meant losing the inheritance rights. Yes, yes, yes. Young master, we will not fail. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure the Songxia Malatang thrives. Fortunately, the ingredients from Pingyan Malatang had already been stolen. As long as they followed the recipe, they could replicate the same seasonings. While Su Lei was still gloating, he had no idea that these seasonings had actually been specially treated. Because the seasonings were exclusively supplied to Pingyan Malatang. As soon as they left the shop, they would accelerate decomposition. The seasonings, which were supposed to be dry goods, had turned into a pool of sludge by that afternoon. Su Lei and Zheng Qin stared in shock at the seasonings that had turned into black ash. Is this what you had someone steal? This? Young master, please let me explain. Su Lei was at a loss for words. They were perfectly fine when stolen, so how did they end up like this by afternoon? Su Lei, afraid of taking the blame, said to Zheng Qin, if you don't believe me, ask the others. They can vouch for me. The others nodded. That morning the seasonings had been fine. They had planned to study them for 10 days, but in just a few hours they had all rotted away. Pingyan Malatang, Pingyan Malatang. Fine, just you wait, Pingyan Malatang. Zheng Qin paced back and forth in the room, hands on his hips, fuming. He had originally thought it was an insignificant little shop, and that with the manpower, resources, and wealth of the Zheng family, the imperial merchants, they could easily overpower the outnumbered and poorly supplied Pingyan Malatang. But every strike had ended in failure. I'll just have to see for myself how formidable this Pingyan Malatang really is. That evening, while Zheng Qin was still plotting how to steal the seasoning recipe again, Li Pingyan had already traced the clues and found the mole. Speak for yourself. The shop staff gathered in a circle, staring at the new employee kneeling on the ground. The veteran employees wore expressions of amusement, while the new ones were all on edge. Only the old employees knew a thing or two about the boss's methods. The new ones had never witnessed the boss in action, which was why they had dared to do something so reckless. So what if I stole the seasonings? Do you have any evidence? The man knelt in the middle but showed no sign of admitting his fault. Evidence? Li Pingyan had someone open the man's locker. There's a strong smell of ingredients in that locker. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Zero tolerance for traitors. Even now you still refuse to confess. The employee stuck out his neck stubbornly. It's just a smell. There are plenty of smells in the kitchen. True, it was just a smell that would dissipate soon, hardly solid evidence. Bring me his clothes. Li Pingyan took out the clothes and pointed at the crumbs on the black fabric. Can you explain where these ingredient crumbs on your shoulder came from? The kneeling man's heart skipped a beat. This is from yesterday. Yesterday nothing. Zhou Wei kicked the man over and enraged delivered 2 more kicks. I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me who your mastermind is, and I will forgive you. The traitor, now lying on the floor, swallowed hard. Thinking of the opposing faction's power, he chose to keep his mouth shut and refused to speak. Seems like you have some backbone. Li Pingyan casually took out a failed pill from her alchemy storage pouch. Shove this into his mouth. Let's see if he talks then. Li Pingyan hadn't thrown away these failed pills because she discovered they acted like odd-flavored beans, causing different bodily reactions without being lethal like poison, yet far from pleasant. Zhou Wei pried open the traitor's mouth and tossed the black lumpy object inside. What did you feed me? The traitor felt a burning heat in his throat, as if it were scorched, instantly turning his voice hoarse. Within moments he couldn't speak at all. Li Pingyan watched the man's reactions with amusement. She hadn't expected the discarded pill to have such a remarkable effect. The man panicked, opening his mouth wide, shouting and screaming, but in the end not a single sound escaped. The terror in his eyes was unmistakable. Aside from his throat, he found his vision growing blurry, then darker and darker. He couldn't bear it any longer. Who wouldn't be terrified when their 5 senses gradually faded away? As the traitor thrashed on the ground, the others asked curiously, what's wrong with him? Why isn't he talking? Not a single sound. The new employees were still in the dark, but the old-timers had already figured it out. Because he can't speak anymore. He's become mute. They watched as the traitor's eyes closed, flailed his arms blindly. Following the earlier clue, his current state spoke for itself. Li Pingyan leisurely poured herself a cup of tea. As chills ran down everyone's spines, she calmly asked, "Do you realize your mistake now?" Ready to answer. The man knelt on the ground, nodding frantically. He realized his hearing was also deteriorating. Now not only the new recruits were terrified, but even the veterans swore that they would never provoke the young boss. For a normal person, the gradual loss of the five senses was a fate worse than death. Everyone in the Pingyan Malatang shop watched the trader's agonized expression. They had witnessed him lose his sight, then his speech, and now his hearing was deteriorating. In time, his sense of taste and touch might also vanish. They saw the young master feed the trader a pitch-black pill, and the trader reacted so violently. Everyone felt a chill of fear. They must never provoke the young master, for if they erred and consumed such a mysterious pill, they would truly become useless. With that thought, both new and old employees hung their heads uneasily. In their hearts, they began to dread the seemingly amiable young master. "Do you realize your mistake?" Li Pingyan sat calmly on a chair, eager to return home to check on the sick family member. She could not waste time here. The trader nodded involuntarily, then prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing fervently to Li Pingyan, begging for forgiveness. Li Pingyan never showed mercy to those who bit the hand that fed them. "Since you've acknowledged your fault, I'll forgive you this time. If you dare to offend again, losing your five senses won't be the end of it." The man was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he kowtowed violently, his forehead bleeding without his notice. His sense of touch seemed to have already vanished. Li Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and produced an antidote pill. The pill's efficacy was relatively weak, likely unable to fully neutralize the poison. The man, weeping with gratitude, swallowed the antidote in one gulp. His vision gradually cleared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Speak, who sent you?" "Ko. Ji. Ma. Na. Kon." Though his speech was still slurred, it was barely understandable. "Young master, it's actually the Matsushita Malatang." Zhou Wei found it incredulous, for Matsushita Malatang was a royal merchant. The renowned royal merchant. They raked in fortunes daily, so how could they covet their small business? Matsushita Malatang was indeed an affiliate of Zheng Yuanji. That was beyond doubt. I don't know the specifics, but this man doesn't seem to be lying. Moreover, Li Pingyan turned to look at Zhou Wei. "Our Malatang shop has only just opened, and Zheng Yuanji has also opened a Malatang shop. Before this, there was never such a thing as Malatang." Zhou Wei nodded in agreement. "You're right, young master. But Zheng Yuanji is a royal merchant with formidable strength that we as individuals cannot oppose. They have the Imperial Guard backing them, young master." Li Pingyan frowned. She had just transmigrated to ancient times and understood the centralization of power. All authority was held by the nobility and the emperor. How could a commoner like her contend with a royal merchant? Moreover, I heard that Zheng Yuanji has a daughter who is a consort in the imperial palace. Their status is clearly beyond our reach. Young master, I think we should let it go this time. Let's strengthen our management in the future instead of opposing the royal merchant. The surrounding employees nodded, all unwilling to make enemies of the royal merchant. Li Pingyan understood Zhou Wei's mindset. Seeing their fearful expressions, she pretended to nod. "I'll mark this debt against Matsushita Malatang. If there's a later day, I'll repay it tenfold." Zhou Wei breathed a sigh of relief. A wise man adapts to circumstances. He had feared the young master was too stubborn, but now it seemed she could bend when necessary. How did the customers evaluate today's upgraded Malatang? At this, Zhou Wei's eyes lit up. "Young master, you're truly amazing." They had thought the previous Malatang was delicious, but the upgraded version was even better. I asked a few random customers, and they were all amazed, saying our Malatang is now tastier than before. "I told you there's nothing the young master can't solve." Zhou Wei chuckled. "Set up those extra pots when you have time. It should improve efficiency." "Yes, young master, I'll have it done immediately." Li Pingyan looked at the energetic Zhou Wei and left satisfied. There was still a patient at home, as she wondered if he had woken up. Carrying the steamed buns home, she found that the man rescued by Hui Yun had regained consciousness. "Quick old Tian, this is the young lady I told you about." Hui Yun pulled up Tian Hongfei, who was filled with gratitude, and insisted on kneeling to kowtow to Li Pingyan. "You're unwell, don't kneel." No, young lady, I owe my life to your saving grace. Otherwise I wouldn't have made it back alive."
Li Ping'an observed that Tian Hongfei's complexion was fair, though his body bore many whip marks and scars that would not heal easily. But overall his life had been saved. Tian Hongfei knelt and kowtowed 3 times loudly. All my life I followed the old master, traveling far and wide for decades. After the old master passed, I stayed with Elder Hua, who guarded the old master's property. But then the villains harmed him. Tian Hongfei broke down crying. It had been so bitter. They had suffered terribly during this time. Get up, you're weak. If you fall ill again, you'll need treatment. Tian Hongfei scrutinized Li Ping'an from head to toe. He had seen the young lady before, but only briefly, and his impression was of a sheltered young lady in the inner chambers. The fragility of a woman was fully evident in her. But now looking again, her temperament was completely different. There was a newfound decisiveness in her brows and eyes. From what Huiyun had just said, the young lady's personality had changed drastically, and she was now capable of taking charge. That set his mind at ease. No, young lady, I must leave immediately to rescue Elder Hua. I've been waiting here only to bid you farewell. Once I go, I fear the worst. Li Ping'an had heard from Huiyun about his father Hua Qitian, how Elder Hua had spent his life by her father's side, guarding his wealth even after death. Thus he could be considered a benefactor to Li Ping'an. So you mean you already know where Elder Hua is? Huiyun had been searching for his father, but had found nothing. Unexpectedly, after saving Tian Hongfei, he immediately learned of Elder Hua's whereabouts. Yes. Tian Hongfei sat on a chair. I was imprisoned together with Elder Hua. That day during the guard shift change I slipped out. The journey was smooth, and I managed to escape with my life. Li Ping'an felt a vague unease upon hearing Tian Hongfei's words. But to rescue Elder Hua we need the key and token for the prison cell. Because the arrow rain has always been guarded by Yin Dongfeng, only he, aside from the gatekeepers, can enter. Where are the key and token? Huiyun asked urgently. In the eastern compound behind a gambling house in the east of the city. There's a large courtyard heavily guarded. That's Yin Dongfeng's hideout. The key and token should be there. Such specific details only deepened Li Ping'an's suspicion. How did you come to know this? This is what I overheard. That day I was captured and interrogated, and I secretly heard the guards say it. How could those guards know such a secret place? Hearing Li Ping'an's question, Tian Hongfei also sensed something unusual. Miss, you mean? I mean you were deliberately let go by them to pass us the information. Tian Hongfei's eyes bulged. Those bastards. They still dare to plot against me. Ahem. Hongfei, mind your language. Tian Hongfei quickly glanced at Li Ping'an, then coughed twice awkwardly. Miss, you mean? Their purpose in doing this is to capture Huiyun. Li Ping'an glanced at Huiyun. Since Huiyun had opened his Ren and Du meridians, his martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, with the cultivation he had gained from taking the returning Yuan pill, Li Chaoyang and his people would never let go of such a terrifyingly talented young man as Huiyun. However, Li Ping'an still did not know who was behind Li Chaoyang, what their purpose was, and why they repeatedly tried to harm Huiyun and wanted to kill her. How could a mere county registrar like Li Chaoyang win over an expert like Yin Dongfeng? Either Li Chaoyang had another identity or Yin Dongfeng had another scheme. But judging by Li Chaoyang's intelligence, Li Ping'an only believed the latter. Since they have laid out their scheme to trap us, why don't we turn their trick against them? Huiyun's blood boiled upon hearing this. He had witnessed Miss's methods. That day he was bedridden, unable to even get up, yet Miss single-handedly not only repelled Lu Guizhi and her people, but also injured Lu Qingyan with an explosion. Although Miss's martial arts were a bit weak, it had to be said that her strength was not to be underestimated. Miss, just tell me what to do. I, Huiyun, will not shirk my duty. I, Tian Hongfei, as well. Li Ping'an looked at Huiyun and Tian Hongfei, then shook her head. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy. Huiyun, go and scout the situation first. Find out what's on the east side of the casino. Yes. Taking advantage of the hazy night, Huiyun vanished into the darkness. From her conversation with Tian Hongfei, Li Ping'an learned that they had been forced to take poison after being imprisoned. The potent poison would torment them horribly at regular intervals, reducing them to a miserable state. Everyone was affected, including old Master Hua. Before I was released, they forced me to take another poison. Fortunately, Miss was there, or I would have lost my life. Tian Hongfei was moved once again at the thought. Stop thanking me. Saving you is my duty.
Before dawn, Li Pingyan sat by a small stove preparing to refine more antidote pills. Refining antidote pills had a high chance of failure. Practice makes perfect, or perhaps Li Pingyan had not yet mastered the technique. The night was long. They all waited for Hui Yun's return. Fang Qingyuan snuggled in Li Chaoyang's arms. Tonight Li Chaoyang had used official business as an excuse not to go home, and instead had secretly bought a small courtyard outside with Fang Qingyuan. Li Chaoyang had never felt so content. Holding the luscious body in his arms, her smooth skin was far more delicate than Lu Guizhi's bark-like skin. If only we could be like this every day. The night was already deep. Fang Qingyuan had long fallen asleep from exhaustion, and in her daze, she heard Li Chaoyang say this. What's so difficult about that? Since you like it, we can do this every day. Fang Qingyuan wrapped her legs around Li Chaoyang's waist. How could Li Chaoyang resist such a seductive posture? You little vixen, are you trying to drain me dry? Don't you like it? I like it, I like it. I love everything about you, my little treasure. The two embraced again. After they were drenched in sweat, Li Chaoyang spoke to Fang Qingyuan. I've already released a bait, and he's taken a potent poison. I guarantee he won't survive the night. As long as Hui Yun takes the bait, he'll definitely go to the East Wing to get the key. Then it will be his death. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingyuan's drowsiness vanished. As long as Hui Yun was dead, wouldn't Li Pingyan be at their mercy to shape as they pleased? So quick, my lover. It seems our good fortune is near. Fang Qingyuan's words were double-edged. Her eyes were fierce and cruel. It was not in vain that she had spent so much time with this old man. As long as Hui Yun was alive, Fang Qingyuan dared not touch Li Pingyan. Although Li Pingyan had some skills, they were only minor tricks, and she could still be controlled. But Hui Yun was different. It was said that he had made rapid progress recently, and even a first-level master was no match for him, let alone that fool Zhou Yiming. Having obtained the desired result, Fang Qingyuan became even more vigorous. She burrowed into Li Chaoyang's arms and wouldn't come out. Now she only needed to wait quietly for good news. Tormented by the little vixen all night, Li Chaoyang returned home with a haggard face. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Guizhi, whose face was like tree bark. Because Lu Guizhi had been imprisoned and injured in recent days, her face was already scarred. With poor eating and sleeping, she had lost dozens of pounds. The skin that had been stretched on her face now hung loose, making her look at least 10 years older. Li Chaoyang, what were you doing last night? Lu Guizhi knew she was despised by Li Chaoyang. She had now begun to give up on herself, unwilling to tidy up or go out to see anyone. Yesterday, Li Chaoyang had said he had official business at the county office, and Lu Guizhi hadn't thought much of it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Chaoyang returned today, she sensed something was wrong. Li Chaoyang had a strong smell of powder and rouge. Although his clothes were unchanged, his haggard appearance clearly showed he had been up all night. Tell me, which slut were you fooling around with? You damn woman, what business is it of yours? Li Chaoyang's official career had been partly thanks to Lu Guizhi's help. So for all these years of marriage, Li Chaoyang had always remembered Lu Guizhi's kindness. But now it was different. Lu Guizhi had become like this, and her family could no longer be of any help to Li Chaoyang's career. Li Chaoyang had already despised Lu Guizhi, and at this critical moment, she had made such a huge mistake. If it weren't for eunuch Gao, Lu Guizhi would have gone to prison. None of my business. We've been married for so long, Li Chaoyang, you blind dog. I've borne you children and managed the household, and you go out and find a slut. Lu Guizhi, like a madwoman, grabbed Li Chaoyang's collar to interrogate him. Unexpectedly, when she pulled open the collar, she saw red marks all over his neck. How could Li Chaoyang deny it? Lu Guizhi directly threw a tantrum. You ungrateful wretch. Seeing me old and ugly, you go out to find a slut. Tell me who that woman is. I'll tear her face apart. Li Chaoyang looked at Lu Guizhi impatiently. Mind your own business. Look at yourself in the mirror, you ugly hag. I'm doing you a favor by even coming home. Seeing Lu Guizhi about to throw another tantrum, Li Chaoyang didn't think twice and left with a flick of his sleeve. Li Chuchu witnessed this scene from not far away. She never expected that her mother, that once arrogant and domineering woman, would have fallen to the status of a despised wife. Hui Yun returned from outside, weary and dust-covered. His expression was grave. It seemed that the East Wing was indeed no ordinary place. Well, how did the scouting go? Tian Hongfei hurried over the moment he saw Hui Yun return. The place is heavily guarded with all sorts of mechanisms. Forcing our way in would be nothing short of impossible. Hui Yun spoke truthfully. In fact, Li Pingyan had anticipated this long ago. They're attempting a trap within a trap. Against someone as skilled as you, they naturally would be extra vigilant. Hui Yun sighed. Even if I entered alone, it would be difficult to avoid detection. Forget about finding anything. It would be nearly impossible to even reach Yin Dongfang's bedroom. Li Pingyan carefully weighed Hui Yun's words and made her decision. You need not concern yourselves with stealing the tokens and keys. I will handle this matter myself. What? Absolutely not. Tian Hongfei and Hui Yun spoke in unison. They would never allow their young miss to risk her life for them. Miss Yu and young master have only just stabilized your lives. Please do not undertake such dangerous tasks. Tian Hongfei and I are figuring things out. If all else fails, we will force our way in. Even if we have to seize them by force, we will rescue father and the others. There were dozens upon dozens of captives, all of them father's trusted confidants. By both sentiment and reason, Li Pingyan could not simply stand aside and do nothing. I have my own plan for this, Brother Hua. You should also know that I am not a reckless person. Therefore, leave the keys and tokens to me. However, I need Brother He to accompany me back to the East Wing and help me record their patrol and shift change schedules. Leave this matter to me. Brother Tian, today you should investigate the dock where you were held captive. Find out how many troops are stationed there. Once we have that information, we will make our move tonight. Yes, please rest assured, miss. Tian Hongfei was full of vigor. Since consuming the young miss's antidote pill and later her spirit-restoring pill that very day, he felt his strength surge dramatically. Though he could not compare to Hui Yun's terrifying power, he had at least returned to his prime. After giving instructions to Hui Yun and Tian Hongfei, Li Pingyan casually made her way to the spicy hot pot shop. Though she still resided at the Li mansion, few dared enter the rear courtyard nowadays. Li Pingyan appreciated the peace and quiet, but she was also considering whether she ought to purchase her own residence. Coming in and out of the Li mansion was inconvenient, and there were simply too many watchful eyes around. Previously, she had always taken the back entrance. Fewer people passed that way, nearly invisible, which also minimized her chances of encountering Li Xiaoyang and Lu Guizhi face to face. This time, Li Pingyan deliberately left through the main gate. As soon as she reached the front courtyard, she heard Lu Guizhi's mournful wailing. Li Pingyan impatiently rubbed her ears. Lu Guizhi's boundless energy was genuinely impressive, impossible not to admire. At her age, how could her voice still be so thunderous? Li Xiaoyang, you ungrateful man. I bore children for you, and now that I am old you dare bring another woman into this house. How am I supposed to live? So Li Xiaoyang had taken up with another woman outside. Li Pingyan was unsurprised. A refined scoundrel like Li Xiaoyang would eagerly follow any woman brazen enough to make a move. Greetings, Miss Biao. Greetings, Miss Biao. All the passing maids and servants bowed deeply as they spotted Li Pingyan. They were simply too frightened of this woman. The mere thought of Li Pingyan's dazzling display that night made them shudder from head to toe. This time Li Pingyan had unprecedentedly walked through the front courtyard. What is going on inside? I. Li Pingyan had merely asked casually, but the servant responded anyway. Last night the master did not return home. He stayed elsewhere. It is said he has taken up with another woman, which is why the madam is in this state. Li Pingyan found this odd. Everything about this situation reeked of something suspicious. The wharf that should have belonged to her was seized by Li Xiaoyang. Logically, the one who imprisoned Hua Qitian should have been Li Xiaoyang, and the one who devised the trap within a trap should have been him as well. Why would he be involved with another woman at such a critical juncture? Could that woman be the key? So who was the woman Li Xiaoyang was unfaithful with? Do you know who that woman is? This servant does not know. The servant was trembling uncontrollably. Watching Li Pingyan show no sign of leaving, he dared not even draw a full breath. Has anyone been visiting the household recently? Li Pingyan countered. No strangers, it seems. But Miss Fang has been coming by quite frequently these past few days. Fang Qingwan. Whether it was her imagination or not, Li Pingyan always felt that Fang Qingwan's behavior had grown strangely peculiar since losing her mind. Enough, you may go. Hearing Lu Guizhi's wailing, Li Pingyan hurried away. She still had many matters to attend to. And the moment Li Pingyan left, Fang Qingwan arrived without delay. Oh dear, what has happened to Andy? Before even crossing the main gate, Fong Qingwan heard Lu Guizhi's anguished cries. Swinging her slender waist, Fong Qingwan made her way to Lu Guizhi's bedroom. Lu Guizhi had been longing for someone to confide in, and Fong Qingwan's arrival was perfectly timed. "Qingwan, my fate is so bitter." Fong Qingwan listened to Lu Guizhi's endless ramblings throughout the entire day. "Auntie, I advise you to take heart. Uncle may have simply lost his judgment for a moment. After everything you have sacrificed for him, he will surely understand and appreciate you. I wish he thought the same. Men are all cruel and ungrateful creatures. By the way, Annie, may I stay at the mansion tonight? I feel suffocated at home and wish to breathe some fresh air away from the Li residence." Lu Guizhi recalled Fong Qingwan's own wretched circumstances. Though she held no genuine fondness for Fong Qingwan, both were women bound by bitter fates. "If you wish to stay, then stay. Then may I sleep in the same bed as Auntie?" Observing Lu Guizhi's unusual gaze, Fong Qingwan hastily explained. "It is that I cannot sleep alone at night. Considering my reputation, I hardly wish to tarnish Chuchu's good name either. If Uncle does not return tonight, may I share your bed, Auntie?" Unable to help but nod after hearing this, Lu Guizhi said, "Very well. If your uncle does not return, you may sleep with me." Fong Qingwan's eyes grew faintly cold, and a satisfied smile flashed across her face. Being at the Li residence would grant her the earliest possible news. Once Wei Yun was dead, she would have Zhou Yiming apprehend Li Pingyan. And moreover, Fong Qingwan recalled that matter once more. Wouldn't that be thrilling? Lu Guizhi, consumed entirely by her anger toward Li Xiaoyang, had completely forgotten about Li Pingyan. In her mind, as long as Wei Yun was killed, she could seize the Pingyan spicy hot pot shop, and only then would she be able to take out her frustration on Li Pingyan. When Li Xiaoyang finally returned, he was surprised to find Fong Qingwan seated beside Lu Guizhi, who was not nearly as furious as she had been before. Li Xiaoyang couldn't help but swallow hard. In front of Lu Guizhi, he dared not even glance at Fong Qingwan. "Oh, Uncle has returned. Look at these pastries Auntie made for you. Do enjoy them." Fong Qingwan picked up a pastry and placed it gently into Li Xiaoyang's palm with her own hands. The instant she set it down, her fingertips traced a deliberate stroke across his palm. It made Li Xiaoyang blush uncontrollably. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoyang accused Fong Qingwan in a corner hidden from Lu Guizhi's view. "My dear, look at what this is." Fong Qingwan produced a small packet of medicine. "This is a sleeping draught. Sprinkle it into Auntie's bowl. She will never know anything." Li Xiaoyang was swayed by Fong Qingwan's words. He placed the packet of medicine into his palm. During the meal, Fong Qingwan deliberately said, "Uncle, you made Aunt angry. Shouldn't you pour her a bowl of soup as an apology?" Li Xiaoyang, after receiving Fong Qingwan's signal, put the medicine into the bowl. He personally handed Lu Guizhi a bowl of soup. This was the first time Li Xiaoyang had served Lu Guizhi a meal. Lu Guizhi was deeply moved. Fong Qingwan was right. Men could make mistakes, but what mattered was that they could recognize and correct them. "My wife has been working hard lately." Lu Guizhi took the bowl, unsuspecting and grateful, ate the contents, and soon felt dizzy. Before she could finish her meal, she collapsed directly. Li Xiaoyang hurriedly closed the door and pulled Fong Qingwan into his embrace. "My little darling, I've missed you so much." The two were lost in their amorous exchanges, completely forgetting the actual wife still slumped over the dining table. "Take it easy, you scoundrel." Before the sky was fully dark, they had already engaged in a fierce battle right in front of the unconscious Lu Guizhi, which brought Li Xiaoyang unprecedented excitement. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan had already made thorough preparations. She used the silver she had earned to purchase a residence in a remote area. Because it was remote, the house was not expensive. Tian Hongfei brought news that the place where old Master Huo was imprisoned was heavily guarded and entry required Yin Dongfang's token. Thus, Li Pingyan had no choice but to go to that remote eastern courtyard. When night fell, Wei Yun returned bringing the deployment map of the eastern courtyard and the schedule for their shift changes. "Miss, as you instructed, I have drawn the deployment map, but that place is indeed heavily guarded. Even I dare not enter alone. If you go yourself, I truly cannot be at ease." Li Pingyan, however, knew that she possessed an invisibility cloak. As long as she did not make any loud noises, entering and leaving the heavily guarded eastern courtyard would be as easy as turning her hand. This was all thanks to the system task. If she hadn't completed that system task, first Li Pingyan truly wouldn't have known how to sneak in to steal the token and keys. I have my own clever plan. Seeing Huiyun still worried, Li Pingyan simply took out the invisibility cloak. I have a secret weapon, but this item has many limitations and can only be used by me alone. Huiyun looked at the shabby robe with curiosity. What use could this robe have? As Li Pingyan draped the robe over herself, something astonishing happened before their eyes. Li Pingyan's entire figure vanished from their sight. Vanished. Completely disappeared. Huiyun, who had always believed in the supernatural, immediately realized. This was a divine garment. How could it be in the young lady's hands? Miss. Huiyun reached out and touched Li Pingyan. So this invisibility cloak only created a visual effect. No wonder the young lady had asked him to draw the deployment map. Miss, you actually have such a divine artifact. Now you can rest assured, can't you? Huiyun and Tian Hongfei both tried it, but the garment indeed had no effect on them. In that case, please be careful, miss. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter. Be sure to prioritize your own safety. Li Pingyan nodded. Huiyun and Tian Hongfei promised never to reveal the secret of the invisibility cloak. Rest assured. After I go in, you two stand guard at the door. If there's any abnormality, remember to notify me. The method of notification was a small whistle. Li Pingyan had developed it in the apocalypse. The sound it made mimicked the chirping of a cricket. As long as it was blown in a regular pattern, Li Pingyan would understand what they meant. Then be careful with everything, miss. The three arrived at the eastern courtyard. Li Pingyan wore a set of black clothes for easy movement at night. If I haven't returned within 2 hours, you two evacuate immediately. Don't let anyone discover you. Yes. Huiyun and Tian Hongfei's trust in their young lady grew deeper, and so did their loyalty. The three split up. Yin Dongfang had long known that Huiyun would come within these few days, so he was on constant alert, ready to strike. Keep your eyes open, all of you. If Huiyun slips in, I'll kill every one of you. Yes. The guards worked in 3 shifts, ensuring there were no blind spots. Although Huiyun had drawn the deployment map for Li Pingyan, she still had no idea where the token and keys were hidden. So when she entered the eastern courtyard wearing the invisibility cloak, she was completely clueless. According to her analysis, these items were either kept in an absolutely secure room or carried on the person of the chief guard Yin Dongfang. Wearing the invisibility cloak, she carefully approached the eastern courtyard and easily entered through the main gate in broad daylight. Even with the guards at full alert, they could not detect Li Pingyan. Following her deduction, if the token and keys were hidden in a room, they should be in the most heavily guarded room at the far end. Li Pingyan slipped past the other rooms, tiptoeing lightly ahead of the soldiers. The soldiers stared straight ahead, feeling only a faint breeze pass by, and thinking nothing of it. This invisibility cloak was truly a treasure. Li Pingyan praised it once more in her heart. Gently, slowly. She must not be discovered. When she reached the innermost room, Li Pingyan was dismayed to find the entire chamber sealed tight, without a single gap. She was only invisible, not capable of passing through walls. To enter the room, she would have to open a door or window. Stealthily, Li Pingyan circled the room. The room was guarded like an iron fortress with no opportunity to exploit. This put her in a difficult spot. What should I do? It seems I can only wait for their shift change. The night had already deepened, yet the group remained alert, guarding the room. Draped in the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan quietly hid in a corner, waiting for the right moment. Just a single instant would be enough for her to open the window and slip into the room. As the night air grew colder, Li Pingyan crouched in the corner, shivering. She should have worn more clothes. Her nose tickled, and she felt the urge to sneeze. But sneezing now would ruin everything. Any irregularities here? Reporting to the general, nothing seen. Keep a close watch. If I find any of you distracted, watch your heads. Yes. Li Pingyan held her breath, not expecting Yin Dongfang to come personally. Yin Dongfang felt something was off, as if an invisible gaze was fixed on him, but after scanning the area, he found nothing. Li Pingyan noticed that Yin Dongfang had swept his eyes over her spot no less than 3 times. Fear gripped her heart. Indeed, a true master was formidable even with just intuition. Li Pingyan hid under an evergreen vine, playing dead. Yin Dongfang looked around once more, found nothing, and turned to leave. Li Pingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the shift change guards approaching, she knew the moment had come. Any discoveries?
None. Bang. Li Pingyan leaped through the window and into the room. Who? Instantly, everyone became alert, surrounding the window with weapons drawn. Li Pingyan moved with extreme caution, terrified of bumping into anyone. If she were discovered, she would surely die. Before long, footsteps echoed as people entered. Even Yin Dongfang stepped inside. He had sensed something amiss earlier, yet couldn't pinpoint it, feeling as though unseen eyes were watching. What happened? Reporting to the general, the window suddenly opened. Yin Dongfang examined the window. There was nothing on it. He paced through the room. Li Pingyan crouched in a corner, not daring to move. For an expert like Yin Dongfang, even if he couldn't see, he could hear the rustle of clothing. She had to be cautious, ever so cautious. Because she was no match for Yin Dongfang. General, have you discovered something? Yin Dongfang circled the room, found nothing, and gazed into the dark corner as he spoke. Nothing. Guard carefully. Let no one enter. Since it concerned Huiyun, Yin Dongfang paid extra attention. He couldn't accept defeat, not to the unknown Huiyun. So he doubled his caution. Yin Dongfang slowly approached Li Pingyan step by step. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Li Pingyan chanted in her heart. Watching Yin Dongfang's feet draw nearer, she prepared herself. If he touched her, she would attack. Invisibility was her great advantage. Even if Yin Dongfang's instincts or ears were sharp, he couldn't capture her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yin Dongfang was now a mere foot away from Li Pingyan. With just a little more forward movement, he would have brushed against her hidden form. General, is there something in the corner? Yin Dongfang stared into the pitch-black corner. Though it appeared empty, it made him uneasy. No, let's go. Li Pingyan watched Yin Dongfang, who had been about to come her way, turn and leave. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time the extra 45% luck factor had played a crucial role. Otherwise, it would have been a close call. Once everyone had left and the door closed again, Li Pingyan couldn't help but exhale. She surveyed the room's structure. Though it appeared ordinary, it concealed hidden intricacies. Traps were everywhere. The slightest trigger would alert those outside. This was no time to relax. Among all the mechanisms, there was a small box. This box must contain the token and key. Li Pingyan had some knowledge of formations. She carefully avoided every possible trigger. Click. A faint click made Li Pingyan's heart skip a beat. She had stepped on a trap. Li Pingyan stared at the mechanism. It was fraught with danger. If she lifted her foot, who knew what peril would follow? Li Pingyan shifted her foot slowly, easing it aside. She took an eagle claw hook and carefully moved the nearby table an inch, precisely pressing it onto the trap. The box containing the token was right before her. She reached out and grabbed it. The moment the box touched her hand, a jolt of electricity shot through her. Damn! The box was poisoned, lethal poison. Li Pingyan felt her body ache and burn. Had it not been for the system's gift of 20% poison resistance, she would have met her end. She quickly opened the box. Whoosh! Thud! A short dagger flew straight at her face. Li Pingyan dodged sideways, and the blade embedded itself into the pillar behind her. Fortunately, the token and key were both inside the box. She took them out, placed them on her person, and returned the box to its original spot. Did you hear something? No, you must be mistaken. The guards felt their minds playing tricks. Their heightened alertness often caused such illusions. Maybe we should take a look inside. All right. Li Pingyan had already stowed her items and hid by the door. As the 2 soldiers entered to check, she slipped out through the main entrance. With the mission accomplished, Li Pingyan quickened her pace. Clutching the items to her chest, she brushed past Yin Dongfang. Yin Dongfang felt a familiar aura, but seeing nothing, he dismissed it. What happened? Nothing, General. We only heard a slight noise and found no anomaly. Nothing again. It shouldn't be. Huiyun must have known by now. Why was he so patient? Where was he? Li Pingyan, now carrying the token and key, walked out openly. The farther she went, the more relaxed she became. As long as she escaped Yin Dongfang's surveillance range, her invisibility cloak would make her hard to find. Yin Dongfang entered the room and took a look around. On the surface, nothing was amiss. But when he lowered his gaze, he noticed that the originally square table had been shifted at one corner. That corner was now pressing on a trap. What happened to this table? The 2 guards rushed over, astonished to see the table moved just enough to activate the mechanism. We don't know. It was fine before. Damn. Yin Dongfang put on gloves and picked up the box from the table. He opened the box. The trap inside was gone. So were the token and key. When did he come? Yin Dongfang was stunned. He saw a small short arrow embedded in the pillar behind him. When he had entered, the pillar was bare. How had Huiyun gotten in? A chill ran down Yin Dongfang's spine. He rushed outside. Full alert. Search. Yes. Hundreds of men sprang into action. They scoured every inch of the small eastern courtyard, but Li Pingyan was already gone. Huiyun and Tian Hongfei hid in a corner, watching the courtyard with worry. Is the young miss in trouble? That Yin Dongfang is formidable. I shouldn't have let her go alone. Tian Hongfei saw the guilt on Huiyun's face. Don't blame yourself. The divine artifact our young miss wields. Neither of us can use it. We would only cause trouble going in. Better to wait and support from outside. Despite his words, Huiyun's eyes remained fixed on the courtyard. Soon chaos erupted. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. Li Pingyan had started sprinting as soon as she emerged. She had expected Huiyun and Tian Hongfei to retreat early, but these two stubborn fools were still waiting. It's the young miss. Their eyes lit up, and they followed her, quickly departing. The three of them headed straight for the dock. Time was running out. They had to rescue Old Master Hua before Yin Dongfang could react. Miss must be careful. Old Master Hua is imprisoned at the dock, and within the dock lies a group of water demons. These water demons are deeply versed in aquatic combat and are extremely difficult to handle. Be cautious in every move. It seemed that this trip to the dock was fraught with peril. If these water demons were as troublesome as Tian Hongfei had described, they would need to devise another plan. Our goal this time is merely to rescue him. To reclaim the dock, we must find another way. Huiyun also knew how formidable those water demons were. Relying solely on the three of them would be insufficient to seize the dock. But Li Pingyan thought otherwise. She had just received a side quest, to own a dock. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have unlocked a side quest. On Danyang Dock. As part of the host's estate, it is hoped that the host will reclaim it as soon as possible. Time limit 24 hours. Quest reward: a small merchant ship upgradable. Just what she needed. Since buying a courtyard earlier that day, she had spent all her profits. Li Pingyan was worrying about where to earn money when the system pointed her the way. A dock. It was definitely a place to make money. The reason they had managed to obtain the key and token so smoothly was Yin Dongfang's arrogance. He was fully confident he could capture Huiyun, but he had never expected that not a trace of Huiyun would be seen and the token and key would vanish completely. Li Pingyan gradually felt unwell. The poison she had just been afflicted with was indeed potent. She quickly swallowed a detoxification pill and followed Huiyun to the dock. Yin Dongfang would not come for a while. He was arrogant, believing he had set an inescapable trap. Even if Huiyun had the skill to obtain the items, he would not have the ability to escape from here. He was busy searching the courtyard while Li Pingyan and the others had already arrived at the dock. I never thought father would be imprisoned in a place like this. Huiyun's face darkened as he looked at the entrance to the underground water prison before him. This place is built in extreme secrecy. Ordinary people would never find it. If I hadn't escaped from here, I wouldn't have known where I was imprisoned. Li Pingyan used her invisibility cloak to knock out the three guards, stripped them of their clothes, and put them on herself. The uniforms were unique, with large helmets that covered half the face, and under the cover of night no one recognized them. Although Li Pingyan also wore the military uniform, she still draped the invisibility cloak over herself. Let's go. First, rescue the old master. Taking advantage of the night, they appeared at the entrance of the water prison. What are you doing? This area is off limits without permission. The two of them were dressed in military uniforms. Are you blind? Can't you see we are under General Yu's command? The gatekeeper, seeing their arrogance, quickly bowed in deference. We didn't recognize you, sirs. What business brings you here? We have orders to retrieve a prisoner. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, none daring to move. After all, General Yin had given them strict orders that day. No one was to approach the prisoners, and entry was forbidden. What are you standing there for? Go open the door. Tian Hongfei slapped their helmets, his actions rough and domineering, unmistakably that of a general's man. But what? Tian Hongfei made as if to strike again, but Huiyun stopped him. Why bother arguing with them? They're just afraid of taking responsibility. He took out the token from his waist and handed over the key. Now do you believe us?
The location of the underground water prison has been exposed. The general fears that the villains might come to intercept the prisoners, so he sent us to transfer them elsewhere temporarily. Seeing the token and key, the gatekeepers finally let down their guard. Follow me, sirs. Li Pingyan, draped in the invisibility cloak, followed behind Huiyun and Tian Hongfei. She carefully observed the people around her. These were not to be trifled with, they were clearly trained fighters. If the water demons Tian Hongfei mentioned were also lurking in the water, and they discovered the three of them were imposters, they would have no way to escape. No wonder Yin Dongfang was so confident in locking people here in the underground water prison. It truly was a place easy to defend and hard to attack. Along the way, Huiyun and Tian Hongfei acted arrogantly, urging the guards to open the doors quickly. Descending into the underground water prison, the air was filled with a foul stench. What made Li Pingyan's eyes burn was that the prisoners inside had all been severely tortured, hanging unconscious on wooden stakes. Not only did Li Pingyan shudder inwardly, but even the outwardly cold-faced Huiyun's hands trembled slightly. Hidden in the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan gently grasped Huiyun's hand. Only then did Huiyun feel a sense of reassurance. What are you standing there like a fool for? Get them out. If anything happens to them, you'll be held responsible. Yes, yes, yes. The men serving the general were always arrogant, the guards were used to it. The general was cautious, and having heard that someone might attempt a rescue recently, these men harbored no suspicion. Perhaps the general wanted to move the prisoners to another location. The people in the water prison were on the verge of death. Some had pale faces covered in countless wounds of varying sizes. It hurts so much. Someone was having a seizure. A prisoner who had been unconscious from poison writhed on the ground in agony. It hurts so much. Those having seizures convulsed like epileptics, jerking on the ground with foam oozing from their mouths. Tian Hongfei knew this feeling all too well. The virus in his body had been cured thanks to the young lady's superb medical skills, otherwise he would have suffered such torment every day. Huiyun and Tian Hongfei could barely hold themselves together. Li Pingyan quietly walked behind them and touched them. Steady, she said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Huiyun prepared to lead the people out. Their time was running out. Fortunately, the guards were not very sharp-witted, otherwise they would not have succeeded so smoothly. Having brought the prisoners out, Huiyun and Tian Hongfei knew this was only the beginning. If Yin Dongfang arrived, they might have no way to escape. Huiyun helped support his father, and when no one was looking, he slipped a life-saving pill into his father's mouth. These pills were just given to him by the young lady. Each one was priceless. Hua Qitian felt a foreign object in his mouth. Being dragged away, he instinctively thought someone was feeding him poison again. All right, beyond this point is classified. You can escort us no further. Inside the water prison were 3 people. Besides his father, there were 2 uncles. Tian Hongfei carried 2 people on his shoulders, while Huiyun carried his father. Watching the guards leave, they both bolted for their lives. Leave quickly. Move fast. That was the order Li Pingyan had given them. The reason Li Pingyan had not come out was to buy them time. She had realized that Danyang Dock was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Passing by the boats, though few in number, she noticed that they were all loaded with cannabis. Such filthy, addictive substances. She had to destroy them quickly. At a small port, the cargo ship was piled high with marijuana. Such addictive and hallucinogenic substances ought to be burned to ashes. Li Pingyan loathed them deeply. A vessel this large laden with marijuana. How many people would it ruin? She did not know Li Chaoyang's secrets, but these things could not be left as they were. Tian Hongfei's agonized scream rang out nearby. Something was wrong. They were in trouble. Because Li Pingyan was cloaked in an invisibility mantle, no one paid her any attention. She dashed forward swiftly. Seeing Tian Hongfei struggling to carry 2 people on his back, a water ghost suddenly emerged from the water, brandishing a broadsword and slashing at his back. With people on both sides, Tian Hongfei had no room to dodge and could only endure the blow. Hongfei, Huiyun supporting Old Master Hua turned just in time to see Tian Hongfei cut down. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Take the Old Master to a safe corner. I'll save them. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang in Huiyun's ear, tempering his raging fury. Though the space before him was empty, Huiyun knew instinctively that the young lady would never abandon them. Crack! Bang! 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 A dozen more water ghosts crawled out from the depths. These creatures were not only excellent swimmers, but also possessed astonishing martial skills. Relying on her invisibility, Cloak Li Pingyan kept striking them from behind. The dagger in her hand was stained with blood. Yet as water ghost after water ghost emerged from the water, Li Pingyan couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. No wonder Hui Yun and Tian Hongfei had specifically warned her about the water ghosts. They were indeed extraordinary. How could Li Chaoyang have the manpower and resources to raise such abominations? Li Pingyan had no time to dwell on it. She swiftly eliminated the water ghosts surrounding Tian Hongfei. The others, seeing their comrades inexplicably slain, grew hesitant. What was this thing? They saw nothing, only witnessed their companions dying in grotesque postures. While the water ghosts hesitated and dared not advance, Li Pingyan quickly made her way to Tian Hongfei's side. The blow on Tian Hongfei's back had landed solidly. The wound was deep enough to reveal bone, with dark blood gushing from his back. It looked horrifying, as if he might die at any moment. Hang in there, Tian Hongfei. Li Pingyan shoved a top-grade rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Such life-saving treasures were rare. She had only managed to refine a few top-grade pills. Thank you, miss. It seemed Tian Hongfei could no longer walk, let alone escort the two elders away. He could barely save himself. The water ghosts formed a circle around Tian Hongfei, rotating cautiously, reluctant to advance. The terrifying scene moments ago had made them wary. Charge! Someone shouted, and the water ghosts rushed toward Tian Hongfei, as if they had nothing to lose. Li Pingyan stuffed a few more pills into the mouths of the two elders. Both detoxification pills and qi gathering pills, enough to keep them alive and prevent them from perishing from the ordeal. Brandishing her blade, Li Pingyan charged into the fray without a second word as the water ghosts surged forward. A bizarre scene unfolded once more. The water ghosts that had rushed in were dying inexplicably, all with their throats slit. Gripped by fear of the unknown, they huddled tightly together. Yet more and more water ghosts kept crawling out of the water. The encirclement grew denser, far beyond what Li Pingyan could handle alone. Her only advantage now was the invisibility cloak. Concealed by it, she stealthily moved forward and swiftly dispatched 4 or 5 more. The unseen silent killings drove the water ghosts back in terror. But Li Pingyan dared not stray too far, fearing for the safety of Tian Hongfei and the other two. The only option now was to stall these water ghosts. Wait until Hui Yun arrived to reinforce them. What in the world is that thing? Why, yeah. The water ghosts trembled, growing more afraid as more of their comrades were killed inexplicably beside them. A few of the more agile water ghosts barely escaped death's door. It's a person. There's someone we can't see reaping our lives. The one with a wounded neck still clinging to life shouted with his last breath. Everyone gathered together. Don't give that invisible thing a chance. Enraged, Li Pingyan stepped forward and ended him with a single sword thrust. The water ghosts watched as their comrade, who had just offered a strategy, had his chest burst open and died in an instant. Such a tragedy unfolding before their eyes terrified even the bravest. Oh, what the hell is that? I'll kill you. Many water ghosts swung their swords wildly at the air. Li Pingyan ignored the crazed ones and first disposed of the easier targets, killing one with each stroke. But the more who died, the more frenzied the remaining water ghosts became. Water ghosts kept emerging from the water without end. How many had Li Chaoyang bred? This wouldn't work. She had to divert their attention. Wielding her blade, Li Pingyan reaped lives while scanning the surroundings. To protect Tian Hongfei and the others, she dared not roam far. But soon the water ghosts spotted a weakness. The invisible entity never strayed too far from Tian Hongfei. So they advanced directly toward Tian Hongfei with their blades. If they could capture the 3 fallen men, the invisible thing would surely vanish as well. Damn it! At least 100 water ghosts surrounded the open ground. Even with her invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan couldn't guard them all. As if by silent agreement, the water ghosts closed in on the fallen Tian Hongfei. Thanks to the top-grade rejuvenation pill, his condition had improved, and even his wound was slowly healing. But he was far from fully recovered. He glared at the approaching water ghosts. I'll fight you to the death. Gripping his sword, Tian Hongfei staggered to his feet. The barely healed wound split open again under the slightest movement. Li Pingyan grew more anxious with each passing moment. The water ghosts had become wary, they allowed nothing near, and even moved rapidly across the open space. This made it extremely difficult for her to approach. "You bastards. You think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't shown my teeth." Tian Hongfei saw the situation clearly. Even if the young lady had 3 heads and 6 arms, she couldn't defeat so many at once. So he decided to stand up even if it meant death. "Come on," he roared in a husky voice. "Kill me if you have the guts." While the invisible Li Pingyan was occupied, a group of water ghosts crept toward Tian Hongfei. "Hongfei, watch out." Li Pingyan, hidden under the cloak, couldn't reach him in time and could only shout a warning. But that shout gave away her exact position. Instantly, several arrows whistled toward her. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Pingyan stared at the arrow embedded in his shoulder. Damn it, these water ghosts were truly formidable. He forcibly pulled out the arrow, and the water ghosts, seeing this intangible, soulless thing, all regained their confidence. This must be some kind of illusion. That eerie woman must have used some dark sorcery. Kill her, kill her. The deafening cries around made Li Pingyan's scalp tingle. Meanwhile, danger loomed over Tian Hongfei. Several figures swiftly closed in, and in his current physical state, Tian Hongfei had no way to evade them. Li Pingyan, originally intending to risk everything, abandoned all pretense of hiding his identity and rushed forward to save Tian Hongfei. "If you have the guts, come at me." Picking on the weak and infirm is no skill at all. Hui Yun descended from the sky. The moment Li Pingyan saw Hui Yun, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved. Tian Hongfei was saved. With a swift slash of his blade, Hui Yun unleashed a wave of sword energy, killing a great number of water ghosts. Li Pingyan knew that Hui Yun would arrive in time. The Huiyuan pill she had painstakingly refined was immensely potent. Watching Hui Yun display his power, Li Pingyan could finally take a break. Clutching his injured shoulder, he quietly retreated to the background. The sudden appearance of these water ghosts was no coincidence. Li Pingyan put a Juki pill into her mouth and began to scrutinize the water ghosts carefully. She noticed that the location where these water ghosts emerged was peculiar. They were all hiding beneath the ships. And these ships were filled with marijuana. It seemed that these water ghosts were under orders to protect the marijuana. Trying to take the marijuana from these water ghosts was nothing short of an impossible fantasy. Seeing Hui Yun's stance of taking on 100 foes single-handedly, Li Pingyan finally felt relieved. But even with Hui Yun's immense skill, the endless stream of water ghosts crawling up from the water was not a situation that could be sustained indefinitely. Li Pingyan had to find a way to lure them away. There must be a mastermind behind all this. He had to be exposed. Wearing the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan stealthily infiltrated the large ship guarded by elite soldiers. Even though countless water ghosts had fallen, the soldiers on the ship remained unmoved. Were it not for the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyan would never have been able to board. Tiptoeing, Li Pingyan quietly moved forward, careful not to disturb anyone. She made a circuit of the ship. The vessel was huge. Besides the cargo hold at the rear filled with marijuana, the bottom of the hold actually had a prison cage for criminals. These prisoners looked familiar to Li Pingyan. In the original owner's memories, these people were supposed to be her father's trusted subordinates. So the remaining ones were all locked up in this cargo hold. She had to find a way to save them. After wandering around the ship, she saw several men conversing in a room. Even though there was clamor and fighting outside, these men had no intention of going out. It seemed that these men were the leaders of this cabin. Only by controlling these leaders could Li Pingyan successfully rescue the people. The outside is in utter chaos. Shouldn't we go support them? Are you insane? Our mission is only to guard this shipment. Have you forgotten the reprimand we received from the master when we lost the last cargo? Of course I remember. That man couldn't help but touch his shoulder. The wound on his body had only just healed after all this time. If it weren't for losing that shipment, he wouldn't have been demoted to a mere guard here. Just remember that. Boss, how about we sail the ship away? I think those water ghosts are also struggling to hold on. Sail away. Sail where? We've finally made it to Danyang Dock. The moment we leave, we'll be inspected. You don't want to go to prison, do you? The country had explicitly banned the sale of marijuana. But because of its peculiar effects, some people pursued it with fervor. This was a business with huge profits and minimal risk. No one would refuse it. Just stay put at Danyang Dock. Lord Yin will surely come.
Li Pingyan crouched in a corner. As expected, Li Chaoyang was merely a pawn. On the surface, he was the authority at Danyang Dock, but in reality, it was unknown who truly controlled the dock. From their words, even Yin Dongfang was just a worker. The real mastermind behind the scenes must be a figure of immense power. Since that was the case, she wouldn't hold back. Li Pingyan found their tool shed, sneaked in, located the oil inside, and carefully sprinkled it over the cargo in the rear of the cabin. She then took out a large amount of failed alchemical residue from her pill storage pouch. According to Li Pingyan's research, this residue would produce side effects when burned. Although the effect wouldn't last long, it would spread rapidly. She carefully spread the residue around the cabin. Once everything was set, Li Pingyan quickly left. After running off the ship, she picked up a nearby torch and hurled it directly onto the cabin. Boom! Due to the dry weather and the addition of oil, the cabin immediately burst into raging flames. Fire! Fire! Someone shouted like that, causing everyone in the cabin to rush out. Quick, hurry and put out the fire. The leader also ran out first. He hadn't expected the cabin to catch fire. This was disastrous. If Gao Gongong found out, his life would be forfeit. Move it fast. Everyone on the ship sprang into action. They grabbed buckets, scooped water from the river, and directly doused the cabin. However, the fire was too fierce. In no time, it had consumed half the ship. Now was the moment. Li Pingyan swiftly slipped into the prison cage. The people inside the cage also felt the ship shaking. Brother Lu, what's happening? Are we going to die? The speaker's voice was filled with despair. They had been imprisoned here for a long time, living in perpetual darkness. Everyone had long abandoned hope of survival. But now, unexpectedly, the cabin began to shake violently. It seems there's a fire above. What? Hearing this news, they felt even worse. Are we going to be burned alive like this? There were over 40 prisoners in the cabin, all wearing expressions of anguish. While I haven't even gotten married, I have an old mother at home. If I die, how will she survive? Wah! The cabin immediately filled with the sound of weeping. Even the man they called Brother Lu wore a look of sorrow. What are you crying for? Li Pingyan ran in from outside and saw these people crouching in the prison weeping. The deck above was already ablaze. This ship was likely doomed. The prison built at the bottom of the ship would collapse in no time. If they didn't escape now, they would truly be burned inside. Who's there? Brother Lu, with a look of suffering, warily scanned his surroundings. But it was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. He had just seemed to hear a female voice. The people around also fell silent, instantly forgetting their grief, and looked around warily. Suddenly the chains rattled. Who's there? Stop playing tricks in the dark. Li Pingyan, hiding in a concealed corner, removed the invisibility cloak from her head and slowly emerged from the darkness. Luda stared at the woman who emerged. He felt she looked familiar, but couldn't identify her. Never mind that, now escaping is what matters. Li Pingyan looked at Luda. Do you know Tian Hongfei? Brother Tian, where is he? Li Pingyan could tell from Luda's anxious expression that she had saved the right person. He's up there fighting desperately with a group of water ghosts. Once you get out, go find him immediately. Clang! The thick chains were pried open. Li Pingyan opened the door and let them out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! The joy of being reborn made Luda momentarily forget to ask his savior's name. Li Pingyan led the way, guiding Luda and the others around the group of firefighters to their warehouse, where they retrieved weapons. Luda and his men directly surrounded the entire ship. By then, the medicinal residue that Li Pingyan had placed earlier had already taken effect. The leader of the firefighters felt dizzy and light-headed, unable even to stand. Poison. Damn, we've been tricked. It turned out that amidst the thick smoke, a trace of medicinal vapor was mixed in. Anyone who came close would fall victim. After all, it was only residue with limited potency. It could last at most the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. By the time Li Pingyan rescued Luda and the others from prison, the effects had already taken hold, and the residue had long since burned to ashes. Thus, Luda only had to reap the benefits. Quick, they've all fainted. Capture them. A reversal. Those who were originally in prison had now locked up their guards. After confirming that Luda and the others were safe, Li Pingyan once again donned her invisibility cloak. Huiyin, where do you think you're running? Yin Dongfang simply couldn't understand. He had set up an inescapable net to capture Huiyin, yet not only had his identity token and keys been stolen, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of him.
Yin Dongfang, who had always been quite confident in his own strength, was shaken. Could Huiyun's power really have become so terrifying? If not for the blazing flames he saw at the pier, Yin Dongfang would still be searching for Huiyun in the eastern courtyard. Meanwhile, Huiyun had already killed most of the water ghosts. Looking at the hastily arriving Yin Dongfang, Huiyun said, "Yin Dongfang, your strength is nothing special." Yin Dongfang was provoked by Huiyun's contemptuous expression. "Less talk, prepare to die." Yin Dongfang leaped forward with a blade. Huiyun, undaunted, charged straight at him. These two heavyweight figures were no longer within Li Pingyin's concern. With her modest skills, she'd better finish off the remaining water ghosts. Thanks to the invisibility cloak, Li Pingyin struck from unseen corners. Water ghosts fell one by one. Tian Hongfei had taken a slash on his back, yet he still fought desperately against the reckless water ghosts. After great disaster, great fortune awaits. My fortune is still ahead. I'll beat you to death. Tian Hongfei's eyes were bloodshot from killing. When Lu De approached him, Tian Hongfei instinctively raised his blade to strike. "Brother Tian, it's me. Lu De." Tian Hongfei thought he was hallucinating from exhaustion. "Brother Lu, I've wronged you. I'll avenge you right now. I'll kill these water ghosts." Seeing that Tian Hongfei was somewhat delirious, Lu De also noticed the deep, bone-deep sword wound on Brother Tian's back. Even Lu De, a hardened man, couldn't hold back his tears. "Brother Tian, it's me, Lu De." Tian Hongfei, somewhat incredulous, touched Lu De's shoulder. "Is it really you? You're not dead. Where were you hiding? Just now a woman rescued us from prison and said you were here, so I came to check on you." "Brother Tian, leave this to me. You go rest." Lu De looked at the two elders lying unconscious on the ground, then at Tian Hongfei, who was covered in wounds. It must have been Brother Tian who got hurt protecting the elders. Lu De's eyes reddened instantly. He lifted his great sword and charged at the water ghosts. Even with Li Pingyin's invisibility cloak and a team of nearly 40 people, killing these water ghosts was still arduous. Although they had 40 people, they had been starving and confined in darkness for a long time. Just being able to escape was already a great effort on their part. Fortunately, Lu De had some leadership skills. He gathered all the brothers who could barely hold on, protecting the elders and Tian Hongfei while staying alert. Lu De led the physically stronger men to fight their way out. Li Pingyin was secretly anxious. Although the water ghosts had stopped emerging from the water, the gap between the two sides was enormous. If this dragged on much longer, Lu De, whom she had struggled to rescue, would also perish here. Lu De certainly understood this. But now they could only rely on themselves. If they stayed put, they would surely be killed. Struggling forward, unafraid of life or death. Even Lu De, though heavily wounded, kept persisting. Li Pingyin managed to get close to Lu De and took a pill from her medicine pouch. Her pills were nearly depleted now, as she couldn't give them to just anyone. "Take this pill. Maybe we'll still have a chance to survive." Lu De looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside him. Since she was acquainted with Brother Tian and Tian seemed to trust her greatly, Lu De took the bottle. "There are only a dozen pills inside. Leave them for the brothers who need them most." He watched Li Pingyin turn and disappear in an instant. Lu De clutched the bottle tightly. That woman possessed such extraordinary abilities, so the pills inside must be good. Without a second thought, he swallowed a pill whole. He felt his dantian instantly grow hot, and a surging stream of power flowed from it. His original wounds healed at a visible rate. Indeed, that woman was definitely a celestial maiden sent from heaven. "Brothers, take the pills. Let's charge out." Lu De distributed the pills. They had to protect the wounded companions while also looking after the unconscious elders. Even after taking the pills, everyone was full of energy, but they could only defend against the desperate water ghosts. The glimmer of hope they had seen was slowly extinguished under the fierce assault. "Is heaven determined to destroy me?" Impossible. Lu De forced himself to stay alert. Seeing the firelight not far away, his eyes lit up. "Is that Wang Lu?" "Brothers, charge. Kill. Reinforcements." They never expected to still receive reinforcements. Li Pingyin also hadn't expected that the bald man before her was on their side. Wang Lu led a group of men and charged directly into the encirclement. In no time, they subdued all the water ghosts. "Brother Wang." Wang Lu and his men fought their way in and immediately spotted Lu De. "Brother Lu, you're alive. That's wonderful." Lu De had seen the blazing flames at the pier that night and knew something was wrong. The pier had been occupied by Li Chuiyang for a long time. The dock workers and sailors at the pier had also endured a long period of hardship. They had been hoping every day for Huayun's return. Unexpectedly, Huayun did indeed come back. When Wang Lu saw Huayun the day before, he knew the turning point had arrived. These past 2 days he had kept people watching the pier. As soon as the pier fell into chaos, Wang Lu knew. He then organized and deployed a group of people to rush over. He never expected to also see brother Lu Da. With external support and Lu Da's men, they quickly took control of Danyang Pier. Not only did they subdue the water ghosts outside, but they also captured the sailors on the ship. This was perfect. They had wiped out the entire nest. They tied up all the surviving water ghosts and the sailors together. The sailors who had fainted from the burning medicinal residue were now all awake. "Let us go. Do you know who we are?" The leader on the deck started shouting as soon as he regained consciousness. "Offend us and you'll face dire consequences." Lord. Steward Lu stumbled and scrambled to the main courtyard. His voice was filled with terror. Li Chuiyang was still holding Fang Qingwan in his arms, the two of them entwined, amorously rubbing against each other. Li Chuiyang held Fang Qingwan in the bedroom he shared with Lu Guizhi, which gave him a perverse thrill. On top of that, Lu Guizhi had been drugged and was lying unconscious in the room, making the illicit lovers even more excited. After several rounds of deep and shallow thrusts, the two had just embraced asleep when they were awakened by the voice of Steward Lu outside. Fang Qingwan was startled, shuddering. Li Chuiyang stroked Fang Qingwan's sleek back. "Don't speak." Fang Qingwan obediently curled up in the blanket. "What's the matter?" At this late hour, Steward Lu, not noticing anything unusual, said urgently. "The people stationed at the East Cross Yard have sent word that there's movement inside." Steward Lu said excitedly. Finally, it was time to avenge their great grievance. As long as they caught Huayun, that Li Pingyan, he would personally teach her a lesson. Li Chuiyang's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Lord Yan's intervention will surely be a decisive success. "You may go now, the lady and I will head over immediately." "Yes." After hearing Steward Lu withdraw, Li Chuiyang looked at Fang Qingwan beneath him with a face full of delight and mischievously thrust again. "If you rascal, go easy, I'm uncomfortable. I'll go check the East Cross Yard right now, my little darling. Return to your room first and wait for me to come back and pamper you." He gave Fang Qingwan a forceful kiss on the lips, then rose and pulled on his shorts. Meanwhile, Fang Qingwan, who had been nestled in his arms, her eyes darting about, said nonchalantly, "Then come back quickly, I'll be waiting for you in bed." This tempting remark filled Li Chuiyang with satisfaction. "My little darling, wait for me to return." Li Chuiyang was now deeply entangled. He couldn't bear to be apart from Fang Qingwan. He couldn't help but give her softness a rough squeeze before putting on his clothes. He turned and whispered to Fang Qingwan, "Don't come out under any circumstances. Stay hidden." Fang Qingwan nodded, flashing an enchanting smile that left Li Chuiyang utterly captivated. He let down the bed curtains, and while dressing, kicked Lu Guizhi, who lay on the floor sleeping like a log. Wake up quickly. Something's happening in the East Cross Yard." Although Lu Guizhi had taken the sedative, the dose was not strong. After a few solid kicks from Li Chuiyang, she slowly regained consciousness. "What's the matter?" Steward Lu reported that there's movement in the East Cross Yard. Huayun might have been caught. "Get up quickly and go see." Hearing this, Lu Guizhi's eyes lit up. This was the best news she had heard in a long time. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." She scrambled to her feet and ran outside. Before leaving, Li Chuiyang glanced back at the bed, and only after seeing Lu Guizhi had run far away did he murmur softly to himself in the room. "After I leave, go to your own room, and don't let anyone discover you. I know, my sweet brother." Fang Qingwan, now occupying Lu Guizhi's bed, was rolling around on it mischievously. Li Chuiyang hurried away after hearing this. Shortly after he left, Fang Qingwan dressed and headed straight for Zhou Yiming's house. They had expected that by the time they arrived, Huayun would already be captured. But to their surprise, when Lu Guizhi and Li Chuiyang reached the courtyard, it was in utter chaos. "What's going on? What happened? Was Huayun caught?" The people cleaning the yard shook their heads. No one expected that in a heavily guarded courtyard where not even a mouse could slip through, someone had still managed to steal something. They were all discussing how formidable Huayun must be. "Then what are you doing? Wasn't this supposed to be top-level alert?" Alas, masterly, the token and key were stolen long ago. Our lord, Yin, has already gone in pursuit. What? Li Chaoyang slumped to the ground. They had set up an inescapable snare hoping to catch the turtle in the jar, but unexpectedly someone had still slipped through their fingers. Wasn't your defense extremely tight? Didn't you station hundreds of people in this courtyard? Weren't they all skilled fighters? Wasn't Lord Yin personally overseeing? How could it still be stolen? Li Chaoyang fired off a series of questions. The subordinate shrugged. We truly had tight defenses and indeed had over 100 men, and Lord Yin was indeed in command, but the token and key were still stolen. Even thinking about it seemed unbelievable. Only their own people knew about the arrangements made over the past few days. Not only were there hundreds of people in plain sight, but many experts were also hidden in the shadows. In addition, there were countless traps and mechanisms. Yet that person not only evaded their hundreds of men, but also triggered not a single trap. If one could say any trap was triggered, it was the last one in the room. They simply couldn't understand. The box was coated with deadly poison. How could Hui Yun have taken it out safely? There were too many mysteries for these subordinates to explain clearly. Li Chaoyang and Lu Guizhi's hearts turned cold. What does this mean? Does it mean our plan to catch the turtle in the jar has failed? Li Chaoyang's face turned ashen. He had never expected Hui Yun to be so formidable. Oh no. Li Chaoyang sighed deeply. It's all your fault. What a terrible idea. What catch the turtle in the jar? We didn't catch the person, and now the key and token are gone. Li Chaoyang was filled with regret. A real case of losing the wife and the army. If Hui Yun had gotten the token and key and actually found where old Master Hua was imprisoned, what could they do? Wouldn't all their previous plans come to nothing? Was this my idea? It was that Fang Qingwan who gave me this idea. That little bitch. Hearing Lu Guizhi say this, Li Chaoyang's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't dare say anything more. Where is Lord Yin? Why is Lord Yin nowhere to be seen? Li Chaoyang asked. The subordinate replied, the token and key vanished into thin air. Lord Yin ordered us to search everywhere. After all, we had set an inescapable net. Hui Yun couldn't have escaped, even if she grew wings. But we searched for a long time and didn't see any trace of Hui Yun. The man sighed. Hui Yun was indeed a remarkable talent. So what happened? So after wasting so much time, when we noticed the sky was aflame near the dock, Lord Yin left alone. What did you say? Li Chaoyang finally grasped the key point. Are you saying something happened at the dock? Are you saying the dock is ablaze? Li Chaoyang's heart turned cold. He silently chanted, Ba. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen to the dock. If the dock was in trouble, his life was forfeit. The ships at the dock contained a large amount of marijuana. Li Pingyan. It must be that damn girl Li Pingyan, that little bitch. If she finds those things on the ship, we're both finished. Lu Guizhi was still dazed, wondering how the key and token disappeared. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Shoved hard by Li Chaoyang, Lu Guizhi snapped to attention and quickly followed his steps. Marijuana was a national prohibition. If that damn girl Li Pingyan found out, the scandal would erupt. Then the Li family would be finished. This was a crime punishable by the execution of the entire family and the 9 clans. Li Chaoyang was flustered. Losing the token and keys was a minor matter. That Hui Yun had rescued the people was acceptable. But if the secrets on the ship were discovered, wouldn't the truth come to light? When that happened, the entire Li family would be finished. They would all be beheaded, their property confiscated, and their lineage exterminated. At the thought of this, Li Chaoyang grew even more panicked. Li Chaoyang and Lu Guizhi were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly, and they both rushed towards the wharf, hoping to make it in time. Meanwhile, the wharf had already been cleared out. The corpses and supplies had all been properly disposed of. The raging fire from earlier had never been extinguished, and the ship burned completely on the water. Wang Lu assisted Lu De in rescuing all their people and settled them in a safe place nearby. Elder Hua and the 2 elders still need to relocate. My place is available for them to stay. Lu De, what do you think? Now that Tian Hongfei had fallen unconscious, Lu De was the one with the most authority. Looking at the mysterious woman crouching among the wounded, Lu De was uncertain. Wait a moment, let me ask. Wang Lu watched as Lu De walked over to a woman he hadn't noticed before. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Lu De inquired. Miss, our people have suffered heavy casualties, and most were just rescued from prison. Next,
Leave the rest to me. The clear, pleasant voice immediately caught Wang Lu's attention. This mysterious woman intrigued him. Then, I have already prepared a secluded courtyard. Have those who can move help the elderly, weak, sick, and wounded to go there for the night. Luda couldn't help but obey Li Pingyan's words. He quickly organized the people and led them in the direction she indicated. Li Pingyan had already given elixirs to the critically injured, ensuring their lives were saved as long as no accidents occurred. First, they moved the wounded to face the upcoming crisis. Wang Lu walked over to Luda. Luda, aren't you going to introduce me? Luda stammered. Oh, this is. Oh, right, miss, what's your name? Wang Lu broke out in a cold sweat. So Luda didn't even know who this woman was. Li Pingyan looked at Wang Lu. Though she didn't know his exact identity, his familiarity with those around him told her he was an old acquaintance of Huiyun. Hello, I'm Li Pingyan, a friend of Huiyun. Oh, I see. Wang Lu drawled, looking the beautiful and mysterious woman up and down. He wondered how the taciturn Huiyun could have met such a pretty woman. Meanwhile, Lu Da was utterly shocked. Li Pingyan, you're the young miss. Our young master. He couldn't believe it. It was unimaginable. Luda had seen Li Pingyan once before, a timid little girl with nothing remarkable. But the woman before him was brave, resourceful, and decisive, traits that could not be cultivated overnight. This woman clearly didn't match the image of Li Pingyan in Lu Da's mind. He hadn't even considered the possibility. Li Pingyan calmly looked at Lu Da's shocked expression and nodded lightly. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Take care? Luda dared not. I pay my respects to the young miss. Luda was blind and failed to recognize you. Please forgive any previous offense. Li Pingyan was not a petty person. Besides, Luda hadn't done anything improper. You've worked hard these days. From now on with me here, I won't let you suffer like this again. With Miss Li's words, Lu Da's heart settled. Wang Lu watched the master and servant. He knew Li Pingyan's father, Li Chaoyan, a brave and righteous man. That was why Wang Lu had joined Li Chaoyan after the Danyang Wharf was established. He knew Li Chaoyan had a son and a daughter, but he never expected Miss Li to be so outstanding. This completely overturned Wang Lu's perception. Miss, what should we do with these people, eh? Luda pointed to the tied-up sailors and divers. Among them was the sailor leader who had been cursing non-stop since waking up. Lock them up in the underground water prison over there. Following Li Pingyan's orders, Luda cheerfully commanded his men to take them away. Seeing everyone under control and the wharf thoroughly cleaned. Yet the system's side quest still showed as incomplete. Looking at the 24-hour countdown in the system now, with only 3 hours left, if Li Pingyan failed to complete the task of reclaiming Danyang Wharf within 3 hours, she might face elimination. What's going on? Li Pingyan felt puzzled. Huiyun had gone after Yin Dongfang. The wharf's minor leader was also under control. Did she really have to confront Li Chaoyan in person to claim the wharf? Li Pingyan grew anxious. There were only 3 hours left. In the dead of night, how could she get Li Chaoyan to come? Everyone was working with fervor, the joy of returning home and seeing the light of day, making them forget about Li Chaoyan's existence. When Li Chaoyan and Lu Guizhi arrived, the cleanup had already begun. Yin Dongfang was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished along with Huiyun. You ungrateful wretch. What are you doing? Li Chaoyan rushed out from a corner, pointing at Li Pingyan and cursing as he looked at the desolate wharf. Li Pingyan, what exactly are you doing? Li Pingyan calmly looked at Li Chaoyan, who had appeared from nowhere, feeling a trace of secret delight. Behind Li Chaoyan were many thugs from the East Courtyard. In a real fight, Li Chaoyan wasn't afraid of Li Pingyan. As long as Huiyun wasn't around, he could wear her down with a war of attrition. Li Chaoyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had never hated anyone so much. Oh, it's uncle. Li Pingyan even greeted him with a pleasant smile. Lu Guizhi, waddling her obese body, ran over breathlessly. Li Pingyan, you little slut, is this a place for you to be? Get lost. Lu Guizhi was furious at the sight of Li Pingyan. The scars on her face were all because of Li Pingyan. Lu Guizhi secretly believed that those scars had caused Li Chaoyan to abandon her and seek other women. So she regarded Li Pingyan as a mortal enemy. Not only uncle is here, but Annie too. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with you both. Li Pingyan looked at the countdown. 2 hours remained, which was 1 shurchen. She had to seize the opportunity to own Danyang Wharf within 1 shurchen. There is nothing left to say between us. Seize her. Li Xiaoyan glanced around, and not spotting Huiyun, began to scheme.
As long as Hui Yun was not present, he felt confident enough to capture Li Pinggan. The men behind Li Xiaoyang, unaware of Li Pinggan's true capabilities, surged forward at his command. Li Xiaoyang was no longer holding back. Eliminating Li Pinggan had become his consuming obsession. Just after a fierce battle, he had unexpected company in full force. Lu Guizhi despised Li Pinggan with every fiber of her being. How could this woman not only reclaim the token, but also rescue everyone? All in front of Yin Dongfang. They had severely underestimated Li Pinggan in the past, but now they had no choice but to take her seriously. With dozens converging simultaneously, Li Pinggan swiftly retreated. Wang Lu then stepped forward, blocking Li Pinggan's path with his men. Ever since learning that Li Pinggan was Li Chaoyun's daughter, Wang Lu had come to deeply admire her. Such courage at such a young age. The sight of Li Xiaoyang made Wang Lu's blood boil. Since Li Xiaoyang seized control of Danyang Harbor, they had been starved to the brink, unable to make a living. It was all his doing. Well, Lord Li, long time no see. Li Xiaoyang did not recognize Wang Lu at all. Naturally, a man as aloof and arrogant as Li Xiaoyang kept company only with scholars and high-ranking officials. He never deigned to notice a nobody like Wang Lu. Who are you? Move aside, or I'll kill you too. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu burst into laughter. He had spent years battling on these streets, and had long since cast aside any fear of death. What matters is not who I am, but that I cannot abide your uncle attempting to murder his own niece. By every standard it is monstrous. Li Xiaoyang valued his reputation above all else. Had he not feared the backlash of killing Li Pinggan, he would have struck long ago. None of this concerns you. Begone. I warn you now, blades care for no one. If you insist on standing beside this wretched woman, do not blame me for what follows. Wang Lu sneered. And what can you do? Kill them all. The men accompanying Li Xiaoyang hailed from the eastern courtyard, personally trained by Yin Dongfang and skilled beyond compare. Far deadlier than the harbor water ghosts. Stay behind me, Miss Li. When an opening appears, run. Wang Lu's expression turned grim. Dawn approached, yet an unexpected variable had emerged. His confrontation with Li Xiaoyang was inevitable. The outcome would be decided today. But Li Pinggan's unfinished mission made retreat impossible. Watching her allies falter against Li Xiaoyang's forces in mere exchanges, Li Pinggan grew anxious. You claim to despise me, yet why direct your wrath upon innocent others? Li Pinggan stepped out from behind Wang Lu. Your urgency reveals secrets hidden at Danyang Harbor, does it not? She was pressuring Li Xiaoyang, provoking him to slip up. What secrets could this harbor hold? Li Xiaoyang's heart raced. His opium trade must never see daylight. Fortunately, the vessel at the harbor boasted over 100 strongmen, sailors above and water ghosts below. No one could breach that ship. You dared traffic opium on harbor vessels for personal gain, unaware this is a capital offense warranting the destruction of your entire clan. Both Li Xiaoyang and Lu Guizhi trembled. How could you possibly know this? Impossible. The fierce clashes raged nearby, while Li Pinggan had a man brought forward. This man was the head sailor. Uncle, you truly have a terrible memory. You haven't forgotten him too, have you? Li Xiaoyang stared at the dying man, the very commander of that vessel. It was clear Li Pinggan had seized control of the harbor. Ha ha ha, so you captured him. What then? That proves nothing. Li Xiaoyang was resolved this time. He would kill Li Pinggan. What she knew no longer mattered. What doesn't matter? Before you arrived, I had already reported this to the authorities. Watching Wang Lu and the others struggle, Li Pinggan knew this stalemate could not continue. It is common knowledge that you took over Danyang Harbor. Yet within your jurisdiction lies a cargo ship laden with opium. I have summoned the county magistrate. Should he learn of this occurring under his watch, what fate awaits a mere district clerk like yourself? Li Xiaoyang's heart raced. Each time, Li Pinggan seemed to find the perfect lever every single time. I may not know my own fate, but I know one thing: you will not see tomorrow's sun. Steeling himself, Li Xiaoyang gestured. Kill that woman. Before dawn the world is darkest. Even with torches ablaze, visibility remained poor. Following Li Xiaoyang's command, the group advanced upon Li Pinggan with broadswords raised. Whether from strained eyes or some other cause, in the blink of an eye the woman standing before them had vanished. What is happening? Before Li Xiaoyang could process the impossibility, Li Pinggan was gone. Wang Lu and the others, locked in desperate combat, had not noticed. Only Li Xiaoyang and his armed guards witnessed what followed. A spray of blood erupted, drenching Lu Guizhi's face. Ah! Lu Guizhi shrieked in terror as warm liquid streamed down her cheeks, scrambling behind Li Xiaoyang for protection. What happened? Blood. All blood. The guard who had been shielding Lu Guizhi lay fallen, a bloody hole piercing his chest. Li Xiaoyang was utterly shattered. Thud! Another body hit the ground. What is going on? He snatched a weapon and scanned his surroundings cautiously. Combined with Li Pingyan's inexplicable disappearance, Li Xiaoyang's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his back soaked through. Li Pingyan, I warn you, stop your tricks. Another spray of blood erupted. The two guards nearest to Li Xiaoyang collapsed dead. This woman had grown far too dangerous. Li Pingyan was beyond their capacity to handle. Li Xiaoyang trembled so violently he nearly fell. Watching his guards fall one by one without cause, Li Xiaoyang teetered on the edge of madness. Nothing terrifies mortals more than the unseen and the unpredictable. Who would the scythe-wielding Reaper claim next? Everyone braced in terror. Lu Guizhi, driven half-mad by the relentless shock, clutched Li Xiaoyang's clothes and screamed of ghosts. A scholar by nature, Li Xiaoyang's legs buckled among the accumulating corpses, and he collapsed to the ground. Galloping hooves approached from nearby. A procession clad in simple armor and wielding torches drew near. Though numbering only a dozen or so, it was unmistakable. The county magistrate had arrived. Who reported this? The magistrate rode into Danyang Harbor and immediately took in the gruesome scene. His jurisdiction had become a graveyard. The sight nearly sent him tumbling from his saddle in terror. The county magistrate covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief, feeling a chill of dread as he approached the corpses. Li Xiaoyang was so terrified that his legs went weak. On the water, there was also a boat laden with hemp. If the county magistrate discovered this, his entire family would lose their heads. Li Xiaoyang, drenched in cold sweat, trembled and could not manage to stand. As for Lu Guizhi, she looked rather unsightly, far from her original dignified and graceful demeanor. Under the covert assistance of the invisible Li Pingyan, Wang Lu and his group captured that batch of people. Only then did Li Pingyan emerge from the darkness. Greetings, Your Honor. It was this maiden who reported the matter. The county magistrate had seen Li Pingyan before and had a deep impression of this young woman. Seeing that this incident had once again arisen because of Li Pingyan, he felt somewhat annoyed. Why is it you again? If it please Your Honor, originally today, I was to take over the dock with my uncle and aunt. As you know, after my parents passed away, most of the family assets were managed by my uncle and aunt. Now that I have come of age and possess the ability to manage on my own, my uncle and aunt wish to return the dock to me. You? Li Xiaoyang was so furious he could barely breathe. How could he possibly hand over the dock to Li Pingyan? The dock was the main source of income for the Li family. If he returned it to Li Pingyan, they would have nothing left to live on. Li Pingyan shot him a warning glance, then silently mouthed the words hemp. If Li Xiaoyang did not cooperate, Li Pingyan would expose his smuggling of hemp. If the county magistrate found out, Li Xiaoyang's entire family would be executed. This left Li Xiaoyang with a bitter grievance he could not voice. Oh, is that so? Then what about these corpses on the ground? The county magistrate's face darkened. These corpses appeared to be from an organized group, their attire uniform, though he could not tell which faction they belonged to. Li Pingyan calmly walked over to the county magistrate. Your Honor, just as I was taking over the dock with my uncle, a group of river pirates suddenly appeared. These river pirates were utterly barbaric and even declared that they would raise an army to rebel. What did you say? Raise an army to rebel? Yes. The county magistrate looked at the earnest eyes of the young woman before him, then at Li Xiaoyang, whose entire body was trembling in fear. He could not help but believe her a little. Rebellion was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. These people deserve death. That group burned everything in sight, setting ablaze a boat on the water. Brother Wang and I both heard them shouting as they came ashore that they wanted to restore the Han dynasty and raise an army to rebel. Li Pingyan called Wang Lu over and gently touched his arm. Wang Lu was not a man of many words, but he nodded in agreement to everything Li Pingyan said. Seeing so many dead bodies, if these were truly Japanese pirates, then this matter must be reported to higher authorities. Li Xiaoyang sat on the ground, utterly disregarding his dignity. Having so many people killed right beside him, he swallowed hard in fright. What sent a chill down his neck was Li Pingyan's words. This woman was truly daring, claiming that Lord Yan's subordinates were rebels and Japanese pirates. How was he supposed to explain this to Eunuch Gao? Li Xiaoyang was on the verge of tears, sitting on the ground with a heart as cold as ashes. Yet his venomous gaze still fixed on Li Pingyan, who had managed to convince the county magistrate. Your Honor, it's not true. It's Li Pingyan. These people are all her subordinates. She is the one smuggling hemp. Somehow Li Xiaoyang inadvertently blurted out the matter of the hemp. But having started, he saw no turning back. Li Xiaoyang instead threw the dirty water onto Li Pingyan. These people are all Li Pingyan's subordinates. She intended to use the dock to smuggle hemp. Your Honor, this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. You must rule justly. The county magistrate had just believed Li Pingyan, but now Li Xiaoyang had dropped a bombshell. After all, Li Xiaoyang and the county magistrate were colleagues. In the magistrate's impression, Li Xiaoyang was not a man prone to exaggerating. Hemp. You cannot say that lightly, Magistrate Li. Are you certain? The county magistrate's heart was racing. Whether it was rebels or hemp, anyone he caught would bring him merit, leading to promotion and wealth. I'm certain. Seeing Li Xiaoyang's firm gaze, the county magistrate suppressed his surging excitement and turned to face Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, is this true? But Li Pingyan shook her head. Your Honor, it is not as my uncle says. You know, I am just a young woman at most, running a small shop on the street. And what is hemp? It is always weighed by the jin or liang. 1 jin of hemp would be enough for a month's income. If that boat were truly mine, relying on hemp smuggling, I would have already made a fortune. Why would I bother running a small shop? That was a fair point. Moreover, before this, the dock was always managed by my uncle. He knows best what goods are transported through the dock and who works there. I'm afraid he simply doesn't want to hand over the dock to me, so he slanders me. The county magistrate's face grew darker with each word. He had long been displeased with Li Xiaoyang, a civil official who controlled the dock, only a minor registrar, yet immensely wealthy. How could any county magistrate swallow that? Li Xiaoyang, is that what he said? No. Li Xiaoyang grew more alarmed. This woman Li Pingyan was truly vicious in her schemes, turning the tables on him. We'll know after a search. Men search. Leave no corner untouched. Yes. According to Li Pingyan's reasoning, Li Xiaoyang should know best who worked at the dock. Therefore, these supposed river pirates might indeed be connected to Li Xiaoyang. Then Li Xiaoyang was certainly suspicious. The sun slowly rose, and the sky grew brighter. Your Honor, we've captured a group of people. The soldiers brought out several dozen people who had been trying to flee. Li Pingyan took a closer look and was delighted. Were these not the leader of the sailors and a few of the river ghosts? They had just been caught and thrown into prison, but they had somehow escaped. They must be trying to escape punishment. Your Honor, not a single one must be let go. Li Pingyan reminded the county magistrate. Arrest them all. Yes. Regardless of whether this group was truly rebelling, not a single one could be spared. How dare you? Do you know who we are? You still dare to arrest us? The leader darkened his face, glaring at the cowardly Li Xiaoyang standing nearby. Li Xiaoyang explained to the magistrate quickly. Who are we working for? Li Xiaoyang wished he could bury his head in his clothes. Of course he knew these men. They were all subordinates of Eunuch Gao. They only listened to Li Xiaoyang because he was still useful to them. The sailor leader saw Li Xiaoyang hanging his head in silence. He then looked at the stern and impartial county magistrate. You'll regret arresting us. We have backing, magistrate. Think carefully, or your head might end up separated from your body. The county magistrate's mind was now filled with thoughts of merit. Whether they were rebels or not, as long as they were involved in hemp smuggling, it would add to his record of achievements. Promotion and wealth were just around the corner. Your Honor, we found a large quantity of hemp on that boat. Soon another soldier came to report. Now, even if they weren't rebels, they were still guilty of hemp smuggling. The leader finally realized the situation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyang's heart was pounding with fear. His mind was in turmoil as he desperately tried to come up with a countermeasure. The county magistrate led his men to inspect the charred vessel. Although most of the cargo aboard had been consumed by flames, some fragments remained unburned. Bring me all the belongings from this boat to the county office. I will uncover what shady dealings lurk at Danyang Dock. At that moment, suspicion weighed heaviest upon Li Xiaoyao. As everyone knew, Li Xiaoyao was the de facto master of Danyang Dock, just as Li Pingyan had stated. As the dock's owner, he would certainly know what cargo was being transported and who frequented its premises. Moreover, over recent months, Danyang Dock's activities had grown increasingly suspicious. While other docks vied for increased trade, Danyang Dock was dwindling with only a handful of vessels coming and going. The townsfolk who depended on the dock for their livelihood had been voicing grievances throughout these months. All of this was Li Xiaoyao's doing. Seize Li Xiaoyao and Lu Guizhi. Take them back for interrogation. Yes, my lord. Magistrate, I am innocent. This matter has nothing to do with me. The county magistrate glanced coldly at Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had somehow ingratiated himself with some high-ranking official in the capital, which is why Lu Guizhi had been released so easily. It seemed this time he would have to report directly to the capital. It was all Li Pingyan's doing. You just heard, it's Li Pingyan's dock now. I have no connection to this matter. Li Xiaoyao was already lamenting his fate. Then, esteemed Lord Li, can you explain why you are acquainted with that person? This. Li Xiaoyao's mind was in disarray. I don't know him. He is framing me. But the magistrate refused to believe him. In the end, he ordered Li Xiaoyao to be taken away. Although Li Pingyan was hardly under suspicion, further investigation was necessary. Li Pingyan was cooperative, and with Wang Lu having spent years at the dock, his arrival could be justified as coming to her aid, so the magistrate merely questioned her before releasing her. The countdown had begun. As Li Pingyan emerged from the county office, she stared intently at the ticking numbers, a bead of cold sweat forming on her brow. A voice echoed in her mind, congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. You now own Danyang Dock. Reward: one small merchant vessel upgradable. Note: the merchant vessel will be delivered within 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Li Pingyan felt a wave of relief mixed with excitement. Wonderful, we have finally turned the tide. As she exited the county office, she saw Wang Lu and his men waiting eagerly at the entrance. Seeing Li Pingyan emerge safely, Wang Lu led the applause. Welcome back, young mistress. Welcome back, young mistress. Welcome back, welcome back. Li Pingyan was deeply moved by the thunderous applause and the joy of victory. Thank you all for your support and trust. From now on, Danyang Dock will become the gateway to the capital, and I will ensure everyone lives better lives. Li Pingyan's vow would soon become reality. Danyang Dock would grow to become the largest in the nation, handling tens of thousands of vessels. Li Pingyan's grand merchant ships were the most magnificent. The dock had passed into her hands. Li Xiaoyao was stripped of his position and sent home to reflect on his actions. The magistrate would still conduct a thorough investigation into Li Xiaoyao during this period. Sending him home was merely a gesture of courtesy. But Li Xiaoyao was confined to his residence under heavy guard. He could not leave, effectively placed under house arrest. Fang Qingwan led Zhou Yiming hiding stealthily in a corner. She ground her teeth in hatred. My meticulously planned scheme. It didn't harm her in the least, and she unexpectedly gained control of Danyang Dock. How can her luck be so good? Fang Qingwan's face was darker than soot. She could only hide beneath a nearby tree. She had hoped to kill her enemy by days, and even resorting to sleeping with Li Xiaoyao. Wasn't that the whole point? To take revenge? Yet everything had fallen apart. Qingwan, don't worry. We will find a way. Zhou Yiming's leg had been broken, and he walked with a permanent limp afterward. How could a man who was nearly the martial arts champion accept such a fate? It was all that Hui Yun's fault. He had become the laughingstock of the world. There will always be a way. Tell me, what else can we do? Fang Qingwan's face twisted with jealousy and resentment, terrifying to behold. Li Xiaoyao and Lu Guizhi are finished, but what about Li Chuchu? That coward. What use would she be? Fang Qingwan's sinister gaze followed Li Pingyan as she departed. I heard your cousin has feelings for young Master Zheng. Zhou Yiming stood beside Fang Qingwan and, heedless of the crowded street, wrapped his arms around her waist and slipped his hand inside. What does that have to do with us? My dear, you don't understand. Zhou Yiming leaned in to kiss her. He knew she would not comply without some incentive. Fang Qingwan turned to see Zhou Yiming's hungry expression and, half resisting, led him to a concealed thicket. The grass grew waist-high, making it nearly impossible for passers-by to discover them. The bushes bordered the road, and people passed by frequently. The branches trembled slightly. The crowd paid no mind. Only after the trembling ceased did Zhou Yiming finally release her, though he seemed reluctant to let go. Li Chuchu has loved Zhengchen for a long time. She knows how to choose her men. Zheng Chun is the eldest young master of Zheng Yuanji. If she marries him, she will never want for anything again. Fang Xingwan's jealousy flared upon hearing this. She knew she would never marry as a proper wife. She was reduced to hiding in bushes with Zhou Yiming. What good is this telling me? Fang Xingwan's eyes reddened with bitter jealousy as she thought of her own plight. That Zheng Chun is the owner of Songxia Spicy Hot Pot. Rumor has it he has been asking everywhere about Ping'an's Spicy Hot Pot's secret recipe. If something were to happen between Li Chuchu and Zheng Chun were to deal with Li Ping'an, Fang Xingwan was clever enough to grasp the scheme immediately. You mean have Zheng Yuanji take down Li Ping'an? Exactly. Someone like Li Xiaoyao stands no chance against Li Ping'an. Why not find a bigger tree to lean on? It did sound rather tempting. Fang Xingwan was moved. By dawn, word had spread that Li Ping'an had reclaimed Danyang Dock. After such a long silence, Danyang Dock was bustling with activity once more. I never expected Li Chaonian's daughter Li Ping'an to be so formidable. Li Xiaoyao held on to that property for years, and ordinary people could never reclaim it. Yet she took it back without making a sound. Li Ping'an is truly remarkable. Indeed, I heard last night's battle was fierce. Some could hear the clash of weapons from far away. It was quite a confrontation. And I heard Li Ping'an actually sent her own uncle Li Xiaoyao to the county office. What incredible capability that takes. Precisely. Li Xiaoyao himself worked within the magistrate's office, yet Li Ping'an managed to bring him down. That's genuine skill. Everyone at the tavern praised Li Ping'an's heroic deed. After all, ever since Li Xiaoyao took over, countless families had starved from lack of orders at Danyang Dock. So Li Ping'an's actions were truly a benevolent deed. The entire county was impressed. Shen Juanhe sat with a satisfied smile in his private room at the tavern. Even without straining to listen, he could hear the townsfolk's praises of Li Ping'an, which fed his vanity immensely. Shen Juanhe grew more and more pleased. How could Shen Juanhe be worthy of marrying Li Ping'an? Shen Juanhe was a well-known scholar in the county town. His father was Squire Shun, and the family was well off. He had a refined appearance and cultivated elegance, making him a rare talent in the county. Shen Juanhe felt he was more than a match for Li Ping'an. Now, hearing of Li Ping'an's great deeds, he felt that the praises from the crowd downstairs were all directed at him. Ah, brother Shen, you've arrived quite early. Soon, all the friends Shen Juanhe had invited gathered. Not at all, I just got here. Then congratulations, brother Shun. Shen Juanhe feigned surprise. What joy is there? What? Brother Shen hasn't heard yet. Shen Juanhe's heart was already blooming with joy. Li Ping'an was growing more beautiful and now exceptionally capable. Not only could she earn money, but she also held the only Danyang Dock in town. Everyone knew that the dock was profitable, earning a fortune daily. With her gentle and virtuous nature, anyone would envy Shen Juanhe's good fortune. To actually be able to marry Li Ping'an. I heard your fiancé Li Ping'an has done another great deed. Shen Juanhe's mouth was already grinning from ear to ear, yet he still pretended to be oblivious. What has Ping'an done? Listening as the visitor meticulously listed Li Ping'an's achievements, Shen Juanhe feigned modesty and said, That's just Ping'an's good luck having a good uncle. Hey, what do you know? His uncle is a real skinflint. Don't be fooled by his appearance. I heard Li Ping'an has been bullied a lot in the Li family. This matter was an open secret, because they themselves had seen Li Ping'an being bullied by Li Chuchu many times. Because they were Shen Juanhe's good friends, they had often mocked him privately for having a weak and cowardly fiancé. Now that his fiancé had turned things around, they could only envy and eye him with jealousy. Shen Juanhe finally felt relieved. He never expected Li Ping'an to be so capable. He even began to envision the future. After marriage, Li Ping'an would continue her business, while he would still pursue literary studies and host his friends. How delightful. Come, everyone raise your glasses today, it's my treat. Shen Juanhe was intoxicated by joy. The feeling of being fawned over was indeed comfortable. They drank from morning till evening. By dusk, Shen Juanhe staggered out of the tavern. Come drink. Don't you covet my fiancée? She's mine, and she'll be married soon. Shen Juanhe, thoroughly drunk, wobbled out of the tavern. As soon as Fang Xingwan came out, she saw her beloved Juanhe Gij. Juanhe Gij. Her voice trembled. Ever since that incident happened to her, she had been too ashamed to seek out Shen Juanhe. She never expected to suddenly encounter him now. Seeing Shen Juanhe stumble, Fang Xingwan couldn't help but support him. Who are you? Shen Juanhe squinted at Fang Qingwan. Only after seeing that she was a beauty did he feel relieved. None of you dare covet my fiancée. Li Pingyan is mine. In a few days we will marry. I'll send her a wedding invitation. I'll do it today. Tears suddenly poured down Fang Qingwan's face. She was supporting Shen Juanhe, yet he was thinking of another woman. Shen Juanhe, open your eyes and see who I am. Fang Qingwan's face darkened as she forced him to look at her. Shen Juanhe staggered and finally opened his bleary eyes. Pingyan, you're Pingyan, right? He suddenly pulled Fang Qingwan into his arms. Pingyan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored you before. Please forgive me, okay? Tomorrow I'll send the betrothal gifts and we'll get married. Let's get married right away. Fang Qingwan held back her tears. Again it was Li Pingyan. A cruel glint flashed in her eyes as she coaxed Shen Juanhe. Juanhe, come with me and I'll marry you. I'm yours, always yours. Shen Juanhe was too drunk to distinguish people. He only felt a graceful figure beside him. It was Li Pingyan, his fiancée. Right, you will always be mine. Shen Juanhe followed Fang Qingwan to the small courtyard that Li Chaoyang had bought for her. Li Chaoyang was now confined at home and would never come to this courtyard. Once inside the room, Shen Juanhe was at her mercy. Fang Qingwan had long since been initiated into the affairs of the world. Looking at Shen Juanhe, the man she had always wanted to marry, she knew clearly that she could never marry him. Even if he agreed, old Master Shen would never consent. In that case, she would have to resort to some tricks. Fang Qingwan's dark eyes turned sinister and venomous. She slowly climbed onto Shen Juanhe's chest and parted his clothes. When the next day came, Shen Juanhe woke up massaging his slightly aching forehead. Where is this? He sat up and realized it was a strange place. Juanhe, you're awake. Shen Juanhe was startled and pushed Fang Qingwan to the ground. Juanhe, what's wrong? Fang Qingwan wept pitifully, tears streaming down her face. When Shen Juanhe opened the blanket, he saw that he was completely naked, and the obvious sensation told him what had happened last night. What did you do to me? Shen Juanhe glared fiercely at Fang Qingwan. Fang Qingwan sobbed intermittently. Juanhe, you're a man and I'm a woman. What do you mean by what did I do to you? Fang Qingwan set a flush of shame on her face. Shen Juanhe looked at the red and purple marks on her body. How could he not understand? In truth, those red and purple marks were from yesterday in the grass with that brute Zhou Yiming. Since Shen Juanhe had misunderstood, let him continue to misunderstand. When Shen Juanhe realized that last night's incident had indeed occurred, he felt a wave of disgust. Who allowed you to touch me, you filthy woman? I can't touch you. Can Li Pingyan touch you then? Shen Juanhe hadn't expected Fang Qingwan to compare herself to Li Pingyan. What right do you have to compare yourself to Pingyan? Filthy. Shen Juanhe quickly got up and dressed, feeling that even staying in this room would taint him. I'm filthy and she's pure. Fang Qingwan's eyes brimmed with tears. Even if I'm filthy, it was still me who slept with you last night. Not that Li Pingyan. Shen Juanhe, you must understand, even if you're obsessed with Li Pingyan, now do you think she would give you a second glance? Seeing that she had struck a nerve, Fang Qingwan felt a little better. The current Li Pingyan is no longer the one who used to chase after you. Do you think she will honor the engagement? Don't you dare dream. This point struck exactly at Shen Juanhe's heart. Shen Juanhe, who was about to step out of the room, suddenly stopped. Yes, Li Pingyan had become unfamiliar, unlike the one he had once discarded like a worn-out shoe. Fang Qingwan saw Shen Juanhe pause. She got up, stood behind him, and gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Only I am unchanged, Juanhe. You only have me by your side. Get lost. Shen Juanhe pushed Fang Qingwan away forcefully. Even if I die, I won't have anything to do with you. Dirty as you are, a woman of easy virtue, even if all the women in the world died, it wouldn't be your turn. Shen Juanhe flicked his sleeves and left. Li Pingyan settled all the injured into the small courtyard she had just purchased. The courtyard was secluded, filled with numerous rooms, and occupied a considerable area. That was why Li Pingyan had spent a large sum to acquire this courtyard. Miss Pingyan, will old Master He be all right? Li Pingyan had just emerged from old Master He's room. The elderly man was already frail and aged, and he had suffered greatly in the prison. To make matters worse, those malicious individuals had even forced him to consume poison. As a result, old Master He, whose health was already poor, would have surely perished from this ordeal, if not for the returning origin pill. Rest assured his life is saved, but I cannot say when he will wake up. Li Pingyan was not a doctor after all, and she had done her utmost. Upon hearing that old Master Hua's life was out of danger, Lu Da finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, you've been busy all night. You should go rest now. I'll take care of things here. Li Pingyan looked at Lu Da, whose body was covered in wounds, and shook her head. Huiyun hasn't returned yet. Besides, the brothers are still poisoned, and their wounds need tending. I can hold on, don't worry. Lu Da was deeply moved. He had initially thought the young miss was merely a sheltered noble lady, but she proved to be courageous and resourceful, a true heroine. Admiration filled Lu Da's heart. Having once served Li Chaoyan, from now on his life belonged to the young miss. Li Pingyan hadn't expected to win over such a capable lieutenant in so short a time. From morning till night, she was busy with large quantities of wound medicine. Had it not been for the Huichun Hall token gifted by old master He Tianhua, she would never have been able to procure so many herbs. After returning from the government office, Li Pingyan had not rested for a moment, working from morning until night. This can't go on. We need to find a way to make the young miss rest. Lu Da, as one of the few uninjured, not only had to tend to the wounded, but also keep a constant watch on Li Pingyan. What can you do? I think your young miss is just anxious. She needs to keep herself occupied. Huiyun hasn't returned yet, and no one dares to sleep. Indeed, though they had escaped the danger, if Huiyun failed, and Yin Dongfang pursued them, they would still die. Now we can only place our hopes on Huiyun. Sigh. Wang Lu let out a sigh. In his impression, Huiyun was no match for Yin Dongfang. Why has he been gone so long without returning? The two men crouched in a corner, both deeply worried. Hey brother Lu, there's something I'm not sure whether to say. Lu Da turned to look at the bald-headed Wang Lu. With the bond we share, what is there to be afraid of? It's not that I'm afraid. It's just... What is it? Why are you being so fussy? Well, to tell you the truth, during the battle last night, I thought I saw your young miss get injured. I'm not sure how she's doing. Before Wang Lu could finish, Lu Da, who had been sitting beside him, vanished. Hey brother, don't run. I only caught a glimpse, I'm not certain. Watching Lu Da disappear in an instant, Wang Lu rubbed his bald head. Tisk, this guy's always so impatient. When Lu Da burst in, Li Pingyan was taking the pulse of two elders. These elders were not much better off than old Master Hua. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and accumulated toxins lay within them. Fortunately, Li Pingyan's antidote pills had worked, or their lives would have been uncertain. Miss, let me check on you. Lu Da, a rough man, grabbed Li Pingyan, who was sitting by the bedside, and examined her from head to toe. What are you looking at? If it had been anyone else, Li Pingyan would have already kicked them. Checking your injuries. Wang Lu said you were hurt. Where? Let me see. Li Pingyan understood Lu Da's urgency, but this was too much. I'm not injured at all. Wang Lu must have been mistaken. You should go keep watch outside. If enemy soldiers break in again, all our efforts will be wasted. Only then did Lu Da smile sheepishly. He had been too anxious just now, forgetting the propriety between men and women. Then, I'll go right away. Once Lu Da left, Li Pingyan finally let out a breath she had been holding. The wound on her shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain, and she hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Her body was exhausted and aching. She wondered if Huiyun would be able to find this place. Seeing that old Master Hua and the two elders were out of immediate danger, Li Pingyan felt a wave of relief. As she stepped out, she heard loud shouts from outside. Brother Hua is back. Brother Hua is back. Joy surged in Li Pingyan's heart. Watching Huiyun walk in travel-worn and weary, Li Pingyan let out a long, relieved sigh. Finally, her guardian had returned. Thump! Huiyun rushed in from outside, his first priority being to find the young miss. Seeing her safe, he carried his trophies and managed a stiff grin. Miss? Before he could say another word, Li Pingyan collapsed to the ground with a thud. Miss, what's wrong? Huiyun strode forward and caught the unconscious young miss. What happened to the young miss? Lu Da ran over from not far away, Wang Lu beside him. How did you look after the young miss? Get lost. Huiyun lifted Li Pingyan horizontally and carried her to the bed. The young miss, who had seemed fine moments ago, now lay with an unnatural pallor. It was clearly due to excessive blood loss. Huiyun looked at his hands covered in blood, and then at Li Pingyan's shoulders still oozing crimson. She was injured, and you didn't know. The accusation in his voice made Lu Da lower his head in shame. Just moments ago he had asked the young miss if she was hurt. When Li Pingyan woke up, it was already the next day. She felt wonderfully refreshed and stretched lazily. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, she suddenly realized that she had fainted from overexertion the day before. Her clothes had been changed, and the wound on her shoulder had healed completely overnight. Li Pingyan was astonished. She tested her strength and speed. Indeed, her body had been upgraded again. Her strength and speed had reached a level she found quite satisfactory. Her agility and reflexes filled her with delight. She recalled that the last time this happened was when she had first transmigrated. Ding dong, the system automatically repairs the host's body. Repair complete 100. Self-healing from injury confirmed. Li Pingyan was overjoyed. Her strength and speed had doubled, giving her greater confidence in life in this ancient world. Dong dong dong, Sister Li, are you awake? An unfamiliar female voice. Li Pingyan didn't recall any other women in her courtyard. She cautiously got up, opened the door, and asked, "Who are you?" Standing outside was a plain-looking girl with typical Eastern features, slanted eyes, a straight nose, and slightly thick lips, but she seemed kind. "Sister Li, I'm Wang Lu's younger sister, Wang Tingting. My brother said you were injured, so he sent me to take care of you." The girl held a basin with a towel and hot water, apparently coming to dress Li Pingyan's wounds. "Oh, please come in. No wonder she looked familiar. It was the sister of that bald-headed Wang Lu. Unexpectedly, Wang Lu, that burly and rough-looking man, had a younger sister who was so meticulous and considerate. "Sister is injured. Please sit down quickly. Let me tend to your wounds." Li Pingyan's shoulder wound had long since healed and required no further treatment. "Tingting, please don't trouble yourself anymore. I'm feeling much better. And thank you for changing my clothes." Wang Tingting's face flushed red. "What's there to be shy about? My brother risks his life outside every day, and I spend my days at home worrying. It's normal for me to tend to wounds. Don't worry, sister. I'm always very gentle." Li Pingyan feared her secret might be exposed, and ultimately refused to let Wang Tingting treat her wound. Wang Tingting, perceptive and clever, understood that Li Pingyan was uncomfortable and did not press the matter further. Miss. While Wang Tingting was tidying the room, she saw Luda dash in from outside full of excitement. "What's wrong? Why all the fuss?" The dock. Luda ran up, gasping for breath, pointing toward the harbor. "A ship has arrived at the dock. A magnificent luxury vessel." Luda spread his arms wide, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. He had never before laid eyes on such a beautiful ship. A luxury vessel. Li Pingyan's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the system's task reward arriving? But the task reward was supposed to be only a small merchant ship. "Where's the ship now?" "It's docked right at our pier, but..." Luda furrowed his brow. "What's wrong? Is there something unusual? But I don't see anyone on that ship. It's as if the vessel appeared out of thin air." Li Pingyan knew in her heart. This was almost certainly the system's task reward, a small merchant ship. "Then what are you standing around for? Take me there quickly." But miss, your wounds." "My injuries are almost healed. I only fainted from exhaustion yesterday. Nothing serious." "Hurry and lead the way." Even Li Pingyan was exceedingly eager. With the merchant ship, trade could begin. Making a fortune daily was no longer a dream. She still hadn't completed the system's main quest to open a chain of stores. By the time Li Pingyan arrived, the dock was already surrounded by a crowd. Apart from the dockworkers, ordinary townsfolk had also gathered to witness the spectacle. Everyone had heard that Li Pingyan had reclaimed the Danyang dock, but today they truly saw for themselves. Unexpectedly, this Li Pingyan was quite capable. Having just taken over the dock, a ship this splendid was already anchored at the shore. The crowd whispered among themselves, "Look at that ship. The rivets on the hull are made of iron." Indeed, this ship is extraordinarily luxurious. It could easily carry 300 or 500 people. I wonder where this ship came from. Could it truly have been summoned by Li Pingyan? If that's the case, Li Pingyan is truly remarkable. So young, and a woman at that. How extraordinary. The crowd jostled and pushed, waiting an eternity, yet still no movement appeared from aboard the ship. Why can't I see anyone on this vessel? Yes, it's truly strange. By all logic, such a large ship would need at least a dozen sailors. Why haven't we seen a single person? Could it be a ghost ship? Don't speak nonsense. How could there possibly be a ghost ship in broad daylight? As the ship remained docked for an increasingly long time, doubt grew among the crowd. No human figure had been seen to this day. The rumors of a ghost ship multiplied, and some even began making up stories. Brother Hua, look. Hui Yun frowned, listening to the townsfolk's words. Let's not act rashly. Wait for the mist to arrive and follow her orders. Yes. Beside him, Wang Lu grew increasingly impatient. Why don't I go up first and take a look? Hui Yun grabbed Wang Lu. At a critical moment like this, a merchant ship appearing at Danyang Dock is certainly not ordinary. Do not act rashly. Wang Lu scratched his head in anxiety. Then when do we go up? No rush. Let's observe a bit longer. While Hui Yun and Wang Lu remained patient, there were always those who could not wait. Before long, someone impetuously stepped forward. Whether it's a ghost ship or not, we'll know once we investigate. Some, relying on their strong swimming skills and basic martial arts, seized the opportunity and attempted to leap aboard the merchant vessel. One person, stepping along the mast, tried to jump directly onto the ship. The onlookers all held their breath, watching that person's movements. They too were anxious in their hearts. If this truly was a ghost ship, there would surely be many treasures aboard. Whoever grabbed them first would claim them. Seeing one person succeed in going up, the others followed like fish crossing a river, eager to leap aboard. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Those who had leaped into the air, just about to reach the ship's deck, were suddenly blocked, as if by an invisible barrier. They struck a transparent wall and immediately fell into the water. The rush of people were like dumplings dropped into boiling water, all tumbling into the sea with a tremendous splash. See, I told you, it's a ghost ship. We'd best be careful. Some actually believed it. Those who had wanted to draw closer to admire the exquisite patterns on the ship's deck, and who had watched others inexplicably fall into the water, now hurriedly retreated. Brother Hua, look. Wang Lu had never in his life witnessed anything like this. How peculiar. How can no one climb aboard? What defied verbal description was that many others shared Hui Yun's intuition. This ship was somehow connected to the mist. Make way. Make way. The mist has arrived. Lu De cleared a path ahead, and Li Pingyan walked calmly behind him. This was Li Pingyan's first public appearance since reclaiming the Danyang Dock. From afar, Li Pingyan spotted the enormous small merchant ship. This vessel was so grand that it could rival the great ships of ancient times. It was called a small merchant ship simply because it still had room for upgrades. Truly magnificent. Even from a great distance, Li Pingyan could sense the ancient and dignified aura of this vessel. Indeed, the system never deceived her. This merchant ship was truly worth far more than its price. Everyone made way for Li Pingyan, pointing and whispering about the young woman who had just come of age. So this is the famous Li Pingyan. The rumors are true. This young lady truly possesses extraordinary bearing. Miss, you've arrived. Hui Yun scanned Li Pingyan from head to toe, and seeing her complexion was normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What has happened? Hui Yun stood respectfully beside Li Pingyan. A merchant ship has appeared at Danyang Dock, yet not a single person can be seen inside. Moreover, we cannot board it. Hearing old Hui Yun's words, Li Pingyan was even more convinced that this vessel was absolutely the system's task reward. Everyone stepped back. I'll go take a look. Hui Yun knew the Miss's extraordinary abilities and merely reminded her to be careful before leading the others backward. All eyes were fixed upon her. Li Pingyan approached alone. The people who had tumbled into the water like dumplings were now terrified, scrambling back onto the shore. The moment they had touched the ship, they seemed to have glimpsed something horrifying which stripped them of their courage. Li Pingyan walked along the dock to the end of the deck. Her outstretched hand could barely reach the merchant ship. All onlookers held their breath. Click-clack, the sound of gears turning. Suddenly the merchant ship moved. A boarding staircase slid down from the top of the vessel. Everyone watched the staircase with caution. Some even assumed defensive postures. Li Pingyan, standing at the front, felt a gust of wind pass by, and the staircase slowly descended to her feet. Standing atop the merchant ship was a figure clad in black. The figure wore a hood and had half their face covered by a cloth strikingly resembling the group of black-clad men who had delivered goods to Li Pingyan. No one could see the black-clad figure's face. Only Li Pingyan knew that this person was most likely a robot with laser eyes. The figure made an inviting gesture, beckoning Li Pingyan aboard the ship. Li Pingyan did not hesitate and stepped onto the staircase. Miss, be careful. Hui Yun couldn't help but shout. Li Pingyan turned around, composed and calm, and said, Wait for me here, nothing will happen. After hearing Li Pingyin's words, Hui Yun had no choice but to obey his mistress's command and remain where he was. So it wasn't a ghost ship after all. This relieved everyone. Yet the black-clad figure who had just appeared was indeed somewhat eerie. Who was that person in black? I've never seen them before. Yeah. As Li Pingyin stepped into the cabin, her task system connected to the ship's system. Li Pingyin could clearly see all the information about this merchant ship on her task system. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a small merchant ship. The black-clad figure spoke in a robotic voice, expressionless, to Li Pingyin. Now allow me to briefly introduce the operation of this ship. Li Pingyin followed behind the black-clad figure, listening to the explanation. This is a fully automated small merchant ship. However, considering that the host's world is a traditional ancient one, the fully automatic functions can be concealed to appear as a manual ship. So the small merchant ship was fully automated. In addition, the small merchant ship has various functions: navigation, fishing, and a fish pond. It turned out that after the small merchant ship connected to the task system, a fish pond appeared in the system. This fish pond, like her pill storage, could store items, and the types and samples could be stacked with approximately 100 slots. No doubt these slots would increase after the ship was upgraded. Why are there grass carp and silver carp in the fish pond? That's because the small merchant ship automatically caught them while sailing. I hope the host tends to them regularly. This will be a considerable source of income. Like an NPC in a game, the black-clad figure vanished after explaining the basic functions. Li Pingyin was not surprised. After exploring the small merchant ship for a while and familiarizing herself with its general layout, she disembarked. The crowd of onlookers had grown rather than diminished, all curiously gazing at the splendid merchant ship. Since the founding of the nation, such a magnificent vessel had never been seen. Everyone stared, their curious eyes fixed on Li Pingyin as she descended from the ship. Miss, is something the matter? Seeing Li Pingyin come down, Hui Yun hurried over. Li Pingyin nodded to Hui Yun. Follow me. Hui Yun and Lu De, though puzzled, followed her aboard. From now on, we are owners of a merchant ship. Stepping onto the deck and looking at the pristine planks, Li Pingyin sighed with emotion. Miss, what do you mean? Don't ask about the specifics. This merchant ship is now ours. Since the dock is open for business, let's celebrate tonight. Miss, is that true? Lu De looked at the new vessel in delighted surprise. Is this new ship really ours from now on? Li Pingyin nodded. With a merchant ship, we can take on cargo. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Brother Hu, fantastic. Lu De wept with joy. Who would have thought that just 2 days ago they were struggling to survive? Now, after a day and a night, they had not only reclaimed Danyang Dock, but also owned such a splendid merchant ship. Brother Hu, please pinch me and tell me this is real. Hui Yun looked at Lu Da's incredulous expression, his own heart filled with gratitude. Had it not been for meeting Miss, they would have surely perished. It's real, it's real. News spread like wildfire, and within no time half the county knew that a luxury ship had docked at Danyang Dock, and it belonged to Li Pingyin. All the brothers who heard the news came to see it. As more and more people gathered at the dock, Li Pingyin stood atop the high merchant ship. Everyone, starting tomorrow, Danyang Dock will officially open for business and resume navigation. The merchant ship will also be in service. Those interested, please contact the dock's cargo manager, Wang Lu. Wang Lu was moved to tears by the festive atmosphere. Miss Li was truly loyal, not forgetting to include him in her profits. Then he declared his stance. From now on, I, Wang Lu, will be fully responsible for the dock's cargo. Prices will be absolutely fair. Anyone interested, come to me. After being dormant for half a year, Danyang Dock was finally bustling today. The people below cheered incessantly. Danyang Dock could finally resume navigation. By the time Li Pingyin and her group returned home, dusk had already fallen. We must continue building the dock. Hui Yun, yes. I've already arranged workers. Good. But what? Li Pingyin inquired. But we're short on funds. All our previous assets were taken by Li Chaoyang. We have no money. Hui Yun felt embarrassed. A single coin could stump a hero. Li Pingyin now faced a dilemma, relying solely on her Pingyin spicy hot pot shop. She could hardly support over 100 people. The system's main task, opening chain stores, had made no progress either. Money was needed everywhere. Sigh. Li Pingyin let out a deep sigh. Let's see if we can get any cargo soon. As long as it earns money, we'll do it. I understand. Now that they had a dock and a merchant ship, earning money was only a matter of time. But the current funds were far from enough to repair the dock. Sisterly brother Hui, you're back. Wang Tingting was not idle. Ever since her brother Wang Lu called her over, she had been busy with this and that. Thanks to Wang Tingting, the small courtyard looked so tidy. Tingting, have you eaten? Not yet. Grandpa Hua and the two elders have woken up. Do you want to go see them? Li Pingyan and Hui Yun exchanged glances. Finally, they had saved them. Let's go see them right away. Hui Yun nodded, his heart full of gratitude. He knew his father's condition. Without Miss, his father would surely have been in grave danger. With a creak, the door opened. The three old men leaned against the bed, their faces ruddy, not at all like they had just survived a great calamity. To be alive is good, to be alive is good. As Li Pingyan entered, the three elders were all sighing in relief. They never expected to have survived with their lives. Father, how are you? Hui Yun, even a tough man, was on the verge of tears at seeing Hua Qitian again. Yunner, you came. Hua Qitian's voice choked with emotion. After enduring so many hardships, heaven had indeed been kind to him. Father, you are all right. This is truly wonderful. Hua Qitian glanced behind Hui Yun. He had already heard of what transpired while they were unconscious. It was Li Pingyan, the daughter of Li Chaonian, who led the rescue and saved every one of their brethren. She studied Li Pingyan with a scrutinizing gaze. Hua Qitian could not help but nod. Courageous and resourceful, composed and calm, with resolute eyes and unwavering purpose. She indeed carried the same spirit that Li Chaonian had embodied in his day. Li Pingyan saw relief, scrutiny, and eventual acceptance in Hua Qitian's gaze. She simply stood there, allowing him to appraise her. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I never would have guessed when you were a child that you would grow up to be so capable. The old master's voice rang out with vigor. He appeared to have nearly recovered. The two elders beside the patriarch also nodded in satisfaction at Li Pingyan. All their oaths to defend Li Chaonian's estate with their lives had not been in vain. It seemed Li Chaonian indeed had someone worthy to carry on his legacy. Elder Hua, distinguished elders. Li Pingyan offered a respectful bow, and the elders nodded in return. You have suffered greatly on our behalf. Li Pingyan bowed deeply once more. No matter what, their fathers had remained fiercely loyal. Through the years of tribulation, they had never forsaken their original vow, fighting to defend the last remnants of their master's estate. This vow was only what Li Pingyan owed them. It is because of you, Pingyan, that we have turned danger into safety this time. We should be the ones bowing to thank you. Why are you, a young girl, paying respects to us elderly men? Li Pingyan shook her head. Without the devotion of the distinguished elders defending us with your lives, there would be no Li Pingyan today. The three elders nodded. This young woman would surely achieve greatness in the future. Having been rescued by young Pingyan, they even felt invigorated, their bodies stronger than before. Enough of this bowing back and forth. These past few days have been too rushed, and I almost forgot. I have brought gifts for you. Li Pingyan was surprised, as she never imagined someone as stoic as Hui Yun would be so thoughtful as to bring presents for the elders. Curious, she watched as Hui Yun reached into his robe and drew out a wooden box. The box was small and square, yet something about it made Li Pingyan uneasy. Its surface was encrusted with some filthy substance. This gift will surely satisfy everyone. This only made Li Pingyan more curious. What is inside, Ui? Hui Yun gazed triumphantly at Li Pingyan and reached out to open the wooden box. Ugh! Ugh! The moment Li Pingyan caught sight of its contents, a wave of nausea overwhelmed her, and she dry-heaved. After all, Li Pingyan had survived among hordes of zombies. What revolting things had she not seen? But this had come far too suddenly, catching her completely off guard, reducing her to heaving from disgust. What in the world is that? Put it away at once. What Hui Yun held in his hand was a flesh tumor smeared with blood and covered in white residue, simply repulsive to behold. This is one of Yin Dongfang's eyes. Hui Yun looked proudly at his father. I may not have killed Yin Dongfang, but I cost him half his life. This eye is my trophy. Hua Qitian was taken aback. His son's strength had advanced so rapidly. He well remembered that the former Hui Yun could never have bested Yin Dongfang. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Truly, my son, you've made us proud. Pride shone in Hua Qitian's eyes. All the suffering your uncle and I endured in that prison was not in vain. Li Pingyan watched the men celebrating and understood. Having been tortured nearly to death in prison, it was only natural that they would show no mercy toward their enemies. Ping'an, come here. Hua Qitian beckoned to Li Ping'an, who had been standing aside. She composed herself and walked over to his side. There is something I wish to entrust to you. Hua Qitian reached beneath his pillow and withdrew a small box, one he had arranged to be retrieved from a hidden place the moment he regained consciousness. He placed the box solemnly into Li Ping'an's palm. What is this? Seeing yet another box, twice the size of the one that had held that eyeball, she asked, somewhat uncomfortable. Do not worry, there is nothing terrible within. This was your father's most personal belonging, his last legacy. I believe it should be in your care. Li Ping'an took the wooden box. Its material was ordinary, merely peachwood with extremely simple carvings. It was obvious it had been freshly unearthed from the soil. She slowly opened the box. Inside lay only a stone, pitch black with patterns resembling eyes upon its surface. Li Ping'an lifted the dark stone and examined the eye patterns closely. These markings did not appear to be carved by human hands. Rather, they seemed naturally formed. What is this object? Since Elder Hua knew this was her father's personal possession, he must know what this stone was, she reasoned. But Hua Qitian shook his head. I do not know what this is. But this is something your father fought to the death to protect. Her father fought to the death to protect it. Li Ping'an looked down once more, examining the black stone intently. The stone was remarkably smooth, almost like jade, and heavier than ordinary rock. Aside from the eye-shaped pattern at the top, Li Ping'an could discern nothing else remarkable about it. What purpose does this object serve? I do not know its function. But tell me, child, do you remember how your parents died? Li Ping'an first shook her head, then nodded. She had only heard others speak of her parents' death. The specific circumstances remained a mystery to her. Legend has it that your parents encountered a fierce storm at sea. Their vessel capsized, and everyone aboard perished. But child, I must tell you, your parents' deaths were not an act of heaven, but the work of human hands. Li Ping'an was so astonished that she could scarcely process his words. This stone was entrusted to me by your father on his deathbed. The reason we were captured and tortured so brutally. Our captors were searching for this eye-shaped artifact. Li Ping'an raised her head. So the reason Elder Hua and the two elders had endured such brutal torture was because their tormentors sought this eye-shaped object. Child, I formally entrust this to your keeping. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. We are old. We cannot escort you anymore. Tears gathered in Li Ping'an's eyes. Uncle, you have already sacrificed so much for us. Rest assured, I will lead Hui Yun and the others in restoring Father's former glory. Clutching the black stone tightly, Li Ping'an placed it together with the Universal Jade token and hung it around her neck. It felt slightly uncomfortable against her throat. Bidding farewell to Hua Qitian and the two elders, Li Ping'an returned alone to her room. She no longer intended to go back to the Li mansion. Having fallen out with Li Zhaoyang and the others, there was no reason for her to return. Once back in her room, she set aside her parents' death for now. The problems before her were already more than enough to trouble her. No money. No money. No money. Rebuilding the pier required funds. Nearly 100 sailors needed to be fed and sustained. And the money for the system's task, opening a chain store, was still nowhere in sight. Money was needed everywhere. Lying on her bed, Li Ping'an resolved to look for shops the next day. Other expenses could be cut, but the task assigned by the system had to be completed. The Li residence now presented a desolate scene. It had once been a grand mansion with 3 courtyards and multiple entrances and exits, bustling with servants in the front and back courtyards. But ever since Li Chaoyan's death, all the wealth had fallen into Li Zhaoyang's hands. Li Zhaoyang was almost the wealthiest man in the entire county. Their expenses for food, clothing, and daily necessities matched those of the capital, and neither Li Zhaoyang nor Lu Guizhi ever hesitated to spend money freely. Thus the Li residence had been every maid and servant's dream workplace. But today was different from any other day. Li Zhaoyang and Lu Guizhi were placed under house arrest, and Li Zhaoyang's minor position as registrar had been stripped away. Even the most lucrative docks had been seized by Li Ping'an. Though the Li family still possessed some wealth, none of the maids dared remain at the Li residence any longer. Rumors had spread that Li Zhaoyang might have committed a crime deserving execution of 9 generations, so the maids and servants scattered in every direction. The Li residence had grown even more bleak and desolate. Since the charges had not yet been formally delivered, Li Xiaoyang lived every day in dread within his home. But Manager Lu, as a distant relative of Lu Guizhi, had chosen to stay rather than flee. He still harbored hopes that the Li family might rise again from ruin. As Lu Guizhi's distant relative manager, Lu knew quite a bit about the Li family's affairs. Word had reached him that Li Xiaoyang had a powerful patron, perhaps someone with great influence who could help turn things around. Qingyan, stop running to the young Mrs. Courtyard. What is her status compared to yours? Dad. Lu Qingyan's face was half charred from the explosion, and he had lost half his hand, staring at his empty sleeve and disfigured face. Indeed. What right do I have? How could I harbor such delusions about Miss Chu Chu? Lu Qingyan's gaze grew despondent. Seeing his son so broken, Manager Lu felt sorrowful as well. Yesterday the young miss asked me to buy her pineapple cakes. Go purchase some and deliver them to her. Lu Qingyan's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he quickly ran out to buy the pineapple cakes. Manager Lu watched his son's state and shook his head helplessly. He hoped the Li family would recover and rise again, ensuring neither he nor his son would be forced to return to their hometown to farm. However, seeing his son so deeply infatuated with Li Chuchu, Manager Lu also wished the Li family would face further misfortune. Perhaps then his son might stand a chance of fulfilling his desires. Their social positions were worlds apart to begin with. On top of that, his son had been maimed by Li Pingyan, half a hand gone, and his face was disfigured. How could Li Chuchu possibly take interest in someone like his son? Before long, Lu Qingyan returned with the pineapple cakes. Be careful when you enter the young Mrs. Courtyard. Don't let anything slip. I understand, father. Holding the pineapple cakes, Lu Qingyan proceeded cautiously toward the young Mrs. quarters. Before entering, Lu Qingyan even straightened his clothing, but the thought of his disfigured face sapped his confidence. If not for Li Pingyan, he wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. Had he remained unharmed, he might have been worthy of Miss Chu Chu after all. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Li Chu Chu sat before her mirror, watching the scars on her face slowly fade. The whip marks had been there for quite some time, yet they refused to completely disappear, filling Li Chu Chu with frustration and resentment. Miss, your pineapple cakes have arrived. Leave them there. Upon hearing the hoarse voice, Li Chu Chu immediately recognized who it was. After entering, Lu Qingyan stared greedily at her. He didn't care about the scars on Li Chu Chu's face, but she clearly minded the burns on his. Li Chu Chu turned and glared at Lu Qingyan with disdain. Never show your face before me again. Your ugliness disgusts anyone who sees you. Only then did Lu Qingyan realize his mistake, quickly turning his head away and covering his face with his sleeve. Setting the pineapple cakes on the table, Lu Qingyan tried to steal another glance through his fingers. Don't use those eyes to look at me. If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out. Li Chu Chu rose defiantly, glaring viciously at Lu Qingyan. His predatory gaze made her deeply uncomfortable. Nothing disgusted her more than Lu Qingyan looking at her with those hungry eyes. Yes, miss. Lu Qingyan bowed subserviently. Get lost. Never enter my courtyard again. You make me sick. Li Chu Chu now found even a glance at Lu Qingyan repulsive. That armless wretch should scram as far away as possible. Lu Qingyan regretted coming today. Carefully backing out of the young Mrs. room, Lu Qingyan lingered restlessly in the courtyard. When Fang Qingwan came looking for Li Chu Chu, she spotted Lu Qingyan's forlorn expression. Oh dear, a toad lusting after swan meat I see. Upon seeing Fang Qingwan approach, Lu Qingyan's face immediately darkened with fury. You filthy woman, who allowed you to come here? Who sent me? Whether it was anyone or not, at least I can see Chu Chu. She doesn't find me filthy, but she finds you disgusting. Fang Qingwan shot her a challenging gaze. Lu Qingyan's eyes turned menacing. This dirty woman was coming after Chu Chu again. Her frequent visits to the Li residence would surely ruin Chu Chu's reputation. Get lost. Don't ever come to the Li residence again. How clean do you think you are? You're a woman who's been shared by every man. Fang Qingwan observed Lu Qingyan's furious expression. Nowadays, no matter who said such things, she no longer grew angry. She had long grown accustomed to it, and it made no difference who spoke them. You tell me to get lost now, but later you'll be the one begging me. Fang Qingwan swaggered into Li Chu Chu's room. Oh my, who's made our dear sister so angry? Fang Qingwan sang mockingly, swaying her hips as she walked, her face painted heavily, exuding feminine charm. Li Chuchu certainly didn't welcome her either. But compared to Lu Qingyan, she'd rather have Fang Qingwan here. What brings you here? Li Chuchu asked irritably while eating pineapple cake, eyeing Fang Qingwan with annoyance. Are you here to laugh at me? These past days Li Chuchu had lacked the courage to go out all because of the scar on her face. She never expected her parents to meet with trouble while away. Now both Li Xiaoyang and Lu Guizhi were confined to the house, and even Li Chuchu's movements were restricted. When Fang Qingwan had gotten into trouble, Li Chuchu had spared no words in mocking her. So instinctively Li Chuchu assumed Fang Qingwan had come to taunt her. Not at all, sister. I've come today on important business, to ask you something. Fang Qingwan swayed her slim waist as she approached Li Chuchu, leaning close to whisper in her ear. I heard you have a fondness for the young master of Zheng Yuanji. Li Chuchu's heart tightened. How did you find out? Seeing Li Chuchu's admission, Fang Qingwan smiled smugly. That's none of your concern. Think about it. What kind of person is that young master Zheng? He's the heir to Zheng Yuanji. And what is Zheng Yuanji? They're imperial merchants. Fang Qingwan spoke with obvious jealousy. If my reputation hadn't been ruined, I'd have my eyes set on him too. Besides, I've heard that young master Zheng has already come to our county. That Songxia spicy hot pot shop is his. What did you say? Li Chuchu, having stayed indoors for so long, was unaware that a new spicy hot pot restaurant had opened in the county. Have I not made myself clear enough? Young Master Zheng is right here in our midst. If you seize the opportunity, he could be yours. When you become the lady of the Zheng household, don't forget to help me. Li Chuchu had once encountered young Master Zheng in the capital. The moment she laid eyes on him, she felt deeply captivated. She made multiple trips to the capital, learned where young Master Zheng often went, and would hide there to steal glances at him. Just 2 days ago, the day after Li Chuchu had been injured on her face, young Master Zheng organized a gathering. It was an extremely rare opportunity. Li Chuchu had long wanted to attend, but with her face disfigured, she wallowed in self-pity at home, lacking both the mood and the courage to go out. Confined indoors for so long, she had no idea that young Master Zheng had already arrived in the county town. Qingwan, tell me again, has young Master Zheng really come to our humble county town? Fang Qingwan's eyes flickered toward the shadows, catching a glimpse of Lu Qinggan eavesdropping outside. She let out a bright laugh. Chuchu, I am your distant cousin. How could I possibly deceive you? If you don't believe it, we can go find out ourselves. Li Chuchu's heart surged with excitement. Wait here, I'll go change. Fang Qingwan waited for a full 2 hours before Li Chuchu finally emerged, bundled from head to toe. By then, noon had already arrived. Fang Qingwan led Li Chuchu outside, only to find Li Chuchu's father Li Xiaoyang already waiting. Harboring deep frustration, Li Xiaoyang had been seeking an outlet for his venting, and to his surprise, he ran into Fang Qingwan right at his daughter's doorstep. He instantly perked up. But with his daughter present, Li Xiaoyang dared not let his true feelings show. Where are you two off to at this hour? Li Chuchu found her father's behavior strange. In the past, he had never interfered when she went out. What was going on today? I heard from Qingwan that there's a delicious street snack outside. I'm going out for lunch to get some fresh air, Li Chuchu replied, her words betraying her discontent with the suffocating atmosphere at home. Li Xiaoyang was merely asking as a formality. When will you be back? He spoke these words while looking at Fang Qingwan, who offered an enchanting smile, but did not answer. This damn old man failing at his task, yet still coveting my body. Dream on. Observing Fang Qingwan's silence, Li Xiaoyang turned away and asked Li Chuchu instead. Li Chuchu shrugged. Before dinner. I'm heading out now. Fang Qingwan followed close behind Li Chuchu's every step. She had grown tired of dancing around this old man. He was useless not only in capability, but also in getting things done. Li Xiaoyang watched the two women walk away, his gaze growing dark and calculating. Fang Qingwan, this woman. How dare she look at him with such an attitude? She is indeed a little slut. Looks like I need to discipline her properly tonight. After seeing Li Chuchu off, Fang Qingwan headed straight for Songxia spicy hot pot with Li Chuchu. Seated in the nearly empty spicy hot pot shop, Li Chuchu, wrapped in layers, made her appear somewhat eccentric, drawing lingering, curious glances from others. Is this really the shop young Master Zheng runs? It looked nothing like she had imagined. Zheng Yuanji was an imperial merchant, Their merchandise was vast and coveted by all. But this spicy hot pot stall, miss, you might not be aware yet. That filthy creature Li Pingan opened a spicy hot pot stall. She stole all of young Master Zhang's customers, which is why this shop is so deserted. What? Li Pingan. Li Chuchu was instantly furious. Li Pingan was the very one who had ruined her face, and this woman dared to reach out toward young Master Zhang as well. Yes, that exact little slut. Fang Qingwan said smugly. Li Pingan, look at how everyone despises you. What good does luck do you now? This time I will make sure you shatter to pieces. The two of them each ordered a portion of spicy hot pot. To be fair, if it weren't for comparing it with Pingan's spicy hot pot, the taste at Songxiao wasn't bad at all. At the very least, it was far from being inedible. Li Chuchu ate her spicy hot pot, while tears streamed down her face. She felt so wronged. After all this effort to get close to young Master Zhang, her face was now ruined. At this point, he would likely disdain even taking her as a concubine. Fang Qingwan watched Li Chuchu's sorrow without offering comfort. She herself had endured tenfold and hundredfold more heartache. Quick, look, that's young Master Zhang. The two of them ate slowly, lingering over their meals. Finally, Li Chuchu caught sight of young Master Zhang's profile. It was him. It truly was him. Li Chuchu's heart leaped with joy. After longing for him for so long, she had finally laid eyes on her young Master Zhang. See, do you believe it now? Li Chuchu's tears sprang forth anew. Fang Qingwan stood aside watching the scene unfold. Before long, Lu Qinggan returned, having tracked them down. Miss Father has sent me to tell you to come home. The sun had not yet set, and there was still nearly an hour before dinner. Why was Li Chaoyang sending Lu Qinggan to summon Li Chuchu? Why are you here? Father never hurries me home. What's going on? Reporting to Miss the Master said times are troubled, and there are many villains in the world. You would do well to return early and avoid attracting trouble. All right. She had seen him after all, and her heart's wish was fulfilled. Li Chuchu rose to follow Lu Qinggan home. This time Lu Qinggan had come driving a carriage. After Li Chuchu boarded the carriage, Lu Qinggan turned toward Fang Qingwan with a sinister grin. The master asked me to pass along a message for you. Fang Qingwan had known all along. Li Chaoyang's excuse of calling Li Chuchu home was merely a pretext. Delivering a message was his true purpose. And what did he say? Fang Qingwan picked at her fingernails lazily. The master said a centipede may die, but it does not lose its ability to crawl. Moreover, the person behind the master is more than capable of settling this matter. I sincerely hope Miss Fang will not bite the hand that fed her. Capable of settling this matter. Fang Qingwan considered Lu Qing'an's words. She was not like Li Chuchu. She had vision. This affair involved contraband and pirate rebellion, each a capital crime punishable by execution of one's entire clan. If the person behind Li Chaoyang could truly quell this matter with ease, then that individual must be someone second to none save the emperor himself. Fang Qingwan's mind began to race with possibilities. If she could curry favor with this person, dealing with Li Pingan would surely become much simpler. Fang Qingwan connected this to the earlier imprisonment of Lu Guizhi, which had also been resolved so effortlessly. So Li Chaoyang spoke no falsehoods. He truly does have someone powerful behind him. Miss Fang, the master, specifically instructed me to escort both Miss Li and yourself back to the residence. Please follow me. What are you two doing out here dawdling like that? Li Chuchu called impatiently from inside the carriage. Fang Qingwan resumed her sultry demeanor, offering Lu Qinggan a bewitching smile before boarding the carriage. Once seated, the carriage quickly made its way toward the Li residence. Inside, Fang Qingwan began her scheme to seduce Li Chuchu. Chuchu, a desirable man, always attracts women around him. Sister isn't saying this to criticize you. If you truly wish to marry Zheng Chun, you must take the initiative or you will miss your chance. Li Chuchu admired Zheng Chun, but had never dared to imagine actually marrying him. Yet seeing Zheng Chun in the county town that day reignited the fire in her heart. But my face? What about your face? As long as the method is right, even a faint scar would not trouble young Master Zheng. As Fang Qingwan spoke, Li Chuchu grew even more entranced. What method? Fang Qingwan observed Li Chuchu's eager expression and teased, keeping her guests in suspense. See, the fish has taken the bait. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Lu Qing'an was the first to leap off the carriage. If you're willing to accept my tutelage, not only young Master Zheng, but even the Emperor himself would be utterly captivated by you." Fang Qingwan said this to Li Chuchu. "Think it over carefully. To master the arts of the boudoir, you must not be shy. After all, learning such intimate pleasures requires first-hand experience." Fang Qingwan jumped off the carriage and swept away in a cloud of dust, leaving Li Chuchu seated in the carriage hesitating. As Fang Qingwan had said, which man didn't fancy frequenting brothels? It was simply because the women there were skilled in their craft. If she could surpass those women in prowess, letting young Master Zheng first fall for her body, but to have Fang Qingwan bring other men to her. Li Chuchu could never bring herself to cross that threshold. "What's wrong, miss?" Lu Qingyan wore a mask he had just purchased. Since his mistress claimed she disliked seeing his face, he would spare her the sight. "Nothing." Li Chuchu jumped off the carriage and dashed straight into her bedchamber. She still needed to ponder this matter. Lu Qingyan felt that his mistress was acting strangely today. It must be that Fang Qingwan had said something to her. Lu Qingyan was furious and prepared to confront Fang Qingwan. But after wandering around the courtyard, he couldn't find her anywhere. At that moment, Fang Qingwan was bound behind the rockery by Li Chaoyang. Her clothes lay discarded in a corner while she knelt on all fours, relieving the man seated before her. After tying Fang Qingwan up securely, Li Chaoyang picked up a small rattan cane and lashed the ground repeatedly. "You little wench, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. What about your demeanor at noon today? Did you think I would truly be defeated? Did you believe I would fall from grace?" Li Chaoyang felt a wave of pleasure. Regardless, he needed to vent his recent pent-up frustration. He slapped her most fleshy part, the sound echoing, leaving red finger marks on the fair skin, a surprisingly satisfying sight. Fang Qingwan in turn felt even more exhilarated. The servants of the Li residence had come and gone, fleeing one by one. Li Chaoyang grew increasingly reckless. The sounds from behind the rockery were quite loud. Not only the noise of their movements, but also Fang Qingwan's cries. Lu Qingyan arrived at the rear garden and immediately caught the strange sounds. Skilled in martial arts, his hearing was far sharper than an ordinary person's. He followed the noise stealthily to the back of the rockery. There he witnessed a shocking scene. Lu Qingyan observed Li Chaoyang's practiced manner. It seemed they had done this more than once. So this was Fang Qingwan's game. He had known she was up to no good. Lu Qingyan carefully picked up one of the undergarments Fang Qingwan had discarded in the corner and swiftly vanished from the rear garden. When Fang Qingwan finally finished attending to Li Chaoyang and was released, she was astonished to find one piece of clothing missing. "What's wrong?" Li Chaoyang leered at her, noticing her hesitation to dress. "Looks like you haven't had enough. Come here, my little darling." Over and over again, Fang Qingwan tried to refuse, but Li Chaoyang pulled her into his embrace. Her skin bore scratches from the rockery and trees, and she marveled at Li Chaoyang's enduring vigor despite his age. Only when the moon stood high in the sky did Li Chaoyang finally release Fang Qingwan. She hurriedly dressed and went to the courtyard where she usually stayed. To her shock, Lu Qingyan was waiting for her behind the door. "Fang Qingwan, quite the busy schedule, aren't you?" Fang Qingwan froze. Her clothes were still in disarray, with much of her bosom exposed. She had thought it was too dark to run into anyone, but she had been wrong. "Lu Qingyan, was it you?" She turned, her front completely exposed, and Lu Qingyan caught an eyeful. He disdainfully tossed out a pink undergarment. "Do you think I would want such filthy things?" Lu Qingyan's heart belonged only to Li Chuchu. He had nothing but contempt for this woman. No matter how seductive Fang Qingwan appeared, Lu Qingyan kept his gaze averted. Now the scales were balanced. Fang Qingwan knew that Lu Qingyan secretly loved Li Chuchu, and Lu Qingyan had caught Fang Qingwan in the act with Li Chaoyang. They were even. "Fang Qingwan, I warn you, stay away from Chuchu. If I catch you scheming behind her back, what happened today will be made public." Fang Qingwan listened to Lu Qingyan's threats and burst into laughter. "Lu Qingyan, oh Lu Qingyan, do you really think you can threaten me like this? Don't you know who I am?" She circled around him a few times. "My reputation is already ruined. Do you think I care about one more Li Chaoyang?" Lu Qingyan clenched his teeth, glaring at her arrogant demeanor. "Fang Qingwan, don't get too cocky. I'll catch you red-handed sooner or later." Watching him storm off in anger, Fang Qingwan crossed her arms. One day he would kneel and beg her. Eunuch Gao was tending to a cricket. Autumn was approaching, and the insect's life was short.
Eunuch Gao, Lord, Yin has returned. Eunuch Gao put down the bamboo stick and turned to the door. There stood a rugged man drenched in blood, his face so smeared that his features were unrecognizable. Yin Dongfang, what happened to you? Eunuch Gao's heart jolted. He had never seen Yin Dongfang in such a sorry state. Eunuch, you must avenge me. Yin Dongfang prostrated himself at Eunuch Gao's feet. Only then did the eunuch notice that Yin Dongfang was missing an eye. Where is your eye? Gouged out by Hui Yun. Hui Yun himself tore it out. Yin Dongfang ground his teeth as he spoke. The mere mention of Hui Yun made him want to grind his bones to dust. What did you say? Hui Yun. How could he have such ability? He's not even on the heavenly ranking. How could he be so formidable? Eunuch Gao stared at Yin Dongfang. The heavenly ranking was a list of martial artists. Yin Dongfang ranked within the top 50 while Hui Yun was an insignificant nobody, not even qualified to be on the list. How could he have gouged out Yin Dongfang's eye? Yin Dongfang fell silent. He too wondered how Hui Yun had improved so dramatically overnight. Did you retrieve that shop? Eunuch Gao seemed especially fixated on the Ping and Malatang shop. No. Yin Dongfang shook his head, even letting out a bitter laugh. Not only did we fail to get the shop, but the people we had imprisoned were also rescued. What? Hua Qitian and the others were rescued. Eunuch Gao was beside himself with rage. Yin Dongfang calmly added even more infuriating news. Not only did they free the prisoners, but they also set fire to the marijuana stockpiled at the dock. Before Eunuch Gao could react, Yin Dongfang continued. The marijuana was burned, the dock was seized, and the magistrate arrived to take away all the remnants. Our den has been completely exposed. Not only that, but the people we trained are all lost, and even Li Chaoyang is under house arrest. One calamity after another. Eunuch Gao went from anger to fury, and finally he had no strength left to be angry. He clutched the cricket cage and crushed it with a single squeeze. The insect inside ground to pieces. Who did this? Yin Dongfang's uninjured eye could not help but shed tears of humiliation. It's Hui Yun, and that woman named Li Ping'an. Li Ping'an. Again this Li Ping'an. Eunuch Gao's eyes narrowed. In his life he had no other vices. Greed for wealth and lust for beauty were his only two. This Li Ping'an had repeatedly sabotaged his plans. It was indeed time to teach her a lesson. Godfather. Yin Dongfang had not called Eunuch Gao godfather for a long time. That Li Ping'an is Li Chaoyan's daughter. Do you think she might have found out something? Eunuch Gao shook his head in denial. No, she won't know anything. Even if she does, she probably won't live long. Eunuch Gao had already made up his mind to kill. Since Li Ping'an keeps sabotaging our plans, send someone to deal with her. Yin Dongfang, however, looked troubled. Killing Li Ping'an alone would be easy, but Hui Yun was always by her side. That made it difficult. Eunuch Gao seemed to see Yin Dongfang's concern and patted his shoulder. You've worked hard these days. I'll notify your senior brothers and sisters to take care of Li Ping'an. Thank you, Godfather. Eunuch Gao remained troubled. Is there something else, Godfather? Yin Dongfang noticed his grim expression. It's the official salt. The Emperor has entrusted both salt and iron to Xie Xingji, the Imperial College Director, and Xie Xingji has directly reached into my pocket. The official salt business was always under my control, yet the Emperor has given this task to Xie Xingji. Eunuch Gao was deeply worried. Xie Xingji, Godfather, this man is not easy to deal with. Not to mention his abilities, just his intricate network of relationships made him a formidable opponent. All these troubles have come together, yet none of you can share my burdens. Yin Dongfang felt ashamed. Actually, Godfather Xie Xingji has just arrived in the capital. After being away for so many years, his foundation must be weak. If we eliminate him, now no one will know. Eunuch Gao had never dared to think along those lines. You also know that Xie Xingji's identity is special. He is connected to the Tianji Pavilion. We must be cautious. Eunuch Gao squinted, his heart filled with worry. The two most lucrative sources had been taken away. Heaven was cutting off his retreat. Yin Dongfang was right. Rather than letting Xie Xingji's power grow gradually, it would be better to nip this future enemy in the bud. Otherwise it would cause trouble later. First get Li Chaoyang out. Although he is useless, he is still of some use to me. Yes, I'll see to it right away. Watching Yin Dongfang leave, Eunuch Gao directly cut off the largest blooming flower. Li Chaoyang was pardoned. He knew that Eunuch Gao would not give up on him.
Although Li Chaoyang was pardoned, his official position was also taken away. Now Li Chaoyang had truly become a jobless drifter, having lost the position of registrar that he had once been proud of. But Li Chaoyang was not too disheartened. Since eunuch Gao could have someone rescue him, he should be able to arrange a more respectable job for him. Li Chaoyang thought so. Finally released, Lu Guizhi naturally went out on a shopping spree. After buying a pile of things and returning home, she realized that the household was almost out of everything. "My lord, what should we do? Our family has no source of income now." Lu Guizhi's rough skin sagged. Having lost 30 to 40 caddies, she now looked like a Shar-Pei with folds of skin all over her face. Li Chaoyang felt nauseated at the sight of Lu Guizhi. "Aren't there still a dozen shops? They are all operating normally. How can there be no money?" Those dozen shops were also Li Chaoyang's inheritance. Earlier, due to financial strain, they had sold 2 batches, leaving only the last batch. These shops were of various types, but mainly processing factories. Even with normal operation, how much can they earn in a day? "Do you know how much our household spends daily? And we need to buy new maids and servants. Besides our expenses, there are also the children's. Everything costs money. Money, money, money." Li Chaoyang's head was about to explode from Lu Guizhi's nagging. "Enough, enough, enough. The dock has already been taken by Li Pingyan. Getting it back would be as hard as reaching the sky. And not even eunuch Gao has asked for it. Better wait. Wu, what should we do?" Lu Guizhi wept and felt heartbroken. Thinking back a month ago, she was still the dignified and elegant Lady Li. How had she become a stingy old woman in just 1 month? Let me tell you, last time she lost the dock, Li Pingyan had a legitimate reason to take it back in front of the magistrate. If Li Pingyan does this a few more times, those shops in your hand will all end up in her pocket. Lu Guizhi trembled at the words. "Oh dear, what can we do? If those last few shops were also taken back by Li Pingyan, their family would truly have to live on thin air." Li Chaoyang was also worried. This woman Li Pingyan was no longer as easy to control as she was a month ago. If she wanted these shops, she would indeed dare to take them. These shops were Li Chaoyang's inheritance, and Li Chaoyang could not refuse to give them up. "I have an idea," Li Chaoyang whispered in Lu Guizhi's ear. "Find a way to sever ties with Li Pingyan. As long as these shops are ours before the severance, after that she can want them all she likes. It'll be too late." "What? Sever ties?" Lu Guizhi had no good impression of Li Pingyan, as she now wished to never have anything to do with her. "Yes. Let's write a severance document right now. Not only write it, but also go to the yamen to have it stamped with the official seal. Then wouldn't that stir up a big fuss?" Lu Guizhi hadn't expected her usually low-key husband to be so high-profile this time. "Do you want to starve to death or be laughed at?" Lu Guizhi swallowed. Let others laugh if they want to, filling their stomachs came first. Clutching the land deeds of those dozen shops, Lu Guizhi gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. Write it now. They no longer hoped to get anything from Li Pingyan. They now began to consider that they must not let Li Pingyan get anything from them. With a few strokes of the brush, in no time Li Chaoyang finished writing the severance document. As a former registrar of the county yamen, he was most familiar with such official documents. Holding the written letter, Li Chaoyang rushed to the yamen. When Li Chaoyang walked out with the stamped document, the news had already spread outside. "Hey, have you heard? Li Chaoyang actually severed ties with Li Pingyan. But they are uncle and niece. So what even if they are close?" Li Pingyan took back the dock from Li Chaoyang, which he had occupied for years. How could he be happy about that? "I didn't expect Li Chaoyang to be so petty. That was originally someone else's inheritance, and he dared to take it for himself. What's most infuriating is that I heard Li Chaoyang kicked Li Pingyan out of the house a few days ago. I don't know if it's true, but judging from the fact that he went to the yamen specifically to write a severance document, this Li Chaoyang is also a ruthless person, just like his fat wife." "Really? Ha ha ha." After coming out of the yamen, all Li Chaoyang heard along the way were these rumors. Most of them said he was ungrateful and had pulled away the ladder after climbing up. Even when being cursed to his face, Li Chaoyang had to stand tall. Hurrying through the crowd, he deliberately strolled through several shops to secure his future livelihood. Since the shops were all part of Li Chaoyang's legacy, Li Chaoyang hadn't bothered to manage them properly. By the time they fell into his hands, they had already been running at a loss for years, and if not for the loyalty of the old employees, they would have long since left. Not inspecting them was fine, but once he did, problems surfaced. "Isn't this a fruit shop?
When did it start selling flatbread cakes? Li Qiaoyang's heart ached with fury. A proper fruit shop could rake in at least 100 taels of silver daily, but after the employees switched to selling flatbread cakes, the daily intake barely reached 3 or 5 taels. The disparity was simply too great. The employee was an honest man. He glared at his dwindling income and finally remembered Li Qiaoyang. If I had fruit, why would I bother selling flatbread cakes? He patted the flour off his hands, pulled the towel from around his neck, and turned away, coldly retreating into the shop. Back when we ran the fruit shop, it was because the master was skilled at business. He used the dock to purchase fruits directly from the south. For the sake of our family's livelihood, he truly wore himself out. Humph, ever since the dock fell into your hands, where are the fruits to sell? The employee offered Li Qiaoyang no kindness whatsoever. Li Qiaoyang was so furious he saw stars. He disdained to argue with such a boor, as it would sully his scholarly dignity. But after visiting several shops, the situation was almost identical. Selling horse meat as beef. Some sold steamed buns, others farm tools. All petty trades that barely turn a profit. Li Qiaoyang returned home, seething with anger. Did you sever the relationship? Lu Guoyi sidled up to Li Qiaoyang, studying his sour expression, and asked tentatively, was it that the county magistrate refused to stamp the document? Li Qiaoyang shook his head. Then what is it? Spit it out. I think we'd better not count on those shops anymore. They've been running at a loss for years. The one sells flatbread cakes, the other sells steamed buns. Then how are we supposed to survive? Lu Guoyi's heart clenched with anxiety. My cosmetics alone cost 500 taels a month. Our son's stationery and ink hardly come to less than 300. Then there are your banquets and our daughter's new clothes. We need at least 1,000 taels each month. Li Qiaoyang, upon hearing this, was exasperated. With a face like yours, why spend so much money? He felt that Lu Guoyi, with her wrinkled face, wasn't even worthy of such expensive cosmetics. Stop using such expensive stuff. Save the money. Let our son use the brushes and ink provided by the private school. They offer them, don't they? Why waste money buying new ones? Our daughter's clothes are already piled high enough to last 10 or 20 years. Cut that expense too. After all the calculations, the family's essential expenses still amounted to at least 500 taels of silver each month. This worried Li Qiaoyang and Lu Guoyi to no end. Mother! Li Gaohong, who had been gallivanting somewhere for days, stumbled in from outside, covered in dirt. Hearing her son's voice, Lu Guoyi rushed out. Seeing his disheveled clothes, countless cuts and bruises on his face, and even his hair crown missing, she asked with concern, "What happened? How did you get so injured?" Li Gaohong hid behind Lu Guoyi, pointing outside and speaking with a sob. They beat me. Mother, those people beat me. Soon several burly men chased after him into the courtyard. What do you think you're doing? At that moment, Steward Lu and Lu Qingyan stood nearby, each holding a wooden staff ready to drive the intruders away at the slightest provocation. The leader of the group was somewhat reasonable. You must be Lady Li. He looked Lu Guoyi up and down. People outside said the Li family was dripping with wealth, but Li Guoyi appeared so destitute. Your son owes us money, a full 1,000 taels of silver. Debt must be repaid, it's only natural. Since we've met Lady Li, hand over the money. The man stretched out his hand, demanding payment directly. Li Gaohong clung to his mother's back. Mother, why are you hesitating? Pay him. Lu Guoyi and Li Qiaoyang were already worried about the family's lack of funds, and now this scoundrel had been gambling outside. You unfilial son. With our family in such straits, how dare you gamble? Li Qiaoyang, upon hearing that another 1,000 taels were owed, grabbed a bamboo pole from the corner and went straight for his son. Lu Guoyi doted on her son. Couldn't let Li Qiaoyang strike Li Gaohong. Stop it. Enough. Our son suffered outside, and now he comes home to your beating. How can you be so heartless? In the end, Lu Guoyi took out the family's last 1,000 taels of silver and handed them over to the debt collectors. Only then did the matter subside. For the past few days, Li Pingyan had been either refining medicine or practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Since her physical condition improved, she suddenly felt that having martial skills was a good thing to rely on. Miss, we've checked several more shops, but none seem to meet your requirements. Luda returned dusty from his travels. Li Pingyan knew that a house with a good location and ample space was hard to come by. It wasn't something she could simply buy with money.
Moreover, the dock was like a money-devouring beast requiring huge sums of cash every day, especially during the current renovation period. There is one pharmacy that might be worth considering, but its prices are sky-high and several people have been inquiring, but no one dares to buy because of the cost. Li Pingyan's interest was piqued. A pharmacy? How big is the space? How much is it? Where is it located? The space is quite large, mostly because it has a big courtyard. It's on Chang'an Street, and the price is 500,000 taels of silver. Li Pingyan thought the price was indeed exorbitant. An ordinary shop at most cost 200,000 taels for a decent one. This pharmacy was more than double that. What advantage does it have? Why is it so expensive? Luda was sharp-witted. In my opinion, the owner probably doesn't want to sell. He's just inflating the price. Regardless of the reason, the price was too steep. Li Pingyan didn't have that much money on hand. Even the most profitable Malatang shop could barely cover the cost of supporting her people. Has the dock business started negotiations? Because of the small merchant ship, many people were interested in cooperating with Li Pingyan. Once the ship sets sail, there's money to be made. It'll ease Li Pingyan's burden. Negotiations have already begun. Many want to work with us, and Brother Hua has started selecting partners. With Hui Yun overseeing the dock and Wang Lu assisting, Li Pingyan could relax. Knowing that the dock's progress was on track, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tell Hui Yun to speed up and aim to set sail within the next 2 days. Yes. Luda took his leave. She adjusted her breathing, steadied her horse stance, and began to perform a flowing Tai Chi routine. Li Chuchu had deliberated for a long time, harboring reservations about such an immoral undertaking. Ever since she learned that young Master Zheng had opened a shop in the county town, she had become a frequent visitor. Occasionally, she would catch a glimpse of young Master Zheng hurrying by, and that alone was enough to make her heart race with excitement. But whenever she saw young Master Zheng laughing and chatting with other women, Li Chuchu's eyes would redden with jealousy. When Fang Xingwan came to visit her once more, Li Chuchu finally steeled her resolve. I have already made my decision. I will do exactly as you say. To capture a man, one must first capture his soul. Fang Xingwan nodded with satisfaction, smiling. She had intended to talk her around further, but unexpectedly Li Chuchu had already convinced herself. However, there is one thing. I don't care what kind of training you have in mind. Li Chuchu's cheeks flushed red as she spoke these words. You must promise me one thing. You cannot let that person know my identity, and you must not. Li Chuchu trailed off, unable to finish. Since deciding to let Fang Xingwan conduct her training, she had privately sought out several books, and after careful study had come to understand the methods involved. Can't what, dear sister? Fang Xingwan's voice carried a teasing lilt, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Enough, sister. I know what you mean. Training aside, if one day you truly get your wish and marry young Master Zheng, I will ensure that you are a true maiden on your wedding night. Hearing this, Li Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. But sister must also promise me that throughout the training, no matter what is asked of you, you will obey completely. Li Chuchu nodded after hearing this. With Li Chuchu's consent secured, Fang Xingwan planned to return home and prepare. What exactly do you intend to do to the young miss, eh? Lu Qinggan had been watching her warily ever since Fang Xingwan entered the estate. What do you intend to do to our young miss? Ever since Fang Xingwan had entered the estate, Lu Qinggan had kept a close watch on her. Just now he had caught a few fragments of their conversation. He could not understand how the young miss could possibly agree to such an outrageous request from Fang Xingwan. Oh my, who do we have here? It's our little shadows. Fang Xingwan swayed her slender waist, circling Lu Qinggan. Didn't you already overhear what I plan to do to your young miss, eh? Watching Lu Qinggan's furious expression, Fang Xingwan giggled. I have said it before. One day you will kneel and beg me. Lu Qinggan's face was scarred and disfigured, his features twisted beyond recognition. Think carefully, will you? It was your young miss herself who desperately begged me to train her. Of course I must fulfill her request. You know your young miss's temperament well enough. If she had not come to me, who knows what foolish things she might have done. Lu Qinggan loved Li Chuchu deeply. How could he bear to let his young miss do anything reckless? Seeing Lu Qinggan still hesitating, Fang Xingwan could not resist throwing down another threat. I happen to have free time today. I was just about to go out and find suitable candidates, in which case your young miss would be left at the mercy of anyone's touch. Lu Qinggan could not bear such a provocation. He immediately fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground as he pleaded. I beg you, please spare the young miss. Spare Li Chuchu. No, no, no. It was Li Chuchu who willingly and voluntarily submitted herself. It was not I who compelled her. But, unless you can extinguish your young miss's desires. Lu Qinggan could only lower his head in silence. The young miss treated him as nothing more than a creeping insect. Even seeing her was a luxury he could not afford. How could she possibly listen to him? If you are afraid your young miss will suffer indignity, there is actually another way. Fang Qingwan giggled. Tomorrow I will bring you along personally to train her. How does that sound? Lu Qinggan, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of emotion within him. Could he really be allowed to participate? By the following day, Fang Qingwan arrived with a large wooden box and entered Li Chuchu's room. Li Chuchu sat nervously restless with anticipation. Do not worry. By that time, I will have your eyes covered and his as well. He will not know who you are, so rest assured. Li Chuchu finally felt somewhat reassured. She watched curiously as Fang Qingwan pulled various items from the wooden chest. What are all these things? The table was covered with small objects. Jade beads of every size, several candles, a small leather whip, a few chicken feathers, and naturally some ropes and small clips. Seeing so many items, Li Chuchu could not help but swallow hard. And there is one larger item that will arrive shortly. Fang Qingwan produced a thick piece of black cloth. Tie this over your eyes. It may make you feel somewhat more at ease. Li Chuchu obediently bound the cloth around her eyes. As long as she could win young Master Zheng, she was willing to pay any price. In the darkness, Lu Qinggan carried in a wooden cross-shaped frame and placed it beside the bed. He remained tense throughout, daring not to speak a word. Rest assured, the man I have brought is also wearing an eye mask. He will not know who you are. Li Chuchu nodded, her body rigid with nervousness. Now let me introduce the terminology. You are the white rabbit, and he is the wooden stake. These will be your code names from now on. Before the training begins, the white rabbit must understand a man, both psychologically and physically. You must gain a thorough understanding. Fang Qingwan instructed Lu Qinggan. Take off your clothes and let the white rabbit examine them closely so she may understand the structure of a man's body. All of this was arranged by Fang Qingwan and Lu Qinggan. Naturally, Lu Qinggan did not wear an eye mask as Fang Qingwan claimed. He watched his young miss lost in intoxication, and feelings long suppressed had already begun to awaken within him. Slowly he removed his garments as the session began. They had an entire night to learn about one another. By dawn, when the sun had risen high, Fang Qingwan woke from her nap at the table and was surprised to find that Lu Qinggan was still attending to their young miss. For the entire night, they had explored every detail. There Li Chuchu was bound to the wooden frame, her voice hoarse, her legs spread wide, while Lu Qinggan knelt tirelessly upon the floor, leaving her tender skin crimson with passion, yet never crossing to the center. Crystal clear fluid dripped steadily. Lu Qinggan watched with regret, longing to taste it for far too long. Li Chuchu had never experienced such torment intertwined with ecstasy in her entire life. Have you too had enough? I assume you have gained a thorough understanding by now. Yet Li Chuchu still felt unsatisfied, as though something was missing. It is already morning. If you wish to continue, we shall resume tonight. After Fang Qingwan departed with her entourage, Li Chuchu dressed herself. Bring me hot water. Soon after, Lu Qinggan, wearing a mask, carried in 2 buckets of hot water. Just set them down. Lu Qinggan lowered his head and turned to leave. Li Chuchu soaked in the bathtub, gazing at herself through the mirror. The traces covering her body, combined with the electrifying sensations from the previous night, still vivid in her memory, drove her into a state of feverish obsession. She could not resist reaching out her fingers, tracing the marks, and slowly sliding downward. Li Chuchu, who had experienced intimacy for the first time, began to anticipate the arrival of night. The white rabbit and the wooden stake introduced by Fang Qingwan started before dusk and did not finish until noon the next day. In the first half of the night, the white rabbit diligently learned how to captivate a man who, in the second half, exhausted, she indulged in the wooden stake's exploration and unrestrained passion. This indulgence continued for many days. Li Pingyan, who had been in a favorable situation, now gazed at the empty, deserted dock. The contrast was too stark. Yesterday the dock was bustling with noise and activity, a thriving scene. How had it become so desolate today? What happened to the dock? Wasn't it said that we could definitely ship a few batches today? Hui Yun was also drenched in sweat from anxiety. I had already negotiated yesterday, and it was agreed upon for today. The appointed time has passed, why haven't they come? Don't panic, wait patiently. Behind Li Pingyan stood Hui Yun, Wang Lu, Lu Da, and others. They increasingly felt that today's events were suspicious. When things are abnormal, there must be a hidden cause. This matter was certainly not without reason. The dock, bustling yesterday, became desolate today. Someone must be sabotaging it. Go find those several bosses again. Integrity is paramount. They had already promised yesterday, yet today they go back on their word. Ask them what they mean by this. Looking around, Li Pingyan did not expect anyone to come voluntarily. She also blamed herself for being too conspicuous lately, otherwise she wouldn't be targeted like this. Hui Yun led the men and left. When he returned, he was dejected and expressionless. Li Pingyan knew at once that Hui Yun's negotiations had failed. Meanwhile, Wang Lu came running from not far away. I know what's going on. Almost all the merchants have been warned. Li Pingyan was shocked. All the merchants at the dock. Every single one of them was warned. Countless businesses large and small dared not enter Danyang dock. It seemed the person behind this wielded immense power. Li Pingyan dared not be careless. All the merchants have been warned. Anyone who cooperates with us will face annihilation of their entire clan. Annihilation. Such a dramatic move. What had Li Pingyan done to provoke such a formidable figure? The backing behind this was indeed powerful, cutting off all sources of customers. They were trying to starve her out. Brother Hu, didn't you find a few more people? Wang Lu shook his head. Miss, please don't put Brother Hu on the spot. I just took a look around outside. Even my few friends dare not bring goods into Danyang dock. Wang Lu pointed at the entrance. Do you see those men? They are experts. Anyone who dares carry goods into Danyang dock will be severely injured, at best killed at worst. Who would still dare to enter? Li Pingyan followed Wang Lu's finger and saw several men in black. Brother Hu, do you recognize these men? Hui Yun shook his head. No. Judging by their skills, they should be above average. How about I go and test them? But Li Pingyan stopped him, speculating. Such a grand scheme must be the work of the person behind Li Xiaoyang. The person behind Li Xiaoyang. Hui Yun and Wang Lu exclaimed in unison, both incredulous. Yes. A few days ago I heard that Li Xiaoyang was released. Such a serious crime, yet he was let go so easily. It seems Li Xiaoyang indeed has a powerful backer. Therefore these blatant men in black were the subordinates of the person behind Li Xiaoyang. In other words, because Li Pingyan exposed their marijuana trafficking, they were furious. Unable to reclaim the dock, they decided to starve them out. Who is that person? I'll go and kill him. Wang Lu, don't be impulsive. At that moment, Hui Yun's mood sank to the lowest point. He immediately thought of Yin Dongfang. If the young lady's speculation was correct, these men were indeed sent by the person behind Li Xiaoyang. An uncle repeatedly trying to bring about his niece's death. He truly did not understand how Li Xiaoyang's heart could be so cold. Miss, I sense there are more experts around. Hui Yun closed his eyes and concentrated. Since he had opened his conception and governing vessels, he could now effortlessly sense things that previously required immense effort. Should we deal with them? Li Pingyan feared that even if they did, business would not run smoothly. Don't act rashly. Perhaps they are waiting for just that moment. If we get riled up, they will have a legitimate reason to arrest us. Li Pingyan did not have the good fortune of Li Xiaoyang with such a powerful backer. She was now struggling, relying only on herself. Once she was alone. Now by her side were not only her younger brother Li Qingfeng, but also Hui Yun, Lu Da, Wang Lu, and a group of hardworking brothers. So at this critical moment, Li Pingyan could not make any mistakes. Since we can't set sail today, we won't. Brother would take the men and visit more families. See if anyone is willing to ship. The price is negotiable. If necessary, we can take half the price. Half price? How can that be? Wang Lu grew anxious. He had thought that after reclaiming Danyang dock their lives would improve, but it seemed it would be even harder. At half price, I can't even support these brothers. Enough, Wang Lu, say less. Follow the young lady's arrangements. Lu Da, standing beside Wang Lu, sympathized with his feelings. Miss, I'll take the brothers out now. Li Pingyan watched Hui Yun's hurried, retreating figure, then placed the large red flower on a nearby cabinet. She had originally planned a ribbon-cutting ceremony, but given today's situation, she decided to forget it. With a calm expression, Li Pingyan walked out of Danyang Dock, quite composedly. As she passed the men in black, she looked straight ahead. Outside the dock, many onlookers had gathered, probably expecting to see them in a panic. But they were disappointed. Inside Danyang Dock, there was no chaos, no frantic shouting or fighting against the men in black. Instead, everyone left in an orderly manner. Seeing no opportunity, the men in black lurking in the shadows withdrew. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan strolled to the pharmacy. She was a regular customer now and bought several common herbs as usual. "Miss Li, you're here again. Give me a few herbs." Li Pingyan handed the list of herbs to the physician. "All right." In no time, the physician wrapped the herbs and placed them in Li Pingyan's hands. "Take care." Li Pingyan hurried away. However, after she left, Yin Dongfang, his one blind eye covered with a black cloth, stepped into the shop. "Welcome." The physician, seeing Yin Dongfang's menacing aura, was intimidated by his aggressive stance and took a long while to recover. "What medicine did she just buy, eh?" "Huh? I asked you what medicine did she just buy, eh?" Yin Dongfang's temper was growing increasingly volatile. Especially when he saw the physician staring at his blind eye, he felt like strangling the man. She bought some blood-activating and stasis-removing herbs, nothing special. But Yin Dongfang did not believe him. He knew Huiyun best. When Huiyun fled, he was a nobody. How had staying with Li Pingyan for a few days not only opened his conception and governing vessels, but also made his cultivation soar. Even he, Yin Dongfang, had almost lost his life. For 5 whole days, the doc had not only earned nothing, but also had to subsidize a large amount of money each day. Looking at this situation, Li Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. It would be better to just take a boat and catch fish to sell. If not for the Malatang shops serving as a backup, the dock porters would have already given up long ago. "Miss, this can't go on like this." Huiyun also wore a worried expression. "It's all my fault. No matter how much I concede profit, those merchants dare not do business with us." "What does that have to do with you?" Li Pingyan understood that the other party was telling her how capable he was, that in a fight against him, she had no chance of success. "Brother Wang, someone is looking for you outside." Wang Lu waved his hand impatiently. "Tell him to leave, say I'm busy now." "Brother Wang." The burly man outside looked simple and honest. "We can't just keep wasting time here. I have a family at home. Even though we get some subsidy every day, it's not enough. We have to find another way." Wang Lu also sighed. How many people had come to ask to leave today? "Brother, you've been with me for so many years. I don't want to see you struggling. But your big brother is in trouble now. You can't just leave like that." Li Pingyan watched the two of them arguing outside the door. "What's going on?" "The matter at our dock has spread like wildfire. They say we've offended someone we shouldn't have. When these workers heard it, they twisted the story and are trying to leave by all means. I don't even know how many have come today. Water flows downhill. People strive for higher ground. It's only human nature." Wang Lu let that brother go. "From tomorrow, all brothers who stay will receive their wages, as usual." "You can't do that, miss." "Yes, miss, please think twice." "Miss, do you know how much it costs each day, eh? Even though the porters do manual labor, their daily wages are considerable. Wang Lu alone has over 100 men plus our 40-plus people. In and out, that's at least 200 silver taels. Not including repairs and daily dock expenses. All added up, it's at least 500 silver taels. Spending 500 silver taels daily. There's no way a single Malatang shop can earn that back. Moreover, many are sick or injured and few are capable of working. If we pay them all their usual wages, it would be a huge expense. I know what I'm doing." Over the past few days, Li Pingyan had refined several batches of elixir pills, but the grade of the pills couldn't improve. Still, she had some surplus of pills on hand. She wondered if Elder He Tianhua could help. In the next few days, continue looking for customers. Don't just search nearby. See if there are any opportunities in the capital city. Yes. After all, this small county was very close to the capital, where there were many merchants. If they used this county as a transit point, they could indeed get in touch with a few. Even if Li Pingyan didn't know who was behind Li Chaoyang or what his intentions were, she didn't believe there was no one who could suppress him. Huiyun watched Li Pingyan's back with concern. That slightly slender back. Yet it had to bear the livelihood of over 100 people. From an ignorant little girl to a far-sighted young woman, how many unspeakable hardships had she endured? Li Pingyan did not send a visiting card to He Tianhua. Instead, she rashly went to the He residence. She had expected a grand mansion, but seeing this small black door, Li Pingyan hesitated. Could a renowned imperial physician really live in such a cramped place? She saw dozens of people squatting at the door. Li Pingyan walked over and asked, "Excuse me, is this the home of Elder He Tianhua?" "Yes, it is. Are you here to seek medical treatment too? Go to the back and line up." Li Pingyan met the man's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. Instead, she raised her head and chest and knocked on the pitch-black door. "Who is it? Who is it? I've told you all, our master is not seeing patients. For these minor ailments, you should go to a village doctor. Why are you still?" A young boy opened the door and saw a beautiful young maiden. This girl was slim and exquisitely beautiful, a rare beauty. "Miss, what can I do for you?" The boy's attitude did a complete 180, and he immediately smiled warmly. "I'm here to see Elder He. Please give this to him. He will definitely come to see me." Li Pingyan held a small jade bottle. The boy took it with both hands, asked no questions, and ran straight into the inner room. "This isn't fair." "Yeah, it's unfair. I was here first. How did you cut ahead?" A fat man shouted noisily, making sarcastic remarks. "Don't think that just because you're pretty you can do whatever you want. Besides that face, what else do you have?" "Yeah." The others chimed in loudly. They all had ailments and had been queuing since early morning, but Elder He hadn't seen a single one of them. A pretty face is just a stepping stone. You may charm the little boy, but you can't fool Elder He's discerning eyes. They all spoke one after another, not a single kind word. Li Pingyan stood straight, turned around, and listened as their words grew more unpleasant. "Shut up, all of you." The others were stunned. They had thought she was a pushover, but she turned out to be a tough nut. "You all know that Elder He is an imperial physician. He is advanced in years, yet you bother him with such minor ailments. No wonder he won't see you. These little illnesses can be treated at any clinic. Hey you. Yes, you with the crooked mouth and squinty eyes. Go home, buy a pear first, take a breath of southern air, blow it onto the pear, and chant in the south. There is a pond in the pond, there is water in the water. There are fish with 3 heads and 9 tails. They eat not the 5 grains of the mortal world, but only the plague demons. Your crooked mouth and squinty eyes will naturally be cured. And you, the one covering your face with a toothache. Go home, take a piece of paper, fold it into 7 layers, get a 3-inch nail, nail it onto the beam at the center of the paper. Then come down face south and silently chant, Southern redworm, come to eat my tooth, nail it on the beam forever in a 1,000-year paper. Every time you chant the incantation, cough, once take a breath, and strike the nail with a hammer. Repeat this 7 times, and it will be cured. And you?" Li Pingyan spoke with such confidence that the patients were left dumbfounded. It seemed there was some truth to her words. He Tianhua had taken the elixir pills and rushed over only to find Pingyan teasing those people. "Your little tricks might fool children, but how did they fool the adults as well?" He Tianhua scolded her half-jokingly. "This little girl, where did she learn such things? Elder He, you've come out." The other patients in line finally snapped out of it and rushed to the door en masse. "Elder, please take a look at me. I'm dying. It hurts so much. My tooth is killing me. Elder, please help me. Our master says that all these ailments can be treated at ordinary clinics. Everyone please disperse." The boy let only Li Pingyan enter, shutting the door on everyone else. This wiped the smirk off the fat man's face who had been laughing at her earlier. It was obvious that the young girl had some connection with the elder. Perhaps she was even his granddaughter. Ouch! Slap, slap, slap. The fat man was so regretful that he slapped his own face. Instead of saying nasty things, he should have said something nice. Maybe he could have been brought in as well. But it was too late for regrets. Everyone could see that the young maiden had a connection with He Tianhua. Many people wanted to go home and try the methods Li Pingyan had suggested. And surprisingly, it worked. Indeed, Elder He's associates were all extraordinary. He Tianhua excitedly pulled Li Pingyan into the room. "Little girl, I knew it was you. In this world, only you could refine such pure pills." He Tianhua held the small porcelain bottle in his hand, unable to resist sniffing it again. "Tell me what's inside." Last time, he had given the old man a medium-grade rejuvenation pill, which the old man treasured as a precious heirloom, planning to keep it at home as a legacy. These were life-saving pills, perhaps useful for descendants someday. The small bottle Li Pingyan had just given the old man contained a medium-grade detoxification pill. This bottle contains a detoxification pill that can cure 100 poisons. Upon hearing this, He Tianhua confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, this girl had inherited the legacy of some great master and was no ordinary person. Otherwise, a detoxification pill of such high purity, even he, an old hand, couldn't be fully confident of making one. And this girl just casually produced it. To be honest, old sir, I have a request. Li Pingyan showed a sincere gaze. After thinking it over, she couldn't find anything simpler or quicker to make money. I have 5 detoxification pills here. The one in your hand is one of them. Old Master He Tianhua's hand trembled. 5 detoxification pills in total, each a treasure among treasures of a quality not even the Imperial Palace could match. What was this Miss Li up to? He Tianhua couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Li Pingyan. I've been a bit short on cash lately, and I'd like to ask you, Old Master He, for a favor. Help me auction off the remaining 4 detoxification pills. The remaining 4. He Tianhua looked in surprise at the small jade bottle on the table. So, Li Pingyan nodded. Old Master He, since you're helping me, consider this detoxification pill my token of gratitude for your trouble. No, I can't accept. If Li Pingyan had offered money, the old man would never have taken it, but the pill. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The old man wanted it in his heart, but was too embarrassed to say so. Old sir, just take it. Consider it for your research. He Tianhua was indeed tempted. There's one condition. I don't want to reveal my identity, and I want to sell them at a high price. My connections are limited, so I can only ask for your help, Old Master He. Having accepted the token of gratitude, Old Master He naturally would diligently help Li Pingyan sell these 4 pills. Rest assured on this matter. There's a major auction in the capital these days, and many big shots will be showing up. Oh, Li Pingyan rarely heard about capital affairs. This was fresh to her. Big shots will all gather at the auction to join the fun. Join what fun? The old man chuckled. It's hardly a secret. It's being held the day after tomorrow, so I might as well tell you. Have you heard of the favored son of heaven, Xie Xingji? Xie Xingji. Sounds familiar. Oh, I remember now. The Chancellor of the Imperial Academy, Xie Xingji. Also that man with eerie red eyes, the one Li Pingyan had accidentally stumbled upon while he was bathing. Thinking of this, Li Pingyan felt a bit embarrassed, but recalling now that man's muscles were really well developed. TSK. Great physique. As a holy son who returned from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the new Chancellor of the Imperial Academy, the Emperor's own nephew, the paragon of all scholars, He Xie Xingji, is to be infeft as a prince. Countless halos, countless glories gathered in one person, and now another layer. But he's already so formidable. What difference does being a prince make? He was practically second only to the Emperor. Being a prince means having a fief, and it's also to make him worthy of that. The last part of Old Master He's words Li Pingyan didn't catch. So that's it. The dignitaries anxious to curry favor with the newly titled Prince Xie Xingji are racking their brains over what gifts to give, and thus they gather at the auction. Right. He Tianhua's network of connections all lay in the capital. Though he was no longer the imperial physician, he was no less informed. These 2 bottles of detoxification pills won't be hard to sell. Are you sure you want me to put them in the auction? Li Pingyan lacked nothing but money. Even if no one gives these detoxification pills as a gift to Xie Xingji, with so many dignitaries present, the price will still be much higher than elsewhere. Put them in the auction. Since I've accepted your gift, young friend, I will certainly keep your identity hidden. Can you trust me? Li Pingyan nodded solemnly. Old man, I trust you. With Li Pingyan's trust, Old Master, he also breathed a sigh of relief. But you should also prepare for the possibility of it being unsold. Since I've entrusted it to you, it's entirely up to you. Bold and resolute. What a fine girl. Bidding farewell to Old Master, Li Pingyan finally felt relieved. Even if it went unsold, the price would still be higher than what the underground black market offered, enough to sustain her for a while. On her way back to the Malatang shop, Li Pingyan's mind was a jumble of thoughts when she suddenly saw several scholars pointing and whispering about another scholar. Li Pingyan instinctively tried to avoid them. Hey Li Pingyan, where are you going? Shin Juanhe had spotted Li Pingyan at once. He was just showing off to his classmates that the pink pouch hanging from his waist was embroidered by his fiancée herself. His classmates, unaware of the situation, pointed and teased him endlessly. That pink pouch is hideous. Brother Shun, with your cool demeanor, since when did you take a liking to such girly things? And what's that embroidered on your pouch? Others embroider mandarin ducks, but yours looks like geese. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Shen Juanhe was about to retort when he saw Li Pingyan hurrying over. Pingyan, what a coincidence, running into you like this. Li Pingyan looked up somewhat bewildered at Shen Juanhe. This is my fiancé, Li Pingyan. The scholars who had been watching in amusement hadn't expected Shen Juanhe's fiancé to be so beautiful and refined. They couldn't help staring. When had their county produced such a stunning girl? Pingyan, you're in such a hurry. Are you off to the Malatang shop again? Our wedding is approaching, you should take a break. Pingyan, Malatang. The one that's incredibly popular. The Malatang shop that even Zheng Yuanji couldn't replicate. So the proprietress is Brother Shen's fiancé. No wonder, no wonder. Miss Li, I've heard so much about you. Thinking about it, these impoverished scholars truly had reason to envy, be jealous, and hate Shen Juanhe. Look at his fiancée. She has looks, figure, and a temperament that rivals any capital noblewoman. She also owns a thriving shop managing the household while earning money. She is the ideal wife every scholar dreams of. How did Shen Juanhe get her? Let go, you're blocking my way. Li Pingyan looked up coldly, casting a warning glance at Shen Juanhe, who was so frightened he quickly let go. Seeing Shen Juanhe let go, Li Pingyan ignored him and turned to leave. Shen Juanhe had lost face in front of his fellow students. Yet thinking of Li Pingyan, he had no choice but to apologize to his companions. I'm sorry, everyone. Pingyan has been giving me the cold shoulder these past few days, and it seems she's still upset. I need to go comfort her. Please enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Shen Juanhe strode off without a backward glance at his friends. Watching Shen Juanhe's retreating figure, everyone else cast envious glances. Pingyan, where are you in such a hurry? Does it concern you? Of course it does. I'm your fiancé. You can't just disappear without letting me know where you're going. Now perhaps, but the future is far from certain. Li Pingyan was far too troubled in her heart to give Shen Juanhe a second thought. The future will be certain too. Shen Juanhe darted in front of Li Pingyan, blocking her path. He placed his hands on her shoulders, his smile radiant and effusive. Look, this is the embroidered pouch you once made for me. I found it, and I carry it with me every day. Doesn't that please you? Li Pingyan cast a disdainful glance at the clumsily stitched pouch. So the former Li Pingyan had truly loved Shen Juanhe to excess. Didn't you complain before that I never took you out or introduced you to my fellow students? How about I treat you to a meal in a few days? I specifically wanted to introduce you to them. Not interested. Li Pingyan sidestepped around Shen Juanhe, trying to escape him. But Shen Juanhe remained firmly in her way. Last year you begged me several times to watch the Lantern Festival with you. I was genuinely busy then. But how about this year? The lanterns will be lit in just a short while. Shall I take you? No. Li Pingyan's repeated refusals darkened Shen Juanhe's countenance completely. Li Pingyan, what exactly is wrong with you? You won't go here, you won't go there. Weren't you always the one begging me before? Only then did Li Pingyan raise her brows and meet Shen Juanhe's gaze directly. Shen Juanhe, I'll tell you plainly. I will not go with you, nor will I marry you. Ditch any foolish notions you may have. Shen Juanhe could never have imagined that Li Pingyan, who once chased after him and begged to marry him, would one day speak such words. By the time he came to his senses, Li Pingyan was long gone. Walking home in a furious rage, he grew angrier with each step, seething over that ungrateful, insolent woman. She embarrassed him in front of others today. Someday he would make her pay. As Shen Juanhe approached his home, he saw that Fang Qingwan was already waiting for him at the door. What are you doing here? Fang Qingwan observed Shen Juanhe's furious expression. Who provoked you? Why are you so angry? Is it still because of Li Pingyan? Oomph. Shen Juanhe's anger only intensified. Fang Qingwan, who had secretly and openly pined for Shen Juanhe for years, could read his expression at a glance. You're so angry. How about I help relieve your frustration? Fang Qingwan's hands curled around Shen Juanhe's neck. A man after all. Once there is a first time, there will be a second. With that inner barrier broken, Shen Juanhe's courage began to swell. Fang Qingwan, listen to me carefully. Women like you are only fit to be played with. Abandon your delusions. The Shen family will never wed a woman who spreads herself so freely. Is there truly no chance for me? Not even as a common servant, let alone anything more. In one sentence, all of Fang Qingwan's hopes were extinguished. Lying beneath Shun Juanhe, Fong Qingwan swallowed her bitterness in silence. Li Pingyan. Shun Juanhe. I hate you both. I hate you. Fong Qingwan clutched the bedsheets tightly, her gaze venomous as she watched Shun Juanhe above her. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan was at a kitchenware shop examining stoves. Boss, do you accept custom orders for stoves? Li Pingyan's pill refinement had plateaued recently, so she was considering upgrading to a proper furnace, which was why she had come to the shop. The boss noticed that although this young woman dressed plainly, she carried herself with precision and care. May I ask what sort of stove you're looking for? Our craftsmen can produce anything provided you can supply the specifications. Hearing this, Li Pingyan felt relieved. She sketched the outline of a pill furnace from memory on a piece of paper, then carefully explained the details to the workers. Only after that did Li Pingyan depart. Back at the dock, Li Pingyan took out all her savings and asked Hui Yun to distribute the money among the workers. Hui Yun gazed at the scattered coins, an indescribable bitterness rising in his chest. It was all his fault. He lacked the ability to earn money, forcing the entire burden onto the young miss. Miss, I've also saved a small amount over the past few years. Let me contribute it to help with the emergency. Hui Yun withdrew a small cloth pouch from his chest and placed it on the table, pushing it toward the pile of money. I have some as well. And I have some here too. Luda rummaged through his belongings and eventually produced several crumpled silver notes. Li Pingyan pushed everything back to them. I don't need it. Keep this money for now. I'll ask when I need it. But what about your? Luda pointed to the scattered coins on the table. Just because there's nothing today doesn't mean there won't be tomorrow. Li Pingyan flashed a confident smile. The matter of funds could wait for now. Had they found the merchants she had asked them to search for? Though only a day had passed, she trusted Hui Yun's efficiency and expected at least some leads. There are quite a few potential clients in the capital, but I find them unreliable. While I don't know the full extent of those men in black's backing, it's clear they're not from modest families. So I managed to uncover something. What is it? Li Pingyan and Luda both crowded closer. Do you remember Xie from when we crossed paths on the road last time? Xie, him again. Oh, I remember. I heard the Emperor recently assigned him a task, and he's been searching for ship merchants. How fitting. A chance encounter at just the right moment. Perfect timing. Why are you hesitating, Brother Hua? Why didn't you go negotiate with him? But Hui Yun merely shook his head. Many would jump at such a lucrative opportunity. Hui Yun sat upright and looked at Li Pingyan. But Xie has requirements. We must be a large-scale ship merchant with solid reputation and credentials. I'm not certain what they require, but it must be something of great importance, Hui Yun murmured to himself. From the way he's operating, it seems he's looking for a long-term partner. Miss, do you think we could? Hui Yun barely turned his head when he spotted Li Pingyan and Luda already huddled over something deep in discussion. Don't do anything else these next couple of days. Just focus on gathering intelligence. Find out what Xie has been up to lately and where he's likely to appear. Also pay attention to his moods and preferences. Hui Yun watched Li Pingyan, who seemed more invested than he was, and smiled helplessly. Let me come along too, let me come along. The next day, what Li Pingyan awaited was not customers from the dock, not the unfinished furnace, not good news about the pill auction, nor Xie likes or dislikes, but a piece of official document. Li Pingyan watched as 7 or 8 sword-bearing guards arrived in a grand procession. The small county, which had little excitement to begin with, instantly buzzed with activity. Excuse me, miss, are you Li Pingyan? Li Pingyan looked at the group and couldn't help rolling her eyes. They had come all the way here and still asked if she was Li Pingyan. May I ask what business you have with me? Li Pingyan had neither been involved in any lawsuit nor evaded taxes, so there was no reason for these sword-bearing guards to come looking for her. It's like this today, the county magistrate approved an official document, a severance certificate. Bang. Whoosh. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't heard wrong, had they? It was actually a severance certificate. Severance certificate. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Who wants to sever ties with me? Your uncle Li Chaoyang. Upon hearing that name, Li Pingyan wanted nothing more than to laugh uproariously to the sky. In the end, due to the truly large crowd of onlookers, Li Pingyan struggled to control her expression. Being able to sever ties with that eccentric family and with official recognition under the watchful eyes of all was exactly what Li Pingyan wanted. Then what should I do? Miss Li, you just need to press your fingerprint on this paper. Li Pingyan carefully examined the black words on the white paper. Besides the severance, it also detailed property division. Apart from the shop she currently held, Li Pingyan would get nothing else. The inheritance from her parents had all been embezzled by those two vampires, including dozens of shops, several farms, hundreds of acres of fertile land and docks. Among them, just from what Li Pingyan knew, over a dozen shops were missing, all sold off by them to maintain appearances. As for the 4 docks, only Danyang Dock was barely breathing, the others were all gone. As for the farms and fields, who knew how many remained? Looking at this devilish treaty, it sounded like Li Pingyan was getting the advantage, but in reality, those two vampires wanted to monopolize the remaining assets. Want to monopolize? I think you're dreaming. Li Pingyan picked up the ink pad and pressed it down directly. From this day forward, I, Li Pingyan, sever all ties with Li Chaoyang. Henceforth we have no uncle-niece relationship. Whether he enjoys wealth and honor or falls into beggary, it has nothing to do with me. I ask all the elders and townsfolk to bear witness for me. The crowd below erupted in excited chatter. After all, they had only heard of verbal severances. This was the first time they had heard of one going through the yamen. And the county magistrate had actually approved it. We'll be your witness. Yes, we bear witness. Regardless, since Li Chaoyang wanted to make it publicly, Pingyan was also happy to see it happen. To celebrate, from today, Pingyan Malatang is offering a half-price discount for 3 consecutive days. Now that was truly a celebration for all. The onlookers below became even more excited, spreading the news far and wide. Pingyan Malatang, already packed with customers, would be even more popular in the coming 3 days. However, those who wanted to enjoy the half-price discount had to sign their names under the notice board. On the notice board, written in red dye, Li Pingyan and Li Chaoyang have severed ties, I bear witness. The entire piece of silk was filled with names and fingerprints within 3 days. And this matter became known to everyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. News finally arrived from the capital. CS Singji was granted a princedom. CS Singji was officially appointed as the Prince of Anding and bestowed with a fertile land in the east. This drew sighs of envy from others. Being made Prince of Anding, what a fortunate fate. Instead of envying his good fortune, you should work hard yourself. I heard that in a couple of days Mr. Siaz the Libationer will give a public lecture. Anyone who wants to listen can go. Won't it be packed? You're mistaken. If you want to attend the lecture, you still need to solve problems. The more problems you solve, and the better you do, the better seat you can secure. Otherwise you'll be left outside. So there's still a threshold. What did you think? Could Mr. Xie be an ordinary person? Can ordinary people understand his lectures? At the very least, he needs to find people who can comprehend his teachings. Li Pingyan, listening from the side, knew her opportunity had come. If she could stand out among those problems, could she get a chance to have a private conversation with Mr. Xie? Proposing cooperation to him, then, would be perfect. If she didn't have other matters to attend to, she would have gone back to discuss strategies long ago. She hurried along and arrived at a relatively unfamiliar tavern. Boss, a jug of wine. Li Pingyan looked around. She had just received a message from old Master Zheng asking her to meet at this tavern. What kind of wine? Aged vinegar osmanthus wine. So that was the code. Li Pingyan looked suspiciously at the waiter, who waved his hand. Follow me. Following the man, Li Pingyan twisted and turned until she reached another room. Knock, 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 knock. Creak. The door opened, revealing another unfamiliar face. You must be Miss Li. Follow me. Li Pingyan cautiously eyed the stranger and followed him inside. There was only one person in the room, Old Master, he who looked at Li Pingyan with a cheerful smile. Have you two met? Old Master, he stood up. This man is my nephew, not an outsider. He is the head of that auction house. Li Pingyan frowned deeply. Girlie, don't blame me for telling Weilon about your matters without permission. I know what kind of child Weilon is. He will keep it secret for you. Moreover, the reason I brought him is that he can bring you unexpected benefits. Li Pingyan didn't distrust Old Master but she didn't trust this man named Weilon. Miss, a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Yun, given name Weilon. Li Pingyan nodded to him. The reason I personally asked my uncle to find you is that the sum of money is too large. I'm afraid my uncle, being an old man, cannot handle it alone. One moment Li Pingyan was still annoyed at Old Master for revealing her identity to others. The next moment she was captivated by Yun Weilon's words. What did he mean by the sum is too large? It was like a godsend. Originally, she thought even if the detoxification pills were easy to sell, they wouldn't fetch much at auction, but today's situation. How much in total? 500. 500 taels of silver. No, that can't be right. Li Pingyan could believe one pill worth 500 taels, but she had 4 pills, so at least 2,000 taels. Could it be 500? Myriad taels. Li Pingyan's face showed a terrified expression. Then she would have struck it rich. It's how much? 500. Myriad. Li Pingyan's look of utter astonishment instantly made old Master He laugh. What, little girl, you still don't believe it? This pill was appraised by me and 2 top-tier experts from the Imperial Palace. We dare to vouch for it with our lives. The people scrambling for it are flocking like ducks. With 3 heavyweight Imperial physicians jointly vouching for it and praising the detoxification pill's efficacy, no wonder people were swarming to get it. With 5 million taels of silver, I can overhaul the dock. Thank you, old Master He. Thank you, Yun Weilon. Li Pingyan had thus indirectly accepted Yun Weilon. What are you talking about? Silver. Not silver, it's gold. Yun Weilon opened the box beside him that Li Pingyan had never paid attention to. It's 5 million taels of gold. Who would have thought that a windfall could knock someone over? That must have been Li Pingyan's predicament. Based on her initial expectations, the 4 pills would fetch at most 5,000 taels of silver, perhaps 10,000 at the very limit. Yet unexpectedly, it turned into 5 million taels of gold. The disparity was staggering. An entire chest of gold. When the lid was opened, Li Pingyan's eyes were filled with nothing but that yellow luster. Indeed, she was still worldly. Only money could make her feel secure and fearless. Miss Li, transporting all this gold back and forth is quite cumbersome, so I've only brought you a portion. The rest can be exchanged for banknotes. Li Pingyan did not even register what Yun Weilon was saying. She walked over to the chest, saw the tangible gold, and finally believed it. She never imagined that 4 antidote pills could be so valuable. Actually, this was somewhat fortuitous. Prince Anding had just been in theft, and everyone wanted to curry favor with him, so they spared no expense. Over the past few days, goods have generally sold for more than double the usual price. Please take this money, Miss Li. It was the first time Li Pingyan had seen so many banknotes. They were neatly stacked in the chest alongside the several boxes of gold. Also, please be aware, Miss, Yun Weilon explained, everything sold through our establishment incurs a 10% commission. Therefore, what you see here is only 4,500,000 taels of gold. Li Pingyan's heart ached at the news, but she knew it was the rule. Thank you for making the extra trip, Mr. Yun. Only then did she regain some composure. A 10% commission is only right, and I will pay it. However, I hope you will not reveal my identity to anyone. Rest assured, Miss Li. Confidentiality is our professional integrity. So even in this era, people were already talking about professional integrity. Miss Li. Li Pingyan was about to go find someone to move all the money home when Yun Weilon called her back. What is it? My uncle tells me these pills were made by you. I know it's presumptuous to ask, but I must inquire, do you have any more stock? No more. Li Pingyan answered without hesitation. She shot a glare at the old man elder, he who merely stroked his beard and smiled in silence. If you have any in stock and are eager to sell, I would be a good option. Would you consider it, miss? I'll think about it. After all the gold was moved home, Li Pingyan's alchemy furnace arrived as well. Though it took 3 full days, she was quite satisfied with the massive piece. Now in the small courtyard she had purchased, there were hardly any patients left. Most had been taken away by their families, leaving only old man Hua. Counting Li Pingyan, Hui Yun, and Lu Da, there were just 4 people. After all the gold was moved inside, Lu Da wiped the sweat from his brow. Miss, what's in that chest? It's terribly heavy. 8 men couldn't carry it. Lu Da's exaggerated posture made Li Pingyan laugh. Once the outsiders had left, Li Pingyan mysteriously summoned Hui Yun and Lu Da. Good things were meant to be shared. Guess what's inside? What could it be? Customers. After a moment, Lu Da shook his head. It didn't look like it. Fool, what have we been lacking lately? What have we been lacking? We haven't had enough to eat. My stomach is still growling. We got up too early. I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open. And my clothes need changing. Li Pingyan gave up on Lu Da understanding and turned to the more reliable Hui Yun. What we need most now is money. Could it be that these chests? All money. Lu Da's interest was piqued. He no longer complained of drowsiness. Li Pingyan casually opened a large chest. The gold inside dazzled Lu Da's eyes.
Good heavens, it's gold. Miss, you're incredible. How did you get your hands on gold? Did you steal it? Get lost. Can't you say something nice? Huiyan looked at Li Pingyan seriously, wanting to know where the money came from. Don't worry about where the money came from. It's from legitimate channels. As for these banknotes, they're a huge sum. I plan to use them mainly to build up the dock and port. The old bridges have rotted into wood. They need to be replaced or repaired. We've already taken over the dock, but we only have one boat. Use this money to buy more ships. Huiyan's gaze was firm. My father knows some shipwrights. They can work for us and build more vessels. Our dock will surely prosper. Huiyan's eyes were full of aspiration while Lu De had already fallen into the money pit. 450,000 taels of gold, a sum he had never seen in his lifetime. Li Pingyan entrusted all the money to Huiyan for managing the dock, while she set aside 1,000,000 taels of silver to complete her tasks. Lu De stopped grinning foolishly. Come with me tomorrow to secure the storefront we had our eyes on. We're going to open a chain of stores. Right away, miss. With money, everything is easy. I'll make sure everything is in order for you. While Li Pingyan was celebrating with her 450,000 taels of gold, Xie Xingji sat in his chair holding a small celadone porcelain bottle. Have you found anything? Sir, the auction house is very tight-lipped. We couldn't trace the customer at all. As for the antidote pill, the owner remains unknown. Look at this little bottle. Quite exquisite. Trace its origin. Such a small bottle was common on every street. Finding its source was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I've also traced the 3 imperial physicians you asked about. This matter seems to be connected to He Tianhua. Would you like to pay him a visit, sir? Xie Xingji sat in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. In truth, he was struggling to suppress the pain racking his body. Since childhood, Xie Xingji had been afflicted with fire poison. The poison was exceptionally venomous. Whenever it flared up, he felt as though he were being roasted in flames. In his youth, it attacked once a year. Now it struck once a month, growing ever more frequent. Only by staying in the heavenly pool of Tianji Pavilion could he suppress the poison's eruption and alleviate some of the pain. Whenever the fire poison flared, Xie Xingji's irises would turn red. Now even his hair was tinged with red. Only after the poison subsided would his eyes return to their normal black. Holding the ordinary little medicine bottle, Xie Xingji could not help but sniff it. The fire poison was due to strike tonight, without fail. Carefully inhaling the medicinal aroma of the pill, Xie Xingji felt his mind relax and his pain ease. The emperor has just infected me as a prince. If I rush to the imperial physicians, what will outsiders think? Qingzhou stood silently beside Xie Xingji, eyes downcast. Since this pill is connected to He Tianhua, have someone investigate whom he has met recently. Who has he spoken to, and what was said? That shouldn't be too hard to find out, should it? Yes, sir. I'll have it done immediately. As the toxin flared up, Xie Xingji's body gradually flushed crimson. The familiar pain struck once more, and even though he had long grown accustomed to it, he could not help but let out several muffled groans. His head throbbed as though 1,000 ants were crawling and tearing within his skull. The pain, so excruciating, he wanted to hurl himself against the wall. He had suffered from this fire toxin since childhood, and despite seeking medical treatment for years, no cure had ever been found. Even within the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, no path to a remedy had been discovered. Xie Xingji should have lost all hope. But just 2 days prior, 4 antidote pills had been unexpectedly acquired. He had paid them no mind, but when Song Lan heard about them, she insisted on purchasing them, claiming that since they had been examined by 3 imperial physicians, they would certainly prove effective against his fire toxin. Upon receiving them, Xie Xingji realized he had greatly underestimated these pills. Even the fire toxin that had left the imperial physicians utterly helpless seemed to ease at the mere whisper of their scent, bringing relief to his entire body. Regardless of whether the pills would truly prove effective, they would at least grant him a moment's respite. Suddenly, he felt the burning sensation within him intensify, rapidly pushing him to the brink of collapse. Clutching a porcelain vial, he threw a pill into his mouth. Unlike ordinary pills, this one carried a bittersweet taste upon entering his mouth, and the agony intensified further. Yet once it reached his dantian, a miraculous coolness spread through him, subduing half of his suffering. Could there truly exist a remedy capable of suppressing the fire toxin? Xie Xingji gazed at the vial in his hand.
If he could locate the one who crafted this elixir, would that mean his affliction could finally be cured? The fire toxin typically raged through the night, yet Xie had recovered before dawn thanks to 2 antidote pills. Sir, why have you come out? Qingzhou had been faithfully keeping watch at the door. In all his past experiences with the fire toxin, his master had always appeared completely undone, never in the spirited state he was now. Go investigate everyone He Tianhua has come into contact with, especially over the past few days. Identify who has interacted with him and locate that alchemist. But didn't you say? Could this mean the antidote pills are actually effective? Yes. This subordinate will see it done immediately. Qingzhou's delight was immediately evident on his face. And one more thing, Xie quickly interjected, do not disturb that revered expert. I shall seek out the medicine myself. Sir, given your status, it's truly not necessary. There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. 2 antidote pills remained. Xie kept one close at hand, while taking the other for analysis. Should they manage to uncover the method of its creation, that would be ideal. By the time dawn began to break, Qingzhou had already returned. Have you finished the investigation? Yes. He Tianhua's whereabouts over the past few days are all recorded here. Qingzhou presented a small booklet filled entirely with names. Xie skimmed through it briefly but found nothing but records of people seeking medical treatment and remedies, completely worthless. Just as Xie was about to personally seek out Master He for answers, he suddenly spotted a name in that booklet. Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan, 17 years of age, betrothed to Shun Juanhe, the son of Magistrate Shun. She currently operates a food shop and holds a dock in her possession. With over 100 subordinates under her command, she nevertheless struggles to make ends meet and may find it difficult to sustain herself. Qingzhou had already memorized these details, knowing full well his master would ask about this woman. Li Pingyan truly left a lasting impression. He could clearly recall that this woman possessed his identification token. However, the last time Xie had seen Li Pingyan, she was still a young girl being bullied and oppressed. Looking at her activities over the past month, she not only reclaimed a shop, but also managed to seize back the Danyang dock right from the jaws of danger. By all accounts, this woman was indeed peculiar. Although this girl is strange, the powerful person we're looking for certainly isn't someone so young. Search again. Yes. Have you located the salt merchant ships? We're still in negotiations. Although there are quite a few merchant vessel owners, most don't meet your standards. As per your instructions, we've already filtered out all those with fewer than 30 ships. Aside from those imperial merchants, only these remain. Qingzhou produced another small booklet neatly listing the names of several merchant caravans. Xie merely glanced at it and memorized everything upon it. Pack your things and head to Pingyang County. What? Why are you going to Pingyang County all of a sudden? Haven't you forgotten about the lectures you promised His Majesty? I did agree to hold lectures for His Majesty, but he never specified a location. Since that revered master is in Pingyang County, why not take a look? There was another detail he had not mentioned, that according to his investigation, his father had visited Pingyang County before his death, though it remained unclear what he had gone there to do or whom he had met. Holding the only stone carving his father had left behind, Xie drifted into thought. By broad daylight, news had spread like wildfire that Xie, the director of the Guozijian, intended to establish lectures in the modest county town of Pingyang. Inside the Songxiao spicy hot pot shop, a group of people gathered to discuss the matter. Who would have thought that even the director of the Imperial Academy would set his sights on our blessed land, coming all the way here for a lecture? Exactly. Who could blame them when our area boasts such fine feng shui and remarkable talent? Li Chuchu sat in the farthest corner of the Songxia spicy hot pot shop. She had no interest in the Imperial Academy lectures. She had been coming here for 3 consecutive days without catching even a glimpse of young Master Zheng. Would her plan fail? Li Chuchu worried in her heart. Young Master Zheng's family were imperial merchants. They had seen every kind of woman imaginable. Could she truly seduce him? Li Chuchu self-consciously touched the scar on her face. Though the scar had faded in size, it still remained, making the already insecure girl feel even less confident. "Oh, miss, you're here again." The waiter had spotted this young woman repeatedly over the past several days. Their shop was already quiet enough, and a girl so youthful easily caught his attention. "Yes.
Waiter, let me ask you. Your boss, young Master Zheng, why hasn't he come to the shop lately? The waiter hadn't expected this young woman to be seeking out the proprietor. You're asking about the boss. He's returned to the capital saying there are important matters to attend to. We don't know the details. Is there something you need regarding young Master Zheng? Li Chuchu hesitated, stammering for a long moment. I'm Li Chuchu. When your young master returns, could you please tell him that I'm Li Pingyan's elder sister? I've harbored feelings for him for some time now, and I was wondering if there might be an opportunity to share a meal together. Li Chuchu pressed the pre-written letter into the waiter's hands. Thank you for your trouble. The waiter watched Li Chuchu flee in a fluster, then weighed the silver coin that had come with the letter in his palm. Quite generous. I'm in a good mood, so I might just speak on your behalf. The waiter was thoroughly pleased when, to his surprise, Zheng Chun returned just moments after Li Chuchu had departed. Greetings, young Master Zheng. Zheng Chun was lost in thought, replaying his grandfather's words to him. As imperial merchants, they sometimes faced difficult choices. Prince Anding had barely been granted his title when he was entrusted with the critical task of reorganizing the salt and iron monopolies. Though no explicit law forbade private salt trafficking, everyone understood the reality. Small-scale operations might turn a blind eye, but anything beyond a certain threshold would face severe crackdowns. Consequently, many imperial merchants and ordinary traders alike would smuggle private salt during their shipping ventures. The extent of their smuggling varied from person to person. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that both salt and iron yielded enormous profits. Young master, this letter is from a young lady, surnamed Li. Throw it away. Zheng Chun had no patience for women of loose character. He preferred those who were reserved and demure. She also claimed to be Li Pingyan's elder sister. Zheng Chun briefly glanced through the letter written by Li Chuchu. The meaning was clear, a blatant expression of admiration and reverence along with her attention-grabbing identity as Li Pingyan's elder sister. Although she was only a cousin, she could still be used. What does the young master plan to do? The shop assistant eagerly rubbed his hands, watching Zheng's expression. Well done. Here's your reward. He tossed a silver ingot which landed precisely in the shop assistant's hand. With this transaction, the assistant had made a handsome profit. According to Li Chuchu's plan, the two of them agreed to meet tomorrow evening at Shaobei Lake to pour out their hearts. Since having money, Li Pingyan had become much more confident and bold in her actions. She first took out 500,000 taels of silver to purchase the shop she had previously set her sights on. Since the shop was originally a pharmacy, it required renovation and refurbishment before it could be put into use. As it was a franchise of Pingyan Malatang, Li Pingyan entrusted all the renovation matters to Zhou Wei. Fortunately, Zhou Wei lived up to expectations and handled things methodically, which greatly relieved Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan went to the pharmacy more and more frequently. The newly made alchemy furnace was indeed much more efficient than ordinary cauldrons. Moreover, while Li Pingyan used to fail most of the time when refining detoxification pills, now she could easily refine mid-grade detoxification pills. One can never have too many pills. Li Pingyan stored all these pills in her storage pouch for emergencies. It was also time to prepare to refine new pills. As soon as she sat down beside the alchemy furnace, Li Pingyan received a message from the system. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Test the small merchant ship and successfully catch 1 ton of carp. Reward wisdom of the ocean, usable for 1 day only. Another side quest has appeared. Li Pingyan looked at the content. It wasn't difficult, but what was the wisdom of the ocean? Luda and the others had already familiarized themselves with the operation of the small merchant ship. Since there was nothing else to do and the dock was completely deserted, she might as well let them take it out for practice. After giving the orders, Li Pingyan sat back down in front of the alchemy furnace. Skillfully placing the herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one, Li Pingyan carefully controlled the heat. This time she intended to refine the nourishing spirit pill. According to the records in the inferior alchemy manual, the nourishing spirit pill was used to nurture the primordial spirit. They were all just ordinary mortals with weak flesh, and they had only a superficial understanding of such a thing as the primordial spirit. Li Pingyan didn't care about anything else. She only knew that if she successfully refined the nourishing spirit pill, she would gain 5 luck points. Then she would have accumulated 50 luck points. The higher the luck points, the greater her chance of survival. After throwing the last rare herb into the furnace, thick, black,
Smoke suddenly rose from within. The entire room was filled with a burnt smell. Li Pingyan covered her mouth and nose while checking the heat. She must not fail again if this was her last batch of herbs. Li Pingyan touched her grimy face. Even though she was used to explosions, she still couldn't get used to being covered in soot and dirt. Boom. After another small explosion, Li Pingyan felt disheartened. The nourishing spirit pill was indeed difficult to refine. How many times had this been? Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have developed a low-grade nourishing spirit pill. Your luck points 5, current total luck points 50. Li Pingyan, her face completely blackened, unexpectedly heard the system notification. Did she hear that correctly? The nourishing spirit pill was successfully refined. Ignoring the dirt on her body, Li Pingyan quickly searched inside the alchemy furnace. After rummaging to the very bottom, she finally found a gilded pill at the deepest part. The nourishing spirit pill. This is the nourishing spirit pill. After enduring countless hardships, Li Pingyan had finally succeeded in refining it. Li Pingyan wept with joy. Wasn't it a failure just now? How did it suddenly succeed? Putting aside these questions, after absorbing the medicinal energy, Li Pingyan put this precious nourishing spirit pill into her storage pouch. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never take out such a valuable pill. Having this alchemy furnace really made a difference. The Pingyan Malatang franchise was being renovated with great enthusiasm. The small merchant ship obtained from the quest was also running smoothly on the water. When Hui Yun brought over a dozen shipwrights, Li Pingyan's side quest was almost complete. This is Miss Li. Hui Yun introduced them. Miss, they are shipwrights my father knew before. With them we can spend less money when purchasing ships. Li Pingyan nodded to acknowledge them. I think you have seen the situation at Danyang Dock. To be honest, although we are currently blockaded, it doesn't mean we have no way out. Rest assured, regarding the shipbuilding, you will not be shortchanged. These shipwrights were also painstakingly recruited by Hui Yun. Skilled craftsmen like them were rare and hard to come by. A so-called fleet was not just about having one ship, and those shipwrights had only agreed to come thanks to Old Master Hu's reputation. Miss Li is too kind. We take money and do the job. We will certainly do our best for you. Having gained their approval, Li Pingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, Zheng Chen arrived at Xiaobei Lake. There were not many people around, and there was a sea of flowers perfect for a romantic date. Zheng Chen held the letter in his hand. Seeing that the Pingyan Malatang franchise was about to open, his Songsha Malatang had even fewer customers. This meant that his trial outside had failed, and once he returned, the power of managing the household would surely fall to someone else. As the eldest son and legitimate heir of the Zheng family, since childhood his mother had instilled in him the idea that he would inherit the family business, and everything of the Zheng family belonged to him. If one day all these easily obtainable things were taken by someone else, how could Zheng Chen bear it? Thinking of a way to turn Pingyan Malatang into Songsha Malatang, that was a good idea. But to truly replace Pingyan Malatang, he had to find out who her supplier was. What was the recipe for those magical dipping sauces? Perhaps he could extract some useful information from Li Chuchu. Are you Li Chuchu, Miss Li? Li Chuchu had already been waiting at Xiaobei Lake. Fang Qingwan had told her that Zheng Chen would definitely come, so she told her to wait patiently. Finally, Li Chuchu heard that long-awaited voice. Although still a bit insecure, the graceful and elegant Li Chuchu immediately caught Zheng Chen's attention. Young Master Zheng, I am Li Chuchu. Unlike the boldness in the letter, this girl was quite reserved. Zheng Chen carefully examined Li Chuchu's face, confirming that he had indeed never seen her before, then gave a slight smile. Miss Li, I received your letter yesterday. Although I admire your courage, I wish to establish my career before starting a family. Lest I disappoint your sincere feelings, I have come here specially. Upon hearing this, Li Chuchu was extremely excited and moved. She knew that young Master Zheng must be a sentimental person. Even if he was rejecting her, he came in person. You want to establish your career before starting a family, I don't oppose that. As long as young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng. What? Zheng Chen's eyes darkened, staring intently at the shy Li Chuchu. As long as young Master Zheng knows that you are in my heart, that's enough. Miss Li, I'm afraid you didn't understand my meaning. I mean, I've recently encountered a thorny problem that I can't solve for the time being, and it might even affect my position as the legitimate heir. Therefore, I don't want to talk about romantic matters now. Do you understand? Hearing this, Li Chuchu realized that young Master Zheng also had a problem, one that could affect his position as the legitimate heir. What difficulty have you encountered? I might be able to help you. That was exactly what he was waiting for. The fish had taken the bait, but it was not yet time to pull the line. Zheng Chen feigned pain and said, "How could Miss Li possibly help me with my troubles? Tell me, maybe I really can help you." Li Chuchu urged. Did that waiter not tell Master Zheng that she was Li Ping'an's cousin? If the problem troubling Master Zheng truly was related to Ping'an Malatang, she might indeed be able to lend a hand. Zheng Chun told Li Chuchu about his trial. Had it not been for this 3-month-long ordeal, I would not be stuck in this small county tending to such a desolate shop. Master Zheng had grand ambitions. Li Chuchu understood that well. Perhaps you do not know, but I have some connection to that Ping'an Malatang. At this moment, Li Chuchu finally revealed her hand. Oh, can you find a way to revive my business? Meeting Zheng Chen's earnest gaze, Li Chuchu blushed and nodded. In the past, my cousin Ping'an always listened to me. If I ask her for it, she will surely give me the recipe. Li Chuchu was confident that by helping Zheng Chun complete his trial and earning his trust, he would see her in a new light. Then would she still have to worry about winning his heart? The two sat by the small north lake, enjoying the twilight scenery. They chatted about wind and snow, poetry and songs. Li Chuchu felt they were perfectly matched, until late at night when they finally parted. Li Chuchu crept home, careful not to wake her parents, and chose to enter through the back door. Miss, why are you back so late? Ah, Li Chuchu was startled by the mask. Lu Qing'an, it's you again. Why do you always wander around with that creepy mask? Don't you know it's terrifying? Lu Qing'an awkwardly touched his mask, then shyly adjusted it. He had picked it out with such care, yet it was still despised. I won't wear it next time. But Miss, why are you so late tonight? Do you know that I know that everyone is worried? Aren't father and mother already asleep? Mind your own business. Humph. Li Chuchu turned and walked away. Lu Qing'an watched her figure fade into the distance until she disappeared from sight. After several days of clattering and hammering, the pharmacy was finally transformed into Li Ping'an's desired form. Compared to the first Ping'an Malatang shop, this pharmacy was twice its size. Not only were there seats on the ground floor, but the second floor also had several private rooms to accommodate different customers. This shop cost a full 1 million taels of silver and was built with great fanfare under everyone's gaze. Thanks to the promotion from the first Malatang shop, even before it opened, this second shop had already sparked considerable anticipation. Li Ping'an had just rushed over from the dock to prepare for the opening. The shipwrights from the dock had already arrived one after another, and the shipbuilding work was underway. And the Malatang chain shop was also completed. Zhou Wei have the staff finish their training. Rest assured, young master. This time I handpicked every one of them and made them sign indentured contracts. There will be no more of those filthy things. Be careful, especially in the kitchen. Never let strangers enter. Understood, young master. Hang the signboard. We are ready to open. Joyful smiles adorned everyone's faces, and Li Ping'an was no exception. For this opening, Li Ping'an finally used the big red flower she had prepared earlier. After a simple ribbon-cutting ceremony, Ping'an Malatang chain store was officially declared open. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task content: open a Malatang chain store. Task reward: face-shaping puppet 1. The moment the opening was announced, the reward arrived. As soon as the chain store opened, it was packed with customers. It stood in stark contrast to the nearby Songxia Malatang, which was deserted. Li Ping'an once again felt the joy of being wealthy. But no matter how much money one had, it could not last forever. Shipbuilding was like a bottomless pit. Li Ping'an had handed over all her money to Huiyun. Before even a glimpse of the ship, a third of the funds had already been spent. Relying solely on the 2 Malatang shops was nowhere near enough to cover the dock and shipbuilding expenses. She had to find another way to make money. Li Ping'an decided that before meeting the archivist and revitalizing the Danyang dock, she would take a small merchant ship to sea and fish. Sitting on the small merchant ship, Li Ping'an studied the task reward: the face-shaping puppet. It was like playing with a computer character creator. Adjusting various parameters changed the puppet's appearance. What the hell is this thing? Li Ping'an fiddled with it, molding the puppet into various shapes. Finally, what appeared before her was a man in flowing white robes with skin as white as snow and a pair of crimson eyes. Li Ping'an stared at the puppet, momentarily stunned. It was the archivist Xie. It was an exact likeness, as if the real man stood before her. Even though she knew it was fake, Li Pingyan could not help blushing and her heart racing. She dared not look directly at it. Why had she molded him out of nowhere? Hastily restoring the puppet to its default settings, Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she notice that the puppet had an incredible function. Life substitution. Li Pingyan read the description attached: the puppet to a person. If danger strikes, the puppet can be used to substitute for that person's life. This was a wonderful item. It was equivalent to gaining an extra life. Even though the puppet could be shaped into any form, Li Pingyan decisively molded it into her own likeness. Thus her own safety was ensured. Should an accident occur, she would not die without a proper burial. By the time the small merchant ship docked, Li Pingyan had finished shaping the puppet. "Miss, the ship has docked. I think the crew has trained enough. How about we call it a day?" "Wait." Li Pingyan stopped him. Hui Yun gathered the men, and together with Lu Da haul in the fishing net at the stern. "Let's see what good things we've caught." Only then did Hui Yun realize that the small merchant ship had a fishing net trailing behind. "Yes, I'll go at once." Hui Yun and Lu Da led the sailors to the stern and began pulling in the net. "Wow, we've caught so many fish." The crew's spirits lifted, dispelling the gloom of recent days without orders. A joyful smile spread across Li Pingyan's face as well. The net was full of fish, at least 5 tons in weight. A bountiful haul. Quickly organize the men to distribute these fish. Let everyone improve their meals. Sell the surplus. Lu Da exclaimed excitedly. "All right, got it." The Danyang dock instantly buzzed with activity. Outsiders looked on curiously. "Look, it's that ship." A man shouted, "They've caught a lot of fish. Everyone come and see." After days of silence, the Danyang dock was lively once more. This time the men in black could not stop it. They could only watch helplessly as the crowd swarmed the dock, surrounding it completely. In the end, all 5 tons of fish were sold. Li Pingyan decided to distribute all the money to the workers under her command. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. The quest was to use the small merchant ship and successfully catch 1 ton of carp. Quest reward: wisdom of the ocean. Valid for 1 day only. Finally, the side quest was completed, and the reward wisdom of the ocean was obtained. Li Pingyan took a brief look. The wisdom of the ocean was a virtual browser, but far more advanced, covering knowledge from various dimensional spaces. The ocean embraces all rivers, and its capacity is vast. Hence it was called wisdom of the ocean. Unfortunately, it was only usable for 1 day. Ding dong, the quest reward wisdom of the ocean has been issued. Please check your inventory, host. Ding dong, do you wish to lock the dimensional space? Lock. With the wisdom of the ocean, Li Pingyan would find it much easier to pass the archivist's entrance exam. Only by standing out could she hope for a private meeting with Xie. Li Pingyan held the identity token of Xie. It was a gift from him when she accidentally trespassed into the Guozijian last time. With this token, meeting Xie was extremely simple, but getting him to agree to cooperate with her was utterly impossible. Looking at the exquisitely carved wooden plaque, Li Pingyan put it back in its place, having decided not to use it. The time and location of the Chancellor's lecture had been posted on the bulletin board. "Miss, the bulletin board is just ahead." Lu Da led Li Pingyan, squeezing through the crowd. Although the Chancellor set the lecture in Pingyang County, which has brought many talented young men to the town and improved our business, the crowd is just too dense. Lu Da pushed ahead, followed by Li Pingyan, with Hui Yun guarding the rear. Because many talented young men had come to the town, quite a few older unmarried women gathered at the crossroads, throwing embroidered purses at any husband candidate they fancied. Even Hui Yun received a few. "Who would have thought, Hui Yun, you have such charm?" Li Pingyan and Lu Da teased. Hui Yun blushed. "Miss, don't misunderstand. I don't know them at all." Li Pingyan and Lu Da mocked. "No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding." Hui Yun watched his mistress laugh and walk away, shook his head, tossed the purse in his hand, and hurried after her. "Miss, wait for me." A purse landed in Shun Juan's hand. He looked in confusion at the figures that had disappeared, in an instant furrowed his brow. Why was Li Pingyan here? "Brother Shin, it seems you're quite popular in our county." Shun Juanha turned to look at his fellow students only, then noticing the purse in his hand. He said smugly, "What's the use of being popular? I already have a fiancé. No matter how many they throw, they have no chance." Hearing Shin Juanha's resolute words, the scholars following him chimed in, Indeed, indeed. That Li Pingyan is fortunate to have landed such a good husband. You'll be married in less than half a month. This is a big event in our county. Don't forget to invite us, brothers. Shen Juanhe's eyes flickered, of course. But right now I'm worried about the entrance exam. Last time the chancellor appeared, we missed the chance to see him. This time I must attend the lecture. Shen Juanhe's gaze was firm. Any scholar would blindly worship the chancellor. Xiesingji was the object of Shen Juanhe's admiration. He dreamed of meeting the chancellor even in his sleep. The group arrived at the exam paper distribution site. The venue was filled with tables, and the questions were obtained by drawing lots. The venue was limited, and the chancellor's voice could only carry so far, so only those seated in the first 15 rows could hear him clearly. To sit in the front 15 rows, one had to draw a more difficult question to qualify. Li Pingyan stood before the lottery box looking at the packed crowd, most of whom had come from the capital. She couldn't afford to offend a single one of them. To avoid being noticed, Li Pingyan decided to be cautious and low-key. She glanced at the system's luck attribute 50. She took a deep breath, silently praying, "Heaven bless me, may I draw an advanced question." Slowly reaching her hand in. Swallowing nervously, Li Pingyan looked down at the slip she had drawn. What is the meaning of Chan Zen? This was the question. Li Pingyan didn't know whether this was an advanced or basic question, but in terms of Chan it was a highly open-ended topic. After drawing the question, Li Pingyan took the slip and went to his seat to answer. She took a deep breath. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she opened the Ocean of Wisdom, her cheating tool. No matter in which world, the meaning of Chan was something profoundly mysterious. Opening the search function, Li Pingyan mentally input, "What is the meaning of Chan?" However, the search result was astonishing. Chan meaning, akin to Chan heart. Chan heart. What kind of answer was that? It was tantamount to saying nothing. Sitting on the chair, Li Pingyan took several more deep breaths. In the Ocean of Wisdom search bar, she searched again. What is Chan heart? Chan heart. A state of pure, tranquil, and settled mind. Li Pingyan sat on the chair holding the answer sheet in one hand and a brush pen in the other, panting heavily. This search result left her completely baffled. What Ocean of Wisdom? What damn system? It's tricking me. Searching for Chan meaning and Chan heart yielded no answer. Looks like I'll have to think on my own. There were already very few women taking the entrance exam, and Li Pingyan sat cross-legged on the chair, perfectly upright, quickly attracting the attention of the onlookers. "Hey, brother Shen, that woman looks so familiar to me." Shen Juanhe followed the direction of the man's finger and looked inside. Sitting inside was unmistakably his fiancée Li Pingyan. So he hadn't been mistaken earlier. Why wasn't she at home tending to her shop, coming to a place like this instead? What a disgrace. And in the very situation Shen Juanhe cared about most. Really, she looks very unfamiliar to me. Unwilling to dwell on it with his classmates, Shen Juanhe could only pull him away quickly. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan sat on the chair, as if in meditation, lacking only a wooden fish before her. She tried hard to recall. Buddha said, "Chan heart at dusk is undivided, silent practice is selfless." Buddha said, "Chan heart silently, 3 abysses still like a gentle breeze in a secluded valley." Buddha said, "Chan heart has become cack and stained with mud, do not dance to the spring breeze like a partridge." Buddha said, "Chan heart is like a withered tree in winter, enduring the truth while dragging through mud and water." So what is the true Chan heart? Li Pingyan's heart gradually settled her mind, neither empty nor full, neither thinking nor not thinking. She suddenly thought of Master Huineng's Bodhi verse. Bodhi originally has no tree, the bright mirror is not a stand. Buddha nature is always pure, where can dust alight? The mind is the Bodhi tree, the body is the bright mirror stand. The bright mirror is originally pure, where can it be stained by dust? Bodhi originally has no tree, the bright mirror is not a stand. Originally there is not a single thing, where can dust gather? Bodhi is sought only within the mind, why trouble to seek the mysterious outside? It is said that by cultivating accordingly the Western paradise is right before you. Yes, that's it. Originally there is not a single thing, where can dust gather? Li Pingyan, not knowing how long she had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up with a swift motion. I know. The crowd was already watching her. Now everyone present turned to look at this strikingly beautiful woman. Originally there is not a single thing, where can dust gather? Rip. The answer sheet was torn directly. Li Pingyan placed it together with the question into an envelope. With a determined gaze, she walked to the examiner and respectfully presented her test paper. Sir, this is my answer. After speaking, she turned and left. Elegantly, without a hint of hesitation. The chief examiner held the answer staring blankly, then realized, outrageous. Outrageous. This is an examination hall, not a place for fooling around. Outrageous. Only women and petty people are hard to deal with. Until the dashing figure departed, the others finally came to their senses. Brother Shen, isn't that your fiancé, Li Pingyan? Indeed, Brother Shen, how can your fiancé be so arrogant? This is too audacious. This is the entrance examination for the Chancellor's lecture. How could she tear up the test paper? She's embarrassing you, Brother Shen. The more the others spoke, the angrier Shun Juanha became. That was Chancellor Xia. That unattainable figure. Did Li Pingyan, that woman, think this was her private shop, where she could do as she pleased? Enough, stop talking. Just pretend I don't know her. So embarrassing, such bad luck. Why must she make a scene here? Of all places, the entrance examination venue. Right in front of his fellow students. Shen Juanha no longer wanted to boast that Li Pingyan was his fiancée. He glanced at the young ladies who had arrived by carriage. These were all daughters of noble families from the capital. If he could befriend any of these young ladies, it would become a great boost to Shun Juanha's life. Xie Xingji sat in a tranquil courtyard sipping tea while listening to Qingzhou's report. There are two routes for transporting salt, one by land, one by water. Both routes are infested with bandits, but the land route is relatively more difficult. Now both routes are in the hands of the imperial merchants. But they are in collusion, accustomed to lining their own pockets, and their relationships are intricate. Neither side is a good choice. Qingzhou sighed. What a hot potato. The emperor had entrusted the management of such important salt and iron transportation to the master. Navigating these networks of relationships, Qingzhou was sweating for the master. The emperor wants to control salt and iron, but the major powers have already taken a share and naturally refuse. For such a lucrative commodity as salt and iron, these imperial merchants certainly have their own schemes. Trying to use them for transport is extremely difficult. Hasn't the Zheng family already extended an olive branch? Why doesn't the master consider it? Xie Xingji's eyes had returned to their dark hue as he lowered his head to stare at the small medicine bottle in his hand. He opened the lid and brought it close to his nose, inhaling deeply. The Zheng family. They have always wanted to send their eldest legitimate daughter to me as a concubine. Clearly they want to profit from me. Do you think I would give them that chance? Qingzhou lowered his head. The master was always meticulous in his actions and would never engage in such private transactions. My lord, Chancellor. At that moment, an urgent and angry voice came from outside. Go and see what's the matter. Xie Xingji habitually closed the lid of the small porcelain bottle and carefully placed it into his bosom. My lord. Qingzhou returned and knelt urgently on the ground. It's a disturbance at the examination hall. Oh, what happened? An examiner was seen kneeling on the ground, holding a torn piece of paper in his hands. Chancellor. The elderly man, over 50 years old, knelt devoutly on the ground, never daring to raise his head. As you command, my lord. The advanced examination hall indeed produced a heresy. Xie Xingji had not been hopeful, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. Speak. This is the examination paper done by a young lady named Li Pingyan. Please have a look, my lord. Qingzhou brought over a tray. Xie Xingji picked up the envelope inside and drew out the exam paper. What is the essence of Zen? So it was this question. He eagerly took out the answer sheet, but it was completely blank, not a single word written. Moreover, the answer sheet had been torn. What did you just say this candidate's name is? In reply, my lord, it is a woman named Li Pingyan. The chief examiner remained kneeling, not daring to look up. Xie Xingji's eyebrows twitched when he heard the name Li Pingyan. So it's her. Looking at the white paper torn in half, Xie Xingji narrowed his eyes and asked, what happened at the time? The invigilator did not dare to be negligent and told Xie Xingji everything he had seen. After hearing this, Xie Xingji looked again at the torn answer. I understand. You may withdraw it. The chief examiner hesitated, still kneeling, and asked tentatively, that woman pass or fail? Xie Xingji looked at the invigilator. Pass. And put her in the front row. He wanted to see whether that woman had real talent or was just lucky. Master. Qingzhou looked at Xie Xingji in confusion. I know what you want to ask. Don't ask anything, because I can't be sure right now. Among all the exam papers, the only advanced level question was, what is the essence of Zen? Qingzhou walked closely beside Xiexingji. Was the master paying too much attention to that Li Pingyan? Master, where are we going? Qingzhou followed Xiexingji, hurrying forward. To find He Tianhua. Xiexingji had received news that He Tianhua had emerged from seclusion. It was time to pay a visit. The two arrived at the gate of He Tianhua's residence. There were still many patients at the door, but contrary to the attitude, when Li Pingyan had come, they immediately and tactfully departed upon seeing the noble carriage stop. The gate was opened directly. He Tianhua was kneeling in the courtyard awaiting Xiexingji's arrival. Greetings, Prince Anding. Rise. I have a request today, and I hope, Elder, he will be candid. He Tianhua bowed humbly. Yes. As long as Prince Anding asks, this old servant will tell everything without reservation. Xiexingji sat on a chair in the main hall and took out a small white jade bottle from his bosom. Elder He, do you recognize this? Elder He looked up. The bottle was extremely ordinary, but he inexplicably thought of the antidote pill. May I have it brought closer for this old man to examine carefully? Xiexingji handed the bottle to Qingzhou, who then passed it to He Tianhua. As soon as He Tianhua took it, the rich fragrance wafted toward him. It was indeed the antidote pill. Sure enough, this antidote pill had eventually fallen into the hands of the Chancellor. And the Chancellor's appearance here was probably the result of early investigation. Lying now would undoubtedly be an offense against a superior. This is the antidote pill. Then does Elder He know the origin of this antidote pill? Elder He quickly shook his head. At the time, I only acted as an examiner, confirming that this medicine was a miraculous cure of the world. But I do not know its origin. Xiexingji's eyes deepened. Elder, you should think carefully before speaking. He Tianhua's bowed head lowered even further. Elder, do you know that I never fight a battle without assurance? If I were not certain that you knew the clues, I would never have come. He Tianhua's heart skipped a beat. Since the Chancellor puts it that way, I will not conceal it. I do know the person who made this pill, but I have promised her that I will never divulge her identity. The Chancellor, as a model for all scholars under heaven, should understand the principle that a promise is worth 1,000 gold. Please, Chancellor, do not trouble this old servant. He Tianhua knelt and kowtowed. He did not know the temperament of this Chancellor, who held unparalleled power and prestige. He could only gamble. He gambled that this model of all scholars was indeed an upright and honorable man. Since Elder He has promised that, Master, I will not press you. But you must answer 2 questions. He Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bowed respectfully. Chancellor, please ask. Does that master also reside in this Pingyang County? He Tianhua hesitated for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The master is indeed in Pingyang County. Then is this antidote pill the master's ultimate life's work? Even He Tianhua said that this antidote pill was a peerless treasure of the world, so it must have extraordinary qualities. By asking this, Xiexingji was undoubtedly probing the depth of that master. He Tianhua smiled and shook his head. This old man believes not. She has boundless prospects. Xiexingji's eyes lit up. Having obtained a satisfactory answer, he no longer troubled He Tianhua. He turned and left with Qingzhou. As they left, Qingzhou's steps were light. Master, there is a master with boundless prospects living in this Pingyang County. How wonderful. The fire poison on your body can probably be suppressed. But Xiexingji was not so optimistic. Don't celebrate too soon. We don't know whether he is friend or foe. But since his alchemy skills are superb, we must find him as soon as possible and try to recruit him for our own use. Yes, Master. I'll take care of it right away. In the darkness, an unknown corner. Before Eunuch Gao stood 3 people, the one on the far, and being his apprentice and adopted son, Yin Dongfang. Greetings, Eunuch Gao. Greetings, Eunuch Gao. Eunuch Gao beamed, his plump face brimming with smiles. After much anticipation, I've finally summoned you too, Su Sha Zhu Bei. Eunuch Gao looked approvingly at the man and woman. Their demeanor was reserved yet sharp and decisive. These were masters ranked 17th and 53rd on the heavenly ranking. They were also Yin Dongfang's senior brother and sister. Eunuch Gao saved our lives. Since you have trouble, we will naturally lend our full support. Excellent. I summoned you to kill 2 people for me. Who? Could our junior brother not handle them? Zhu Bei turned to look at the disheveled Yin Dongfang. Yin Dongfang lowered his head. I was careless. His eyes blazed with hatred. He swore he would make Hui Yun suffer 1,000 cuts. Eunuch Gao, however, seemed unconcerned. One is easy, a girl named Li Pingyan. But note she has a formidable protector, Hui Yun. Strike when he is not by her side. Hui Yun. Zhu Bei looked at Yin Dongfang curiously. I've never heard of that name before. Yin Dongfang's one-eyed face flushed with shame. He was once my defeated opponent, but I know not what dark art he has practiced lately. His internal power surged in just a few days. It was he who gouged out my eye. A chill ran through Zhu Bei. What rank is this Hui Yun on the heavenly ranking? At this, Yin Dongfang's face grew even more embarrassed. He only appears on the earthly ranking, ranked 342nd. Zhu Bei sneered at Yin Dongfang. Dongfang, it seems your strength has waned considerably. Shen Luo looked at Eunuch Gao. Who is the other? He is the one who just returned from the Tianji Pavilion, Xingji. Quite a formidable opponent. Shen Luo and Zhu Bei exchanged glances, seeing the impossibility in each other's eyes. We can only guarantee killing Li Pingyan. As for Xingji's depth, we cannot be sure we can handle him. Eunuch Gao was not overly concerned. In that case, I'll trouble you both. After finishing the exam, Li Pingyan stepped out to find Hui Yun and Lu Da already waiting at the door. Miss, you're here. Seeing Li Pingyan, Hui Yun's eyes lit up. Oh, miss, Lu Da rubbed his growling stomach. What were you doing in there? Sitting there all morning. My stomach is starving. Li Pingyan looked at Lu Da's exaggerated expression. Was I in there that long? Of course. Lu Da's expression grew even more dramatic. Miss, you're so beautiful. You should at least cover your face. You don't know how many men stared at you with disgusting looks while you meditated. If Hui Yun hadn't stopped me, I'd have taught them a lesson long ago. Li Pingyan glanced at the sky. It was indeed noon. All right, I understand. How did you two do on the exam? Any hopes? Hui Yun and Lu Da looked crestfallen. Lu Da and I are but simple warriors. When it comes to literature, we are utterly clueless. Well, Li Pingyan didn't count on them. Let's go, I'm hungry too. Let's get something to eat. The exam results were announced at noon that day. So after eating, Li Pingyan and the others went to the bulletin board to see if their names were on the list. Hui Yun and Lu Da didn't hold out hope. Even if they barely made it, they'd only be at the periphery, unable to enter the inner circle. But Li Pingyan's name was clearly among the first few rows. Miss, look, isn't that your name? Lu Da beamed with pride. I knew it. You're amazing, miss. You made the list. Li Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her name. This step was a gamble. What is Zen? Zen resides in the heart. If that Xingji had been blind to her talent, she would have missed this opportunity. Fortunately, she was selected. Since you've been chosen, miss, you should go in quickly. Hui Yun looked worried. Although this was a lecture open to the public, those who sat in the front were either of noble status or extraordinary talent. Neither was someone they could afford to provoke. Moreover, there were very few women among the first 15 rows. As Li Pingyan entered, she immediately drew many eyes. After taking her seat, she noticed two people entering. A man and a woman, both dressed in opulent attire, clearly from wealthy and noble families. Oh, if it isn't young Master Zheng. I heard you opened a shop in this small town. I'll be sure to visit when I have time. It was Zheng Chun. Li Pingyan knew him and had specifically looked into him. He was the owner of Pine Mushroom Malatang and the mastermind behind the stolen recipe. She hadn't expected him to come in too. Beside Zheng Chun was a girl who looked quiet and gentle. Though her clothes were simple, they were far from ordinary. Even her outer robe was woven from mulberry silk. Thin as a cicada's wing, almost transparent. Such weaving craftsmanship was top-notch in this ancient era. No wonder they were imperial merchants. Truly wealthy. Li Pingyan kept her eyes forward, sitting calmly in her place. At that moment, Zheng Chun also spotted Li Pingyan. He hadn't expected that woman to have enough skill to sit here. Zheng Chun's eyes shifted. Little sister, see that woman. That's her. Outshine her, and I'll buy you your favorite jewelry and clothes when we get back. Zheng Rojin glanced at the corner with a faint smile. Brother, my target is not that woman. Grandfather's task for me is to win over the Grand Sacrificial Officer. Zheng Rojin looked at the seat on the high platform, her eyes filled with determination. Zheng Chun watched his sister, who excelled him in every way. If Zheng Rojin weren't his own blood sister, he would have killed her first. Fortunately, she was his sister, his own flesh and blood. Zheng Chun cast a cold glance at Li Pingyan sitting in the corner. No matter what his sister's goal was, the outcome would be the same. Everyone took their seats. The spacious hall was packed with people. Not only inside but also outside. Crowds jostled to peek in. As the one who emerged from the mysterious and sacred Tianji Pavilion, Xie Xingji inspired both curiosity and reverence. Greetings, Grand Sacrificial Officer. Li Pingyan rose with the crowd and bowed deeply. When she looked up, she met a pair of black eyes. Black eyes? Weren't they red? Puzzled, Li Pingyan gazed at Xie Xingji, who seemed to have noticed her long before. He had been watching her since he entered. Their eyes met briefly, then quickly looked away. Li Pingyan resumed her devout and respectful demeanor. Today's lecture exhortation to learning. After taking his seat, Xie Xingji swept a cold glance across the audience. All the students lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze as a sign of submission. Only one woman stared straight at him, Zheng Rojin. Since this was a lecture intended for the general public, opening with an exhortation to study was entirely fitting. Li Pingyan sat quietly in the corner. Having already awakened the wisdom of the sea, she needed to keep a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention, hoping instead to earn an opportunity to meet with the esteemed adult. At the very least, it would be a chance to converse with him as an equal. Gazing at the man directly ahead, Li Pingyan stole a glance at his eyes. During their previous encounters, she was certain the Juju Master's eyes had been red. So why had they turned black today? Li Pingyan was still lost in thought when a clear, gentle voice reached her from the stage, resonating like the earnest teachings of an elder, piercing straight to the heart. Accumulate soil to form a mountain, and winds and rains will arise. Accumulate water to form an abyss, and dragons will be born. Accumulate goodness to cultivate virtue, and divine illumination will be attained, the sage heart complete. Xie Xingji gazed at the faces below, yet his thoughts drifted far into the distance. According to He Tianhua, this small city was home not only to a master of alchemy, but to one of extraordinary attainment. If this were truly the case, then perhaps his fire poison could finally be cured. Therefore, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 li. Without gathering tiny streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. A fine horse may leap, but cannot cover 10 paces. An inferior horse traveling for 10 days achieves the same distance through persistence. If one carves, and then stops, even rotten wood will not break. If one carves without ceasing, even metal and stone can be engraved. The voice paused, and Xie Xingji's gaze shifted toward Li Pingyan, who was making every effort to remain invisible in the corner. This woman, how did she have the leisure to attend such a lecture? Earthworms lack sharp claws and teeth, or strong sinews and bones, yet they eat dust from above and drink yellow springs from below, all due to focused intent. Crabs possess 6 legs and 2 pincers, yet can only dwell within snake and eel burrows, for their minds are restless. Esteemed master, I hold a different view. Zheng Chun sat respectfully on his chair, head bowed, desperately tugging at his younger sister's sleeve. Zheng Rojin, are you trying to risk your life? That is Juju Adaran Xie Xingji. What madness is this? Sit down at once. But Zheng Rojin shook off her brother's hand and whispered back to him. If I do not stand up, how will I catch his attention? A faint smile played on her lips, her eyes deepening. The master just said that a fine horse's leap cannot cover 10 paces, yet an inferior horse traveling for 10 days achieves the same through persistence. I disagree with his assessment. Zheng Rojin, standing immediately, stirred commotion around them. Who is this woman? How dare she contradict the Juju master? What audacious courage! Don't you know her? There have been many rumors about her these past few days. Oh brother, I'm new here and don't know the details. Tell me quickly. This woman is the legitimate eldest daughter of the renowned royal merchant house of Zheng Yuanji. Ho! So she comes from a distinguished family. No wonder she's so beautiful. I'd never heard of this Miss Zheng before. These past few days, however, she's been making waves. They say her stunning dance at the palace banquet outshone all other beauties, even surpassing Tang Fumin, the capital's foremost talented woman. So she's truly remarkable. Indeed, indeed. Zheng Rojin straightened her back and looked straight at the man seated on the high platform. Just as her grandfather had said, if you want something, you must take the initiative and seize it. Once she set her heart on something, she would grab it come what may. With this thought, Zheng Rojin grew even more fearless, lifting her chin higher still. I disagree with the Juju Master's viewpoint. Only then did Xie Xingji shift his gaze, turning away from Li Pingyan to look at the woman standing not far from her. This was the first time someone had interrupted his speech. Irritated, Xie Xingji reached for the small porcelain flask in his inner pocket. His hand had already slipped inside when he paused to reconsider. He ultimately returned the flask. Such a precious and rare pill was not something he could afford to risk losing under any circumstances. What are your thoughts on this, young lady? A fine horse's leap cannot cover 10 paces, while an inferior horse traveling for 10 days achieves the same through persistence. What I'm saying is, although a splendid steed's single bound falls short of 10 steps, and though an ordinary horse pulling a carriage for 10 days can still arrive, who in their right mind would choose an inferior horse? In this world, only the swiftest horses deserve reverence, while inferior ones are destined only for slaughter. They have no chance of being compared to fine steeds at all. Zheng Rojin gazed at Xie Xingji with deep admiration. A fine steed deserves a matching saddle. Someone of Xie Daren's greatness deserved only a woman as outstanding as herself by his side. Her proud posture, her striking beauty, her cutting words. Every aspect was suffocatingly impressive. Only in this way, she believed, could she command the Juju Master's true regard. Zheng Rojin seemed ready to receive praise and admiration. Yet the students around her fell completely silent. They had never expected anyone to dare contradict the Juju Master in such a setting. After all, the Juju Master was the model for every scholar and the exemplar for all who studied. Raised on a lofty pedestal since childhood, he could only be admired, only worshipped. No one had ever dared to contradict him. No one had ever thought to. The hall fell deathly silent, as though even a falling needle could be heard. It seemed all present awaited the Juju Master's response. Yet, Xie Xingji, seated upon the high platform, gazed calmly at the woman, his heart growing ever colder. This woman's words had met no opposition, so everyone truly shared this view. I disagree. Suddenly, a crisp, melodious female voice rose from the corner. All eyes turned toward that corner. The white-robed woman, previously unnoticed, slowly rose to her feet. Who is this woman? I don't know. I've never seen her before. The crowd below began murmuring. When Li Pingyan slowly lifted her head, her breathtaking beauty made even Zheng Rojin feel inadequate by comparison. Zheng Rojin's expression turned extremely ugly. She had imagined every possible scenario, but never once did she expect someone like this to emerge and challenge her. And this woman was clearly no ordinary person. Her stunning visage and composed, unflappable demeanor made it clear she was far from simple. I wonder what insight this young lady might offer. Zheng Rojin stared fiercely at Li Pingyan. Anyone standing in her way deserved to be removed. This young lady just said that only fine horses are worthy of education, of effort, of reverence, while inferior horses, regardless of whether they wish to strive, are nothing but prey, having no right to receive learning. Zheng Rojin lifted her chin high. Exactly. People of humble lineage for 8 generations. Let alone studying and reading, they can barely sustain a normal livelihood. Zheng Rojin flashed a mocking smile at just the right moment. Yet Li Pingyan remained perfectly calm. I wonder if this young lady has ever heard of the phrase, "There should be no class in education." Li Pingyan watched Zheng Rojin's expression shift to confusion and smiled ironically in return. So Ms. Zheng is truly so ignorant. I had thought you a fine steed, but it seems you are merely an inferior horse after all, never having heard of such a fundamental principle. It seems I must enlighten you. The radiance, confidence, beauty, sharpness, and excellence that had surrounded Zheng Rojin seemed to transfer entirely onto Li Pingyan. Every man in attendance turned their gaze squarely toward Li Pingyan. They too seemed eager to understand the meaning of education without discrimination. The master said education should be available to all without distinction. Li Pingyan gave a sly smile, watching Zheng Rojin's puzzled expression, and her grin grew even brighter. The master? What is that? Zheng Rojin had never encountered such a notion in any book she had read. She glared at Li Pingyan. This audacious woman spouting sheer nonsense. Flaunt her, and she'll puff up like a balloon. Call her ignorant, and she'll actually play the humble learner. Li Pingyan stepped closer to Zheng Rojin. The contrast between the two became all the more stark. One was arrogant and conceited, while the other surpassed even that. utterly insufferable beyond any rebuttal. You, Zheng Rojin was startled by the overwhelming aura radiating from Li Pinggan. Her once prideful arrogance, her haughty superiority, seemed to crumble into ruins in that very instant. You don't even know Confucius, yet you have the audacity to discuss the difference between a fine steed and an inferior horse. When you've acquired even a fraction of the perseverance and constancy of a poor horse, then come discuss with me what makes a fine steed and what makes an inferior one. When had Zheng Rojin ever been treated so? When had her confidence ever been trampled upon so mercilessly? Sheer fabrication. What manner of woman are you to dare spit such grandiose words before me? Since this Confucius you speak of is so renowned, then ask those present. Does anyone here know of this so-called great figure? Zheng Rojin's eyes reddened. She prided herself on having read extensively, yet she had never once heard of a great sage bearing the name Confucius. Sigh. Li Pinggan, refusing to grant Zheng Rojin any opportunity to retort, rose from her seat and began reciting with a self-satisfied air. The master said, "Is it not a joy to learn and repeat what has been learned from time to time? Is it not delightful to have friends coming from afar? Is he not a man of complete character who feels no discomposure though men may take no note of him?" The master said, "He who can learn from the old in order to understand the new may become a teacher." Zhigang asked, "Why was the posthumous title of one given to Kong Wenzi?" The master replied, "He was quick and eager to learn and was not ashamed to inquire of his inferiors. That is why he is styled one." Zhigang asked, "Is there one word that may serve as a rule of practice for one's entire life?" The master said, "Is it not reciprocity? What you do not wish for yourself, do not impose upon others." The master said, "When I walk alongside two others, they may serve as my teachers. I will select their virtues and follow them, and observe their shortcomings and correct them." The master said, "Learning without thought is labor lost. A thought without learning is perilous." The master said, "By you, shall I teach you what true knowledge is? To know what you know and to know what you do not know, that is true knowledge." The master stood by a river and said, "It flows onward like this never-ceasing day or night." The master also said, "I once went without food all day and sleep all night, endeavoring to reflect. It proved unavailing. It is better to learn." An entire incense stick's duration. Li Pinggan recited for a full incense stick's time. Every single sentence was a maxim of profound wisdom. Had these been recorded in any book, they would all be passages demanding careful deliberation, earnest contemplation, engraving upon one's mind, and etching into one's heart timeless truths. For teachings of such caliber to remain unspread would constitute a colossal injustice. For a sage of Confucius's stature to remain unknown would be nothing short of astonishing. Some were already unable to contain their eagerness, diligently transcribing these unheard-of maxims on a paper, revering them as priceless treasures. Regardless of whether Confucius truly existed in this world, the fact that someone could casually recite an entire incense stick's worth of profound wisdom left every scholar present questioning whether they too were genuinely as ignorant as accused. Li Pinggan held absolute confidence in victory. These were the words of sage Confucius herself. She was reciting the Analects with complete sincerity. Zheng Rojin's eyes nearly bulged from shock, her body trembling, utterly unable to believe what she was witnessing. Anyone could perceive that every statement within carried concise, yet accessible language, profound intent, and an elegant, restrained style. How could anyone claim ignorance of such? This is impossible. Where is this Confucius? What education for all? You fraudster! No one has ever read such a book. Zheng Rojin was thoroughly enraged, yet she found herself at a loss for composure. Who was this woman? Who exactly was she? Though Li Pinggan spoke extemporaneously, human nature being what it is, everyone present considered themselves erudite. Who would willingly admit to such ignorance? Li Pinggan remained calm, maintaining her enigmatic demeanor. Miss Xing truly believes no one has ever read this. Li Pinggan casually singled out a random individual. Have you read this book? It was an honest, unassuming scholar. Though he had not read it, he certainly had no intention of admitting his own ignorance. Yes, I have. Contrary to his conscience and steeling his nerves, the scholar confessed that he had read it. Once one person admitted it, the rest would follow. Have you read it? Naturally I have.
I've read since childhood. Indeed, I have read it as well. The chorus of agreement swelled. These proud scholars none would concede true ignorance. Nearly everyone claimed familiarity with the text, and only then did Li Pinggan turn her gaze back to Zheng Rojin. She merely shrugged, saying nothing, and returned to her seat. An open, unmasked mockery. Tears streaming, Zheng Rojin could only force herself to remain standing tall. Since all have heard of it, we may proceed. Let us return to the topic of fine steeds and inferior horses. Li Pinggan smiled confidently. She had successfully captured Xie Xingji's attention. The master said, one of above-average ability may be told higher truths, though one of below-average ability may not. Li Pinggan turned and faced Zheng Rojin directly. Does Miss Zheng understand what this means? Observing Zheng Rojin, trembling, and Zheng Chun beside her, eyes nearly spitting fire, Li Pinggan continued her explanation. The sage Confucius stated that those of above-average intelligence may be instructed in profound learning, but those below average cannot be taught such. Do you understand what this implies? Before Zheng Rojin could respond, Li Pinggan pressed on. Everyone possesses equal rights to education, yet one must practice differentiated instruction. Human intellect varies from birth, and teaching content and methods should be tailored to individual capacity. This is the orthodox approach. Differentiated instruction. Another lesson absorbed. Rustling sounds filled the air as students below brandished their brush pens, diligently recording everything. Since Miss Zheng considers learning the exclusive domain of nobility, then what purpose serves the grueling imperial examination system? Are you questioning His Majesty's decree? Are you mocking the scholarly commoners of the realm? I never took you for such an outspoken individual. You? I said nothing. Zheng Rojin was on the verge of madness. She could not allow this woman another word. If she continued, Zheng Rojin's own reputation, and that of her entire family, would be reduced to ashes. Since you said nothing, then sit down. Li Pinggan's eyes turned cold, and she rebuked with a furious voice. Zheng Rojin felt a chill run down her spine. She had never experienced such suffocating pressure, even in the presence of the emperor. Today she witnessed it from an ordinary woman. Unable to resist, Zheng Rojin retreated half a step and collapsed back into her chair. She had lost. On the battlefield of Aura, she possessed not a shred of advantage. Seated rigidly, Zheng Rojin's expression was numb, tears falling in large drops. In all her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Li Pinggan also returned to her seat, gesturing to Xie Xingji to continue his performance. Xie Xingji, however, allowed the corner of his mouth to curve into a smile. Li Pinggan, truly unexpected. How many more secrets remain for him to uncover? Today's lecture by the Chancellor was truly enlightening. Yes, indeed. Who was that woman in white? With such talent, she must not be an unknown figure. Everyone turned to look at a scholar sitting at the periphery. The scholar puffed out his chest, revealing a proud demeanor. That young lady just now is from our Pingyang County. Her name is Li Pinggan, and she runs a Pingyang Malatang shop in our county town. What? Li Pinggan packed up her belongings and saw a woman approaching her furiously. So your name is Li Pinggan? Li Pinggan looked up and saw Zheng Rojin, with Zheng Chun standing behind her. Miss Zheng, hello. Li Pinggan remained composed. They were imperial merchants. Hui Yun and Lu De had repeatedly warned her not to provoke Songxia Malatang precisely to avoid conflict with the imperial merchants. Unexpectedly today, she had to confront them. Since you know who I am, I won't explain further. Although we have had conflicts, I see you are quite clever. I'll give you a chance, become my maidservant, and enjoy wealth and honor in the capital. What do you think, Miss Li? Still maintaining a haughty posture, Li Pinggan smiled. This pair of siblings stopped at nothing. Become a maidservant? I think I'll pass. Her eyes were like knives sweeping over and making Zheng Rojin's spine chill. It was that gaze again, a gaze like needles piercing the back. Zheng Rojin was so frightened she stepped back half a pace. She didn't understand how a mere commoner could have such a bloodthirsty gaze. Li Pinggan moved behind Zheng Rojin, looked at the girl's exquisite face, curled her lips into a smile, and whispered softly in her ear. Please tell your brother, Ms. Zhang, if he dares to steal my recipe again, I won't be so lenient. Humph. Having said that, Li Pinggan picked up her things and turned to leave. Zheng Rojin's eyes widened. She turned to Zheng Chun with a ferocious expression. Brother, what did she mean? Zheng Chen's eyes were panicked.
You must never tell grandfather about this, or I as the legitimate eldest son won't be able to inherit the family estate. And you as a woman will have no one to rely on. Zheng Rojin looked at her brother with disappointment. It was just a trial, yet he stooped to stealing someone's recipe. If he had succeeded it might be forgivable, but judging by the situation Zheng Chun not only failed, but also got caught. Useless a waste. After Li Pingyan left she saw a man in a cyan robe already waiting nearby. Miss Li, this way please. Li Pingyan recognized the man. He was the Chancellor's attendant. She smiled knowingly. Although she had offended the Zheng family, if the business deal went through the Zheng family, might not be much of a threat. Thank you for your trouble. As Qing Zhou walked he observed the young lady behind him. He had seen her a few times before. Once she set up a formation to mock those who framed her, another time at the Imperial Academy, when the Chancellor was bathing this woman somehow appeared silently. And today this woman actually managed to relieve the Chancellor's worries. She was not simple. Qing Zhou had to take her seriously. The master is sitting inside. You have only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Li Pingyan held several sheets of paper in her hands. Only the time for a cup of tea. That was enough. They had now arrived at a ferry landing, a small one with only a few small boats moored. The evening weather was gradually turning cool, and the moisture from the water was even more pronounced. Li Pingyan gazed at the endless river surface where a solitary boat drifted. The boat was very unassuming, not as luxurious as one might imagine. At the bow hung an eternal lamp, swaying gently, exuding a sense of solitude. Li Pingyan took a deep breath, turned to nod at Qing Zhou, and stepped onto the boat. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A somewhat weary voice. Li Pingyan pushed the door open and entered. What met her eyes was a dimly lit room, and the Chancellor who was resting with his eyes closed. The Chancellor's demeanor remained aloof. He sat inside seemingly deep in thought. His tightly furrowed brows indicated that even though he had now become the Prince of Anding, he still had troubles. If not for this face, Li Pingyan would have doubted herself. Was that red-eyed person she had seen before really the Chancellor? Your humble servant Li Pingyan pays respects to the Chancellor. Standing at the door, Li Pingyan bowed. It was then that C.S. Xingji opened his eyes. Still pitch-black eyes, as if that blood-red gaze had been Li Pingyan's imagination. Come in and sit down. Li Pingyan obediently entered and sat demurely opposite C.S. Xingji. Only then did she notice that the Chancellor's complexion seemed somewhat pale. What was wrong? Was the Chancellor unwell? Li Pingyan lowered her eyes, keeping her gaze fixed on her nose and heart refraining from commenting on the Chancellor's affairs. Miss Li, we meet again. C.S. Xingji looked at Li Pingyan sitting opposite, noticing her unusual obedience, a stark contrast to the aggressiveness she displayed toward that woman during the lecture. Yes, my lord. It seems every time we meet Miss Li gives me surprises. And shocks. C.S. Xingji scrutinized the woman sitting across from him, always mindful that his identity token was still in her possession. Li Pingyan lowered her eyes again. I am truly sorry about what happened last time, my lord. You should know that I did not mean to do it. C.S. Xingji still harbored resentment over being seen completely naked. Even if the woman had not meant to, he felt uncomfortable inside. Today Miss Li went to such lengths just to see me. As I recall, you should have my wooden token. Wouldn't it be simpler to use that to meet me? Given Li Pingyan's personality, if she had truly come to listen to the lecture, she would never have defended him today. Her performance today was clearly a deliberate act to secure a meeting with him. Li Pingyan finally raised her eyes, which had been downcast. She looked directly without timidity at the lofty Imperial Academy Chancellor C.S. Xingji, who had recently been enfeoffed as a prince. Because I wish to discuss a business deal with you, my lord, on equal footing. Not to beg for a favor, nor as a woman. Rather as equals from the same stratum. C.S. Xingji had thought of 1,000 reasons, but he never expected that this woman had gone to such trouble just for an opportunity to be on equal terms. Since Miss Li has helped me out of a predicament, I will naturally give you an opportunity to speak as equals. C.S. Xingji made a gesture of invitation. He was ready to listen. Perhaps you are unaware, my lord, that I have a dock under my command and also several boats. I am engaged in waterborne trade. I heard that you are seeking a transport fleet, so I wish to discuss a partnership with you. A small outfit like Li Pingyan's with no scale didn't even qualify for C.S. Xingji's consideration. Yet she solemnly proposed a partnership. Since you have already learned that I need a transport fleet, Miss Li, you should also know the scale I require. Since it was an opportunity for equal footing, Siesingji did not directly refuse, but instead inquired. So Miss Li, how many boats do you have? Li Pingyan lowered her eyes and fell silent. Then she raised her head and said word by word. Not many. As of now, only one merchant ship. And 3 trial boats. Just a few small boats. Do you know how many I need? My minimum is 30 massive vessels. Miss Li, you may take your leave.